The Secret Doctrine. The Synthesis of Science, Religion, and Philosophy by H. P. Blavatsky. Third and Revised Edition. Satyat Nasti Parodharma. There is no religion higher than truth. Volume 1. Cosmogenesis. London, The Theosophical Publishing House, 1893. Narrated by Graham Dunlop. Edited by Darren Grimes. Proem. Pages from a prehistoric record. An archaic manuscript, a collection of palm leaves made impermeable to water, fire, and air by some specific and unknown process, is before the writer's eye. On the first page is an immaculate white disc within a dull black background. On the following page, the same disc, but with a central point. The first, the student knows, represents cosmos in eternity, before the reawakening of still slumbering energy, the emanation of the world in later systems. The point in the hitherto immaculate disc, space and eternity in pralaya, denotes the dawn of differentiation. It is the point in the mundane egg, the germ within it, which will become the universe, the all, the boundless, periodical cosmos, a germ which is latent and active, periodically and by turns. The one circle is divine unity, from which all proceeds, whither all returns. Its circumference, a forcibly limited symbol, in view of the limitation of the human mind, indicates the abstract, ever incognizable presence, and its plane, the universal soul, although the two are one. Only the face of the disc, being white and the surrounding ground black, clearly shows that its plane is the soul knowledge, dim and hazy, though it still is, that is attainable by man. It is on this plane that the manvantaric manifestations begin. For it is in this soul that slumbers, during the pralaya, the divine thought, wherein lies concealed the plan of every future cosmogony and theogony. It is the one life, eternal, invisible, yet omnipresent, without beginning or end, yet periodical in its regular manifestations, between which periods reigns the dark mystery of non-being, unconscious yet absolute consciousness, unrealizable yet the one self-existing reality, truly a chaos to the sense, a cosmos to the reason. Its one absolute attribute, which is itself eternal, ceaseless motion, is called in esoteric parlance the great breath, which is the perpetual motion of the universe in the sense of limitless, ever-present space. That which is motionless cannot be divine, but then there is nothing in fact and reality absolutely motionless within the universal soul. Almost 5 centuries BC, Leucippus, the instructor of Democritus, maintained that space was eternally filled with atoms actuated by a ceaseless motion, which, in due course of time, as they aggregated, generated rotary motion, through mutual collisions producing lateral movements. Epicurus and Lucretius taught the same doctrine, adding, however, to the lateral motion of the atoms the idea of affinity, an occult teaching. From the beginning of man's inheritance, from the first appearance of the architects of the globe he lives on, the unrevealed deity was recognized and considered under its only philosophical aspect, universal motion, the thrill of the creative breath in nature. Occultism sums up the one existence thus: deity is an arcane, living, or moving, fire, and the eternal witnesses to this unseen presence are light, heat, moisture. This trinity, including and being the cause of every phenomenon in nature, intracosmic motion is eternal and ceaseless, cosmic motion, the visible, or that which is subject to perception, is finite and periodical. As an eternal abstraction, it is ever present. As a manifestation, it is finite both in the coming direction and the opposite, the two being the alpha and omega of successive reconstructions. Cosmos, the noumenon, has not to do with the causal relations of the phenomenal world. It is only with reference to the intracosmic soul, the ideal cosmos, and the immutable divine thought that we may say. It never had a beginning, nor will it have an end. With regard to its body or cosmic organization, though it cannot be said that it had a first or will ever have a last construction, yet at each new Manvantara, its organization may be regarded as the first and the last of its kind, as it evolves every time on a higher plane. A few years ago only, it was stated that the esoteric doctrine, like Buddhism or Brahmanism, and even Kabbalism, teaches that the one infinite and unknown essence exists from all eternity, and in regular and harmonious successions is either passive or active. In the poetical phraseology of Manu, these conditions are called the days and the nights of Brahma. The latter is either awake or asleep. The Svabhakitas, or philosophers of the oldest school of Buddhism, which still exists in Nepal, speculate only upon the active condition of this essence, which they call Svabhavat, and deem it foolish to theorize upon the abstract and unknowable power in its passive condition. Hence they are called atheists by both Christian theologians and modern scientists, for neither of the two are able to understand the profound logic of their philosophy. The former will allow no other God than the personified secondary powers which have worked out the invisible universe, and which becomes with them the anthropomorphic God of the Christians, the male Jehovah, roaring amid thunder and lightning. In its turn, rationalistic science greets the Buddhists and the Svabhavikas as the positivists of the archaic ages. If we take a one-sided view of the philosophy of the latter, our materialists may be right in their own way. The Buddhists maintain that there is no creator but an infinitude of creative powers, which collectively form the eternal substance, the essence of which is inscrutable, hence not a subject for speculation for any true philosopher. Socrates invariably refused to argue upon the mystery of universal being, yet no one would ever have thought of charging him with atheism except those who were bent upon his destruction. Upon inaugurating an active period, says the Secret Doctrine, an expansion of this divine essence from without inwardly and from within outwardly occurs in obedience to eternal and immutable law, and the phenomenal or visible universe is the ultimate result of the long chain of cosmical forces thus progressively set in motion. In like manner, when the passive condition is resumed, a contraction of the divine essence takes place, and the previous work of creation is gradually and progressively undone. The visible universe becomes disintegrated, its material dispersed, and darkness, solitary and alone, broods once more over the face of the deep. To use a metaphor from the secret books, which will convey the idea still more clearly, an outbreathing of the unknown essence produces the world, and an inhalation causes it to disappear. This process has been going on from all eternity, and our present universe is but one of an infinite series, which had no beginning and will have no end. This passage will be explained as far as it is possible in the present work, though it contains nothing new to the Orientalist. As it now stands, its esoteric interpretation may contain a good deal which has hitherto remained entirely unknown to the Western student. The first illustration is a plain disk. The second, in the archaic symbol, shows a disk with a point in it. The first differentiation and the periodical manifestations of the ever-eternal nature, sexless and infinite, aditi in that, or potential space within abstract space. In its third stage, the point is transformed into a diameter. It now symbolizes a divine immaculate Mother Nature within the all-embracing absolute infinitude. When the horizontal diameter is crossed by a vertical one, it becomes the mundane cross. Humanity has reached its third root race. It is the sign for the origin of human life. When the circumference disappears and leaves only the cross, it is a sign that the fall of man into matter is accomplished, and the fourth race begins. The cross within a circle symbolizes pure pantheism. When the cross is left uninscribed, it becomes phallic. It had the same and yet other meanings as a tau inscribed within a circle, or as Thor's hammer, the so-called Jaina cross, or a swastika within a circle. By the third symbol, the circle divided in two by a horizontal diameter, was meant the first manifestation of creative nature, still passive because feminine. The first shadowy perception of man connected with procreation is feminine, because man knows his mother more than his father. Hence, female deities were more sacred than male. Nature is therefore feminine, and to a degree, objective and tangible, and the spirit principle which fructifies it is concealed. By adding to the horizontal line in the circle a perpendicular, the tau was formed, T, the oldest form of the letter. It was the glyph of the third root race to the day of its symbolical fall, i.e., when the separation of sexes by natural evolution took place, when the figure became a vertical line, or sexless life modified or separate, a double glyph or symbol. Within the sub-races of our fifth race, it became in symbology the sacra, and in Hebrew, nakapva, of the first formed races. Then it changed into the Egyptian emblem of life, the Ankh, and still later into the sign of Venus. Then comes the swastika, Thor's hammer, now the Hermetic cross, entirely separated from its circle, thus becoming purely phallic. The esoteric symbol of Kali Yuga is the five-pointed star reversed, with its 2 points, horns, turned heavenward. Thus, the sign of human sorcery, a position every occultist will recognize as one of the left hand and used in ceremonial magic. It is hoped that during the perusal of this work, the erroneous ideas of the public in general with regard to pantheism will be modified. It is wrong and unjust to regard the Buddhists and Advaitin occultists as atheists. If not all of them philosophers, they are at any rate all logicians, their objections and arguments being based on strict reasoning. Indeed, if the Para-Brahman of the Hindus may be taken as a representative of the hidden and nameless deities of other nations, this absolute principle will be found to be the prototype from which all the others were copied. Para-Brahman is not God because it is not a God. It is that which is supreme and not supreme, Paravara. It is supreme as cause, not supreme as effect. Para-Brahman is simply a secondless reality, the all-inclusive cosmos, or rather the infinite cosmic space, in the highest spiritual sense, of course. Brahman, neuter, being the unchanging, pure, free, undecaying supreme root, the one true existence, Paramarthika, and the absolute Chit and Chaitanya, intelligence, consciousness, cannot be a cognizer, for that can have no subject of cognition. Can the flame be called the essence of fire? The essence is the life and light of the universe. The visible fire and flame are destruction, death, and evil. Fire and flame destroy the body of an arat. Their essence makes him immortal. The knowledge of the absolute spirit, like the effulgence of the sun or like heat and fire, is not else than the absolute essence itself, says Shankaracharya. It is the spirit of the fire, not fire itself. Therefore, the attributes of the latter, heat or flame, are not the attributes of the spirit, but of that of which that spirit is the unconscious cause. Is not the above sentence the true keynote of later Rosicrucian philosophy? Para-Brahman is, in short, the collective aggregate of cosmos in its infinity and eternity, the that and this to which distribute aggregates cannot be applied. In the beginning, this was the self, one only, and the great Shankaracharya explains that this refers to the universe, Jagat, the words in the beginning, meaning before the reproduction of the phenomenal universe. Therefore, when the pantheists echo the Upanishads, which state, as in the Secret Doctrine, that this cannot create, they do not deny a creator, or rather a collective aggregate of creators. They simply refuse, very logically, to attribute creation, and especially formation, something finite to an infinite principle. With them, Para-Brahman is a passive because an absolute cause, the unconditioned mukta. It is only limited omniscience and omnipotence that are refused to the latter, because these are still attributes reflected in man's perceptions, and because Para-Brahman, being the supreme all, the ever-invisible spirit and soul of nature, changeless and eternal, can have no attributes, the term absoluteness very naturally precluded any idea of the finite or conditioned from being connected with it. And if the Vedantins postulate attributes as belonging simply to its emanation, calling it Ishvara plus Maya, and Avidya, agnosticism and nescience rather than ignorance, it is difficult to find any atheism in this conception, since there can be neither two infinites nor two absolutes in a universe supposed to be boundless. This self-existence can hardly be conceived as a creating personally. To the senses and in the perceptions of finite beings, that is non-being, in the sense that it is the one beingness, for in this all lies concealed its co-eternal and coeval emanation, or inherent radiation, which becoming periodically Brahma, the male-female potency, expands itself into the manifested universe. Narayana, moving on the abstract waters of space, is transformed into the waters of concrete substance moved by him, who now becomes the manifested word or logos. The orthodox Brahmins, those who rise the most against the pantheists and Advaitins, calling them atheists, are forced, if Manu has any authority in this matter, to accept the death of Brahma, the creator, at the expiration of every age of this deity, 100 divine years, a period which, in our years, requires 15 figures to express. Yet no philosopher among them will view this death in any other sense than as a temporary disappearance from the manifested plane of existence, or as a periodical rest. The occultists are therefore at one with the Advaita Vedantin philosophers as to the above tenet. They show, on philosophical grounds, the impossibility of accepting the idea of the absolute all, creating or even evolving the golden egg, into which it is said to enter in order to transform itself into Brahma, the creator, who later expands himself into the gods and all the visible universe. They say that absolute unity cannot pass to infinity, for infinity presupposes the limitless extension of something, and the duration of that something, and the one all, like space, which is its only mental and physical representation on this earth, or our plane of existence, is neither an object of nor an object to perception. If one could suppose the eternal infinite all, the omnipresent unity, instead of being in eternity, becoming through periodical manifestation a manifold universe or a multiple personality, that unity would cease to be one. Locke's idea that pure space is capable of neither resistance nor motion is incorrect. Space is neither a limitless void nor a conditioned fullness, but both. Being on the plane of absolute abstraction, the ever-cognizable deity, which is void only to finite minds, and on that of maivic perception, the plenum, the absolute container of all that is, whether manifested or unmanifested, it is, therefore, that absolute all. There is no difference between the Christian apostles, in him we live and move and have our being, and the Hindu rishis, the universe lives in, proceeds from, and will return to Brahma. For Brahma, neuter, the unmanifested, is that universe in abscondido, and Brahma, the manifested, is the logos made female-male, and the symbolical orthodox dogmas, the god of the apostle initiate, and of the rishi being both the unseen and the visible space. Space is called, in esoteric symbolism, the seven-skinned eternal mother-father. From its undifferentiated to its differentiated surface, it is composed of 7 layers. What is that which was, is, and will be, whether there is a universe or not, whether there be gods or none? Asks the esoteric Censar Catechism, and the answer made is space. It is not the one unknown, ever-present God in nature, or nature in abscondido, that is rejected, but the God of human dogma, and his humanized word. Man, in his infinite conceit and inherent pride and vanity, shaped it himself with his sacrilegious handout of the material he found in his own small brain fabric, and forced it upon his fellows as a direct revelation from the one unrevealed space. The occultist accepts revelation as coming from divine yet still finite beings, the manifested lives, never from the unmanifestable one, life. From those entities called primordial man, Dhyani Buddhas, or Dhyan Chohans, the Rishi Prajapati of the Hindus, the Elohim, or the sons of God of the Jews, the planetary spirits of all nations who have become gods for men. The occultists also regard the Adi Shakti, the direct emanation of Mula Prakriti, the eternal root of that, and the female aspect of the creative cause, Brahma, in their Akashic form on the universal soul, as philosophically a Maya and cause of human Maya. But this view does not prevent him from believing in its existence so long as it lasts, to wit, for one Mahanvantara, nor from applying Akasha to the radiation of Mula Prakriti. For practical purposes, connected as this world soul is with all natural phenomena known or unknown to science. The oldest religions of the world, exoterically, for the esoteric root or foundation is one, are the Indian, the Mazdean, and the Egyptian. Next comes Chaldean, the outcome of these now entirely lost to the New World, except in its disfigured Sabianism, as at present rendered by the archaeologists. Then, passing over a number of religions that will be mentioned later, comes the Jewish, esoterically following in the line of Babylonian magism, as in the Kabbalah, exoterically a collection of allegorical legends, as in Genesis and the Pentateuch, read by the light of the Zohar. The 4 initial chapters of Genesis are the fragment of a highly philosophical page in the world's cosmogony. Left in their symbolic disguise, they are a nursery tale, an ugly thorn in the side of science and logic, an evident effect of karma. To let them serve as a prologue to Christianity was a cruel revenge on the part of the rabbis, who knew better what their Pentateuch meant. It was a silent protest against the spoliation, and the Jews have now certainly the better of their traditional persecutors. The above-named exoteric creeds will be explained in the light of the universal doctrine as we proceed. The occult catechism contains the following questions and answers. What is it that ever is? Space, the eternal, anupadaka, parentless. What is it that ever was? The germ in the root. What is it that is ever coming and going? The great breath. Then there are three eternals? No, the three are one. That which ever is one. That which ever was is one. That which is ever being and becoming is also one, and this is space. Explain, O Lano, disciple. The one is an unbroken circle, ring, with no circumference, for it is nowhere and everywhere. The one is the boundless plane of the circle, manifesting a diameter only during the manvataric periods. The one is the indivisible point found nowhere, perceived everywhere during those periods. It is the vertical and the horizontal, the father and the mother, the summit and the base of the father, the two extremities of the mother, reaching in reality nowhere, for the one is the ring and also the rings that are within that ring. Light in darkness and darkness in light, the breath which is eternal. It proceeds from without inwardly, when it is everywhere, and from within outwardly, when it is nowhere, i.e. Maya, one of the centers. It expands and contracts, exhalation and inhalation. When it expands, the mother diffuses and scatters. When it contracts, the mother draws back and ingathers. This produces the periods of the evolution and dissolution. Manvantara and Pralaya. The germ is invisible and fiery. The root, the plane of the circle, is cool. But during evolution and Manvantara, her garment is cold and radiant. Hot breath is the father who devours the progeny of the many-faced element. Heterogeneous, and leaves the single-faced ones, homogeneous. Cool breath is the mother who conceives forms, brings forth, and receives them back into her bosom, to reform them at the dawn of the day of Brahma, or Manvantara. For a clearer understanding on the part of the general reader, it must be stated that occult science recognizes 7 cosmic elements, 4 entirely physical, and the 5th, ether, semi-material, which will become visible in the air towards the end of the 4th round, to reign supreme over the others during the whole of the 5th. The remaining 2 are as yet absolutely beyond the range of human perception. They will, however, appear as presentiments during the 6th and 7th races of this round, and will be fully known in the 6th and 7th rounds respectively. These 7 elements, with their numberless sub-elements, which are far more numerous than those known to science, are simply conditional modifications and aspects of the one and only element. This latter is not ether, not even akasha, but the source of these. The 5th element, now quite freely advocated by science, is not the ether hypothesized by Sir Isaac Newton, although he calls it by that name, having probably associated it in his mind with aether, the father-mother of antiquity. As Newton intuitionally says, nature is a perpetual circulatory worker, generating fluids out of solids, fixed things out of volatile, and volatile out of fixed, subtile out of gross, and gross out of subtile. Thus perhaps may all things be originated from ether. The reader has to bear in mind that the stanzas treat only of the cosmogony of our own planetary system and of what is visible around it after a solar pralaya. The secret teachings with regard to the evolution of the universal cosmos cannot be given, since they could not be understood by even the highest minds in this age. And there seem to be very few initiates, even among the greatest, who are allowed to speculate upon this subject. Moreover, the teachers say openly that not even the highest Dhyani Chohans have ever penetrated the mysteries beyond those boundaries that separate the milliards of solar systems from the central sun, as it is called. Therefore, that which is given relates only to our visible cosmos after a night of Brahma. Before the reader proceeds to the consideration of the stanzas from the Book of Dzyan, which form the basis of the present work, it is absolutely necessary that he should be made acquainted with the few fundamental conceptions which underlie and pervade the entire system of thought to which his attention is invited. These basic ideas are few in number, but on their clear apprehension depends the understanding of all that follows. Therefore, no apology is required for asking the reader to make himself familiar with these first, before entering on the perusal of the work itself. The Secret Doctrine, then, establishes three fundamental propositions. 1. An omnipresent, eternal, boundless, and immutable principle on which all speculation is impossible, since it transcends the power of human conception and can only be dwarfed by any human expression or similitude. It is beyond the range and reach of thought, in the words of the Mandukya, unthinkable and unspeakable. To render these ideas clearer to the general reader, let him set out with the postulate that there is one absolute reality which antecedes all manifested, conditioned being. This infinite and eternal cause, dimly formulated in the unconscious and unknowable of current European philosophy, is the rootless root of all that was, is, or ever shall be. It is, of course, devoid of all attributes and is essentially without any relation to manifested finite being. It is beingness rather than being, sat in Sanskrit, and is beyond all thought or speculation. This beingness is symbolized in the Secret Doctrine under two aspects. On the one hand, absolute abstract space, representing bare subjectivity, the one thing which no human mind can either exclude from any conception or conceive of by itself. On the other, absolute abstract motion representing unconditioned consciousness. Even our Western thinkers have shown that consciousness is inconceivable to us apart from change, and motion best symbolizes change, its essential characteristic. This latter aspect of the one reality is also symbolized by the term the Great Breath, a symbol sufficiently graphic to need no further elucidation. Thus, then, the first fundamental axiom of the Secret Doctrine is this metaphysical one, absolute beingness, symbolized by finite intelligence as the theological Trinity. It may, however, assist the student if a few further explanations are here given. Herbert Spencer has of late so far modified his agnosticism as to assert that the nature of the first cause, which the occultist more logically derives from the causeless cause, the eternal, and the unknowable, may be essentially the same as that of the consciousness which wells up within us. In short, that the impersonal reality pervading the cosmos is the pure noumenon of thought. This advance on his part brings him very near to the esoteric and Vedantin tenet. Para-Brahman, the one reality, the absolute, is the field of absolute consciousness, i.e., that essence which is out of all relation to conditioned existence, and of which conscious existence is a conditioned symbol. But once that we pass in thought from this to us, absolute negation, duality supervenes in the contrast of spirit, or consciousness, and matter, subject and object. Spirit, or consciousness, and matter are, however, to be regarded not as independent realities, but as the two symbols or aspects of the absolute para-Brahman, which constitute the basis of conditioned being, whether subjective or objective. Considering this metaphysical triad as the root from which proceeds all manifestation, the Great Breath assumes the character of pre-cosmic ideation. It is the fons et origo of force and of all individual consciousness, and supplies the guiding intelligence in the vast scheme of cosmic evolution. On the other hand, pre-cosmic root substance is that aspect of the absolute which underlies all the objective planes of nature. Just as pre-cosmic ideation is the root of all individual consciousness, so pre-cosmic substance is the substratum of matter in the various grades of its differentiation. Hence, it will be apparent that the contrast of these two aspects of the absolute, is essential to the existence of the manifested universe. Apart from cosmic substance, cosmic ideation could not manifest as individual consciousness, since it is only through a vehicle of matter that consciousness wells up as I am, I, a physical basis being necessary to focus a ray of the universal mind at a certain stage of complexity. Again, apart from cosmic ideation, cosmic substance would remain an empty abstraction, and no emergence of consciousness could ensue. The manifested universe, therefore, is pervaded by duality, which is, as it were, the very essence of its existence as manifestation. But just as the opposite poles of subject and object, spirit and matter, are but aspects of the one unity in which they are synthesized, so in the manifested universe there is that which links spirit to matter, subject to object. This something, as present unknown to Western speculation, is called by occultists Fohat. It is the bridge by which the ideas existing in the divine thought are impressed on cosmic substance as the laws of nature. Fohat is thus the dynamic energy of cosmic ideation, or regarded from the other side, it is the intelligent medium, the guiding power of all manifestation, the thought divine, transmitted and made manifest through the Dayan Chohans, the architects of the visible world. Thus, from spirit or cosmic ideation comes our consciousness. From cosmic substance, the several vehicles in which that consciousness is individualized and attains to self, or reflective consciousness, while Fohat in his various manifestations is the mysterious link between mind and matter, the animating principle electrifying every atom into life. The following summary will afford a clearer idea to the reader. 1. Absoluteness. The para-Brahman of the Vedantins, or the one reality, Sat, which is, as Hegel says, both absolute being and non-being. 2. The first Logos, the impersonal and, in philosophy, unmanifested Logos, the precursor of the manifested. This is the first cause, the unconscious of European pantheists. 3. The second Logos, spirit matter, life, the spirit of the universe, Purusha, and Prakriti. 4. The third Logos, cosmic ideation, Mahat, or intelligence, the universal world soul, the cosmic noumenon of matter, the basis of the intelligent operations in and of nature, also called the Mahabuddhi. The one reality, its dual aspects in the conditioned universe. Further, the Secret Doctrine affirms, 2, the eternity of the universe as a boundless plane, periodically the playground of numberless universes incessantly manifesting and disappearing, called the manifesting stars and the sparks of eternity. The eternity of the pilgrim is like a wink of the eye of self-existence, as the Book of Dzian puts it. The appearance and disappearance of worlds is like a regular tidal ebb of flux and reflux. The second assertion of the Secret Doctrine is the absolute universality of that law of periodicity, of flux and reflux, ebb and flow, which physical science has observed and recorded in all departments of nature. An alteration such as that of day and night, life and death, sleeping and waking, is a fact so common, so perfectly universal and without exception, that it is easy to comprehend that in it we see one of the absolutely fundamental laws of the universe. Moreover, the Secret Doctrine teaches, 3, the fundamental identity of all souls within the universal Oversoul, the latter being itself an aspect of the unknown root, and the obligatory pilgrimage of every soul, a spark of the former, through the cycle of incarnation or necessity, in accordance with cyclic and karmic law, during the whole term. In other words, no purely spiritual buddhi, divine soul, can have an independent conscious existence before the spark which issued from the pure essence of the universal sixth principle, or the oversoul, has A. passed through every elemental form on the phenomenal world of Manvatara, and B. acquired individuality, first by natural impulse and then by self-induced and self-devised efforts, checked by its karma, thus ascending through all the degrees of intelligence from the lowest to the highest manas, from mineral and plant up to the holiest archangel, Dhyani Buddha. The pivotal doctrine of the esoteric philosophy admits no privileges or special gifts in man, save those won by his own ego through personal effort and merit throughout a long series of metempsychosis and reincarnations. This is why the Hindus say that the universe is Brahman, and Brahma, for Brahman, is in every atom of the universe, the six principles in nature being all the outcome, the variously differentiated aspects, of the seventh and one, the only reality in the universe, whether cosmic or microcosmic, and also why the permutations, psychic, spiritual, and physical, on the plane of manifestation and form of the sixth, Brahma, the vehicle of Brahman, are viewed by metaphysical antiphrasis as elusive and mayavic. For although the root of every atom individually and of every form collectively is that seventh principle or the one reality, still in its manifested and phenomenal and temporary appearance, it is no better than an evanescent illusion of our senses. In its absoluteness, the one principle under its two aspects, para-Brahman and mula prakriti, is sexless, unconditional, and eternal. Its periodical manvataric emanation, or primal radiation, is also one, androgynous, and phenomenally finite. When the radiation radiates in its turn, all its radiations are also androgynous to become male and female principles in their lower aspects. After pralaya, whether the great or minor pralaya, the latter leaving the words in status quo, the first that reawakes to active life is the plastic akasha, father-mother, the spirit and soul of ether, or the plane of the circle. Space is called the mother before its cosmic activity, and father-mother at the first stage of reawakening. In the Kabbalah, it is also father-mother-son, but whereas in the Eastern doctrine these are the seventh principle of the manifested universe, or its Atma Buddha Manas, spirit, soul, intelligence. The triad branching off and dividing into seven cosmical and seven human principles in the Western Kabbalah of the Christian mystics, it is the triad or trinity, and with their occultists, the male-female Jehovah, Yahava. In this lies the whole difference between the esoteric and the Christian trinities. The mystics and the philosophers, the Eastern and Western pantheists, synthesize their pre-genetic triad in the pure divine abstraction. The Orthodox anthropomorphize it. Hiranyagabra, Hari, and Shankara, the three hypostasis of the manifesting spirit of the Supreme Spirit, by which title Prithivi, the earth, greets Vishnu in his first avatara, are the purely metaphysical abstract qualities of the formation, preservation, and destruction, and are the three divine avasthas of that which does not perish with created things. Achyuta, a name of Vishnu, whereas the Orthodox Christian separates his personal creative deity into the three personages of the Trinity and admits of no higher deity. The latter, in occultism, is the abstract triangle, with the Orthodox, the perfect cube. The creative God, or the aggregate gods, are regarded by the Eastern philosopher as Brantidars Shanata, false appearances, something conceived of by reason of erroneous appearances as a material form, and explained as arising from the elusive conception of the egotistic, personal, and human soul. lower fifth principle. It is beautifully expressed in a revised translation in Fitzward Hall's notes to Wilson's translation of the Vishnu Purana, that Brahma, in its totality, has essentially the aspect of Prakriti, both evolved and unevolved, Mula Prakriti, and also the aspect of spirit and the aspect of time. Spirit, O twice born, is the leading aspect of the supreme Brahma. The next is a twofold aspect, Prakriti both evolved and unevolved, and time is the last. Kronos is shown in the Orphic theogony also as being a generated god or agent. At this stage of the reawakening of the universe, the sacred symbolism represents it as a perfect circle with the point, root, in the center. This sign was universal, therefore we find it in the Kabbalah also. The Western Kabbalah, however, now in the hands of Christian mystics, ignores it altogether, though it is plainly shown in the Zohar. These sectarians begin at the end and give as the symbol of pregenetic cosmos, the circle with the cross, calling it the union of the rose and cross, the great mystery of occult generation, from whence the name Rosicrucian, rose cross. This may be seen from one of the most important and best known of their symbols, one which has never been hitherto understood even by modern mystics. It is that of the pelican tearing open its breast to feed its 7 little ones, the real creed of the Brothers of the Rosy Cross and a direct outcome from the Eastern secret doctrine. Brahman, neuter, is called Kalahamsa, meaning, as explained by Western Orientalists, the eternal swan, or goose, and so is Brahma, the creator. A great mistake is thus brought under notice. It is Brahman, neuter, which ought to be referred to as Hamsa Vahana, that which uses the swan as its vehicle, and not Brahma, the creator, who is the real Kalahamsa. While Brahman, neuter, is Hamsa, and Ahamsa, as will be explained in the commentaries. Let it be understood that the terms Brahma and Para Brahman are not used here because they belong to our esoteric nomenclature, but simply because they are more familiar to the students in the West. Both are the perfect equivalents of our 1, 3, and 7-voweled terms, which stand for one all and the one all in all. Such are the basic conceptions on which the secret doctrine rests. It would not be in place here to enter upon any defense or proof of their inherent reasonableness, nor can I pause to show how they are, in fact, contained, though too often under a misleading guise, in every system of thought or philosophy worthy of the name. Once that the reader has gained a clear comprehension of them and realized the light which they throw on every problem of life, they will need no further justification in his eyes, because their truth will be to him as evident as the sun in heaven. I pass on, therefore, to the subject matter of the stanzas as given in this volume, adding a skeleton outline of them in the hope of thereby rendering the task of the student more easy, by placing before him in a few words the general conception therein explained. The history of the cosmic evolution, as traced in the stanzas, is, so to say, the abstract algebraical formulation of that evolution. Hence, the student must not expect to find there an account of all the stages and transformations which intervene between the first beginnings of universal evolution and our present state. To give such an account would be as impossible as it would be incomprehensible to men whom cannot grasp the nature of even the plane of existence next to that to which, for the moment, their consciousness is limited. The stanzas, therefore, give an abstract formula which can be applied, mutatis mutandis, to all evolution, to that of our tiny Earth, to that of the chain of planets of which that Earth forms one, to the solar universe, to that which chain belongs, and so on in an ascending scale till the mind reels and is exhausted in the effort. The 7 stanzas given in this volume represent the 7 terms of the abstract formula. They refer to and describe the 7 great stages of the evolutionary process, which are spoken of in the Puranas as the 7 creations and in the Bible as the days of creation. Stanza 1 describes the state of one all during pralaya before the first flutter of reawakening manifestation. A moment's thought shows that such a state can only be symbolized. To describe it is impossible, nor can it be symbolized except in negatives, for since it is the state of absoluteness per se, it can possess none of those specific attributes which serve us to describe objects in positive terms. Hence, that state can only be suggested by the negatives of all those most abstract attributes which men feel rather than conceive as the remotest limits attainable by their power of conception. Stanza 2 describes a stage which, to a Western mind, is so nearly identical with that mentioned in stanza 1 that to express the idea of its difference would require a treatise in itself. Hence it must be left to the intuition and the higher faculties of the reader to grasp, as far as he can, the meaning of the allegorical phrases used. Indeed, it must be remembered that all these stanzas appeal to the inner faculties rather than to the ordinary comprehension of the physical brain. Stanza 3 describes the reawakening of the universe to life after pralaya. It depicts the emergence of the monads from their state of absorption within the One, the earliest and highest stage in the formation of worlds, the term monad being one which may apply equally to the vastest solar system or the tiniest atom. Stanza 4 shows the differentiation of the germ of the universe into the septenary hierarchy of conscious divine powers, which are the active manifestations of the one supreme energy. They are the framers, shapers, and ultimately the creators of all the manifested universe, in the only sense in which the name creator is intelligible. They inform and guide it. They are the intelligent beings who adjust and control evolution, embodying in themselves those manifestations of the one law, which we know as the laws of nature. Generically, they are known as the Dhyan Chohans, though each of the various groups has its own designation in the Secret Doctrine. This stage of evolution is spoken of in Hindu mythology as the creation of the gods. Stanza 5 describes the process of world formation. First, diffused cosmic matter, then the fiery whirlwind, the first stages in the formation of a nebula. This nebula condenses and, after passing through various transformations, forms a solar universe, a planetary chain, or a single planet as the case may be. Stanza 6 indicates the subsequent stages in the formation of a world, and brings the evolution of such a world down to its 4th great period, corresponding to the period in which we are now living. Stanza 7 continues the history, tracing the descent of life down to the appearance of man, and thus closes the first book of the Secret Doctrine. The development of man from his first appearance on this earth in this round to the state in which we now find him will form the subject of Book 2. The stanzas which form the thesis of every section are given throughout in their modern translated version, as it would be worse than useless to make the subject still more difficult by introducing the archaic phraseology of the original with its puzzling style and words. Extracts are given from the Chinese, Tibetan, and Sanskrit translations of the original Censar commentaries and glosses on the Book of Dzyan, now rendered for the first time into a European language. It is almost unnecessary to state that only portions of the 7 stanzas are here given. Were they were published complete, they would remain incomprehensible to all save a few high occultists. Nor is there any need to assure the reader that no more than most of the profane does the writer, or rather the humble recorder, understand these forbidden passages. To facilitate the reading and to avoid the too frequent reference to footnotes, it was thought best to blend together texts and glosses using the Sanskrit and Tibetan proper names whenever these could not be avoided, in preference to giving the originals. The more so as the said terms are all accepted synonyms, the latter only being used between a master and his chelas, or disciples. Thus, were one to translate into English using only substantives and technical terms as employed in one of the Tibetan and Senzar versions, shloka would read as follows. Thoag in Jigyu slept 7 korlo, Zodmanas ziba, Alniog bosom, Conch hog not, Fian cam not, Lao chohan not, Tenbrel chugnia not, Dharmaka seized, Chenchang not become, Barnang and Sa in Novnidi, Alone Thog, Yinsin in Night of Sun Chan and Yongrub, Parena Shapana, etc., etc., this would sound like pure abracadabra. As this work is written for the instruction of students of occultism and not for the benefit of philologists, we may well avoid such foreign terms whenever it is possible to do so. The untranslatable terms alone, incomprehensible unless their meanings are explained, are left, but all such terms are rendered in their Sanskrit form. Needless to remind the reader that these are, in almost every case, the late developments of the latter language, and pertain to the 5th root race. Sanskrit, as now known, was not spoken by the Atlanteans, and most of the philosophical terms used in the systems of the India of the post-Mahabharatan period are not found in the Vedas, nor are they to be met with in the original stanzas, but only their equivalents. The reader who is not a theosophist is one more invited to regard all that follows as a fairy tale, if he likes, as best as one of the yet unproven speculations of the dreamers, and at the worst as an additional hypothesis to the many scientific hypotheses past, present, and future, some exploded and others still lingering. It is not in any sense less scientific than are many of the so-called scientific theories, and it is in every case more philosophical and probable. In view of the abundant comments and explanations required, the references to the footnotes are marked in the usual way, while the sentences to be commented upon are marked with letters. Additional matter will be found in the chapters on symbolism, which are often more full of information than the commentaries. This work I dedicate to all true theosophists, in every country and of every race, for they called it forth, and for them it was recorded. Preface to the first edition. The author, the writer rather, feels it necessary to apologize for the long delay which has occurred in the appearance of this work. It has been occasioned by ill health and the magnitude of the undertaking. Even the 2 volumes now issued do not complete the scheme, nor do these treat exhaustively of the subjects dealt with in them. A large quantity of material has already been prepared dealing with the history of occultism as contained in the lives of the great adepts of the Aryan race, and showing the bearing of occult philosophy upon the conduct of life, as it is and as it ought to be. Should the present volumes meet with a favorable reception, no effort will be spared to carry out the scheme of the work in its entirety. This scheme, it must be added, was not in contemplation when the preparation of the work was first announced. As originally announced, it was intended that the Secret Doctrine should be an amended and enlarged version of Isis Unveiled. It was, however, soon found that the explanations which could be added to those already put before the world, in the last named and other works dealing with esoteric science, were such as to require a different method of treatment, and consequently the present volumes do not contain, in all, 20 pages extracted from Isis Unveiled. The author does not feel it necessary to ask the indulgence of her readers and critics for the many defects of literary style, and the imperfect English which may be found in these pages. She is a foreigner, and her knowledge of the language was acquired late in life. The English tongue is employed because it offers the most widely diffused medium for conveying the truths which it had become her duty to place before the world. These truths are in no sense put forward as a revelation, nor does the author claim the position of a revealer of mystic lore now made public for the first time in the world's history. For what is contained in this work is to be found scattered throughout thousands of volumes embodying the scriptures of the great Asiatic and early European religions, hidden under glyph and symbol, and hitherto left unnoticed because of this veil. What is now attempted is to gather the oldest tenets together and make of them one harmonious and unbroken whole. The sole advantage which the writer has over her predecessors is that she need not resort to personal speculations and theories, for this work is a partial statement of what she herself has been taught by more advanced students, supplemented in a few details only by the result of her own study and observation. The publication of many of the facts herein stated has been rendered necessary by the wild and fanciful speculations in which many theosophists and students of mysticism have indulged during the last few years in their endeavor, as they imagined, to work out a complete system of thought from the few facts previously communicated to them. It is needless to explain that this book is not the Secret Doctrine in its entirety, but a select number of fragments of its fundamental tenets, special attention being paid to some facts which have been seized upon by various writers and distorted out of all resemblance to the truth. But it is perhaps desirable to state unequivocally that the teachings, however fragmentary and incomplete, contained in these volumes do not belong to the Hindu, the Zoroastrian, the Chaldean, or the Egyptian religion, nor to Buddhism, Islam, Judaism, or Christianity exclusively. The Secret Doctrine is the essence of all these. Sprung from it in their origins, the various religious schemes are now made to merge back into their original element, out of which every mystery and dogma has grown, developed, and become materialized. It is more than probable that the book will be regarded by a large section of the public as a romance of the wildest kind. For who has ever heard of the Book of Tizian? The writer, therefore, is fully prepared to take all the responsibility for what is contained in this work, and even to face the charge of having invented the whole of it. That it has many shortcomings, she is fully aware. All that she claims for it is that, romantic as it may seem to many, its logical coherence and consistency entitle this new Genesis to rank, at any rate on a level with the working hypothesis so freely accepted by modern science. Further, it claims consideration not by reason of any appeal to dogmatic authority, but because it closely adheres to nature and follows the laws of uniformity and analogy. The aim of this work may be thus stated: to show that nature is not a fortuitous concurrence of atoms, and to assign to man his rightful place in the scheme of the universe, to rescue from degradation the archaic truths which are the basis of all religions, to uncover, to some extent, the fundamental unity from which they all spring. Finally, to show that the occult side of nature has never been approached by the science of modern civilization. If this is in any degree accomplished, the writer is content. It is written in the service of humanity, and by humanity and the future generations it must be judged. Its author recognizes no inferior court of appeal. Abuse she is accustomed to. Calumny she is daily acquainted with. At slander she smiles in silent contempt. De minimis non curat lex. HPB, London, October 1888. Preface to the third and revised edition. In preparing this edition for the press, we have striven to correct minor points of detail in literary form, without touching at all more important matters. Had H.P. Blavatsky lived to issue the new edition, she would doubtless have corrected and enlarged it to a very considerable extent. That this is not done is one of the many minor losses caused by the one great loss. Awkward phrases due to imperfect knowledge of English have been corrected. Most of the quotations have been verified and exact references given, a work involving great labor, as the references in the previous editions were often very loose. A uniform system of transliteration for Sanskrit words has been adopted. Rejecting the form most favored by Western Orientalists as being misleading to the general reader, we have given to the consonants not present in our English alphabet combinations that approximately express their sound values, and we have carefully inserted quantities wherever they occur on the vowels. In a few instances, we have incorporated notes in the text, but this has been very sparingly done and only when they obviously formed part of it. We have added a copious index for the assistance of students and have bound it separately so that reference to it may be facilitated. For the great labor in this, we and all students are the debtors of Mr. A. J. Faulding. Annie Besant, G.R.S. Mead, London, 1893. Introductory. Gently to hear, kindly to judge. Shakespeare. Since the appearance of theosophical literature in England, it has become customary to call its teachings esoteric Buddhism. And having become a habit, as an old proverb based on daily experience has it, error runs down an inclined plane while truth has to laboriously climb its way up the hill. Old truisms are often the wisest. The human mind can hardly remain entirely free from bias, and decisive opinions are often formed before a thorough examination of a subject from all its aspects has been made. This is said with reference to the prevailing double mistake, A, of limiting theosophy to Buddhism, and B, of confounding the tenets of the religious philosophy preached by Gautama, the Buddha, with the doctrines broadly outlined in esoteric Buddhism. Anything more erroneous than this could hardly be imagined. It has enabled our enemies to find an effective weapon against theosophy, because, as an eminent Pali scholar very pointedly expressed it, there was in the volume named neither esotericism nor Buddhism. The esoteric truths presented in Mr. Sinnett's work ceased to be esoteric from the moment they were made public. Nor did the book contain the religion of Buddha, but simply a few tenets from a hitherto hidden teaching, which are now explained and supplemented by many more in the present volumes. And even the latter, though giving out many fundamental tenets from the secret doctrine of the East, raise but a small corner of the dark veil, for no one, not even the greatest living adept, would be permitted to, or could, even if he would, give out promiscuously to a mocking, unbelieving world that which has been so effectually concealed from it for eons and ages. Esoteric Buddhism was an excellent work with a very unfortunate title, though it meant no more than does the title of this work, The Secret Doctrine. It proved unfortunate because people are always in the habit of judging things by their appearance rather than by their meaning, and because the error has now become so universal that even most of the fellows of the Theosophical Society have fallen victims to the same misconception. From the first, however, protests were raised by Brahmins and others against the title, and in justice to myself, I must add that Esoteric Buddhism was presented to me as a completed volume, and that I was entirely unaware of the manner in which the author intended to spell the word Buddhism. This has to be laid directly at the door of those who, having been the first to bring the subject under public notice, neglected to point out the difference between Buddhism, the religious system of ethics preached by the Lord Gautama, and so named from his title of Buddha, the enlightened, and Buddhism, from Buddha, wisdom or knowledge, vidya, the faculty of cognizing, from the Sanskrit root bud, to know. We Theosophists of India are ourselves the real culprits, although at the time we did our best to correct the mistake. To avoid this deplorable misnomer was easy. The spelling of the word had only to be altered, and by common consent both pronounced and written Buddhism instead of Buddhism. Nor is the latter term correctly spelt and pronounced, as it ought to be called in English Buddhism, and its votaries Buddhists. This explanation is absolutely necessary at the beginning of a work like the present. The wisdom religion is the inheritance of all the nations the world over, in spite of the statement made in esoteric Buddhism that 2 years ago, i.e. in 1883, neither I nor any other European living knew the alphabet of the science, here for the first time put into a scientific shape, etc. This error must have crept in through inadvertence. The present writer knew all that is divulged in esoteric Buddhism and much more, many years before it became her duty, in 1880, to impart a small portion of the secret doctrine to 2 European gentlemen, one of whom was the author of esoteric Buddhism. And surely the present writer has the undoubted, though to her rather equivocal, privilege of being a European by birth and education. Moreover, a considerable part of the philosophy expounded by Mr. Sennett was taught in America, even before Isis Unveiled was published, to 2 Europeans and to my colleague, Colonel H.S. Alcott. Of the 3 teachers the latter gentleman has had, the first was a Hungarian initiate, the second an Egyptian, the third a Hindu. As permitted, Colonel Alcott has given out some of this teaching in various ways. If the other 2 have not, it has been simply because they were not allowed, their time for public work having not yet come. But the others it has, and the appearance of Mr. Sennett's several interesting books is a visible proof of the fact. Moreover, it is above everything important to keep in mind that no theosophical book acquires the least additional value from pretended authority. Adai, or Adai Buddha, the One, or the First, and Supreme Wisdom, is a term used by Arya Sangha in his secret treatises, and now by all the mystic northern Buddhists. It is a Sanskrit term, and an appellation given by the earliest Aryans to the unknown deity, the word Brahma not being found in the Vedas and the early works. It means the absolute wisdom. And Adibhuta is translated by Fitz Ward Hall, the primeval uncreated cause of all. Aeons of untold duration must have elapsed before the epithet of Buddha was so humanized, so to speak, as to allow of the term being applied to mortals and finally appropriated to one whose unparalleled virtues and knowledge caused him to receive the title of the Buddha of wisdom unmoved. Bodha means the innate possession of divine intellect or understanding, Buddha, the acquirement of it by personal effects and merit, while Buddhai is the faculty of cognizing, the channel through which divine knowledge reaches the ego, the discernment of good and evil, also divine conscience, and the spiritual soul, which is the vehicle of Atma. When Buddhai absorbs our egotism, destroys it, with all its vikaras, Avalokiteshvara becomes manifested to us, and nirvana, or mukti, is reached. Mukti being the same as nirvana, i.e. freedom from the trammels of maya, or illusion. Bodhi is likewise the name of a particular state of trance condition, called samadhi, during which the subject reaches the culmination of spiritual knowledge. Unwise are those who, in their blind and, in our age, untimely hatred of Buddhism, and by reaction of Buddhism, deny its esoteric teachings, which are those also of the Brahmins, simply because the name suggests what to them, as monotheists, are noxious doctrines. Unwise is the correct term to use in their case. For in this age of crass and illogical materialism, the esoteric philosophy alone is calculated to withstand the repeated attacks on all and everything man holds most dear and sacred in his inner spiritual life. The true philosopher, the student of esoteric wisdom, entirely loses sight of personalities, dogmatic beliefs, and special religions. Moreover, esoteric philosophy reconciles all religions, strips every one of its outward human garments, and shows the root of each to be identical with that of every other great religion. It proves the necessity of a divine absolute principle in nature. It denies deity no more than it does the sun. Esoteric philosophy has never rejected God in nature, nor deity as the absolute and abstract ends. It only refuses to accept any of the gods of the so-called monotheistic religions, gods created by man in his own image and likeness, a blasphemous and sorry caricature of the ever unknowable. Furthermore, the records we mean to place before the reader embrace the esoteric tenets of the whole world since the beginning of our humanity, and Buddhistic occultism occupies therein only its legitimate place, and no more. Indeed, the secret portions of the Dan or Dhyana of Gautama's metaphysics, grand as they appear to one unacquainted with the tenets of the wisdom religion of antiquity, are but a very small portion of the whole. The Hindu reformer limited his public teachings to the purely moral and physiological aspect of the wisdom religion, to ethics and man alone. Things unseen and incorporeal, the mysteries of being outside our terrestrial sphere, the great teacher left entirely untouched in his public lectures, reserving the hidden truths for a select circle of his arhats. The latter received their initiation at the famous Saptaparna cave, the Satapani and Mahavansa near Mount Babar, the Webhara of the Pali MSS. This cave was in Rajagriha, the ancient capital of Magadha, and was the Cheta cave of Fehan, as is rightly suspected by some archaeologists. Time and human imagination made short work of the purity and philosophy of these teachings. Once that they were transplanted from the secret and sacred circle of the Arhats, during the course on their work of proselytism, into a soil less prepared for metaphysical conceptions than India. Once they were transferred into China, Japan, Siam, and Burma. How the pristine purity of these grand revelations was dealt with may be seen in studying some of the so-called esoteric Buddhist schools of antiquity in their modern garb, not only in China and other Buddhist countries in general, but even in not a few schools of Tibet, which have been left to the care of the uninitiated lamas and Mongolian innovators. Thus, the reader is asked to bear in mind the very important differences between Orthodox Buddhism, i.e. the public teachings of Gautama, the Buddha, and his esoteric Buddhism. His secret doctrine, however, differed in no wise from that of the initiated Brahmins of his day. The Buddha was a child of Aryan soil, a born Hindu, a Kshatriya, and a disciple of the twice-born, the initiated Brahmins or Devas. His teachings, therefore, could not be different from their doctrines, for the whole Buddhist reform consisted merely in giving out a portion of that which had been kept secret from every man outside the enchanted circles of the ascetics and temple initiates. Unable, owing to his pledges, to teach all that had been imparted to him, though the Buddha taught a philosophy built upon the groundwork of the true esoteric knowledge, he gave to the world only its outward material body and kept its soul for his elect. Many Chinese scholars among Orientalists have heard of the soul doctrine. None seem to have understood its real meaning and importance. That doctrine was preserved secretly, too secretly perhaps, within the sanctuary. The mystery that shrouded its chief dogma and aspiration, nirvana, has so tried and irritated the curiosity of those scholars who have studied it that, unable to solve it logically and satisfactorily, by untying its Gordian knot, they have cut it through by declaring that nirvana means absolute annihilation. Toward the end of the first quarter of this century, a distinct class of literature appeared in the world, which with every year became more defined in its tendency. Being based soi disant on the scholarly researchers of the Sanskritists and Orientalists in general, it was considered scientific. Hindu, Egyptian, and other ancient religions, myths, and emblems were made to yield anything the symbologist wanted them to yield, and thus often the rude outward form was given out in place of the inner meaning. Works most remarkable for their ingenious deductions and speculations, circulo vicioso, foregone conclusions generally taking the place of premises in the syllogisms of more than one Sanskrit and Pali scholar, appeared rapidly in succession, overflooding the libraries with dissertations on phallic and sexual worship rather than on real symbology, and each contradicting the other. This is the true reason, perhaps, why the outline of a few fundamental truths from the secret doctrine of the archaic ages is now permitted to see the light, after long millenniums of the most profound silence and secrecy. I say advisedly a few truths because that which must remain unsaid could not be contained in 100 such volumes, nor could it be imparted to the present generation of Sadducees. But even the little that is now given is better than complete silence upon these vital truths. The world of today, in its mad career towards the unknown, which the physicist is too ready to confound with the unknowable, whenever the problem eludes his grasp, is rapidly progressing on the reverse plane to that of spirituality. It has now become a vast arena, a true valley of discord and of eternal strife. A necropolis, wherein lie buried the highest and most holy aspirations of our spirit soul. That soul becomes with every new generation more paralyzed and atrophied. The amiable infidels and accomplished profligates of society spoken of by Greeley care little for the revival of the dead sciences of the past, but there is a fair minority of earnest students who are entitled to learn the few truths that may be given to them now, and now much more than 10 years ago, when Isis Unveiled appeared, or even when the later attempts to explain the mysteries of esoteric science were published. One of the greatest and perhaps the most serious objection to the correctness and reliability of the whole work will be the preliminary stanzas. How can the statements contained in them be verified? True, though a great portion of the Sanskrit, Chinese, and Mongolian works quoted in the present volumes is known to some Orientalists, yet the chief work, that one from which the stanzas are given, is not in the possession of European libraries. The Book of Dzyan, or Dzan, is utterly unknown to our philologists, or at any rate was never heard of them under its present name. This is, of course, a great drawback to those who follow the methods of research prescribed by official science. But to students of occultism and to every genuine occultist, this will be of little moment. The main body of the doctrines given, however, is found scattered throughout hundreds and thousands of Sanskrit MSS. Some already translated, disfigured in their interpretations, as usual, others still waiting their turn. Every scholar, therefore, has an opportunity of verifying the statements herein made, and of checking most of the quotations. A few new facts, new to the profane Orientalist only, and passages quoted from the commentaries will be found difficult to trace. Several of the teachings have also hitherto been transmitted orally, yet even these in every instance are hinted at in the almost countless volumes of Brahmanical, Chinese, and Tibetan temple literature. However it may be, and whatsoever is in store for the writer through malevolent criticism, one fact is quite certain. The members of several esoteric schools, the seat of which is beyond the Himalayas, and whose ramifications may be found in China, Japan, India, Tibet, and even in Syria, and also South America, claim to have in their possession the sum total of sacred and philosophical works in MSS, and print all the works, in fact, that have ever been written, in whatever language or character since the art of writing began, from the ideographic hieroglyphs down to the alphabet of Cadmus and the Devanagari. It has been constantly claimed that, ever since the destruction of the Alexandrian library, every work of a character that might lead the profane to the ultimate discovery and comprehension of some of the mysteries of the secret science, owing to the combined efforts of the members of these brotherhoods, has been diligently searched for. It is added, moreover, by those who know, that once found all such works were destroyed, save 3 copies of each which were preserved and safely stored away. In India, the last of these precious manuscripts were secured and hidden during the reign of Emperor Akbar. Professor Max Muller shows that no bribes or threats of Akbar could extort the original text of the Vedas from the Brahmins, and yet boasts that European Orientalists have it. That Europe has the complete text is exceedingly doubtful, and the future may have very disagreeable surprises in store for the Orientalists. It is maintained, furthermore, that every sacred book of this kind, the text of which was not sufficiently veiled in symbolism, or which had any direct references to the ancient mysteries, was first carefully copied in cryptographic characters, such as to defy the art of the best and cleverest paleographer, and then destroyed to the last copy. During Akbar's reign, some fanatical courtiers, displeased at the emperor's sinful prying into the religions of the infidels themselves, helped the Brahmins to conceal their MSS. Such was Badoni, who had an undisguised horror of Akbar's mania for idolatrous religions. Badaoni, in his Muntakab at Tawarik, writes, "As they, the Shramana and Brahmins, surpass other learned men in their treatises on morals and on physical and religious sciences, and reach a high degree in their knowledge of the future, in spiritual power and human perfection, they brought proofs based on reason and testimony, and inculcated their doctrines so firmly that no man could raise a doubt in his majesty even if mountains were to crumble to dust, or the heavens were to tear asunder. His Majesty relished inquiries into the sex of these infidels, who cannot be counted, so numerous they are, and who have had no end of revealed books. This work was kept secret and was not published till the reign of Jahangir. Moreover, in all the large and wealthy lamasseries, there are subterranean crypts and cave libraries cut in the rock whenever the Gompa and Langkang are situated in the mountains. Beyond the western Zedam and the solitary passes of Kunlun, there are several such hiding places. Along the ridge of Altan Tag, whose soil no European foot has ever trodden so far, there exists a certain hamlet, lost in a deep gorge. It is a small cluster of houses, a hamlet rather than a monastery, with a poor-looking temple in it, and one old lama, a hermit, living nearby to watch it. Pilgrims say that the subterranean galleries and halls under it contain a collection of books, the number of which, according to the accounts given, is too large to find room even in the British Museum. According to the same tradition, the now desolate regions of the waterless land of Tarim, a veritable wilderness in the heart of Turkestan, were in days of old covered with flourishing and wealthy cities. At present, a few verdant oases only relieve its dread solitude. One such, carpeting the sepulchre of a vast city buried under the sandy soil of the desert, belongs to no one, but is often visited by Mongolians and Buddhists. The tradition also speaks of immense subterranean abodes, of large corridors filled with tiles and cylinders. It may be an idle rumor, and it may be an actual fact. All this will timely provoke a smile of doubt. But before the reader rejects the truthfulness of the reports, let him pause and reflect over the following well-known facts. The collective researches of Orientalists, and especially of late years the labors of students of comparative philology and the science of religion, have enabled them to ascertain that an incalculable number of MSS, and even of printed works known to have existed are now to be no more found. They have disappeared without leaving the slightest trace behind. Were they works of no importance, they might, in the natural course of time, have been left to perish, and their very names would have been obliterated from human memory. But this is not so, for, as now ascertained, most of them contain the true keys to works still extant, and now entirely incomprehensible for the greater portion of the readers, without these additional volumes of commentaries and explanations. Such, for instance, are the works of Lao Tse, the predecessor of Confucius. He is said to have written 930 books on ethics and religions, and 70 on magic, 1,000 in all. His great work, however, the Tao Te King, the heart of his doctrine, and the sacred scripture of the Tao Tse, has in it, as Stanislaus Julian shows, only about 5,000 words, hardly a dozen pages. Yet Professor Max Muller finds that the text is unintelligible without commentaries, so that M. Julian had to consult more than 60 commentators for the purpose of his translation, the earliest going back as far as the year 163 BC, and not earlier, as we see. During the 4 centuries and a half that preceded the earliest of the commentators, there was ample time to veil the true Lao Tse doctrine from all but his initiated priests. The Japanese, among whom are now to be found the most learned of the priests and followers of Lao Tse, simply laugh at the blunders and hypotheses of European Chinese scholars, and tradition affirms that the commentaries to which our Western sinologues have access are not the real occult records, but intentional veils, and that the true commentaries, as well as almost all the texts, have long disappeared from the eyes of the profane. Of the works of Confucius, we read, if we turn to China, we find that the religion of Confucius is founded on the 5 King and the 4 Shu books, in themselves of considerable extent and surrounded by voluminous commentaries, without which even the most learned scholars would not venture to fathom the depth of their sacred canon. But they have not fathomed it, and this is the complaint of the Confucianists, as a very learned member of that body in Paris complained in 1881. If our scholars turn to the ancient literature of the Semitic religions, to the scriptures of Chaldea, the elder sister and instructress, if not the fountainhead of the Mosaic Bible, the basis and starting point of Christianity, what do they find? To perpetuate the memory of the ancient religions of Babylon, to record the vast cycle of astronomical observations of the Chaldean Magi, to justify the tradition of their splendid and preeminently occult literature. What now remains? Only a few fragments which are said to be by Berosus. These, however, are almost valueless, even as a clue to the character of what has disappeared, for they pass through the hands of His Reverence the Bishop of Caesarea, that self-constituted censor and editor of the sacred records of other men's religions, and they doubtless to this day bear the mark of his enmity, voracious and trustworthy hand. For what is the history of this treatise on the once grand religion of Babylon? It was written in Greek for Alexander the Great by Berosus, a priest of the temple of Belus. From the astronomical and chronological records preserved by the priests of that temple, records covering a period of 200,000 years, and is now lost. In the 1st century BC, Alexander Polyhistor made a series of extracts from it, which are also lost. Eusebius, 270 to 340 AD, used these extracts in writing his Chronicon. The points of resemblance, almost of identity, between the Jewish and the Chaldean scriptures made the latter most dangerous to Eusebius in his role of defender and champion of the new faith, which had adopted the former scriptures and together with them an absurd chronology. Now it is pretty certain that Eusebius did not spare the Egyptian synchronistic tables of Manetho, so much so that Bunsen charges him with mutilating history most unscrupulously, and Socrates, a historian of the 5th century, and Syncellus, the vice-patriarch of Constantinople in the beginning of the 8th, denounce him as the most daring and desperate forger. It is likely, then, that he dealt more tenderly with the Chaldean records which were already menacing the new religion, so rashly accepted, so that with the exception of these more than doubtful fragments, the entire Chaldean sacred literature has disappeared from the eyes of the profane as completely as the lost Atlantis. A few facts that were contained in the Barosian history are given later on, and may throw great light on the true origin of the fallen angels personified by Bel and the dragon. Turning now to the oldest specimen of Aryan literature, the Rig Veda, the student, if he strictly follows in this the data furnished by the Orientalists themselves, will find that although the Rig Veda contains only about 10,580 verses, or 1,028 hymns, yet in spite of the Brahmanas and the mass of glosses and commentaries, it is not understood correctly to this day. Why is this so? Evidently because the Brahmanas, the scholastic and oldest treatises on the primitive hymns, themselves require a key, which the Orientalists have failed to secure. What again do the scholars say of Buddhist literature? Do they possess it in its completeness? Assuredly not. Notwithstanding the 325 volumes of the Kanjur and Tanjur of the northern Buddhists, each volume, we are told, weighing from 4 to 5 pounds, nothing, in truth, is known of real Lamaism. Yet the sacred canon is said in the Siddharma Lankara to contain 29,368,000 letters, or exclusive of treatises and commentaries, 5 or 6 times the amount of matter contained in the Bible, which, as Professor Max Muller states, rejoices in only 3,567,180 letters. Notwithstanding, then, these 325 volumes, in reality there are 333, the Kanjur comprising 108 and the Tanjur 225 volumes, the translators, instead of supplying us with correct versions, have interwoven them with their own commentaries, for the purpose of justifying the dogmas of their several schools. Moreover, according to a tradition preserved by the Buddhist schools, both of the South and of the North, the sacred Buddhist canon comprised originally 80,000 or 84,000 tracts, but most of them were lost so that there remained but 6,000, as the professor tells his audience. Lost, as usual, for Europeans. But who can be quite sure that they are likewise lost for Buddhists and Brahmins? Considering the reverence of the Buddhists for every line written upon Buddha and the good law, the loss of nearly 76,000 tracts does seem miraculous. Had it been vice versa, everyone acquainted with the natural course of events would subscribe to the statement that of these 76,000, 5,000, or 6,000 treatises might have been destroyed during the persecutions in and emigrations from India. But as it is well ascertained that the Buddhist Arhats began their religious exodus for the purpose of propagating the new faith beyond Kashmir and the Himalayas as early as the year 300 before our era, and reached China in the year 61 AD, when Kashyapa, at the invitation of the Emperor Ming-Ti, went there to acquaint the Son of Heaven with the tenets of Buddhism, it does seem strange to hear the Orientalists speaking of such a loss as though it were really possible. They do not seem to allow for one moment the possibility that the text may be lost only for the West and for themselves, or that the Asiatic people should have the unparalleled boldness to keep their most sacred records out of the reach of foreigners, thus refusing to deliver them to the profanation and misuse even of races so vastly superior to themselves. Judging by the expressed regrets and numerous confessions of almost every one of the Orientalists, the public may feel sufficiently sure, A, that the students of ancient religions have indeed very few data upon which to build such final conclusions as they generally do about the old faiths, and B, but such lack of data does not in the least prevent them from dogmatizing. One would imagine that thanks to the numerous records of the Egyptian theogony and mysteries, preserved in the classics and in a number of ancient writers, the rites and dogmas of pharaonic Egypt, at least, ought to be well understood, better at any rate than the two abstruse philosophies and pantheism of India, of whose religion and language Europe had hardly any idea before the beginning of the present century. Along the Nile and on the face of the whole country there stand to this hour, yearly and daily exhumed ever-fresh relics which eloquently tell their own history. Still it is not so. The learned Oxford philologist himself confesses the truth by saying, "We see still standing the pyramids and the ruins of temples and labyrinths, their walls covered with hieroglyphic inscriptions and with the strange pictures of gods and goddesses, on rolls of papyrus which seem to defy the ravages of time. We have even fragments of what may be called the sacred books of the Egyptians. Yet though much has been deciphered in the ancient records of the mysterious race, the mainspring of the religion of Egypt and the original intention of its ceremonial worship are far from being fully disclosed to us. Here again the mysterious hieroglyphic documents remain, but the keys by which alone they become intelligible have disappeared. In fact, so little acquainted are our greatest Egyptologists with the funeral rites of the Egyptians and the outward marks of the difference of sex on the mummies, that it has led to the most ludicrous mistakes. Only a year or two ago, one of this kind was discovered at Bulak, Cairo. The mummy of what was considered the wife of an unimportant pharaoh has, thanks to an inscription found on an amulet hung around its neck, turned out to be that of Sesostris, the greatest king of Egypt. Nevertheless, having found that there is a natural connection between language and religion, and that there was a common Aryan religion before the separation of the Aryan race, a common Semitic religion before the separation of the Semitic race, and a common Turanic religion before the separation of the Chinese and the other tribes belonging to the Turanian class, having in fact discovered only 3 ancient centers of religion and 3 centers of language, and though as entirely ignorant of those primitive religions and languages as of their origin, the professor does not hesitate to declare that a truly historical basis for a scientific treatment of the principal religions of the world has been gained. A scientific treatment of a subject is no guarantee for its historical basis, and with such scarcity of data on hand, no philologist, even among the most eminent, is justified in giving out his own conclusions for historical facts. No doubt the eminent Orientalist has thoroughly proved to the world's satisfaction that, according to the phonetic rules of Grimm's Law, Odin and Buddha are 2 different personages, quite distinct from each other, and has proved it scientifically. When, however, he takes the opportunity of saying in the same breath that Odin was worshipped as the supreme deity during a period long anterior to the age of the Veda and of Homer, he has not the slightest historical basis for it, but makes history and fact subservient to his own conclusions, which may be very scientific in the sight of Oriental scholars, but yet very wide of the mark of actual truth. The conflicting views of the various eminent philologists and Orientalists, from Martin Hogg down to Professor Max Muller himself, on the subject of chronology, in the case of the Vedas, are an evident proof that the statement has no historical basis to stand upon, internal evidence being very often a jack-o'-lantern instead of a safe beacon to follow. Nor has the science of modern comparative mythology any better argument to bring forward to crush the contention of those learned writers who have insisted for the last century or so that there must have been fragments of a primeval revelation, granted to the ancestors of the whole race of mankind, preserved in the temples of Greece and Italy. For this is what all the Eastern initiates and pandits have been proclaiming to the world from time to time. And while a prominent Sinhalese priest assured the writer that it was well known that the most important tracts, belonging to the Buddhist sacred canon, were stored away in countries and places inaccessible to the European pandits, the late Swami Dayanand Sarasvati, the greatest Sanskritist of his day in India, assured some members of the Theosophical Society of the same fact with regard to ancient Brahmanical works. When told that Professor Max Muller had declared to the audiences of his lectures that the theory that there was a primeval preternatural revelation granted to the fathers of the human race finds but few supporters at present, the holy and learned man laughed. His answer was suggestive. If Mr. Max Muller, as he pronounced the name, were a Brahmin and came with me, I might take him to a Gupa cave, a secret crypt, near Okni Math in the Himalayas, where he would soon find out that what crossed the Kalapani, the black waters of the ocean, from India to Europe were only the bits of rejected copies of some passages from our sacred books. There was a primeval revelation, and it still exists, nor will it ever be lost to the world, but will reappear, though the Mikekas will of course have to wait. Questioned further on the point, he would say no more. This was at Meerut in 1880. No doubt the mystification played by the Brahmins upon Colonel Wilford and Sir William Jones in the last century at Calcutta was cruel, but it had been well deserved, and no one was more to blame in that affair than the missionaries and Colonel Wilford himself. The former, on the testimony of Sir William Jones himself, were silly enough to maintain that the Hindus were even now almost Christians, because their Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesha were no other than the Christian Trinity. It was a good lesson. It made the Oriental scholars doubly cautious. But perchance it also made some of them too shy, and, in its reaction, has caused the pendulum of foregone conclusions to swing too much the other way. For that first supply from the Brahmanical market, in answer to the demand of Colonel Wilford, has now created an evident necessity and desire in the Orientalists to declare nearly every archaic Sanskrit manuscript so modern as to give the missionaries full justification for availing themselves of their opportunity. That they do so, and to the full extent of their mental powers, is shown by the absurd attempts of late to prove that the whole Puranic story of Krishna was plagiarized by the Brahmins from the Bible. But the facts cited by the Oxford professor in his lectures concerning the now famous interpolations, for the benefit and later on to the sorrow of Colonel Wilford, do not at all interfere with the conclusions to which one who studies the secret doctrine must avoidably come. For, if the results show that neither the New nor even the Old Testament borrowed anything from the more ancient religion of the Brahmins and Buddhists, it does not follow that the Jews have not borrowed all they knew from the Chaldean records, the latter being mutilated later on by Eusebius. As to the Chaldeans, they assuredly got their primitive learning from the Brahmins, for Rawlinson shows an undeniably Vedic influence in the early mythology of Babylon, and Colonel Vance Kennedy has long ago justly declared that Babylonia was, from her origin, the seat of Sanskrit and Brahmin learning. But all such proofs must lose their value in the presence of the latest theory worked out by Professor Max Muller. What it is, everyone knows. The Code of Phonetic Laws has now become a universal solvent for every identification and connection between the gods of many nations. Thus, though the mother of Mercury, Buddha, Thought, Hermes, etc., was Maya, the mother of Gautama Buddha, also Maya, and the mother of Jesus likewise Maya, illusion for Mary is Mer, the sea, the great illusion symbolically, yet these three characters have no connection, nor can they have any since Bopp has laid down his code of phonetic laws. In their effort to collect together the many skeins of unwritten history, it is a bold step for our Orientalists to take, to deny a priori everything that does not dovetail with their special conclusions. Thus, while new discoveries are daily made of great arts and sciences having existed far back in the night of time, Yet even the knowledge of writing is refused to some of the most ancient nations, and they are credited with barbarism instead of culture. Nevertheless, traces of an immense civilization, even in Central Asia, are still to be found. This civilization is undeniably prehistoric. And how can there be civilization without a literature in some form, without annals or chronicles? Common sense alone ought to supplement the broken links in the history of departed nations. The gigantic and unbroken wall of the mountains that hem in the whole tableland of Tibet, from the upper course of the river Kuan Ke down to the Karakoram Hills, witnessed a civilization during millenniums of years and should have strange secrets to tell mankind. The eastern and central portions of these regions, the Nanchan and the Altan Tag, were once upon a time covered with cities that could well vie with Babylon. A whole geological period has swept over the land since those cities breathed their last, as the mounds of shifting sand and the sterile and now dead soil of the immense central plains of the basin of Tarim testify. The borderlands alone are superficially known to the traveler. Within those tablelands of sand there is water, and fresh oases are found blooming there, wherein no European foot has ever yet ventured, or trodden the now treacherous soil. Among these verdant oases there are some which are entirely inaccessible even to the profane native traveler. Hurricanes may tear up the sands and sweep whole plains away. They are powerless to destroy that which is beyond their reach. Built deep in the bowels of the earth, the subterranean stores are secure, and as their entrances are concealed, there is little fear that anyone would discover them, even should several armies invade the sandy wastes where not a pool, not a bush, not a house is seen, and the mountain range forms a rugged screen round the parched flats of the dry desert. But there is no need to send the reader across the desert, when the same proofs of ancient civilization are found even in contemplatively populated regions of the same country. The oasis of Churchin, for instance, situated about 4,000 feet above the level of the river Churchindaria, is now surrounded in every direction by the ruins of archaic towns and cities. There are some 3,000 human beings represent the relics of about 100 extinct nations and races, the very names of which are now unknown to our ethnologists. An anthropologist would feel more than embarrassed to class, divide, and subdivide them, the more so as the respective descendants of all these antediluvian races and tribes themselves know as little of their own forefathers as if they had fallen from the moon. When questioned about their origin, they reply that they know not whence their fathers had come, but had heard that their first or earliest men were ruled by great genii of these deserts. This may be put down to ignorance and superstition, yet, in the view of the teachings of the Secret Doctrine, the answer may be based upon primeval tradition. Alone the tribe of Khorasan claims to have come from what is now known as Afghanistan long before the days of Alexander, and Briggs' legendary lore to that effect in corroboration. The Russian traveler, Colonel, now General, Przewalski, found quite close to the oasis of Chechern the ruins of two enormous cities, the oldest of which, according to the local tradition, was destroyed 3,000 years ago by a hero and giant, and the other by Mongolians in the 10th century of our era. The emplacement of the two cities is now covered, owing to shifting sands and the desert wind, with strange and heterogeneous relics, with broken china and kitchen utensils and human bones. The natives often find copper and gold coins, melted silver ingots, diamonds and turquoises, and what is the most remarkable, broken glass. Coffins of some undecaying wood or material also, within which beautifully preserved embalmed bodies are found. The male mummies are all extremely tall, powerfully built men with long wavy hair. A vault was found with 12 dead men sitting in it. Another time, in a separate coffin, a young girl was discovered by us. Her eyes were closed with golden discs. and the jaw is held firm by a golden circlet running from under the chin across the top of the head. Clad in a narrow woolen garment, her bosom was covered with golden stars, the feet being left naked. To this, the famous traveler adds that all along their way on the river Churchen, they heard legends about 23 towns buried ages ago by the shifting sands of the deserts. The same tradition exists on the Lobnar and in the oasis of Kurnia. The traces of such civilization and these and like traditions give us the right to credit other legendary lore, warranted by well-educated and learned natives of India and Mongolia who speak of immense libraries reclaimed from the sand, together with various relics of ancient magic lore which have all been safely stowed away. To recapitulate, the secret doctrine was the universally diffused religion of the ancient and prehistoric world. Proofs of its diffusion, authentic records of its history, a complete chain of documents showing its character and presence in every land, together with the teaching of all its great adepts, exist to this day in the secret crypts of libraries belonging to the occult fraternity. This statement is rendered more credible by a consideration of the following facts. The tradition of the thousands of ancient parchments saved when the Alexandrian library was destroyed, the thousands of Sanskrit words which disappeared in India in the reign of Akbar, the universal tradition in China and Japan that the true ancient texts with the commentaries, which alone make them comprehensible, amounting to many thousands of volumes, have long passed out of the reach of profane hands. The disappearance of the vast sacred and occult literature of Babylon, the loss of those keys which alone could solve the 1,000 riddles of the Egyptian hieroglyphic records. The tradition in India that the real secret commentaries which alone make the Vedas intelligible, though no longer visible to profane eyes, still remain for the initiate, hidden in secret caves and crypts, and an identical belief among the Buddhists with regard to their secret books. The occultists assert that all these exist, safe from Western spoliating hands, to reappear in some more enlightened age, for which, in the words of the late Swami Dayanand Sarasvati, the Mlekakas, outcasts, savages, those beyond the pale of Aryan civilization, will have to wait. For it is not the fault of the initiates that these documents are now lost to the profane, nor was it their policy, dictated by selfishness, or any desire to monopolize the life-giving sacred lore. There were portions of the secret science that for incalculable ages had to remain concealed from the profane gaze. But this was because the imparting to the unprepared multitude secrets of such tremendous importance was equivalent to giving a child a lighted candle in a powder magazine. The answer to a question which has frequently arisen in the minds of students when meeting with statements such as this may well be outlined here. We can understand, they say, the necessity for concealing from the herd such secrets as the vril, or the rock-destroying force discovered by J.W. Keeley of Philadelphia, but we cannot understand how any danger could arise from the revelation of such a purely philosophical doctrine, for instance as the evolution of the planetary chains. The danger was that such doctrines as the planetary chain, or the 7 races, at once give a clue to the 7-fold nature of man, for each principle is correlated to a plane, a planet, and a race, and the human principles are, on every plane, correlated to 7-fold occult forces, those of the higher planes being of tremendous power, so that any septenary division at once gives a clue to tremendous occult powers, the abuse of which would cause incalculable evil to humanity, a clue which is perhaps no clue to the present generation, especially to Westerns, protected as they are by their very blindness and ignorant materialistic disbelief in the occult, but a clue which would, nevertheless, have been very real in the early centuries of the Christian era, to people fully convinced of the reality of occultism, and entering a cycle of degradation which made them rife for abuse of occult powers and sorcery of the worst description. The documents were concealed, it is true, but the knowledge itself and its actual existence was never made a secret of by the hierophants of the temples, wherein the mysteries have ever been made a discipline and stimulus to virtue. This is very old news, and was repeatedly made known by the great adepts, from Pythagoras and Plato down to the Neoplatonists. It was the new religion of the Nazarenes that wrought a change for the worse in the policy of centuries. Moreover, there is a well-known fact, a very curious one, corroborated to the writer by a reverend gentleman attached for years to a Russian embassy, that there are several documents in the St. Petersburg Imperial Libraries to show that, even so late as the days when Freemasonry and secret societies of mystics flourished without hindrance in Russia, namely at the end of the last and beginning of the present century, more than one Russian mystic traveled to Tibet via the Ural Mountains in search of knowledge and initiation in the unknown crypts of Central Asia. And more than one returned years later with a rich store of information such as could never have been given him anywhere in Europe. Several cases could be cited and well-known names brought forward, but for the fact that such publicity might annoy the surviving relatives of the late initiatives referred to. Several cases could be cited and well-known names brought forward, but for the fact that such publicity might annoy the surviving relatives of the late initiates referred to. Let anyone look over the annals and history of Freemasonry and the archives of the Russian metropolis, and he will assure himself of the fact above stated. This is corroboration of what has been stated many times before, unfortunately, too indiscreetly. Instead of benefiting humanity, the virulent changes of deliberate invention and imposture with a purpose, hurled at those who asserted a veritable, even if a little-known fact, have only generated bad karma for the slanderers. But now the mischief is done, and truth should no longer be denied, whatever the consequences. Is theosophy a new religion, we are asked? By no means. It is not a religion, nor is its philosophy new. For as already stated, it is as old as thinking man. Its tenets are now not published for the first time, but have been cautiously given out to and taught by more than one European initiate, especially by the late Ragon. More than one great scholar has stated that there never was a religious founder, whether Aryan, Semitic, or Turanian, who had invented a new religion or revealed a new truth. These founders were all transmitters, not original teachers. They were the authors of new forms and interpretations, while the truths upon which their teachings were based were old as mankind. Thus, out of the many truths revealed orally to man in the beginning, preserved and perpetuated in the Adita of the temples through initiation, during the mysteries and by personal transmission, they selected one or more such grand verities, actualities visible only to the eye of the real sage and seer, and revealed them to the masses. Thus, every nation received in its turn some of the said truths, under the veil of its own local and special symbolism, which, as time went on, developed into a more or less philosophical cultus, a pantheon in mythical disguise. Therefore is Confucius, a very ancient legislator in historical chronology, though a very modern sage in the world's history, shown by Dr. Legge, to be emphatically a transmitter, not a maker. As he himself says, I only hand on. I cannot create new things. I believe in the ancients, and therefore I love them. The writer loves them too, and therefore believes in these ancients, and the modern heirs to their wisdom. And believing in both, she now transmits that which she has received and learnt herself, to all those who will accept it. As to those who may reject her testimony, the great majority, she will bear them no malice, for they will be as right in their way of denying as she is right in hers in affirming, since they look at truth from two entirely different standpoints. Agreeably with the rules of critical scholarship, The Orientalist has to reject a priori whatever evidence he cannot fully verify for himself. And how can a Western scholar accept on hearsay that which he knows nothing about? Indeed, that which is given in these volumes is selected from oral as much as from written teachings. The first installment of the esoteric doctrines is based upon stanzas, which are the records of a people unknown to ethnology. They are written, it is claimed, in a tongue absent from the nomenclature of languages and dialects with which philosophy is acquainted, are said to emanate from a source repudiated by science, to wit, occultism, and finally they are offered through an agency incessantly discredited before the world by all those who hate unwelcome truths, or have some special hobby of their own to defend. Therefore, the rejection of these teachings may be expected, and must be expected beforehand. No one styling himself a scholar in whatever department of exact science will permit himself to regard these teachings seriously. They will be derided and rejected a priori in this century, but only in this one. For the 20th century of our era, scholars will begin to recognize that the secret doctrine has neither been invented nor exaggerated, but on the contrary, simply outlined, and finally that its teachings antedate the Vedas. There is no pretension to prophecy, but simply a statement based on the knowledge of facts. Every century, an attempt is being made to show the world that occultism is no vain superstition. Once the door is permitted to remain a little ajar, it will be opened wider with every new century. The times are ripe for a more serious knowledge than hitherto permitted, though still, even now, very limited. For have not even the Vedas been derided, rejected, and called a modern forgery, even so recently as 50 years ago? Was not Sanskrit proclaimed at one time the progeny of and a dialect derived from the Greek, according to Lempriere and other scholars? About 1820, as Professor Max Muller tells us, the sacred books of the Brahmins, of the Magians, and of the Buddhists were all but unknown. Their very existence was doubted, and there was not a single scholar who could have translated a line of the Veda, of the Zendavesta, of the Buddhist Tripitaka, and now the Vedas are proved to be the work of the highest antiquity, whose preservation amounts almost to a marvel. The same will be said of the secret archaic doctrine, when undeniable proofs are given of its existence and records. But it will be centuries before much more is given from it. Speaking of the keys to the zodiacal mysteries as being almost lost to the world, it was remarked by the writer some 10 years ago in Isis Unveiled that the said key must be turned 7 times before the whole system is divulged. We will give it but one turn, and thereby allow the profane one glimpse into the mystery. Happy he who understands the whole. The same may be said of the whole esoteric system. One turn of the key, and no more, was given in Isis Unveiled. Much more is explained in these volumes. In those days, the writer hardly knew the language in which the work was written, and the disclosure of many things, freely spoken about now, was forbidden. In century the 20th, some disciple more informed and far better fitted may be sent by the masters of wisdom to give final and irrefutable proofs that there exists a science called Gupta Vidya, and that, like the once mysterious sources of the Nile, the source of all religions and philosophies now made known to the world has been for many ages forgotten and lost to men, but it is at last found. Such a work as this has to be introduced with no simple preface, but with a volume rather, one that would give facts, not mere disquisitions, since the secret doctrine is not a treatise or a series of vague theories, but contains all that can be given out to the world in this century. It would be worse than useless to publish in these pages even those portions of the esoteric teachings that have now escaped from confinement, unless the genuineness and authenticity, or at any rate the probability, of the existence of such teachings were first established. Such statements as now will be made have to be shown as warranted by various authorities, such as ancient philosophers, classical writers, and even certain learned church fathers, some of whom knew these doctrines because they had studied them, had seen and read works written upon them, and some of whom had even been personally initiated into the ancient mysteries, during the performance of which the arcane doctrines were allegorically enacted. The writer will have to give historical and trustworthy names, and to cite well-known authors, ancient and modern, of recognized ability, good judgment, and truthfulness, as also to name some of the famous proficients in the secret arts and science, together with the mysteries of the latter as they are divulged, or rather partially presented before the public in their strange archaic form. How is this to be done? What is the best way for achieving such an object? Has been the ever-recurring question. To make our plan clear, an illustration may be attempted. When a tourist, coming from a well-explored country, suddenly reaches the borderland of a terra incognita, hedged in and shut out from view by a very formidable barrier of impassable rocks, he may still refuse to acknowledge himself baffled in his exploratory plans. Ingress beyond is forbidden. But if he cannot visit the mysterious region personally, he may still find a means of examining it from as short a distance as can be arrived at. Helped by his knowledge of the landscapes left behind, he can get a general and pretty correct idea of the transmural view, if he will only climb to the loftiest summit of the altitudes in front of him. Once there, he can gaze at it at his leisure, comparing that which he dimly perceives with that which he has just left below, now that he is, thanks to his own efforts, beyond the line of the mists and the cloud-capped cliffs. Such a point of preliminary observation cannot in these 2 volumes be offered to those who would like to get a more correct understanding of the mysteries of the pre-archaic periods given in the texts. But if the reader has patience and will glance at the present state of beliefs and creeds in Europe, compare and check it with what is known to history of the ages directly preceding and following the Christian era, then he will find all this in a future volume of the present work. In the latter volume, a brief recapitulation will be made of all the principal adepts known to history, and the downfall of the mysteries will be described, after which began the disappearance and the systematic and final elimination from the memory of men of the real nature of initiation and the sacred science. From that time its teachings became occult, and magic sailed but too often under the venerable but frequently misleading name of Hermetic philosophy. As real occultism has been prevalent among the mystics during the centuries that preceded our era, so magic, or rather sorcery, with its occult arts, followed the beginning of Christianity. However great and zealous and the fanatical efforts during these early centuries to obliterate every trace of the mental and intellectual labor of the pagans, they were a failure. But the same spirit of the dark demon of bigotry and intolerance has ever since systematically perverted every bright page written in the pre-Christian periods. Even history, in her uncertain records, has preserved enough of that which has survived to throw an impartial light upon the whole. Let then the reader tarry a little while with the writer on the spot of observation selected. He is asked to give all his attention to that millennium of the pre-Christian and the post-Christian periods, divided by the year 1 of the Nativity. This event, whether historically correct or not, has nevertheless been made to serve as a first signal for the erection of manifold bulwarks against any possible return of, or even a glimpse into, the hated religions of the past. Hated and dreaded because throwing such a vivid light on the novel and intentionally veiled interpretation of what is now known as the New Dispensation. However superhuman the efforts of the early Christian fathers to obliterate the secret doctrine from the very memory of man, they all failed. Truth can never be killed, hence the failure to sweep away entirely from the face of the earth every vestige of that ancient wisdom, and to shackle and gag every witness who testified to it. Let one only think of the thousands, perhaps millions of MSS burnt, of monuments with their too indiscreet inscriptions and pictorial symbols pulverized to dust, of the bands of early hermits and ascetics roaming around among the ruined cities of Upper and Lower Egypt, in desert and mountain, valley and highland, seeking for and eager to destroy every obelisk and pillar, scroll or parchment they could lay their hands on, if only it bore the symbol of the Tao, or any other sign borrowed and appropriated by the new faith. And he will see plainly how it is that so little has remained of the records of the past. Verily, the fiendish spirit of fanaticism of early and medieval Christianity and of Islam has loved from the first to dwell in darkness and ignorance, and both have made the sun-like blood, the earth a tomb, the tomb a hell, and hell itself a murkier gloom. Both creeds have won their proselytes at this point of the sword. Both have built their churches on heaven-kissing hecatombs of human victims. Over the gateway of century 1 of our era, the ominous words, the karma of Israel, fatally glowed. Over the portals of our own, the future seer may discern other words that will point to the karma for cunningly made-up history, for events purposely perverted, and for great characters slandered by posterity, mangled out of recognition between the two cars of Jagannatha, bigotry, and materialism. One accepting too much, the other denying all. Wise is he who holds the golden midpoint, who believes in the eternal justice of things. Says Fazi Diwan, the witness to the wonderful speeches of a free thinker who belongs to 1,000 sects. In the assembly of the day of resurrection, when past things shall be forgiven, the sins of the Kaaba will be forgiven for the sake of the dust of Christian churches. To this, Professor Max Muller replies, the sins of Islam are as worthless as the dust of Christianity. On the day of resurrection, both Mohammedans and Christians will see the vanity of their religious doctrines. Men fight about religion on earth. In heaven they shall find out that there is only one true religion, the worship of God's Spirit. In other words, there is no religion or law higher than truth. Satyat Nasti Paro Dharma, the motto of the Maharaja of Benares, adopted by the Theosophical Society. As already said in the preface, the Secret Doctrine is not a version of Isis Unveiled as originally intended. It is rather a volume explanatory of the latter, and though entirely independent of the earlier work, an indispensable corollary to it. Much of what was in the former work could hardly be understood by theosophists in those days. The Secret Doctrine will now throw light on many a problem left unsolved in the first work, especially on the opening pages, which have never been understood. As it was concerned simply with the philosophies within historical times and the respective symbolism of the fallen nations, only a hurried glance could be thrown at the panorama of occultism in the 2 volumes of Isis. In the present work, detailed cosmogony and the evolution of the 4 races that preceded our 5th race, humanity are given, and now 2 large volumes explain that which was stated only on the first page of Isis Unveiled alone, and in a few allusions scattered hither and thither throughout that work. Nor can the vast catalogue of the archaic sciences be attempted in the present volumes, before we have disposed of such tremendous problems as cosmic and planetary evolution, and the gradual development of the mysterious humanities and races that preceded our Adamic humanity. Therefore, the present attempt to elucidate some mysteries of the esoteric philosophy has, in truth, nothing to do with the earlier work. The writer must be allowed to illustrate what is said by an instance. Volume 1 of Isis begins with a reference to an old book. so very old that our modern antiquarians might ponder over its pages an indefinite time, and still not quite agree as to the nature of the fabric upon which it is written. It is the only original copy now in existence, the most ancient Hebrew document on occult learning. The Sipra Zenuta was compiled from it, and that at a time when the former was already considered in the light of a literary relic. One of its illustrations represents the divine essence emanating from Adam, like a luminous arc proceeding to form a circle, and then, having attained the highest point of its circumference, the ineffable glory bends back again and returns to earth, bringing a higher type of humanity in its vortex. As it approaches nearer and nearer to our planet, the emanation becomes more and more shadowy until upon touching the ground it is as black as night. This very old book is the original work from which the many volumes of QT were compiled. Not only the latter and the Sipra Zeniuta, but even the Sefer Yetzirah, the work attributed by the Hebrew Kabbalists to their patriarch Abraham. The Shu King, China's primitive Bible, the sacred volumes of the Egyptian Thoth Hermes, the Puranas in India, the Chaldean Book of Numbers, and the Pentateuch itself are all derived from that one small parent volume. Tradition says that it was taken down in Senzar, the secret sacerdotal tongue, from the words of divine beings, who dictated it to the sons of light in Central Asia at the very beginning of our fifth race. For there was a time when its language, the Senzar, was known to the initiates of every nation, when the forefathers of the Toltec understood it as easy as the inhabitants of the lost Atlantis, who inherited it in their turn from the sages of the third race, the Manushis, who learnt it direct from the Devas of the second and the first races. The illustration spoke of in Isis relates to the evolution of these races, and of our fourth and fifth race, humanity in the Vivasvata, Manvantara, or round, each round being composed of the Yugas of the 7 periods of humanity, 4 of which are now past in our life cycle, the middle point of the 5th being nearly reached. This illustration is symbolical, as everyone can well understand, and covers the ground from the beginning. The old book, having described cosmic evolution and explained the origin of everything on Earth, including physical man, after giving the true history of the races, from the first down to our own 5th race, goes no further. It stops short at the beginning of the Kali Yuga, just 4,989 years ago, at the death of Krishna, the bright sun god, the once living hero and reformer. But there exists another book, none of its possessors regarded as very ancient, as it was born with and is only as old as the Black Age, namely about 5,000 years. In about 9 years hence, the first cycle of the first 5 millenniums, that began with the great cycle of the Kali Yuga, will end. And then the last prophecy contained in that book, the first volume of the prophetic record for the Black Age, will be accomplished. We have not long to wait, and many of us will witness the dawn of the new cycle, at the end of which not a few accounts will be settled and squared between the races. Volume 2 of the prophecies is nearly ready, having seen in preparation since the time of Buddha's grand successor, Shankaracharya. One more important point must be noticed, one that stands foremost in the series of proofs given of the existence of one primeval universal wisdom, at any rate for Christian Kabbalists and students. The teachings were, at least, partially known to several of the fathers of the Church. It is maintained on purely historical grounds that Origen, Synesius, and even Clemens Alexandrinus had themselves been initiated into the mysteries before adding to the Neoplatonism of the Alexandrian school, that of the Gnostics, under the Christian veil. More than this, some of the doctrines of the secret schools, though by no means all, were preserved in the Vatican, and have since become part and parcel of the mysteries, in the shape of disfigured additions made to the original Christian program by the Latin Church. Such is now materialized dogma of the Immaculate Conception. This accounts for the great persecution set on foot by the Roman Catholic Church against occultism, Masonry, and heterodox mysticism generally. The days of Constantine were the last turning point in history, the period of the supreme struggle that ended in the Western world throttling the old religions in favor of the new one, built on their bodies. From thence the vista into the far distant past, beyond the deluge and the Garden of Eden, began to be forcibly and relentlessly shut out by every fair and unfair means from the indiscreet gaze of posterity. Every issue was blocked up, every record upon which hands could be laid destroyed. Yet there remains enough, even among such mutilated records, to warrant us in saying that there is in them every requisite evidence of the actual existence of apparent doctrine. Fragments have survived geological and political cataclysms to tell the story, and every survival shows evidence that the now secret wisdom was once the one fountainhead, the ever-flowing perennial source from which were fed all the streamlets, the later religions of all nations, from the first down to the last. This period, beginning with the Buddha and Pythagoras at the one end and finishing with the Neoplatonists and Gnostics at the other, is the only focus left in history wherein coverage for the last time the bright rays of light streaming from the aeons of times gone by, unobscured by the hand of bigotry and fanaticism. This accounts for the necessity under which the writer has labored of ever explaining the facts given from the hoariest past by evidence gathered from the historical period, even at the risk of being once more charged with a lack of method and system. No other means was at hand. The public must be made acquainted with the efforts of many world adepts, of initiated poets and writers in the classics of every age, to preserve in the records of humanity the knowledge at least of the existence of such a philosophy, if not actually of its tenets. The initiates of 1888 would indeed remain incomprehensible, and even a seemingly impossible myth, were not, like initiates, shown to have lived in every other age of history. This could be done only by naming chapter and verse where mention may be found of these great characters, who were preceded and followed by a long and interminable line of other famous antediluvian and postdiluvian masters in the arts. Thus only could it be shown, on semi-traditional and semi-historical authority, that occult knowledge and the powers it confers on man are not altogether fictions, but that they are as old as the world itself. To my judges, past and future, therefore, whether they are serious literary critics, or those howling dervishes in literature who judge a book according to the popularity or unpopularity of the author's name, who, hardly glancing at its contents, fasten like lethal bacilli on the weakest points of the body, I have nothing to say. Nor shall I condescend to notice those crack-brained slanderers, fortunately very few in number, who, hoping to attract public attention by throwing discredit on every writer whose name is better known than their own, foam and bark at their very shadows. These having first maintained for years that the doctrines taught in the Theosophist, and which culminated in esoteric Buddhism, had been all invented by the present writer, have finally turned round and denounced Isis Unveiled and the rest as a plagiarism from Eliphas Levi, Paracelsus, and Mirabile Dictu, Buddhism and Brahmanism. As well charge Renan with having stole his Vie de Jesus from the Gospels, and Max Muller his sacred books of the East, or his chips from the philosophies of the Brahmins and of Gautama the Buddha. But to the public in general, and the readers of the Secret Doctrine, I may repeat what I have stated all along, and which I now clothe in the words of Montaigne. Gentlemen, I have here made only a nosegay of culled flowers, and have brought nothing of my own but the string that ties them. Pull the string to pieces and cut it up in shreds, if you will. As for the nosegay of facts, you will never be able to make away with these. You can only ignore them and no more. We may close with a parting word concerning this first volume. In an introduction prefacing chapters dealing chiefly with cosmogony, certain subjects brought forward may be deemed out of place, but one more consideration added to those already given has led me to touch upon them. Every reader will inevitably judge the statements made from the standpoint of his own knowledge, experience, and consciousness, basing his judgment on what he has already learnt. This fact the writer is constantly obliged to bear in mind. Hence also the frequent references in this first volume to matters which, properly speaking, belong to a later part of the work, but which could not be passed by in silence, lest the reader should look upon it as a fairy tale indeed, a fiction of some modern brain. Thus the past shall help to realize the present, and the latter to better appreciate the past. The errors of the day must be explained and swept away, yet it is more than probable, nay, in the present case it amounts to certitude, that once more the testimony of long ages and of history will fail to impress any but the very intuitional, which is equal to saying the very few. But in this, as in all like cases, the true and faithful may console themselves by presenting the skeptical modern Sadducee with the mathematical proof and memorial of his obdurate obstinance and bigotry. There still exists somewhere in the archives of the French Academy the famous law of probabilities, worked out by certain mathematicians for the benefit of skeptics by an algebraic process. It runs thus: if two persons give their evidence to a fact, and thus impart it to each of them 5/6 of certitude, that fact will have then 35/36 of certitude, i.e. its probability will bear to its improbability the ratio of 35:1. If three such evidences are joined together, the certitude will become 215/216. The agreement of 10 persons giving each 1/2 of certitude will produce 1023/1024, etc., etc. The occultist may remain satisfied with such certitude and care for no more. Part 1. Cosmic Evolution. 7 stanzas from the Book of Dzyan, with commentaries. Nor aught existed, yon bright sky was not, nor heaven's broad roof outstretched above. What covered all? What sheltered? What concealed? Was it the water's fathomless abyss? There was no death, yet there was naught immortal. There was no confine betwixt day and night. The only one breathed breathless by itself. Other than it, there were nothing since has been. Darkness there was, and all at first was veiled in gloom profound, an ocean without light. The germ that still laid covered in the husk burst forth, one nature, from the fervent heat. Who knows the secret? Who proclaimed it here? Whence this manifold creation sprang? The gods themselves came later into being. Who knows from whence this great creation sprang? That whence all this great creation came, whether its will created or was mute, the Most High Seer that is in highest heaven, he knows it, or perchance even he knows not. Gazing into eternity, ere the foundations of the earth were laid, thou wert, and when the subterranean flame shall burst its prison and devour the frame, thou shalt be still as thou wert before, and know no change, when time shall be no more. O endless thought, divine eternity. Rig Veda. Cosmic evolution from the stanzas of Dzyan. Stanza 1. 1. The eternal parent, wrapped in her ever-invisible robes, had slumbered once again for 7 eternities. 2. Time was not, for it lay asleep in the infinite bosom of duration. 3. Universal mind was not, for there were no ahi to contain it. 4. The 7 ways to bliss were not. The great causes of misery were not, for there was no one to produce and get ensnared by them. 5. Darkness alone filled the boundless all, for Father, Mother, and Son were once more one, and the Son had not yet awakened for the new wheel and his pilgrimage thereon. 6. The 7 sublime lords and the 7 truths had ceased to be, and the universe, the son of necessity, was immersed in paranishpana, to be out-breathed by that which is and yet is not. Naught was. 7. The causes of existence had been done away with. The visible that was and the invisible that is rested in eternal non-being, the one being. 8. Alone the one form of existence stretched boundless, infinite, causeless, in dreamless sleep, and life pulsated unconscious in universal space, throughout that all-presence which is sensed by the opened eye of Dagma. 9. But where was Dagma when the alaya of the universe was in Paramartha, and the great wheel was Anupadaka? Stanza 2. 1. Where were the builders, the luminous sons of Manvataric dawn? In the unknown darkness, in their ahi paranishpana, the producers of form from no form, the root of the world, the Divamatri and Svabhavat rested in the bliss of non-being. 2. Where was silence? Were the ears to sense it? No, there was neither silence nor sound, naught save ceaseless eternal breath, which knows itself not. 3. The hour had not yet struck, the ray had not yet flashed into the germ, the Matripadma had not yet swollen. 4. Her heart not yet opened for the one ray to enter, thence to fall, as 3 into 4, into the lap of Maya. 5. The 7 were not yet born from the web of light. Darkness alone was Father, Mother, Svabhavat, and Svabhavat was in darkness. 6. These 2 are the germ, and the germ is one. The universe was still concealed in the divine thought and the divine bosom. Stanza 3. 1. The last vibration of the 7th eternity thrills through infinitude. The mother swells, expanding from within, without, like the bud of the lotus. 2. The vibration sweeps along, touching with its swift wing the whole universe and the germ that dwelleth in darkness, the darkness that breathes over the slumbering waters of life. 3. Darkness radiates light, and light drops one solitary ray into the waters, into the mother deep. The ray shoots through the virgin egg. The ray causes the eternal egg to thrill and drop the non-eternal gem, which condenses into the world egg. 4. The 3 fall into the 4. The radiant essence becomes 7 inside, 7 outside. The luminous egg, which in itself is 3, curdles and spreads in milk-white curds throughout the depths of Mother, the root that grows in the depths of the ocean of life. 5. The root remains, the light remains, the curds remain, and still Ohu is one. 6. The root of life was in every drop of the ocean of immortality, and the ocean was radiant light, which was fire and heat and motion. Darkness vanished and was no more, It disappeared in its own essence, the body of fire and water of mother and father. 7. Behold, O Lanu, the radiant child of the two, the unparalleled refulgent glory, bright space, son of dark space, who emerges from the depths of the great dark waters. It is Ohu the younger. He who shines forth as the sun, he is the blazing divine dragon of wisdom. The Eka is chatter, and the chatter takes itself tree. And the union produces the Sapta, in whom are the 7, which become the Tridasha, the hosts and the multitudes. Behold him lifting the veil, and unfurling it from east to west. He shuts out the above, and leaves the below to be seen as the great illusion. He marks the places for the shining ones, and turns the upper into a shoreless sea of fire, and the one manifested into the great waters. 8. Where was the germ, and where was now darkness? Where is the spirit of the flame that burns in thy lamp, O Lanu? The germ is that, and that is light, the white brilliant sun of the dark hidden Father. 9. Light is cold flame, and flame is fire, and fire produces heat, which yields water, the water of life and the great mother. 10. Father, mother, spin a web, whose upper end is fastened to spirit, the light of the one darkness, and the lower one to its shadowy end, matter. And this web is the universe, spun out of the 2 substances made in one, which is Svabhavat. 11. It expands when the breath of fire is upon it. It contracts when the breath of the mother touches it. Then the sons disassociate and scatter to return into their mother's bosom at the end of the great day, and re-become one with her. When it is cooling, it becomes radiant. Its sons expand and contract through their own selves and hearts. They embrace infinitude. 12. The Svabhat sends Fohat to harden the atoms. Each is a part of the web. Reflecting the self-existent Lord like a mirror, each becomes in turn a world. Stanza 4. 1. Listen, ye sons of the earth, to your instructors, the sons of the fire. Learn there is neither first nor last, for all is one number, issued from no number. 2. Learn what we who descend from the primordial 7, we who are born from the primordial flame, have learnt from our fathers. 3. From the effulgency of light, the ray of the ever-darkness, sprang in space the reawakened energies, the 1 from the egg, the 6 and the 5, then the 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5, the twice 7, the sum total. And these are all essences, the flames, the elements, the builders, the numbers, the arupa, the rupa, and the force of divine man, the sum total. And from the divine man emanated the forms, the sparks, the sacred animals, and the messengers of the sacred fathers within the holy 4. 4. This was the army of the voice, the divine mother of the 7. The sparks of the 7 are subject to and servants of the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th of the 7. These are called spheres, triangles, cubes, lines, and modelers, for thus stands the eternal Nidana. 5. The Oihahu, which is darkness, the boundless, or the no number, Adinadana, Svabhavat, the circle. 1. The Adasanat, the number, for he is 1. 2. The voice of the word, Svabhavat, the numbers, for he is 1 and 9. 3. The formless square. And these 3, enclosed within the circle, are the sacred 4, and the 10 are the Arupa universe. Then come the sons, the 7 fighters, the 1, the 8th left out, and his breath, which is the light maker. 6. Then the second 7, who are the Lipika, produced by the 3. The rejected sun is one. The sons are countless. Stanza 5. 1. The primordial seven, the first 7 breaths of the dragon of wisdom, produce in their turn from their holy circumgyrating breasts the fiery whirlwind. 2. They make of him the messenger of their will. The Zu becomes Fohat, the swift son of the divine sons, whose sons are the Lipika, runs circular errands. Fohat is the steed, and the thought is the rider. He passes like lightning through the fiery clouds, takes 3 and 5 and 7 strides through the 7 regions above and the 7 below. He lifts his voice and calls the innumerable sparks and joins them together. 3. He is their guiding spirit and leader. When he commences work, he separates the sparks of the lower kingdom that float and thrill with joy in their radiant dwellings, and from therewith the germs of wheels. He places them in the 6 directions of space, and one in the middle, the central wheel. 4. Fohat traces spiral lines to unite the 6th to the 7th, the crown. An army of the sons of light stands at each angle. The Lipika in the middle wheel, they say this is good. The first divine world is ready, the first, the second. Then the divine Arupa reflects itself in Chayaloka, the first garment of Anapadaka. 5. Fohat takes 5 strides and builds a winged wheel at each corner of the square for the 4 holy ones and their armies. 6. The Lipika circumscribe the triangle, the first one, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle within the egg. It is the ring called Pass Not for those who descend and ascend, who during the Kalpa are progressing towards the great day. Be with us. Thus were formed the Arupa and the Rupa, the one light, 7 lights from each of the 7, 7 times 7 lights. The wheels watch the ring. Stanza 6. 1. By the power of the Mother of Mercy and Knowledge, Kuan Yin, the triple of the Kuan Shai Yin, residing in Kuan Yin Tien. Fohat, the breath of their progeny, the son of the sons, having called forth from the lower abyss the elusive form of Xian Chan and the 7 elements. 2. The swift and the radiant one produces the 7 Laya centers, against which none will prevail to the great day. Be with us, and seats the universe on these eternal foundations, surrounding Xian Chan with the elementary germs. 3. Of the 7, first one manifested, 6 concealed, 2 manifested, 5 concealed, 3 manifested, 4 concealed, 4 produced, 3 hidden, 4 and 1 san revealed, 2 and 1/2 concealed, 6 to be manifested, 1 laid aside. Lastly, 7 small wheels revolving, 1 giving birth to the other. 4. He builds them in the likeness of older wheels, placing them on the imperishable centers. How does Fohat build them? He collects the fiery dust, he makes balls of fire, runs through them and round them, infusing them thereinto, then sets them into motion, some one way and some the other way. They are cold, he makes them hot. They are dry, he makes them moist. They shine, he fans and cools them. Thus acts Fohat from one twilight to the other, during 7 eternities. 5. At the 4th, the sons are told to create their images. 1/3 refuses, 2 obey. The curse is pronounced. They will be born in the 4th, suffer and cause suffering. This is the first war. 6. The older wheels rotated downward and upward. The mother's spawn filled the whole. There were battles fought between the creators and the destroyers, and battles fought for space, the seed appearing and reappearing continuously. 7. Make thy calculations, O Lanu, if thou wouldst learn the correct age of thy small wheel. Its 4th spoke is our mother. Reach the fourth fruit of the fourth path of knowledge that leads to nirvana, and thou shalt comprehend, for thou shalt see. Stanza 7. 1. Behold the beginning of sentient formless life. First the divine, the one from the mother spirit, then the spiritual, the 3 from the 1, the 4 from the 1, and the 5, from which the 3, the 5, and the 7, these are the threefold and the fourfold downward, the mid-born sons of the first Lord, the shining 7. It is they who are thou, I, he, O Lanu, they who watch over thee, and thy mother, Bhumi. 2. The one ray multiplies the smaller rays. Life precedes form, and life survives the last atom. Through the countless rays of the life ray, the one like a thread through many beads. 3. When the one becomes 2, the threefold appears, and the 3 are 1, and it is our thread, O Lanu, the heart of the man-plant called Septaparna. 4. It is the root that never dies, the 3-tongued flame of the 4 wicks. The wicks are the sparks that draw from the 3-tongued flame shot out by the 7, their flame. The beams and sparks of one moon reflecting in the running waves of all the rivers of earth. 5. The spark hangs from the flame by the finest thread of Fohat. It journeys through the 7 worlds of Maya. It stops in the first and is metal and stone. It passes into the second, and behold, a plant. The plant whirls through 7 changes and becomes a sacred animal. From the combined attributes of these, Manu the thinker is formed. Who forms him? The 7 lives and the 1 life. Who completes him? The 5-fold law. And who perfects the last body? Fish, sin, and soma. 6. From the firstborn, the thread between the silent watcher and his shadow becomes more strong and radiant with every change. The morning sunlight has changed into noonday glory. 7. This is thy present wheel, said the flame to the spark. Thou art myself, my image and my shadow. I have clothed myself in thee, and thou art my Vahan to the day. Be with us, when thou shalt re-become myself and others, thyself and me. Then the builders, having donned their first clothing, descend on radiant earth and reign over men, who are themselves. Thus ends this portion of the archaic narrative, dark, confused, and almost incomprehensible. An attempt will now be made to throw light into this darkness, to make sense out of this apparent nonsense. Commentaries on the 7 stanzas and their terms according to their numeration in stanzas and shlokas. Stanza 1. 1. The eternal parent, wrapped in her ever-invisible robes, had slumbered once again for 7 eternities. The parent, space, is the eternal, ever-present cause of all, the incomprehensible deity whose invisible robes are the mystic root of all matter and of the universe. Space is the one eternal thing that we can most easily imagine, immovable in its abstraction and uninfluenced by either the presence or absence in it of an objective universe. It is without dimension in every sense and self-existent. Spirit is the first differentiation from that, the causeless cause of both spirit and matter. As taught in the esoteric catechism, it is neither limitless void nor conditioned fullness, but both. It was and ever will be. Thus, the robes stand for the noumenon of undifferentiated cosmic matter. It is not matter as we know it, but the spiritual essence of matter, and is co-eternal and even one with space in its abstract sense. Root nature is also the source of the subtile invisible properties in visible matter. It is the soul, so to say, of the one infinite spirit. The Hindus call it Mula Prakriti, and say that it is the primordial substance, which is the basis of the apadi, or vehicle of every phenomenon, whether physical, psychic, or mental. It is the source from which Akasha radiates. By the 7 eternities, aeons or periods are meant. The word eternity, as understood in Christian theology, has no meaning to the Asiatic ear except in its application to the one existence. Nor is the term sempiternity, the eternal only in futurity, anything better than a misnomer. Such words do not and cannot exist in philosophical metaphysics, and were unknown till the advent of ecclesiastical Christianity. The 7 eternities mean the 7 periods, or a period answering in its duration to the 7 periods, of a manvantara, extending throughout the Mahakalpa, or Great Age, 100 years of Brahma, making a total of 311,040,000,000,000 of years, each year of Brahma being composed of 360 days, and of the same number of nights of Brahma, reckoning by the Chandrayana, or lunar year, and a day of Brahma consisting of 4,320,000,000 of mortal years. These eternities belong to the most secret calculations, in which, in order to arrive at the true total, every figure must be 7x, x varying according to the nature of the cycle in the subjective or real world, and every figure relating to or representing the different cycles, from the greatest to the smallest in the objective or unreal world, must necessarily be multiples of 7. The key to this cannot be given, for herein lies the mystery of esoteric calculations, and for the purposes of ordinary calculation it has no sense. The number 7, says the Kabbalah, is the great number of the divine mysteries. Number 10 is that of all human knowledge, the Pythagorean decad. 1,000 is the number 10 to the 3rd power, and therefore the number 7,000 is also symbolical. In the Secret Doctrine, the figure 4 is the male symbol only on the highest plane of abstraction. On the plane of matter, the 3 is the masculine and the 4 the feminine, the upright and the horizontal in the 4th stage of symbolism, when the symbols become the glyphs of the generative powers on the physical plane. Stanza 1 continued. Number 2. Time was not, for it lay asleep in the infinite bosom of duration. Time is only an illusion produced by the succession of our states of consciousness as we travel through eternal duration, and it does not exist where no consciousness exists in which the illusion can be produced but lies asleep. The present is only a mathematical line which divides that part of eternal duration which we call the future from that part which we call the past. Nothing on earth has real duration, for nothing remains without change, or the same, for the billionth part of a second, and the sensation we have of the actuality of the division of time known as the present comes from the blurring of the momentary glimpse or succession of glimpses of things that our sense gives us, as those things pass from the region of ideals, which we call the future, to the region of memories that we name the past. In the same way, we experience a sensation of duration in the case of the instantaneous electric spark by reason of the blurred and continuing impression on the retina. The real person or thing does not consist solely of what is seen at any particular moment, but is composed of the sum of all its various and changing conditions, from its appearance in material form to its disappearance from earth. It is these sum totals that exist from eternity in the future and pass by degrees through matter to exist for eternity in the past. No one would say that a bar of metal dropped into the sea came into existence as it left the air and ceased to exist as it entered the water, and that the bar itself consisted only of that cross-section thereof which at any given moment coincided with the mathematical plane that separates and at the same time joins the atmosphere and the ocean. Even so, of persons and things which, dropping out of the to-be into the has-been, out of the future into the past, present momentarily to our sense a cross-section, as it were, of their total selves as they pass through time and space, as matter, on their way from one eternity to another. And these two eternities constitute the duration in which alone anything has true existence, were our senses but able to cognize it. Stanza 1 continued. 3. Universal mind was not, for there were no ahi to contain it. Mind is a name given to the sum of the states of consciousness grouped under thought, will, and feeling. During deep sleep, ideation ceases on the physical plane and memory is in abeyance, thus for the time being mind is not. Because the organ through which the ego manifests ideation and memory on the material plane has temporarily ceased to function. A noumenon can become a phenomenon on any plane of existence only by manifesting on that plane through an appropriate basis or vehicle. And during the long night of rest called pralaya, when all the existences are dissolved, the universal mind remains as a permanent possibility of mental action, or as that abstract, absolute thought, of which mind is the concrete relative manifestation. The Ahi, Dhyan Chohans, are the collective hosts of spiritual beings, the angelic hosts of Christianity, the Elohim and messengers of the Jews, who are the vehicle for the manifestation of the divine or universal thought and will. They are the intelligent forces that give to and enact in nature her laws, while they themselves act according to laws imposed upon them in a similar manner by still higher powers. But they are not the personifications of the powers of nature, as erroneously thought. This hierarchy of spiritual beings, through which the universal mind comes into action, is like an army, a host truly, by means of which the fighting power of a nation manifests itself, and which is composed of army corps, divisions, brigades, regiments, and so forth, each with its separate individuality or life, and its limited freedom of action and limited responsibilities, each contained in a larger individuality, to which its own interests are subservient, and each containing lesser individualities in itself. Stanza 1 continued. 4. The 7 ways to bliss were not, A. The great causes of misery were not, for there was no one to produce and get ensnared by them, B. A. There are 7 paths or ways to the bliss of non-existence, which is absolute being, existence, and consciousness. They were not because the universe so far was empty and existed only in the divine thought. B. For it is the 12 nidanas, or causes of being. Each is the effect of its antecedent cause, and a cause in its turn to its successor, the sum total of the nidanas being based on the 4 truths, a doctrine especially characteristic of the Hinayana system. They belong to the theory of the stream of catenated law which produced merit and demerit and finally brings karma into full sway. It is a system based upon the great truth that reincarnation is to be dreaded, as existence in this world entails upon man only suffering, misery, and pain. Death itself being unable to deliver man from it, since death is merely the door through which he passes to another life on earth after a little rest on its threshold. Devachan. The Hinayana system, or school of the little vehicle, is of very ancient growth, while the Mahayana, or school of the great vehicle, is of a later period, having originated after the death of Buddha. Yet the tenets of the latter are as old as the hills that have contained such schools from time immemorial, and the Hinayana and the Mahayana schools both teach the same doctrine in reality. Yana, or vehicle, is a mystic expression, both vehicles inculcating that man may escape the sufferings of rebirth and even the false bliss of devachan, by obtaining wisdom and knowledge, which alone can dispel the fruits of illusion and ignorance. Maya, or illusion is an element which enters into all finite things. For everything that exists as only a relative or not an absolute reality, since the appearance which the hidden noumenon assumes for any observer depends upon his power of cognition. To the untrained eye of the savage, a painting is at first an unmeaning confusion of streaks and daubs of color, while an educated eye sees instantly a face or a landscape. Nothing is permanent except the one hidden absolute existence which contains in itself the noumena of all realities. The existences belonging to every plane of being up to the highest Dian Chohans are comparatively like the shadows cast by a magic lantern on a colorless screen. Nevertheless, all things are relatively real, for the cognizer is also a reflection, and the things cognized are therefore as real to him as himself. Whatever reality things possess must be looked for in them before or after they have passed like a flash through the material world. For we cannot cognize any such existence directly, so long as we have sense instruments which bring only material existence into the field of our consciousness. Whatever plane our consciousness may be acting in, both we and the things belonging to that plane are, for the time being, our only realities. But as we rise in the scale of development, we perceive that in the stages through which we have passed, we mistook shadows for realities, and that the upward progress of the ego is a series of progressive awakenings, each advance bringing with it the idea that now, at last, we have reached reality, but only when we shall have reached absolute consciousness and blended our own with it, shall we be free from the delusions produced by Maya. Stanza 1 continued. 5. Darkness alone filled the boundless all. For father, mother, and son were once more one, and the son had not yet awakened for the new wheel, and his pilgrimage thereon. B. Darkness is father, mother, light their son, says an old Eastern proverb. Light is inconceivable except as coming from some source which is the cause of it, and as in the case of primordial light, that source is unknown, though so strongly demanded by reason and logic, therefore it is called darkness by us, from an intellectual point of view. As to borrowed or secondary light, whatever its source, it can be only of a temporary Mayavic character. Darkness, then, is the eternal matrix in which the sources of light appear and disappear. Nothing is added to darkness to make of it light, or to light to make it darkness, on this our plane. They are interchangeable, and scientifically light is but a mode of darkness and vice versa. Yet both are a phenomenon of the same noumenon, which is the absolute darkness to the scientific mind, and but a grey twilight to the perception of the average mystic, though to that of the spiritual eye of the initiate is absolute light. How far we discern that light that shines in darkness depends upon our powers of vision. What is light to us is darkness to certain insects, and the eye of the clairvoyant sees illumination where the normal eye perceives only blackness. When the whole universe was plunged in sleep, had returned to its one primordial element, there was neither center of luminosity nor eye to perceive light, and darkness necessarily filled the boundless all. B. The father and mother are the male and female principles in root nature, the opposite poles that manifest in all things on every plane of cosmos, or spirit and substance in a less allegorical aspect, the resultant of which is the universe or the sun. They are once more one when in night of Brahma during Pralaya, all in the objective universe has returned to its one primal and eternal cause, to reappear at the following dawn, as it does periodically. Karana, eternal cause, was alone. To put it more plainly, Karana is alone during the nights of Brahma. The previous objective universe has dissolved into one primal and eternal cause, and is, so to say, held in solution in space, to differentiate again and crystallize out anew at the following Manvataric dawn, which is the commencement of a new day or new activity of Brahma, the symbol of a universe. In esoteric parlance, Brahma is Father, Mother, Son, or Spirit, soul and body at once, each personage being symbolical of an attribute, and each attribute or quality being a graduated efflux of divine breath in its cyclic differentiation, involutionary and evolutionary. In the cosmico-physical sense, it is the universe, the planetary chain, and the earth. In the purely spiritual, the unknown deity, planetary spirit and man, the son of the two, the creature of spirit and matter, and the manifestation of them in his periodical appearances on earth during the wheels or the Manvataras. Stanza 1 continued. 6. The 7 sublime lords and the 7 truths had ceased to be A, and the universe, the son of necessity, was immersed in parashapana, B, to be outbreathed by that which is and yet is not. Not was C. A, the 7 sublime lords, are the 7 creative spirits, the Dhyan Chohans, who correspond to the Hebrew Elohim. It is the same hierarchy of archangels to which Saint Michael, Saint Gabriel, and others belong in Christian theogony. Only while Saint Michael, for instance, is allowed in dogmatic Latin theology to watch over all the promontories and gulfs, in the esoteric system, the Dhyanis watch successively over one of the rounds and the great root races of our planetary chain. They are, moreover, said to send their bodhisattvas, the human correspondents of the Dhyani Buddhas during every round and race. Out of the 7 truths and revelations, or rather revealed secrets, 4 only have been handed to us, and we are still in the 4th round, and the world also had only 4 Buddhas so far. This is a very complicated question and will receive more ample treatment later on. So far, there are only 4 truths and 4 Vedas, said the Buddhists and the Hindus. For a similar reason, Irenaeus insisted on the necessity of 4 Gospels. But as every new root race at the head of a round must have its revelation and revealers, the next round will bring the 5th, the following the 6th, and so on. B. Paranashpana is the absolute perfection to which all existences attain at the close of a great period of activity, or Mahavantara, and in which they rest during the succeeding period of repose. In Tibetan, it is called Yongrub. Up to the day of the Yogacharya school, the true nature of Parinirvana was taught publicly, but since then it has become entirely esoteric, hence so many contradictory interpretations of it. It is only a true idealist who can understand it. Everything has to be viewed as ideal, with the exception of parinirvana by him who would comprehend that state, and acquire a knowledge of how non-ego, voidless, and darkness are 3 in 1, and alone self-existent and perfect. It is absolute, however, only in a relative sense, for it must give room to further absolute perfection, according to a higher standard of excellence in the following period of activity. Just as a perfect flower must cease to be a perfect flower and die in order to grow into a perfect fruit, if such a mode of expression may be permitted. The Secret Doctrine teaches the progressive development of everything, worlds as well as atoms, and this stupendous development has neither conceivable beginning nor imaginable end. Our universe is only one of an infinite number of universes, all of them sons of necessity, because links in the great cosmic chain of universes, each one standing in the relation of an effect as regards its predecessor, and of a cause as regards its successor. The appearance and disappearance of the universe are pictured as an outbreathing and inbreathing of the great breath, which is eternal and which, being motion, is the one of the three symbols of the absolute, abstract space and duration being the other two. When the great breath is projected, it is called the divine breath, and is regarded as the breathing of the unknowable deity, the one existence which breathes out a thought, as it were, which becomes the cosmos. So also it is that when the divine breath is inspired, the universe disappears into the bosom of the Great Mother, who then sleeps wrapped in her ever-invisible robes. C. By that which is and yet is not is meant the great breath itself, which we can only speak of as an absolute existence but cannot picture to our imagination as any form of existence that we can distinguish from non-existence. The three periods, the present, the past, and the future, are in esoteric philosophy a compound time, for the three are a composite number only in relation to the phenomenal plane, but in the realm of noumena have no abstract validity. As said in the scriptures, the past time is the present time, as also the future, which, though it has not come into existence, still is. According to a precept in the Prasanga Madhyamaka teaching, whose dogmas have been known ever since it broke away from the purely esoteric schools, our ideas, in short, on duration and time are all derived from our sensations according to the laws of association. Inextricably bound up with the relativity of human knowledge, they nevertheless can have no existence except in the experience of the individual ego, and perish when its evolutionary march dispels the maya of phenomenal existence. What is time, for instance, but the panoramic succession of our states of consciousness? In the words of a master, I feel irritated at having to use these three clumsy words, past, present, and future, miserable concepts of the objective phrases of the subjective whole. They are about as ill-adapted for the purpose as an axe for fine carving. One has to acquire Paramartha, lest one should become too easy to praise some vitri, is a philosophical axiom. Stanza 1 continued. 7. The causes of existence have been done away with. A, the visible that was and the invisible that is, rested in eternal non-being, the one being. B. A. The causes of existence mean not only the physical causes known to science, but the metaphysical causes, the chief of which is the desire to exist, an outcome of nidana and maya. This desire for a sentient life shows itself in everything, from an atom to a sun, and is a reflection of the divine thought propelled into objective existence, into a law that the universe should exist. According to esoteric teaching, the real cause of that supposed desire and all existence remains forever hidden, and its first emanations are the most complete abstractions mind can conceive. These abstractions must of necessity be postulated as the cause of the material universe which presents itself to the senses and intellect, and must underlie the secondary and subordinate powers of nature, which have been anthropomorphized and worshipped as God and gods by the common herd of every age. It is impossible to conceive anything without a cause. The attempt to do so makes the mind a blank. This is virtually the condition to which the mind must come at last when we trace back the chain of causes and effects, but both science and religion jump to this condition of blankness much more quickly than is necessary, for they ignore the metaphysical abstractions which are only conceivable causes of physical concretions. These abstractions become more and more concrete as they approach our plane of existence, until finally they phenomenalize in the form of the material universe, by a process of conversion of metaphysics into physics, analogous to that by which steam can be condensed into water and water frozen into ice. B. The idea of eternal non-being, which is the one being, will appear a paradox to anyone who does not remember that we limit our ideas of being to our present consciousness of existence, making it a specific instead of a generic term. An unborn infant, could it think in our acceptation of that term, would necessarily, in a similar manner, limit its conception of being to the intrauterine life which alone it knows, and were it to endeavor to express to its consciousness the idea of life after birth, death to it, it would, in the absence of data to go upon, and of faculties to comprehend such data, probably express that life as non-being, which is real being. In our case, the one being is the noumenon of all the noumena which we know must underlie phenomena and give them whatever shadow of reality they possess, but which we have not the senses nor the intellect to cognize at present. The impalpable atoms of gold scattered throughout the substance of a ton of auriferous quartz may be imperceptible to the naked eye of the miner, yet he knows that they are not only present there, but that they alone give his quartz any appreciable value, and this relation of the gold to the quartz may faintly shadow forth that of the noumenon to the phenomenon. Only the miner knows what the gold will look like when extracted from the quartz, whereas the common mortal can form no conception of the reality of things separated from the Maya, which veils them, and in which they are hidden. Alone the initiate, rich with lore acquired by numberless generations of his predecessors, directs the eye of Dagma toward the essence of things on which no Maya can have any influence. It is here that the teachings of esoteric philosophy in relation to the Nidanas and the Four Truths become of the greatest importance, but they are secret. Stanza 1 continued. 8. Alone the one form of existence, A, stretched boundless, infinite, causeless, in dreamless sleep, B, and life pulsated unconscious in universal space, throughout that all-presence which is sensed by the opened eye of Dagma. A. The tendency of modern thought is to recur to the archaic idea of a homogeneous basis for apparently widely different things. Heterogeneity developed from homogeneity. Biologists are now searching for their homogeneous protoplasm and chemists for their protyle, while science is looking for the force of which electricity, magnetism, heat, and so forth are the differentiations. The Secret Doctrine carries this idea into the region of metaphysics and postulates a one form of existence as the basis and source of all things. But perhaps the phrase the one form of existence is not altogether correct. The Sanskrit word is prabhavapaya, the place, or rather plane, whence is the origination, and into which is the resolution of all things. As a commentator says, it is not the mother of the world, as translated by Wilson, for jagged yoni, as shown by Fitzward Hall, is scarcely so much the mother of the world or the womb of the world, as the material cause of the world. The Puranic commentators explain it by karana, cause, but esoteric philosophy by the ideal spirit of that cause. In its secondary stage, it is the sababhavat of the Buddhist philosopher, the eternal cause and effect, omnipresent yet abstract, the self-existent plastic essence and the root of all things, viewed in the same dual light as the Vedantin views his Parabrahman and Mula Prakriti, the one under two aspects. It seems indeed extraordinary to find great scholars speculating on the possibility of the Vedanta and the Uttara Mimamsa, especially having been evoked by the teachings of the Buddhists, whereas on the contrary it is Buddhism, the teaching of Gautama Buddha, that was evoked and entirely upreared on the tenets of the Secret Doctrine, of which a partial sketch is here attempted, and on which also the Upanishads are made to rest. According to the teachings of Sri Shankaracharya, our contention is undeniable. B. Dreamless sleep is one of the 7 states of consciousness known in Oriental esotericism. In each of these states, a different portion of the mind comes into action, or as a Vedantin would express it, the individual is conscious in a different plane of his being. The term dreamless sleep, in this case, is applied allegorically to the universe to express a condition somewhat analogous to that state of consciousness in man, which, not being remembered in a waking state, seems a blank, just as the sleep of the mesmerized subject seems to him an unconscious blank when he returns to his normal condition, although he's been talking and acting as a conscious individual would. Stanza 1 continued. 9. But where was Dhamma when the alaya of the universe was in Paramartha, A, and the great wheel was Anupadaka, B? A. Here we have before us the subject of centuries of scholastic disputations. The two terms alaya and Paramartha have been the cause of dividing schools and splitting the truth into more different aspects than any other mystic words. Alaya is the soul of the world, or anima mundi, the oversoul of Emerson, which according to esoteric teaching changes its nature periodically. Alaya, though eternal and changeless in its inner sense on the planes which are unreachable by either men or cosmic gods, dhyani Buddhas, changes during the active life period with respect to the lower planes, ours included. During that time, not only the dhyani Buddhas are one with alaya in soul and essence, but even the man strong in yoga, mystic meditation, is able to merge his soul with it, as Arya Sangha of the Yogacharya school says. This is not nirvana, but a condition next to it. Hence the disagreement. Thus, while the Yogacharyas of the Mahayana school say that alaya, Nyingpo and Sang in Tibetan, is the personification of the voidness, and yet alaya is the basis of every visible and invisible thing, and that though it is eternal and immutable in its essence, it reflects itself in every object of the universe like the moon in clear, tranquil water. Other schools dispute the statement, the same for Paramartha. The Yogacharyas interpret the term as that which is also dependent upon other things, Paratantra, and the Madhyamikas say that Paramartha is limited to Parashapanana, or absolute perfection, i.e., in the exposition of these two truths, of the four, the former believe and maintain that on this plane, at any rate, there exists only Samvritsadya, or relative truth, and the latter teach the existence of Paramatsyada, absolute truth. No erat, O mendicants, can reach absolute knowledge before he becomes one with Paranirvana. Parakalpita and Paratantra are his two great enemies. Parakalpita, in Tibetan Kuntang, is error made by those unable to realize the emptiness and illusionary nature of all, who believe something to exist which does not, example, the non-ego. And Paratantra is that, whatever it is, which exists only through a dependent or causal connection, and which has to disappear as soon as the cause from which it proceeds is removed. Example, the flame of a wick. Destroy or extinguish it and light disappears. Esoteric philosophy teaches that everything lives and is conscious, but not all life and consciousness are similar to those of human or even animal beings. Life we look upon as the one form of existence, manifesting in what is called matter, or what incorrectly separating them we call spirit, soul, and matter in man. Matter is the vehicle for the manifestation of soul on this plane of existence, and soul is the vehicle on a higher plane for the manifestation of spirit. And these three are a trinity synthesized by life, which pervades them all. The idea of universal life is one of those ancient conceptions which are returning to the human mind in this century, as a consequence of its liberation from anthropomorphic theology. Science, it is true, contents itself with tracing or postulating the signs of universal life, but has not yet been bold enough to even whisper anima mundi. The idea of crystalline life, now familiar to science, would have been scouted half a century ago. Botanists are now searching for the nerves of plants. Not that they suppose that plants can feel or think as animals do, but because they believe that some structure bearing the same relation functionality to plant life that nerves bear to animal life is necessary to explain vegetable growth and nutrition. It seems hardly possible that science, by mere use of terms such as force and energy, can disguise from itself much longer the fact that things that have life are living things, whether they be atoms or planets. But what is the belief of the inner esoteric schools, the reader may ask? What are the doctrines taught on this subject by the esoteric Buddhists? With them, we answer, alaya has a double and even a threefold meaning. In the Yogacarya system of the contemplative Mahayana school, alaya is both the universal soul, anima mundi, and the self of a progressed adept. He who is strong in the yoga can introduce at will his alaya by means of meditation into the true nature of existence. The alaya has an absolute eternal existence, says Aryasanga, the rival of Nagarjuna. In one sense, it is pradhana, which is explained in Vishnu Purana as that which is the unevolved cause is emphatically called by the most eminent sages pradhana, original base, which is subtile prakriti, viz., that which is eternal and which at once is or comprehends what is and what is not or is mere process. The indiscrete cause which is uniform and both cause and effect, and which those who are acquainted with first principles call pradhana and prakriti, is the incognizable Brahma who was before all. I.e., Brahma does not put forth evolution itself or create, but only exhibits various aspects of oneself, one of which is prakriti, an aspect of pradhana. Prakriti, however, is an incorrect word, and alaya would explain it better, for prakriti is not the uncognizable Brahma. It is a mistake of those who know nothing of the universality of the occult doctrines from the very cradle of the human races, and especially so of those scholars who reject the very idea of a primordial revelation, to teach that the anima mundi, the one life or universal soul, was made known only by Anaxagoras, or during his age. This philosopher brought the teaching forward simply to oppose the two materialistic conceptions of Democritus on cosmogony, based on the exoteric theory of blindly driven atoms. Anaxagoras of Clazomene, however, was not its inventor, but only its propagator, as was also Plato. That which he called mundane intelligence, nous, the principle that according to his views is absolutely separated and free from matter and acts with design, was called motion, the one life, or Jivatma. In India, ages before the year 500 BC, only the Aryan philosophers never endowed this principle, which with them is infinite, with the finite attribute of thinking. This leads naturally to the supreme spirit of Hegel and the German transcendentalists. A contrast that it may be useful to point out. The schools of Schelling and Fichte have diverged widely from the primitive archaic conception of an absolute principle and have mirrored an aspect only of the basic idea of the Vedanta. Even the absolute Geist, shadowed forth by von Hartmann in his pessimistic philosophy of the unconscious, while it is perhaps the closest approximation made by European speculation to the Hindu Advaitin doctrines, yet similarly falls short of the reality. According to Hegel, the unconscious would never have undertaken the vast and laborious task of evolving the universe, except in the hope of attaining clear self-consciousness. In this connection, it is to be borne in mind that in designating spirit, a term which the European pantheists use as equivalent to Brahman as unconscious, they do not attach to the expression the connotation it usually bears. It is employed in the absence of a better term to symbolize a profound mystery. The absolute consciousness behind phenomena, they tell us, which is only termed unconsciousness in the absence of any element of personality, transcends human conception. Man, unable to form a single concept except in terms of empirical phenomenon, is powerless from the very constitution of his being to raise the veil that shrouds the majesty of the Absolute. Only the liberated spirit is able to faintly realize the nature of the source whence it sprung and whither it must eventually return. As the highest Gyan Chohan, however, can but bow in ignorance before the awful mystery of absolute being, and since, even in that culmination of conscious existence, the merging of the individual in the universal consciousness, to use a phrase of Fichte's, the finite cannot conceive the infinite, nor can it apply to its own standard of mental experiences. How can it be said that the unconscious and the absolute can have even an indistinctive impulse or hope of attaining clear self-consciousness? A Vedantin, moreover, would never admit this Hegelian idea, and the occultist would say that it applies perfectly to the awakened Mahat, the universal mind already projected into the phenomenal world as the first aspect of the changeless absolute, but never to the latter. Spirit and matter, or Purusha and Prakriti, are but the two primeval aspects of the one and secondless, we are taught. The matter-moving nous, the animal soul, immanent in every atom, manifested in man, latent in the stone, has different degrees of power, and this pantheistic idea of a general spirit soul pervading all nature is the oldest of all the philosophical notions. Nor was the Archeus a discovery either of Paracelsus or of his pupil Van Helmont, for this same Archeus is the Father Ether, the manifested basis and source of the innumerable phenomenon of life localized. The whole series of the numberless speculations of this kind are but variations on the same theme, the keynote of which was struck in this primeval revelation. B. The term Anupadaka, parentless or without progenitors, is a mystical designation having several meanings in our philosophy. By this name, celestial beings, the Dhyan Chohans or Dhyani Buddhas, are generally meant. These correspond mystically to the human Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, known as the Manushi, human Buddhas, which latter are also designated Anupadaka. Once that their whole personality is merged in their compound sixth and seventh principles, or Atma Buddhi, and they have become the diamond-souled Varasvadas or full Mahatmas. The concealed Lord, sang by Dagpo, the one merged with the Absolute, can have no parents since he is self-existent, and one with the universal spirit, the Svabhabat in its highest aspect. The mystery of the hierarchy of the Anupadaka is great, its apex being the universal spirit soul, and the lower rung the Manushi Buddha, and even every soul-endowed man is an anupadaka in a latent state. Hence, when speaking of the universe in its formless, eternal, or absolute condition, before it was fashioned by the builders, the expression, the great wheel, universe, was anupadaka. Stanza 2. 1. Where were the builders, the luminous sons of Manvantaric dawn? In the unknown darkness in their ahi parapashmana. The producers of form from no form, the root of the world, the Devamatri and Svabhavat, rested in the bliss of non-being. A. The builders, the sons of Manvantaric dawn, are the real creators of the universe. And in this doctrine, which deals only with our planetary system, they, as the architects of the latter, are also called the watchers of the 7 spheres, which exoterically are the 7 planets, and esoterically the 7 earths or spheres, globes of our chain also. The opening sentence of stanza 1, when mentioning 7 eternities, applies both to Mahakalpa, or the great age of Brahma, as well as to the solar pralaya and subsequent resurrection of our planetary system on a higher plane. There are many kinds of pralaya, dissolution of a thing visible, as will be shown elsewhere. B. Parinishpana, remember, is the summum bonum, the absolute, hence the same as parinirvana. Besides being the final state, it is that condition of subjectivity which has no relation to anything but the one absolute truth on its own plane. It is that state which leads one to appreciate correctly the full meaning of non-being, which, as explained, is absolute being. Sooner or later, all that now seemingly exists will be in reality and actually in the state of parinishpana. But there is a great difference between conscious and unconscious being. The condition of parinishpana, without paramartha, the self-analyzing consciousness, is no bliss, but simply extinction for 7 eternities. Thus, an iron ball placed under the scorching rays of the sun will get heated through, but will not feel or appreciate the warmth while a man will. It is only with a mind clear and undarked by personality, and in an assimilation of the merit of manifold existences devoted to being in its collectivity, the whole living and sentient universe, that one gets rid of personal existence, merging into, becoming one with the Absolute, and continuing in full possession of Paramartha. Stanza 2, continued. Number 2. Where was silence? Were the ears to sense it? No, there was neither silence nor sound, naught save ceaseless eternal breath, which knows itself not. A. The idea that things can cease to exist and still be is a fundamental one in Eastern psychology. Under this apparent contradiction in terms, there rests a fact of nature, to realize which in the mind, rather than to argue about words, is the important thing. A familiar instance of a similar paradox is afforded by chemical combination. The question whether hydrogen and oxygen cease to exist when they combine to form water is still a moot one, some arguing that since they are found again when the water is decomposed, they must be there all the while others contending that as they actually turn into something totally different, they must cease to exist as themselves for the time being. But neither side is able to form the faintest conception of the real condition of a thing, which has become something else and yet has not ceased to be itself. Existence as water for oxygen and hydrogen may be said to be a state of non-being, which is more real being than their existence as gases, and it may faintly symbolize the condition of the universe when it goes to sleep or ceases to be, during the nights of Brahma, to awaken or reappear again when the dawn of the new Manvantara recalls it to what we call existence. B. The breath, as the one existence, is only used in application to the spiritual aspect of cosmogony by archaic esotericism. In other cases, it's replaced by its equivalent on the material plane, motion. The one eternal element, or element-containing vehicle, is space, dimensionless in every sense, coexist with which are endless duration, primordial, hence indestructible, matter and motion, absolute perpetual motion, which is the breath of the one element. This breath, as seen, can never cease, not even during the pralaic eternities. But the breath of the one existence does not, all the same, apply to the one causeless cause or the all-beingness. In contradistinction to all being, which is Brahma, or the universe. Brahma, the four-faced god who, after lifting the earth out of the waters, accomplished the creation, is held to be the only instrumental and not, as clearly implied, the ideal cause. No Orientalist, so far, seems to have thoroughly comprehended the real sense of the verses in the Puranas that treat of creation. Therein Brahma is the cause of the potencies that are to be generated subsequently for the work of creation. For instance, in the Vishnu Purana, the translation, "and from him proceed the potencies to be created," after they have become the real cause, would perhaps be more correctly rendered, "and from it proceed the potencies that will create as they become the real cause on the material plane. Save that one causeless ideal cause, there is no other to which the universe can be referred. Worthiest of ascetics, through its potency, i.e., through the potency of that cause, every created thing comes by its inherent or proper nature. If, in the Vedanta and Nyaya, nimitta is the efficient cause as contrasted by the upadana, the material cause, and in the Sankhya, pradhana implies the functions of both. In the esoteric philosophy which reconciles all these systems, and the nearest exponent of which is the Vedanta as expounded by the Advaita Vedantists, none but the upadana can be speculated upon. That which is in the minds of the Vaishnavas as the ideal in contradistinction to the real, or Para-Brahman and Ishvara, can find no room in published speculations, since that ideal even is a misnomer, when applied to that of which no human reason, even that of an adept, can conceive. To know itself or oneself necessitates consciousness and perception to be cognized, both limited faculties in relation to any subject except Para-Brahman. Hence the eternal breath which knows itself not. Infinity cannot comprehend finiteness. The boundless can have no relation to the bounded and the conditioned. In the occult teachings, the unknown and the unknowable mover, or the self-existing, is the absolute divine essence. And thus being absolute consciousness and absolute motion, to the limited senses of those who describe this indescribable, it is the unconsciousness and immovableness. Concrete consciousness cannot be predicated of abstract consciousness, any more than the quality wet can be predicated of water, wetness being its own attribute and the cause of the wet quality in other things. Consciousness implies limitations and qualifications, something to be conscious of and someone to be conscious of it. But absolute consciousness contains the cognizer, the thing cognized and the cognition, all three in itself and all three one. No man is conscious of more than that portion of his knowledge which happens to be recalled to his mind at any particular time. Yet such is the poverty of language that we have no term to distinguish the knowledge not actively thought of from knowledge we are unable to recall to memory. To forget is synonymous with not to remember. How much greater must be the difficulty of finding terms to describe and to distinguish between abstract metaphysical facts or differences. It must not be forgotten also that we give names to things according to the appearances they assume for ourselves. We call absolute consciousness unconsciousness, because it seems to us that it must necessarily be so, just as we call the absolute darkness, because to our finite understanding it appears quite impenetrable. Yet we recognize fully that our perception of such things does not do them justice. We involuntarily distinguish in our minds, for instance, between unconscious absolute consciousness and unconsciousness, by secretly endowing the former with some indefinite quality that corresponds on a higher plane than our thoughts can reach. With what we know as consciousness in ourselves, but this is not any kind of consciousness that we can manage to distinguish from what appears to us as unconsciousness. Stanza 2 continued. 3. The hour had not yet struck, the ray had not yet flashed into the germ, the metropadma had not yet swollen. The ray of the ever-darkness becomes as it is emitted. A ray of effulgent light or life then flashes into the germ, the point in the mundane egg represented by matter in its abstract sense. But the term point must not be understood as applying to any particular point in space, for a germ exists in the center of every atom, and these collectively form the germ, or rather, as no atom can be made visible to our physical eye, the collectivity of these, if the term can be applied to something which is boundless and infinite, forms the noumenon of eternal and indestructible matter. B, one of the symbolical figures for the dual creative power in nature, matter and force on the material plane, is Padma, the water lily of India. The lotus is the product of heat, fire, and water, vapor or ether. Fire, standing in every philosophical and religious system, even in Christianity, as a representation of the spirit of deity, the active male generative principle, and ether, or the soul of matter, the light of the fire, for the passive female principle from which everything in the universe emanated. Hence, ether or water is the mother and fire is the father. Sir William Jones, and before him Archaic Botany, showed that the seeds of the lotus contain, even before they germinate, perfectly formed leaves, with the miniature shape of what one day as perfect plants they will become, nature thus giving us a specimen of the preformation of its production. The seeds of all the phanergamous plants bearing proper flowers containing an embryo plantlet ready formed. This explains the sentence, the matripadma had not yet swollen, the form being usually sacrificed to the inner or root idea in archaic symbology. The lotus or Padma is moreover a very ancient and favorite symbol for the cosmos itself, and also for man. The popular reasons given are firstly the fact just mentioned, that the lotus seed contains within itself a perfect miniature of the future plant, which typifies the fact that the spiritual prototypes of all things exist in the immaterial world before these things become materialized on earth. Secondly, the fact that the lotus plant grows up through the water, having its root in the ilus, or mud, and spreading its flower in the air above. The lotus thus typifies the life of man and also that of the cosmos. For the Secret Doctrine teaches that the elements of both are the same, and that both are developing in the same direction. The root of the lotus sunk in the mud represents material life. The stalk passing up through the water typifies existence in the astral world, and the flower floating on the water and opening to the sky is emblematical of spiritual being. Stanza 2 continued. Number 4. Her heart had not yet opened for the one ray to enter, thence to fall, and 3 into 4 into the lap of Maya. The primordial substance had not yet passed out of its pre-cosmic latency into differentiated objectivity, or even become the, to man so far, invisible proto of science. But as the hour strikes and it becomes receptive of the phohatic impress of the divine thought, the logos, or the male aspect of the anima mundi, alaya, its heart opens, It differentiates, and the three, Father, Mother, Son, are transformed into four. Herein lies the origin of the double mystery of the Trinity and the Immaculate Conception. The first and fundamental dogma of occultism is universal unity, or homogeneity, under three aspects. This leads to a possible conception of deity, which as an absolute unity must remain forever incomprehensible to finite intellects. The idea of absolute unity would be broken entirely in our conception had we not had something concrete before our eyes to contain that unity, and the deity, being absolute, must be omnipresent, hence not an atom but contains it within itself. The roots, the trunk, and its many branches are three distinct objects, yet they are one tree. Say the Kabbalists, the deity is one because it is infinite. It is triple because it is ever manifesting. This manifestation is triple in its aspects, for it requires, as Aristotle has it, three principles for every natural body to become objective: privation, form, and matter. Privation meant, in the mind of the great philosopher, that which the occultists call the prototypes impressed in the astral light, the lowest plane and world of anima mundi. The union of these three principles depends upon a fourth, the life which radiates from the summits of the unreachable, to become a universally diffused essence on the manifested planes of existence. And this quaternary, Father, Mother, Son, as a unity, and a quaternary, as a living manifestation, has become the means of leading to the very archaic idea of Immaculate Conception, now finally crystallized into a dogma of the Christian Church, which has carnalized this metaphysical idea beyond any common sense. For one has but to read the Kabbalah and study its numerical methods of interpretation to find the origin of the dogma. It is purely astronomical, mathematical, and preeminently metaphysical. The male element in nature, personified by the male deities and logi, Viraj or Brahma, Horus or Osiris, etc., is born through, not from, an immaculate source, personified by the mother, for the abstract deity being sexless and not even a being but Venus, or life itself, that male having a mother cannot have a father. Let us render this in the mathematical language of the author of the Source of Measures. Speaking of the measure of a man and his numerical Kabbalistic value, he writes that in Genesis 4, it is called the man even Jehovah measure, and this is obtained in this way, viz. 113 times 5 equals 565, and the value of 565 can be placed under the form of expression 56.5 times 10 equals 565. Hence, the man number 113 becomes a factor of 56.5 times 10. And the Kabbalistic reading of this last numbered expression is Jod, he, Vow, he, or Jehovah. The expansion of 565 into 56.5 times 10 is purposed to show the emanation of the male, Jod, from the female, Eva, principle, or so to speak, the birth of a male element from an immaculate source, in other words, an immaculate conception. Thus is repeated on earth the mystery enacted, according to the seers on the divine plane. The son of the immaculate celestial virgin, or the undifferentiated cosmic protyle, matter in its infinitude, is born again on earth as the son of the terrestrial Eve, our Mother Earth, and becomes humanity as a total, past, present, and future. For Jehovah, or Jod, he, is androgyne, or both male and female. Above, the sun is the whole cosmos, below he is mankind. The triad, or triangle, becomes tetractys, the sacred Pythagorean number, the perfect square, and his six-faced cube on earth. The macroprosophus, the great face, is now microprosophus, the lesser face. Or as the Kabbalists have it, the Ancient of Days, descending on Adam Kadmon, whom he uses as his vehicle to manifest through, gets transformed into Tetragrammaton. It is now in the lap of Maya, the great illusion, and between itself and the reality has the astral light, the great deceiver of a man's limited senses, unless knowledge through Paramartha Satya comes to the rescue. Stanza 2, continued. Number 5. The 7 were not yet born from the web of light. Darkness alone was father-mother Svabhavat, and Svabhavat was in darkness. The secret doctrine in the stanzas here given occupies itself chiefly, if not entirely, with our solar system, and especially with our planetary chain. The 7 suns, therefore, are the creators of the latter. This teaching will be explained more fully hereafter. Svabhavat, the plastic essence that fills the universe, is the root of all things. Svabhavat is, so to say, the Buddhistic concrete aspect of the abstraction called in Hindu philosophy Mula Prakriti. It is the body of the soul, and that which ether would be to Akasha, the latter being the informing principle of the former. Chinese mystics have made of it the synonym of being. In the Chinese translation of the Ikashloka Shastra of Nagarjuna, the Lung Shu of China, called the Yik Shu Luk Kia Lung, it is said that the term being, or subhava, you in Chinese, means the substance giving substance to itself. It is also explained by him as meaning without action and with action, the nature which has no nature of its own. Subhava, from the Svabhavat, is composed of 2 words, su, fair, handsome, good, sva, self, and bhava, being or states of being. Stanza 2, continued. 6. These 2 are the germ, and the germ is one. The universe was still concealed in the divine thought of the divine bosom. The divine thought does not imply the idea of a divine thinker. The universe, not only past, present, and future, a human and infinite idea expressed by finite thought, but in its totality, the Sat, an untranslatable term, absolute being with the past and future crystallized in an eternal present, is that thought itself reflected in a secondary or manifested cause. Brahman, neuter as the mysterium magnum of Paracelsus, and as an absolute mystery to the human mind. Brahma, the male-female, the aspect and anthropomorphic reflection of Brahman, is conceivable to the perceptions of blind faith, though rejected by human intellect when it attains its majority. Hence the statement that during the prologue, so to say, of the drama of creation, or the beginning of cosmic evolution, the universe or the sun lies still concealed in the divine thought, which had not yet penetrated into the divine bosom. This idea, note well, is at the root and forms the origin of all the allegories about the sons of God born of immaculate virgins. Stanza 3. 1. The last vibration of the 7th eternity thrills through infinitude. The mother swells, expanding from within without like the bud of the lotus. A. The seemingly paradoxical use of the term 7th eternity, thus dividing the indivisible, is sanctified in esoteric philosophy. The latter divides boundless duration into unconditionally eternal and universal time, kala, and conditioned time, khandakala. One is the abstraction or noumenon of infinite time, the other its phenomenon appearing periodically as the effect of Mahat, the universal intelligence, limited by manvantaric duration. With some schools, Mahat is the firstborn of Pradhana, undifferentiated substance or the periodical aspect of Mula Prakriti, the root of nature, which Pradhana is called Maya, illusion. In this respect, I believe, esoteric teachings differs from the Vedantan doctrines of both the Advaita and the vicious Thadvaita schools. For it says that while Mula Prakriti, the noumenon, is self-existing and without any origin, is in short parentless anupadaka as one with Brahman, Prakriti, its phenomenon, is periodical and no better than a phantasm of the former. So Mahat, the firstborn of Jnana, or Gnosis, knowledge, wisdom, or the Logos, is a phantasm reflected from the absolute Nirguna, Para-Brahman, the one reality, devoid of attributes and qualities, while with some Vedantins, Mahat is a manifestation of Prakriti, or matter. B, therefore, the last vibration of the seventh eternity, was foreordained, by no god in particular, but occurred in virtue of the eternal and changeless law which causes the great periods of activity and rest, called so graphically and at the same time so poetically the days and nights of Brahma. The expansion from within without of the mother, called elsewhere the waters of space, universal matrix, etc., does not allude to an expansion from a small center or focus, but means the development of limitless subjectivity into as limitless objectivity without reference to size or limitation or area. The ever, to us, invisible and immaterial substance present in eternity, threw its periodical shadow from its own plane into the lap of Maya. It implies that this expansion, not being an increase in size, for infinite extension admits of no enlargement, was a change of condition. It expanded like the bud of the lotus, for the lotus plant exists not only as a miniature embryo in its seed, a physical characteristic, but its prototype is present in an ideal form in the astral light from dawn to night during the Manvantaric period. Like everything else, as a matter of fact, in this objective universe, from man to mite, from giant trees to the tiniest blades of grass. All this, teaches the hidden science, is but the temporary reflection, the shadow of the eternal ideal prototype in divine thought. The word eternity, note well again, standing here only in the sense of aeon, as lasting throughout the seemingly interminable, but still limited cycle of activity, called by us Manvantara. For what is the real esoteric meaning of Manvantara, or rather a Manu Anatara? It means literally between two Manus, of whom there are 14 in every day of Brahma, such a day consisting of 1,000 aggregates of 4 ages, 1,000 great ages or Mahayugas. Let us now analyze the word or name Manu. Orientalists in their dictionaries tell us that the term Manu is from the root man, to think, hence the thinking man. But esoterically, every Manu is an anthropomorphized patron of his special cycle, or round, is but the personified idea of the thought divine, as the Hermetic Pymander, each of the Manus therefore being the special god, the creator and fashioner of all that appears during his own respective cycle of being, or Manvantara. Fohat runs the Manus, or Daihan Chohans, errands and causes the ideal prototypes to expand from within without. That is, to cross gradually on a descending scale all the planes from the noumenal to the lowest phenomenal, to bloom finally on the last into full objectivity, the acme of illusion, or the grossest matter. Stanza 3 continued. Number 2. The vibration sweeps along, touching with its swift wing the whole universe and the germ that dwelleth in darkness, the darkness that breathes over the slumbering waters of life. The Pythagorean monas is also said to dwell in solitude and darkness like the germ. The idea of the breath of darkness moving over the slumbering waters of life, which is primordial matter with its latent spirit in it, recalls the first chapter of Genesis. Its original is the Brahminical Narayana, the mover on the waters. who is the personification of the eternal breath of the unconscious all, or para-Brahman of the Eastern occultists. The water of life, or chaos, the female principle in symbolism, are the vacuum to our mental sight in which lie the latent spirit and matter. This it was that made Democritus assert, after his instructor Leucippus, that the primordial principles of all were atoms and a vacuum, in the sense of space but not of empty space, for nature abhors a vacuum, according to the Periapetics and every ancient philosopher. In all cosmogonies, water plays the same important part. It is the base and source of material existence. Scientists, mistaking the word for the thing, understand by it the definite chemical combination of oxygen and hydrogen, thus giving a specific meaning to a term used by occultists in a generic sense, and which is employed in cosmogony with a metaphysical and mystical meaning. Ice is not water, neither is steam, although all three have precisely the same chemical composition. Stanza 3 continued. Number 3. Darkness radiates light, and light drops one solitary ray into the water, into the mother deep. The ray shoots through the virgin egg. The ray causes the eternal egg to thrill and drop the non-eternal germ, which condenses into the world egg. The solitary ray dropping into the mother deep may be taken to mean divine thought, or intelligence impregnating chaos. This, however, occurs on the plane of metaphysical abstraction, or rather the plane whereon that which we call a metaphysical abstraction is a reality. The virgin egg, being in one sense the abstract of all ova, or the power of becoming developed through fecundation, is eternal and forever the same. And just as the fecundation of an egg takes place before it is dropped, so the non-eternal periodical germ, which later becomes in symbolism the mundane egg, contains in itself, when it emerges from the said symbol, the promise and potency of all the universe. Though the idea per se is, of course, an abstraction, a symbolical mode of expression, it is a true symbol, for it suggests the idea of infinity as an endless circle. It brings before the mind's eye the picture of cosmos emerging from and in boundless space, a universe as shoreless in magnitude, if not as endless in its objective manifestation. The symbol of an egg also expresses the fact taught in occultism that the primordial form of everything manifested, from atom to globe, from man to angel, is spheroidal, the sphere being with all nations the emblem of eternity and infinity, a serpent swallowing its tail. To realize the meaning, however, the sphere must be thought of as seen from its center. The field of vision or of thought is like a sphere whose radii proceed from oneself in every direction, and extend out into space, opening up boundless vistas all around. It is the symbolical circle of Pascal and the Kabbalists, whose center is everywhere and circumference nowhere, a conception which enters into the compound idea of this emblem. The world egg is perhaps one of the most universally adopted symbols, highly suggestive as it is, equally in the spiritual, physiological, and cosmological sense. Therefore, it is found in every world theogony, where it is largely associated with the serpent symbol, the latter being everywhere, in philosophy as in religious symbolism, an emblem of eternity, infinitude, regeneration, and rejuvenation, as well as of wisdom. The mystery of apparent self-generation and evolution through its own creative power, repeating in miniature, in the egg, the process of cosmic evolution, both due to heat and moisture under the efflux of the unseen creative spirit, fully justified the selection of this graphic symbol. The virgin egg is the microcosmic symbol of the macrocosmic prototype, the Virgin Mother, chaos or the primeval deep. The male creator, under whatever name, springs forth from the virgin female, the immaculate root fructified by the ray. Who, if versed in astronomy and natural sciences, can fail to see its suggestiveness? Cosmos, as receptive nature, is an egg fructified, yet left immaculate, for once regarded as boundless, it could have no other representation than a spheroid. The golden egg was surrounded by 7 natural elements, 4 ready, ether, fire, air, water, 3 secret. This may be found stated in Vishnu Purana, where elements are translated envelopes and a secret one is added, ahamkara. The original text has no ahamkara. It mentions 7 elements without specifying the last 3. Stanza 3 continued. Number 4. The 3 fall into the 4. The radiant essence becomes 7 inside, 7 outside. The luminous egg, which in itself is 3, curdles and spreads in milk-white curds throughout the depths of mother, the root that grows in the depths of the ocean of life. The use of geometrical figures and the frequent allusions to figures in all ancient scriptures, as in the Puranas, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and even the Bible, must be explained. In the Book of Zion, as in the Kabbalah, there are 2 kinds of numerals to be studied: the figures, often simple blinds, and the sacred numbers, the values of which are all known to the occultist through initiation. The former are but conventional glyphs, the latter the basic symbols of all. That is to say, the one are purely physical, the other purely metaphysical, the 2 standing in relation to each other as matter stands to spirit, the extreme poles of the one substance. As Balzac, the unconscious occultist of French literature, says somewhere, the number is to mind the same as it is to matter, an incomprehensible agent. Perhaps so to the profane, never to the initiated mind. Number is, as the great writer thought, an entity, and at the same time, a breath emanating from what he called God and what we call the All. The breath which alone could organize the physical cosmos, where naught obtains its form but through the deity, which is an effect of number. It is instructive to quote Balzac's words upon this subject. The smallest as the most immense creations, are they not to be distinguished from each other by their quantities, their qualities, their dimensions, their forces and attributes, all begotten by number? The infinitude of numbers is a fact proven to our mind, but of which no proof can be physically given. The mathematician will tell us that the infinitude of numbers exists, but it is not to be demonstrated. God is a number endowed with motion, which is felt but not demonstrated. As unity, it begins the numbers, with which it has nothing in common. The existence of numbers depends on unity, which without a single number begets them all. What? Unable either to measure the first abstraction yielded to you by the deity, or to get hold of it, you still hope to subject your measurements to the mystery of the secret sciences which emanate from that deity? And what would you feel were I to plunge you into the abyss of motion, the force which organizes the numbers? What would you think were I to add that motion and number are begotten by the Word, the supreme reason of the seers and prophets, who in days of old sensed the mighty breath of God, a witness to which is the Apocalypse? B. The radiant essence curdles and spreads throughout the depths of space. From an astronomical point of view, this is easy of explanation. It is the Milky Way, the world stuff, or primordial matter in its first form. It is more difficult, however, to explain it in a few words, or even lines, from the standpoint of occult science and symbolism, as it is the most complicated of glyphs. Herein are enshrined more than a dozen symbols. To begin with, it contains the whole pantheon of mysterious objects, every one of them having some definite occult meaning, extracted from the Hindu allegorical churning of the ocean by the gods. Besides Amrita, the water of life or immortality, Surabahi, The cow of plenty, called the fountain of milk and curds, was extracted from this sea of milk. Hence the universal adoration of the cow and bull, one the productive, the other the generative power in nature. Symbols connected with both the solar and the cosmic deities. The specific properties for occult purposes of the 14 precious things, being explained only at the fourth initiation, cannot be given here. But the following may be remarked. In the Shatapatha Brahmana, it is stated that the churning of the ocean of milk took place in the Satya Yuga, the first age which immediately followed the deluge. As, however, neither the Rig Veda nor Manu, both preceding Vivasvada's deluge, that the bulk of the fourth race mention this deluge, it is evident that it is neither the great deluge nor that which carried away Atlantis, nor even the deluge of Noah, which is here meant. This churning relates to a period before the earth's formation, and is in direct connection with another universal legend, the various and contradictory versions of which culminated in the Christian dogma of the war in heaven and the fall of the angels. The Brahmanas, reproached by the Orientalists with their versions on the same subjects often clashing with each other, are preeminently occult works, hence used purposely as blinds. They are allowed to survive for public use and property only because they were and are absolutely unintelligible to the masses. Otherwise, they would have disappeared from circulation as long ago as the days of Akbar. Stanza 3, continued. Number 5. The root remains, the light remains, the curds remain, and still Ohihu is one. Ohihu is rendered father-mother of the gods in the commentaries, or the 6 in 1, or the septenary root from which all proceeds. All depends upon the accent given to these 7 vowels, which may be pronounced as 1, 3, or even 7 syllables. By adding an E after the final O, this mystic name is given only because, without a thorough mastery of the triple pronunciation, it is ever ineffectual. Is one refers to the non-separateness of all that lives and has its being whether in an active or passive state. In one sense, Ohihu is the rootless root of all, hence one with Para Brahman. In another sense, it is the name for the manifested one life, the eternal living unity. The root means, as already explained, pure knowledge, sattva, eternal, nitya, unconditioned reality, or sat, satya. Whatever we call it, Para Brahman or Mula Prakriti, for these are two but symbols of the one. The light is the same omnipresent spiritual ray, which has now entered and now fecundated the divine egg, and calls cosmic matter to begin its long series of differentiations. The curds are the first differentiation and probably also refer to that cosmic matter which is supposed to be the origin of the Milky Way, the matter we know. This matter, which according to the revelation received from the primeval Dhyana Buddhas, is during the periodical sleep of the universe, of the ultimate tenuity conceivable to the eye of the perfect Bodhisattva. This matter, radiant and cool, becomes at the first reawakening of cosmic motion, scattered through space, appearing, when seen from the earth, in clusters and lumps like curds in thin milk. These are the seeds of the future worlds, the star stuff. Stanza 3, continued. 6. The root of life was in every drop of the ocean of immortality, and the ocean was radiant light, which was fire and heat and motion. Darkness vanished and was no more. It disappeared in its own essence, the body of fire and water, of father and mother. The essence of darkness being absolute light, darkness is taken as the appropriate allegorical representation of the condition of the universe during pralaya, or the term of absolute rest, or non-being, as it appears to our finite minds. The fire and heat and motion here spoken of are, of course, not the fire, heat, and motion of physical science, but the underlying abstractions, the noumena, or the soul, of the essence of these material manifestations. The things in themselves, which, as modern science confesses, entirely elude the instruments of the laboratory, and which even the mind cannot grasp, although it can equally as little avoid the conclusion that these underlying essences of things must exist. Fire and water, or father and mother, may be taken here to mean the divine ray and chaos. Chaos, from this union with spirit obtaining sense, shone with pleasure, and thus was produced the protogenos, the firstborn light, says a fragment of Hermas. Damascius calls it the disposer of all things. According to the Rosicrucian tenets, as handled and explained by the profane for once correctly, if only partially, light and darkness are identical in themselves, being only divisible in the human mind. And according to Robert Flood, darkness adopted illumination in order to make itself visible. According to the tenets of Eastern occultism, darkness is the one true actuality, the basis and the root of light, without which the latter could never manifest itself, nor ever exist. Light is matter and darkness pure spirit. Darkness, in its radical metaphysical basis, is subjective and absolute light, while the latter, in its all-seeming effulgence and glory, is merely a mass of shadows, as it can never be eternal and is simply an illusion or maya. Even in the mind-baffling and science-harassing Genesis, light is created out of darkness, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and not vice versa. In him, in darkness, was life, and the life was the light of men. A day may come when the eyes of men will be opened, and then they may comprehend better than they do now. That verse in the Gospel of John that says, "And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not." They will see then that the word darkness does not apply to man's spiritual insight, but indeed to darkness, the absolute that comprehendeth not, cannot cognize, transient light, however transcendent to human eyes. Daemon est deus inversus. The devil is now called darkness by the church, whereas in the Bible he is called the Son of God. The bright star of the early morning, Lucifer. There is a whole philosophy of dogmatic craft in the reason why the first archangel, who sprang from the depths of chaos, was called Lux, Lucifer, the luminous son of the morning, or Manvantarg dawn. He was transformed by the church into Lucifer, or Satan, because he is higher and older than Jehovah and had to be sacrificed to the new dogma. Stanza 3, continued. 7. Behold, O Lanu, the radiant child of the two, the unparalleled refulgent glory, bright space, son of dark space, who emerged from the depths of the great dark waters. It is Ohiu, the younger, he who shines forth as the sun. He is the blazing divine dragon of wisdom. The Eka is Chatter, and Chatter takes to itself tree, and the union produces the Sapta, in whom are the seven which become the Tridasha, and the hosts of the multitudes. Behold him lifting the veil, and unfurling it from the east to west. He shuts out the above and leaves the below to be seen as the great illusion. He marks the places for the shining ones, and turns the upper into a shoreless sea of fire, and the one manifested into the great waters. A. Bright space, son of dark space, corresponds to the ray dropped at the first thrill of the new dawn into the great cosmic depths, from which it reemerges differentiated as Ohihu, the younger, the new life, to become to the end of the life cycle the germ of all things. He is the incorporeal man who contains in himself the divine idea, the generator of light and life, to use an expression of Philo Judaeus. He is called the blazing dragon of wisdom, because firstly, he is that which the Greek philosophers called the logos, the verbum of the thought divine. And secondly, because in esoteric philosophy, this first manifestation, being the synthesis or the aggregate of universal wisdom, Ohihu, the son of the sun, contains in himself the 7 creative hosts, the Sephiroth, and is thus the essence of manifested wisdom. He who bathes in the light of Ohihu will never be deceived by the veil of Maya. Quan Sha Yin is identical with and an equivalent of the Sanskrit Avalokiteshvara, and as such is an androgynous deity like the Tetragrammaton and all the logi of antiquity. It is only by some sects in China that he is anthropomorphized and represented with female attributes. Under his female aspect becoming Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy called the Divine Voice. The latter is the patron deity of Tibet and of the island of Puto in China, where both deities have a number of monasteries. The higher gods of antiquity are all sons of the mother before they become sons of the father. The Logo, like Jupiter or Zeus, sons of Kronos, Saturn, infinite time, Kala, in their origin were represented as male-female. Zeus is said to be the beautiful virgin, and Venus is made bearded. Apollo was originally bisexual, so was Brahma-Vak in Manu and the Puranas. Osiris is interchangeable with Isis, and Horus is of both sexes. Finally, in St. John's vision in Revelation, the Logos, who is now connected with Jesus, is hermaphrodite, for he is described as having female breasts. So also is Tetragrammaton, or Jehovah. But there are 2 Avalokiteshvaras in esotericism, the first and the second Logos. No religious symbol can escape profanation and even derision in our days of politics and science. In southern India, the writer has seen a converted native making puja with offerings before a statue of Jesus, clad in women clothes with a ring in its nose. On asking the meaning of this masquerade, we were answered that it was Jesumaria blended in one, and it was done by the permission of the padre, as the zealous convert had no money to purchase 2 statues or idols, as they, very properly, were called by a witness, another but a non-converted Hindu. Blasphemous this will appear to a dogmatic Christian, but the theosophist and the occultist must award the palm of logic to the converted Hindu. The esoteric Christos in the Gnosis is, of course, sexless, but in exoteric theology he is male and female. B. The dragon of wisdom is the one, the Eka, or Saka. It is curious that Jehovah's name in Hebrew should also be one, Akkad. His name is Akkad, says the rabbins. The philologists ought to decide which of the 2 is derived from the other, linguistically and symbolically, surely not the Sanskrit. The one and the dragon are expressions used by the ancients in connection with their respective logi. Jehovah, esoterically Elohim, is also the serpent or dragon that tempted Eve, and the dragon is an old glyph for the astral light, primordial principle, which is the wisdom of chaos. Archaic philosophy, recognizing neither good nor evil as a fundamental or independent power, but starting from the absolute all, universal perfection eternally, traces both through the course of natural evolution to pure light, condensing gradually into form and hence becoming matter or evil. It was left with the early and ignorant Christian fathers to degrade the philosophical and highly scientific idea of this emblem into the absurd superstition called the devil. They took this from the latter Zoroastrians, who saw devils or evil in the Hindu devas, and the word evil has become by a double transmutation de-evil, diabolos, diabol, diavolo, tufel. But the pagans have always shown a philosophical discrimination in their symbols. The primitive symbol of the serpent symbolized divine wisdom and perfection, and has always stood for physical regeneration and immortality. Hence, Hermes, calling the serpent the most spiritual of all beings, Moses, initiated into the wisdom of Hermes, followed suit in Genesis, the Gnostic serpent with the 7 vowels over its head, being the emblem of the 7 hierarchies of the septenary or planetary creators. Hence also the Hindu serpent Shisha, or Ananta, the infinite and name of Vishnu, and his first vahana, or vehicle, on the primordial waters. Like the Logi and the hierarchies of powers, however, these serpents have to be distinguished from one another. Shisha, or Ananta, the couch of Vishnu, is an allegorical abstraction symbolizing infinite time in space, which contains the germ and throws off periodically the efflorescence of this germ, the manifested universe, whereas the Gnostic opus contains the same triple symbolism in its 7 vowels as the 1, 3, and 7-syllabled Eohu of the archaic doctrine, i.e. the first unmanifested logos, the second manifested, the triangle concreting into the quaternary or tetragrammaton, and the rays of the latter on the material plane. Yet they all made a difference between the good and the bad serpent, the astral light of the Kabbalists, between the former, the embodiment of divine wisdom in the region of the spiritual, and the latter, evil, on the plane of matter. For the astral light, or the ether, of the ancient pagans, the name astral light is quite modern, is spirit matter. Beginning with the pure spiritual plane, it becomes grosser as it descends until it becomes Maya, or the tempting and deceitful serpent on our plane. Jesus accepted the serpent as a synonym of wisdom and thus formed this part of the teaching. Be ye wise as serpents, he says. In the beginning, before mother became father-mother, the fiery dragon moved in the infinitudes alone. The Acharya Brahmana calls the earth Sarpajini, the serpent queen, and the mother of all that moves. Before our globe became egg-shaped, and the universe also, a long trail of cosmic dust, or fire mist, moved and writhed like a serpent in space. The Spirit of God moving on chaos was symbolized by every nation in the shape of a fiery serpent breathing fire and light upon the primordial waters, until it had incubated cosmic matter and made it assume the annular shape of a serpent with its tail and its mouth, which symbolizes not only eternity and infinitude, but also the globular shape of all the bodies formed within the universe from that fiery mist. The universe, as also the earth and man, serpent-like, periodically cast off their old skins, to assume new ones after a time of rest. The serpent is surely not a less graceful or a more unpoetical image than the caterpillar and chrysalis, which springs the butterfly, the Greek emblem of Psyche, the human soul. The dragon was also the symbol of the Logos with the Egyptians, as with the Gnostics. In the Book of Hermes, Pymander, the oldest and most spiritual of the Logi of the western continent, appears to Hermes in the shape of a fiery dragon, of light, fire, and flame. Pymander, the thought divine personified, says, "The light is I am the nous, the mind or Manu. I am thy God, and I am far older than the human principle which escapes from the shadow, darkness, or the concealed deity. I am the germ of thought, the resplendent word, the Son of God. All that thus sees and hears in thee is the verbum of the matter. It is the thought, Mahat, which is God, the Father. The celestial ocean, the ether, is the breath of the Father, the life-giving principle, the Mother, the Holy Spirit. for these are not separated, and their union is life. Here we find the unmistakable echo of the archaic secret doctrine, as now expounded. Only the latter does not place at the head of the evolution of life the Father, who comes third and is the Son of the Mother, but the eternal and ceaseless breath of the All. Mahat, understanding, universal mind, thought, etc. Before it manifests itself as Brahma or Shiva, appears as Vishnu, says the Sankhya Sara. Hence it has several aspects, just as the Logos has. Mahat is called the Lord in the primary creation, and is, in this case, universal cognition or thought divine. But that Mahat which was first produced is, afterwards, called egoism, when it is born as the feeling itself, I, that is said to be the secondary creation. And the translator, an able and learned Brahmin, not a European Orientalist, explains in a footnote, i.e., when Mahat develops into the feeling of self-consciousness, I, then it assumes the name of egoism, which, translated into our esoteric phraseology, means when Mahat is transformed into the human manas, or even that of the finite gods, and becomes ahamship. Why is it called the Mahat of the secondary creation, or the ninth, the Kamara, in Vishnu Purana, will be explained hereafter. C. The sea of fire is then the superastral, i.e. noumenal. Light, the first radiation from the root mula prakriti, undifferentiated cosmic substance, which becomes astral matter. It is also called the fiery serpent, as above described, if the student bears in mind that there is but one universal element which is infinite, unborn, and undying, and that all the rest, as in the world of phenomena, are but so many various differentiated aspects and transformations, correlations they are now called, of that one, from macrocosmical dawn to microcosmical effects, from superhuman down to human and subhuman beings, the totality, in short, of objective existence, then the first and chief difficulty will disappear and occult cosmology may be mastered. Thus, in the Egyptian also as in the Indian theogony, there was a concealed deity, the One, and a creative androgynous god, Shu being the god of creation and Osiris in his original primal form, the god whose name is unknown. All the Kabbalists and occultists, Eastern and Western, recognize the identity of Father-Mother with primordial ether, or Akasha, astral light, and B, its homogeneity before the evolution of the sun, cosmically Fohat, for it is cosmic electricity. Fohat hardens and scatters the seven brothers, which means that the primordial electric entity, for the Eastern occultists, insists that electricity is an entity, electrifies into life, and separates primordial stuff, or pregenetic matter, into atoms, themselves the source of all life and consciousness. There exists a universal agent unique of all forms and of life, that is called Od, Ob, and Or. Active and passive, positive and negative, like day and night, it is the first light in creation, Eliphas Levi. The first light of the primordial Elohim, the atom, male and female, or scientifically electricity and life. The ancients represented it by a serpent, for Fohat kisses as he glides hither and thither in zigzags. The Kabbalah figures it with the Hebrew letter Tef, whose symbol is the serpent which played such a prominent part in the mysteries. Its universal value is 9, for it is the 9th letter of the alphabet, and the 9th door of the 50 portals, or gateways, that lead to the concealed mysteries of being. It is the magic agent par excellence, and designates in Hermetic philosophy life infused into primordial matter, the essence that composes all things, and the spirit that determines their form. But there are two secret hermetical operations, one spiritual the other material, correlative and forever united. As Hermes says, "Thou shalt separate the earth from the fire, the subtile from the solid, that which ascends from earth to heaven, and descends again from heaven to earth." It, the subtile light, is the strong force of every force, for it conquers every subtile thing and penetrates into every solid. Thus the world was formed. It was not Zeno, the founder of the Stoics, alone who taught that the universe evolves, and its primary substance is transformed from the state of fire into that of air, then into that of water, etc. Heraclitus of Ephesus maintained that the one principle that underlies all phenomena in nature is fire. The intelligence that moves the universe is fire, and fire is intelligence. And while Anaximenes said the same of air, and Thales of Miletus, 600 years BC, of water, the esoteric doctrine reconciles all these philosophers by showing that though each was right, the system of none was complete. Stanza 3 continued. 8. Where was the germ, and where was now darkness? Where is the spirit of the flame that burns in thy lamp, O Lanu? The germ is that, and that is light, the white, brilliant sun of the dark hidden Father. The answer to the first question, suggested by the second, which is the reply of the teacher to the pupil, contains in a single phrase one of the most essential truths of occult philosophy. It indicates the existence of things imperceptible to our physical senses, which are of far greater importance, more real and more permanent than those that appeal to these senses themselves. Before the Lanu can hope to understand the transcendentally metaphysical problem contained in the first question, he must be able to answer the second, while the very answer he gives to the second will furnish him with the clue to the correct reply to the first. In the Sanskrit commentary on this stanza, the term used for the concealed and the unrevealed principle are many. In the earliest MSS of Indian literature, this unrevealed abstract deity has no name. It is generally called that, tad in Sanskrit, and means all that is, was, and will be, or that can be so received by the human mind. Among such appellations given, of course, only in esoteric philosophy as the unfathomable darkness, the whirlwind, etc., it is also called the it of the Kalahansa, the Kalahamsa, and even the Kalihamsa, black swan. Here the M and the N are convertible, and both sound like the nasal French an or am. As in the Hebrew, so also in the Sanskrit, many a mysterious sacred name conveys to the profane ear no more than some ordinary and often vulgar word, because it is concealed anagrammatically or otherwise. This word Hansa or Hamsa is just such a case. Hamsa is equal to Ahamsa, 3 words meaning I am he, while divided in still another way it will read Soham. He is I. And this single word is contained, for him who understands the language of wisdom, the universal mystery, the doctrine of the identity of man's essence with God essence. Hence the glyph of and the allegory about Kalahansa or Hamsa, and the name given to Brahman, neuter, later onto the male Brahma of Hamsa Varana. He who uses the Hamsa as his vehicle, the same word may be read Kalahamsa, or I am I in the eternity of time, answering to the biblical, or rather Zoroastrian, I am that I am. The same doctrine is found in the Kabbalah, as witness in the following extract from an unpublished MS by Mr. S. Liddell McGregor Mathers, the learned Kabbalist. The 3 pronouns, hua, ata, ani, he, thou, I, are used to symbolize the idea of macroprosophos and microprosophos. In the Hebrew Kabbalah, hua, he, is applied to the hidden and concealed macroprosopos, ata, thou, to microprosopos, and ani, I to the letter when he is represented as speaking. It is to be noted that each of these names consists of 3 letters, of which the letter Aleph, A, forms the conclusion of the word Hua, and the commencement of Ata and Ani as if it were the connecting link between them. But N is the symbol of the unity and consequently of the unvarying idea of the divine operating through all these. But behind the N is the name Hua, are the letters and the symbols of the numbers 6 and 5, the male and the female, the hexagram and the pentagram. And the numbers of these 3 words, Hua, Ata, Ani, are 12, 406, and 61, which are resumed in the key numbers of 3, 10, and 7 by the Kabbalah of the 9 chambers, which is a form of the exegetical rule of Tamura. It is useless to attempt to explain the mystery in full. Materialists and the men of modern science will never understand it, since in order to obtain clear perception of it, one has first of all to admit the postulate of a universally diffused, omnipresent, eternal deity in nature, secondly, to have fathomed the mystery of electricity in its true essence, and thirdly, to credit man with being the septenary symbol on a terrestrial plane of the one great unit, the Logos, which is itself the 7-voweled sign, the breath crystallized into the Word. He who believes in all of this has also to believe in the multiple combination of the 7 planets of occultism and of the Kabbalah, with the 12 zodiacal signs, and attribute, as we do, to each planet and to each constellation an influence which, in the words of Mr. Elie Starr, a French astrologer, is proper to it, beneficent or maleficent, and this after the planetary spirit which rules it, who in his turn is capable of influencing men and things which are found in harmony with him and with which he has any affinity. For these reasons, and since few believe in the foregoing, all that can now be given is that both cases, the symbol of Hansa, whether I, he, goose, or swan, is an important symbol, representing, among other things, divine wisdom, wisdom in darkness beyond the reach of men. For all exoteric purposes, Hansa, as every Hindu knows, is a fabulous bird which, when, in the allegory, given milk mixed with water for its food, separated the two, drinking the milk and leaving the water, thus showing inherent wisdom, milk standing symbolically for spirit and water for matter. That this allegory is very ancient and dates from the very earliest archaic period is shown by the mention in the Bhagavata Purana of a certain caste named Hamsa or Hansa, which was the one caste par excellence, when far back in the midst of a forgotten past there were, among the Hindus only, one Veda, one deity, one caste. There is also a range in the Himalayas described in the old books as being situated north of Mount Meru, called Hamsa, and connected with episodes pertaining to the history of religious mysteries and initiations. As to the Kalahansa being the supposed vehicle of Brahma Prayapati in the exoteric text and translations of the Orientalists, it is quite a mistake. Brahman, the neuter, is called by them Kalahansa, and Brahma, the male, Hansavahana, because forsooth his vehicle is the swan or goose. This is purely exoteric gloss. Esoterically and logically, if Brahman the infinite is all that is described by the Orientalists, and agreeably within the Vedantic texts, it's an abstract deity, in no way characterized by the ascription of any human attributes, and at the same time it is maintained that he or it is called Kalahansa. Then how can it ever become the Vahan of Brahma, the manifested finite God? It is quite the reverse. The swan or goose, Hansa, is the symbol of the male or temporary deity. Brahma, the emanation of the primordial ray, which is made to serve as a Vahan or vehicle for the divine ray, which otherwise could not manifest itself in the universe, being antiphraistically itself an emanation of darkness, for our human intellect at any rate. It is Brahma, then, who is Kalahansa, and the ray Hansavahana. As to the strange symbol thus chosen, it is equally suggestive, the true mystic significance being the idea of a universal matrix, figured by the primordial waters of the deep, or the opening for the reception, and subsequently for the issuing of that one ray, the Logos, which contains in itself the other 7 procreative rays or powers, the Logi or builders. Hence the choice by the Rose-Croix of the aquatic fowl, whether swan or pelican, with 7 young ones for a symbol modified and adapted to the religion of every country. Ein Sof is called the fiery soul of the pelican in the Book of Numbers, appearing with every Manvantara or Narayana or Swami Bhava. The self-existent and penetrating into the mundane egg, it emerges from it at the end of the divine incubation as Brahma, or Prayapti, the progenitor of the future universe into which he expands. He is Purusha, spirit, but he is also Prakriti, matter. Therefore, it is only after separating itself into 2 halves, Brahma Vak, the female, and Brahma Viraj, the male, that the Prayapti becomes the male Brahma. Stanza 3, continued. 9. Light is cold flame, and flame is fire, and fire produces heat, which yields water, the water of life in the Great Mother. It must be remembered that the words light, flame, and fire have been adopted by the translators from the vocabulary of the old fire philosophers, in order to render more clearly the meaning of the archaic terms and symbols employed in the original. Otherwise, they would have remained entirely unintelligible to a European reader. To a student of the occult, however, the above terms will sufficiently be clear. All these light, flame, cold, fire, heat, water, and water of life are, on our plane, the progeny, or, as a modern physicist would say, the correlations of electricity. Mighty word and still mightier symbol. Sacred generator of no less sacred progeny. Of fire, the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer. Of light, the essence of our divine ancestors. Of flame, the soul of things. Electricity, the one life at the upper rung of being, and astral fluid, the athanor of the alchemists at the lower, God and devil, good and evil. Now, why is light called cold flame? In the order of cosmic evolution, as taught by the occultist, the energy that actuates matter after its first formation into atoms is generated on our plane by cosmic heat, and before that period cosmos, in the sense of dissociated matter, was not. The first primordial matter, eternal and coeval with space, which has neither a beginning nor an end, is neither hot nor cold, but is of its own special nature, says the commentary. Heat and cold are relative qualities and pertain to the realms of the manifested worlds, which all proceed from the manifested Heil, which, in its absolutely latent aspect, is referred to as the cold virgin, and when awakened to life as the mother. The ancient Western cosmogenic myths state that at first there was only cold mist, the father, and the prolific slime, the mother, Illis or Heil, from which crept forth the mundane snake, matter. Primordial matter, then, before it emerges from the plane of the never manifesting and awakens to the thrill of action under the impulse of Fohat, is but a cool radiance, colorless, formless, tasteless, and devoid of every quality and aspect. Ever such are her firstborn, the 4 sons, who are 1 and become 7, the entities by whose qualifications and names the ancient Eastern occultists call the 4 of the 7 primal centers of force, or atoms, that develop later into the great cosmic elements, now divided into the 70 or so sub-elements known to science. The 4 primal natures of the first Gyan Chohans are the so-called, for want of better terms, Akashic, ethereal, watery, and fiery. They answer in the terminology of practical occultism to the scientific definitions of gases, which, to convey a clear idea to both occultists and laymen, may be defined as parahydrogenic, paraoxygenic, oxyhydrogenic, and ozonic, or perhaps nitrosonic. The latter forces, or gases, in occultism, supersensuous yet atomic substances, being the most effective and active when energizing on the plane of more grossly differentiated matter. These elements are both electropositive and electronegative. There are many, many more, and probably the missing links of chemistry. They are known by other names in alchemy and to occultists who practice phenomenal powers. It is by combining and recombining or disassociating the elements in a certain way, by means of astral fire, that the greatest phenomena are produced. Stanza 3. Continued. 10. Father-mothers spin a web, whose upper end is fastened to spirit, the light of the one darkness, and the lower one to its shadowy end, matter. And this web is the universe spun out of the two substances made in one, which is Bhavavat. In the Mandukya Upanishad it is written, as a spider throws and retracts its web, as herbs spring up in the ground, so is the universe derived from the undecaying one. Brahma, for the germ of unknown darkness, is the material form which all evolves and develops, as the web from the spider, as foam from the water, etc. This is only graphic and true if the term Brahma, the creator, is derived from the root bri, to increase or expand. Brahma expands and becomes the universe woven out of his own substance. The same idea has been beautifully expressed by Goethe, who says, "Thus at the roaring loom of time I ply, and weave for God the garment thou seest him by." Stanza 3. Continued. 11. It expands when the breath of fire is upon it. It contracts when the breath of the mother touches it. Then the sons disassociate and scatter to return into their mother's bosom at the end of the great day and re-become one with her. When it is cooling, it becomes radiant. Its sun expand and contract through their own selves and hearts. They embrace infinitude. The expanding of the universe under the breath of fire is very suggestive in the light of the fire mist period, of which modern science speaks so much and knows in reality so little. Great heat breaks up the compound elements and resolves the heavenly bodies into their primeval one element, explains the commentary. Once disintegrated into its primal constituent, by getting within the attraction after reach of a focus, or center of heat, energy, of which many are carried about to and fro in space, a body, whether alive or dead, will be vaporized and held in the bosom of the mother, until Fohat, gathering a few of the clusters of cosmic matter, nebulae, will, by giving it an impulse, set it in motion anew, develop the required heat, and then leave it to follow its own new growth. The expanding and contracting of the web, i.e. the world stuff or atoms, express here the pulsatory movement, for it is the regular contraction and expansion of the infinite and shoreless ocean of that which we may call the noumenon of matter, emanated by Svabhavat, which causes the universal vibration of atoms. But it is also suggestive of something else. It shows that the ancients were acquainted with that which is now the puzzle of many scientists, and especially of astronomers, the cause of the first ignition of matter, or world stuff, the paradox of the heat produced by refrigerative contraction, and other such cosmic riddles, for it points unmistakably to a knowledge by the ancients of such phenomena. There is a heat internal and heat external in every atom, says the MSS. Commentaries to which the writer has had access, the breath of the father, spirit, and the breath or heat of the mother, matter, and they give explanations which show that the modern theory of the extinction of the solar fires by loss of heat through radiation is erroneous. The assumption is false even on the scientist's own admission. For as Professor Newcomb points out, by losing heat, a gaseous body contracts, and the heat generated by the contraction exceeds that which it had to lose in order to produce the contraction. This paradox that a body gets hotter as the shrinking produced by its getting colder is greater has led to long disputes. The surplus of heat, it is argued, is lost by radiation, and to assume that the temperature is not lowered pari passu with a decrease of volume under a constant pressure is to set at naught the law of Charles. Contraction develops heat, it is true, but contraction from cooling is incapable of developing the whole amount of heat at any time existing in the mass, or even of maintaining a body at constant temperature, etc. Professor Winchell tries to reconcile the paradox, only a seeming one in fact, as J. Homer Lane proved by suggesting something besides heat. May it not be, he asks, simply a repulsion among the molecules which varies according but to some law of the distance? But even this will be found irreconcilable unless this something besides heat is ticketed causeless heat, the breath of fire, the all-creative force plus absolute intelligence, which physical science is not likely to accept. However it may be, the reading of this stanza, notwithstanding its archaic phraseology, shows it to be more scientific than even modern science. Stanza 3, continued. 12. The Svabhavat sends Fohat to harden the atoms. Each is a part of the web, reflecting the self-existent Lord. Like a mirror, each becomes in turn a world. Fohat hardens the atoms, i.e., by infusing energy into them. He scatters the atoms, or primordial matter. He scatters himself while scattering matter into atoms. It is through Fohat that the ideas of the universal mind are impressed upon matter. Some faint idea of the nature of Fohat may be gathered from the appellation cosmic electricity, sometimes applied to it. But in this case, to the commonly known properties of electricity must be added others, including intelligence. It is of interest to note that modern science has come to the conclusion that all celebration and brain activity are attended by electrical phenomenon. Daemon est deus inversus. The devil is now called darkness by the church, whereas in the Bible he is called the Son of God. The bright star of the early morning, Lucifer. There is a whole philosophy of dogmatic craft in the reason why the first archangel, who sprang from the depths of chaos, was called Lux, Lucifer, the luminous son of the morning, or Manvantarg dawn. He was transformed by the church into Lucifer, or Satan, because he is higher and older than Jehovah, and had to be sacrificed to the new dogma. Stanza 3, continued. 7. Behold, O Lanu, the radiant child of the two, the unparalleled refulgent glory, bright space, son of dark space, who emerged from the depths of the great dark waters. It is Ohiu, the younger, he who shines forth as the sun. He is the blazing divine dragon of wisdom. The Eka is Chatter, and Chatter takes to itself tree, and the union produces the Sapta, in whom are the seven which become the Tridasha, and the hosts of the multitudes. Behold him lifting the veil, and unfurling it from the east to west. He shuts out the above and leaves the below to be seen as the great illusion. He marks the places for the shining ones, and turns the upper into a shoreless sea of fire, and the one manifested into the great waters. A. Bright space, son of dark space, corresponds to the ray dropped at the first thrill of the new dawn into the great cosmic depths, from which it reemerges differentiated as Ohihu, the younger, the new life, to become to the end of the life cycle the germ of all things. He is the incorporeal man who contains in himself the divine idea. the generator of light and life, to use an expression of Philo Judaeus. He is called the blazing dragon of wisdom, because firstly, he is that which the Greek philosophers called the logos, the verbum of the thought divine. And secondly, because in esoteric philosophy, this first manifestation, being the synthesis or the aggregate of universal wisdom, Ohihu, the son of the sun, contains in himself the 7 creative hosts, the Sephiroth, and is thus the essence of manifested wisdom. He who bathes in the light of Ohihu will never be deceived by the veil of Maya. Quan Sha Yin is identical with and an equivalent of the Sanskrit Avalokiteshvara, and as such is an androgynous deity like the Tetragrammaton and all the logi of antiquity. It is only by some sects in China that he is anthropomorphized and represented with female attributes. Under his female aspect, becoming Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy, called the Divine Voice. The latter is the patron deity of Tibet and of the island of Puto in China, where both deities have a number of monasteries. The higher gods of antiquity are all sons of the mother before they become sons of the father. The Logo, like Jupiter or Zeus, sons of Kronos, Saturn, infinite time, Kala, in their origin, were represented as male-female. Zeus is said to be the beautiful virgin, and Venus is made bearded. Apollo was originally bisexual, so is Brahma-Vak in Manu and the Puranas. Osiris is interchangeable with Isis, and Horus is of both sexes. Finally, in St. John's vision in Revelation, the Logos, who is now connected with Jesus, is hermaphrodite, for he is described as having female breasts. So also is Tetragrammaton, or Jehovah. But there are 2 Avalokiteshvaras in esotericism, the first and the second Logos. No religious symbol can escape profanation and even derision in our days of politics and science. In southern India, the writer has seen a converted native making puja with offerings before a statue of Jesus, clad in women clothes with a ring in its nose. On asking the meaning of this masquerade, we were answered that it was Jesu Maria blended in one, and it was done by the permission of the padre, as the zealous convert had no money to purchase 2 statues or idols, as they, very properly, were called by a witness, another but a non-converted Hindu. Blasphemous this will appear to a dogmatic Christian, but the theosophist and the occultist must award the palm of logic to the converted Hindu. The esoteric Christos in the Gnosis is, of course, sexless, but in exoteric theology he is male and female. B. The dragon of wisdom is the one, the Eka, or Saka. It is curious that Jehovah's name in Hebrew should also be one, Akkad. His name is Akkad, says the rabbins. The philologists ought to decide which of the 2 is derived from the other, linguistically and symbolically, surely not the Sanskrit. The one and the dragon are expressions used by the ancients in connection with the respective logi. Jehovah, esoterically Elohim, is also the serpent or dragon that tempted Eve, and the dragon is an old glyph for the astral light, primordial principle, which is the wisdom of chaos. Archaic philosophy, recognizing neither good nor evil as a fundamental or independent power, but starting from the absolute all, universal perfection eternally, traces both through the course of natural evolution to pure light, condensing gradually into form and hence becoming matter or evil. It was left with the early and ignorant Christian fathers to degrade the philosophical and highly scientific idea of this emblem into the absurd superstition called the devil. They took this from the latter Zoroastrians, who saw devils or evil in the Hindu devas, and the word evil has become by a double transmutation de-evil, diabolos, diabol, diavolo, tufel. But the pagans have always shown a philosophical discrimination in their symbols. The primitive symbol of the serpent symbolized divine wisdom and perfection, and has always stood for physical regeneration and immortality. Hence, Hermes, calling the serpent the most spiritual of all beings, Moses, initiated into the wisdom of Hermes, followed suit in Genesis, the Gnostic serpent with the 7 vowels over its head, being the emblem of the 7 hierarchies of the septenary or planetary creators. Hence also the Hindu serpent Shisha, or Ananta, the infinite and name of Vishnu, and his first vahana, or vehicle, on the primordial waters. Like the Logi and the hierarchies of powers, however, these serpents have to be distinguished from one another. Shisha, or Ananta, the couch of Vishnu, is an allegorical abstraction symbolizing infinite time in space, which contains the germ and throws off periodically the efflorescence of this germ, the manifested universe, whereas the Gnostic opus contains the same triple symbolism in its 7 vowels as the 1, 3, and 7-syllabled Eohu of the archaic doctrine, i.e. the first unmanifested logos, the second manifested, the triangle, concreting into the quaternary or tetragrammaton, and the rays of the latter on the material plane. Yet they all made a difference between the good and the bad serpent, the astral light of the Kabbalists, between the former, the embodiment of divine wisdom in the region of the spiritual, and the latter, evil, on the plane of matter. For the astral light, or the ether, of the ancient pagans, the name astral light is quite modern, is spirit matter. Beginning with the pure spiritual plane, it becomes grosser as it descends until it becomes Maya, or the tempting and deceitful serpent on our plane. Jesus accepted the serpent as a synonym of wisdom and thus formed this part of the teaching. Be ye wise as serpents, he says. In the beginning, before mother became father-mother, the fiery dragon moved in the infinitudes alone. The Acharya Brahmana calls the earth Sarpajini, the serpent queen, and the mother of all that moves. Before our globe became egg-shaped, and the universe also, a long trail of cosmic dust, or fire mist, moved and writhed like a serpent in space. The Spirit of God moving on chaos was symbolized by every nation in the shape of a fiery serpent breathing fire and light upon the primordial waters, until it had incubated cosmic matter and made it assume the annular shape of a serpent with its tail and its mouth, which symbolizes not only eternity and infinitude, but also the globular shape of all the bodies formed within the universe from that fiery mist. The universe, as also the earth and man, serpent-like, periodically cast off their old skins, to assume new ones after a time of rest. The serpent is surely not a less graceful or a more unpoetical image than the caterpillar and chrysalis, which springs the butterfly, the Greek emblem of Psyche, the human soul. The dragon was also the symbol of the Logos with the Egyptians, as with the Gnostics. In the Book of Hermes, Pymander, the oldest and most spiritual of the Logi of the western continent, appears to Hermes in the shape of a fiery dragon, of light, fire, and flame. Pymander, the thought divine personified, says, "The light is I am the nous, the mind or Manu. I am thy God, and I am far older than the human principle which escapes from the shadow, darkness, or the concealed deity. I am the germ of thought, the resplendent word, the Son of God. All that thus sees and hears in thee is the verbum of the matter. It is the thought, Mahat, which is God, the Father. The celestial ocean, the ether, is the breath of the Father, the life-giving principle, the Mother, the Holy Spirit. For these are not separated, and their union is life. Stanza 4. 1. Listen, ye sons of the earth, to your instructors, the sons of the fire. Learn there is either first nor last, for all is one number, issued from no number. A. The terms the sons of the fire mist, and the like, require explanation. They are connected with a great primordial and universal mystery, and it is not easy to make it clear. There is a passage in the Bhagavad Gita wherein Krishna, speaking symbolically and esoterically, says, I will state the times, conditions, at which devotees departing from this life do so never to return, be reborn, or to return, to incarnate again. The fire, the flame, the day, the bright, lucky fortnight, the 6 months of the northern solstice, departing, dying. In these, those who know the Brahman, yogis, go to the Brahman. Smoke, night, the dark, unlucky fortnight, the 6 months of the southern solstice, dying. In these, the devotees go to the lunar light, or mansion, the astral light also, and returns, is reborn. These two paths, bright and dark, are said to be eternal in this world, or great kalpa, age. By the one, a man goes never to return. By the other, he comes back. Now these terms, fire, flame, day, the bright fortnight, etc., smoke, night, and so on, leading only to the end of the lunar path, are incomprehensible without a knowledge of esotericism. These are all names of various deities which preside over the cosmopsychic powers. We often speak of the hierarchy of flames, of the sons of fire, etc. Shankaracharya, the greatest of the esoteric masters of India, says that fire means a deity which presides over the time, Kala. The able translator of the Bhagavad Gita, Kashinath Trimbak Talang, M.A. of Bombay, confesses he has no clear notion of the meaning of these verses. It seems quite clear, on the contrary, to him who knows the occult doctrine. With these verses, the mystic sense of the solar and lunar symbols are connected. The Pitris are lunar deities and our ancestors, because they created the physical man. The Agnishvara, the Kumaras, the 7 mystic sages, are solar deities, though they are Pitris also, and these are the fashioners of the inner man. They are the sons of fire because they are the first beings, called minds, and the secret doctrine evolved from primordial fire. The Lord is a consuming fire. The Lord shall be revealed, with his mighty angels in flaming fire. The Holy Ghost descended on the apostles as cloven tongues like as of fire. Vishnu will return on Kalki, the white horse, as the last avatara, amid fire and flames, and Soshiosh will also descend on a white horse in a tornado of fire. And I saw heaven opened, and behold a white horse, and he sat upon him, and his name is called the Word of God, amid flaming fire. Fire is ether in its purest form, and hence is not regarded as matter, but is the unity of ether, the second manifested deity in its universality. But there are 2 fires, and a distinction is made between them in the occult teachings. The first, or the purely formless and invisible fire, concealed in the central spiritual sun, is spoken of as a triple, metaphysically, while the fire of the manifested cosmos is septenary, throughout both the universe and our solar system. The fire of knowledge burns up all action on the plane of illusion, says the commentary. Therefore, those who have acquired it, are emancipated, are called fires. Speaking of the 7 senses symbolized as hotras, or priests, Narada says in Anugita, these 7 senses, smell and taste and color and sound, etc., are the causes of emancipation. And the translator adds, it is from these seven from which the self is to be emancipated. I, in the sentence I am, devoid of qualities, must mean the self, not the Brahmana who speaks. B, the expression, all is one number, issued from no number, relates again to that universal and philosophical tenet just explained in the commentary on Shloka 4 of Stanza 3. That which is absolute is, of course, no number, but in its later significance it has an application both in space and in time. It means that not only every increment of time is part of a larger increment, up to the most indefinitely prolonged duration conceivable by the human intellect, but also that no manifested thing can be thought of except as part of a whole, the total aggregate being the one manifested universe that issues from the unmanifested or absolute, called non-being, or no number, to distinguish it from being or the one number. Stanza 4 continued. Number 2. Learn what we, who descend from the primordial seven, we, who are born from the primordial flame, have learnt from our fathers. This is explained in Book 2, and the term primordial flame corroborates what is said in the first paragraph of the preceding commentary on Stanza 4. The distinction between the primordial and the subsequent seven builders is that the former are the ray and direct emanation of the first sacred four, the tetractys, that is, the eternally self-existent one, eternal in essence, note well, not in manifestation, and distinct from the universal one, latent during pralaya and active during manvatara. The primordial proceed from father-mother, spirit Heil or Illis, whereas the other manifested quaternary and the seven proceed from the mother alone. It is the latter who is the Immaculate Virgin Mother, who is overshadowed, not impregnated, by the universal mystery, when she emerges from her state of laya, or undifferentiated condition. In reality, they are, of course, all one, but their aspects on the various planes of being are different. The first primordial are the highest beings on the scale of existence. They are the archangels of Christianity, those who refuse to create or rather to multiply, as did Michael in the latter system, and as did the eldest mind-born sons of Brahma, Vedas. Stanza 4 continued. Number 3. From the effulgency of light, the ray of the ever-darkness, sprang in the space the reawakened energies, the one from the egg, the 6 and the 5, then the 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5, the twice 7, the sum total. And these are the essences, the flames, the elements, the builders, the numbers, the arupa, the rupa, and the force or divine man, the sum total. And from the divine man emanated the forms, the sparks, the sacred animals, and the messengers of the sacred fathers within the Holy Four. A. This relates to the sacred science of the numerals, so sacred indeed and so important in the study of occultism that the subject can hardly be skimmed, even in such a large work as the present. It is on the hierarchies and the correct numbers of these beings, invisible to us, except upon very rare occasions, that the mystery of the whole universe is built. The Kumaras, for instance, are called the Four, though in reality 7 in number, because Sanaka, Sananda, Sanatana, and Sanakumara are the chief Vedatra, their patronymic name, who sprang from the fourfold mystery. To make whole clearer, we have to turn for our illustrations to tenets more familiar to some of our readers, namely the Brahmanical. According to Manu, Hiranyagarbha is Brahma, the first male, formed by the undiscernible causeless cause, in a golden egg resplendent as the sun. as states the Hindu classical dictionary. Hiranyargarbha, meaning the golden, or rather the effulgent womb or egg. The meaning tallies awkwardly with the epithet male. Surely the esoteric meaning of the sentence is clear enough. In the Rig Veda, it is said that the one Lord of all beings, the one animating principle of gods and men, arose in the beginning in the golden womb, Hiranyargarbha, which is the mundane egg or sphere of our universe. That being is surely androgynous, and the allegory of Brahma separating into two and creating in one of his halves, the female Vak, himself as Viraj, is a proof of it. The one from the egg, the 6 and the 5, give the number 1065, the value of the firstborn. Later, on the male and female Brahma Prajapati, who answers to the numbers 7 and 14 and 21, respectively. The Prajapati, like the Sephiroth, are only 7, including the synthetic Sephira of the triad from which they spring. Thus, from Hiranyargarbha, or Prajapati, the triune, the primeval Vedic Trimurti, Agni, Vayu, and Surya, emanate the other 7, or again 10, if we separate the first 3 which exist in 1 and 1 in 3, all moreover being comprehended within that one supreme Parama called Guya, or secret, and Sarvatman, or the Supersoul. The 7 lords of being lie concealed in Sarvatman like thoughts in one brain. So with the Sephiroth. They are either 7 when counting from the upper triad, headed by Kether, or 10 exoterically. In the Mahabharata, the Prajapati are 21 in number, or 10, 6, and 5, 1065, thrice 7. B. The 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5, in their total twice 7 represents 31415. The numerical hierarchy of the Dhyan Chohans of various orders, and the inner or circumscribed world, placed on the boundary of the great circle. Pass not, called also the Dhyanapasha, the rope of the angels, the rope that hedges off the phenomenal from the noumenal cosmos, which does not fall within the range of our present objective consciousness. This number, when not enlarged by permutation and expansion, is ever 31415, anagrammatically and kabbalistically being both the number of the circle and the mystic svastika, the twice 7 once more. For whatever way the 2 sets of figures are counted, when added separately one figure after another, whether crossways from right or from left, they will always yield 14. Mathematically, they represent the well-known mathematical formula that the ratio of the diameter of a circle to the circumference is as 1 to 3.1415, or the value of pi, square root of pi as it is called. This set of figures must have the same meaning, since the 1, 3141559, and again 1, 3141597 are worked out in the secret calculations to express the various cycles and ages of the firstborn, or 311 trillion 40 billion with fractions, and yield the same 0.3415 by a process we are not concerned with at present. And it may be shown that Mr. Ralston Skinner, the author of The Source of Measures, reads the Hebrew word alhim in the same number values by omitting, as said, the ciphers, and by permutation 13514, since N, A is 1, I is 3, 30, H is 5, I is 1, 10, and M is 4, 40, and anagrammatically 31415 as explained by him. Thus, while in the metaphysical world, the circle with the one central point in it has no number, and is called Anupadaka, parentless and numberless, for it can fall under no calculation. In the manifested world, the mundane egg, or circumscribed within the groups called the line, the triangle, the pentagram, the second line, and the square, or 13514. And when the point has generated a line and thus becomes a diameter, which stands for the androgynous logos, then the figure becomes 31415, or a triangle, a line, a square, a second line, and a pentagram. When the son separates from the mother, he becomes the father, the diameter standing for nature, or the feminine principle. Therefore, it is said, in the world of being, the one point fructifies the line, the virgin matrix of cosmos, the egg-shaped zero, and the Immaculate Mother gives birth to the form that combines all forms. Prajapati is called the first procreating male and his mother's husband. This gives the keynote to all the later divine sons from Immaculate Mothers. It is strongly corroborated by the significant fact that Anna, the name of the mother of the Virgin Mary, now represented by the Roman Catholic Church as having given birth to her daughter in an immaculate way, Mary conceived without sin, is derived from the Chaldean Anna, heaven or astral light, anima mundi, whence Anatya, Devi Durga, the wife of Shiva, is also called Annapurna, and Kanya, the Virgin, Umakanya being her esoteric name and the meaning the Virgin of Light, astral light in one of its multitudinous aspects. See the Devas, Pitras, Rishis, the Suras and the Asuras, the Daityas and Adityas, the Danavas and the Gandharvas, etc., have all their synonyms in our secret doctrine, as well as in the Kabbalah and Hebrew angelology. But it is useless to give their ancient names, as it would only create confusion. Many of these may now be also found even in the Christian hierarchy of divine and celestial powers. All those thrones and dominions, virtues and principalities, cherubs, seraphs and demons, the various denizens of the sidereal world, are the modern copies of archaic prototypes. The very symbolism in their names, when transliterated and arranged in Greek and Latin, are sufficient to show it, as will be proved in several cases further on. D. The sacred animals are found in the Bible as well as in the Kabbalah, and they have their meaning, a very profound one too, on the page of the origins of life. In the Sefer Yetzirah, it is stated that God engraved in the Holy Four the throne of his glory, the Ophanim, the wheels or world spheres, the seraphim, and the sacred animals as ministering angels, and from these, air, water, and fire or ether, he formed his habitation. The following is the literal translation from the 9th and 10th sections. 10 numbers without what? 1. The Spirit of the living God, who liveth in eternities, voice and spirit and word, and this is the Holy Spirit. 2. Air out of spirit. He designed and hewed therewith 22 letters of foundation, 3 mothers, and 7 double and 12 single, and 1 spirit out of them. 3. Water out of spirit. He designed and hewed with them the barren and the void, mud and earth. He designed them as a flower bed, hewed them as a wall, covered them as a paving. 4. Fire out of water. He designed and hewed therewith the throne of glory and the wheels, and the seraphim and the holy animals as ministering angels. And of the 3, he founded his dwelling, as it is said, he makes his angels spirits and his servants fiery flames. The words founded his dwelling show clearly that in the Kabbalah, as in India, the deity was considered as the universe and was not, in his origin, the extra-cosmic God he now is. Thus was the world made through 3 seraphim, Sephir, Saphir, and Seper, or through numbers, and numbered. With the astronomical key, these sacred animals become the signs of the zodiac. Stanza 4 continued. Number 4. This was the army of the voice, the divine mother of the seven. The sparks of the seven are subject to and the servants of the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh of the seven. These are called spheres, triangles, cubes, lines, and modelers, for thus stand the eternal Nidana, the Oahu. The shloka gives again a brief analysis of the hierarchies of the Dhyan Chohans, called divas, gods in India, or the conscious intelligent powers in nature. To this hierarchy corresponds the actual types into which humanity may be divided. For humanity as a whole is in reality a materialized, though as yet imperfect expression thereof. The army of the voice is a term closely connected with the mystery of sound and speech, as an effect and corollary of the cause, divine thought. As beautifully expressed and by P. Christian, the learned author of Histoire de la Magie and l'Homme Rouge de Toulouse, the words spoken by as well as the name of every individual largely determine his future fate. Why? Because when our soul, mind, creates or evokes a thought, the representative sign of that thought is self-engraved upon the astral fluid, which is the receptacle and, so to say, the mirror of all the manifestations of being. The sign expresses the thing is the hidden or occult virtue of the sign. To pronounce a word is to evoke a thought and make it present. The magnetic potency of human speech is the commencement of every manifestation in the occult world. To utter a name is not only to define a being, an entity, but to place it under and condemn it through the emission of the word, verbum, to the influence of one or more occult potencies. Things are, for every one of us, that which it, the word, makes them while naming them. The word, verbum, or the speech of every man is, quite unconsciously to himself, a blessing or a curse. This is the way our present ignorance about the properties and attributes of the idea, as well as about the attributes and properties of matter, is often fatal to us. Yes, names and words are either beneficent or maleficent. They are, in a certain sense, either venomous or health-giving, according to the hidden influences attached by supreme wisdom to their elements, that is to say, to the letters which compose them, and the numbers correlative to these letters. This is strictly true as an esoteric teaching accepted by all the Eastern schools of occultism. In the Sanskrit and also in the Hebrew and all other alphabets, every letter has its occult meaning and its rationale. It is a cause and an effect of a preceding cause, and a combination of these very often produces the most magical effect. The vowels especially contain the most occult and formidable potencies. The mantras, magical rather than religious invocations esoterically, are chanted by the Brahmins, and so are the rest of the Vedas and other scriptures. The army of the voice is the prototype of the host of the Logos, or the Word, of the Sefer, Yetzirah, called in the Secret Doctrine the one number issued from no number, the one eternal principle. The esoteric theogony begins with the one manifested, therefore not eternal in its presence and being, if eternal in its essence, the number of the numbers and numbered, the latter proceeding from the voice, the feminine vak of the 100 forms, Shatrupa, or nature. It is from this number, 10, or creative nature, the mother, the occult cipher, or O, ever procreating and multiplying in union with the unit I, or the spirit of life, that the whole universe proceeds. In the Anugita, a conversation is given between a Brahmana and his wife on the origin of speech and its occult properties. The wife asks how speech came into existence and which was prior to the other, speech or mind. The Brahmana tells her that the apana, inspirational breath, becoming Lord, changes that intelligence which does not understand speech or words into the state of apana, and thus opens the mind. Thereupon he tells her a story, a dialogue between speech and mind. Both went to the self of being, i.e., to the individual higher self as Nilakantha thinks, to Prajapati according to the commentator Aruja Mishra, and asked him to destroy their doubts and decide which of them preceded and was superior to the other. To this the Lord said, mind is superior. But speech answered the self of being by saying, I verily yield you your desires, meaning that by speech he acquired what he desired. Thereupon again the self told her that there were two minds, the movable and the immovable. The immovable is with me, he said. The movable is in your dominion, i.e. of speech, on the plane of matter. To that you are superior. But inasmuch, O beautiful one, as you came personally to speak to me in the way you did, i.e. proudly, therefore, O Sarasvati, you shall never speak after hard exhalation. The goddess speech, Sarasvati, a later form of aspect or vak, the goddess also of secret learning or esoteric wisdom, verily dwelt always between the prana and the apana. But, O noble one, going with the apana wind, vital air, though impelled, without the prana, expirational breath, she ran up to Prajapati, Brahma, saying, Be pleased, O venerable air. Then the prana appeared again, nourishing speech. And therefore speech never speaks after hard exhalation. It is always noisy or noiseless. Of these two, the noiseless is the superior to the noisy speech. The speech, which is produced in the body by means of the prana, and which then goes, i.e. is transformed into apana, and then becoming assimilated with the udana, physical organs of speech, then finally dwells in the samana, at the navel in the form of sound, as in the material cause of all words, says Arjuna Mishra. So speech formerly spoke, hence the mind is distinguished by reason of its being immovable, and the goddess, speech, by reason of her being movable. The above allegory is at the root of the occult law, which prescribes silence upon the knowledge of certain secret and invisible things, perceptible only to the spiritual mind, the sixth sense, and which cannot be expressed by noisy or uttered speech. This chapter of Anugita explains, says Arjuna Mishra, pranayama, or regulation of the breath in yoga practices. This mode, however, without the previous acquisition of, or at least full understanding of, the two highest senses, of which there are 7, as will be shown, pertains rather to the lower yoga. The hatha, so-called, was and still is discountenanced by the arats. It is injurious to the health and alone can never develop into Raja Yoga. This story is quoted to show how inseparably connected in the metaphysics of old are intelligent beings, or rather intelligences, with every sense or function, whether physical or mental. The occult claim that there are 7 senses in man and in nature, as there are 7 states of consciousness, is corroborated in the same work, Chapter 7 on Pratyahara, the restraint and regulation of the senses, pranayama being that of the vital winds or breath. The Brahmana, speaking of the institution of the 7 sacrificial priests, Hotris, says, the nose and the eye and the tongue and the skin and the ear as the 5th, or smell, sight, taste, touch, and hearing. Mind and understanding are the 7 sacrificial priests separately stationed, which dwelling in a minute space still do not perceive each other. On this sensuous plane, none of them except mind, for mind says, The nose smells not without me, the eye does not take in color, etc., etc. I am the eternal chief among all elements, i.e. senses. Without me, the senses never shine, like an empty dwelling, or like fires, the flames of which are extinct. Without me, all beings, like fuel half dried and half moist, fail to apprehend qualities or objects, even with the senses exerting themselves. This, of course, only with regard to mind on the sensuous plane. Spiritual mind, the upper portion or aspect of the impersonal manas, takes no cognizance of the senses in the physical man. How well the ancients were acquainted with the correlation of forces and all the recently discovered phenomenon of mental and physical faculties and functions, and with many more mysteries also, may be found in reading Chapters 7 and 8 of this priceless work in philosophy and mystic learning. See the quarrel of the senses about the respective superiority and their taking the Brahman, the lord of all creatures, for their arbiter. You are all greatest and not greatest, or superior to objects, as Arjuna Mishra says, none being independent of the other. You are all possessed of one another's qualities. All are greatest in their own spheres, and all support one another. There is one unmoving, life wind or breath, the yoga inhalation, so-called, which is the breath of the one or higher self. That one is my own self, accumulated in numerous forms. This breath, voice, self, or wind, pneuma, is the synthesis of the seven senses. Numinally, all minor deities, and esoterically, the septenary and the army of the voice. B. Next, we see cosmic matter scattering and forming itself into elements, grouped into the mystic four within the fifth element, ether, the lining of Akasha, the anima mundi, or mother of cosmos. Dots, lines, triangles, cubes, circles, and finally spheres. Why or how? Because, says the commentary, such is the first law of nature, and because nature geometrizes universally in all her manifestations. There is an inherent law, not only in the primordial but also in the manifested matter of our phenomenal plane, by which nature correlates her geometrical forms and later, also, her compound elements, and in which also there is no place for accident or chance. It is a fundamental law in occultism that there is no rest or cessation of motion in nature. That which seems rest is only the change of one form into another, the change of substance going hand in hand with that of form. So at least we are taught in occult physics, which thus seems to have anticipated the discovery of the conservation of matter by a considerable time, says the ancient commentary to stanza 4. The mother is the fiery fish of life. She scatters her spawn, and the breath, motion, heats and quickens it. The grains of spawn are soon attracted to each other and form the curds in the ocean of space. The larger lumps coalesce and receive new spawn in fiery dots, triangles, and cubes, which ripen, and at the appointed time some of the lumps detach themselves and assume spheroidal form, a process which they effect only when not interfered with by the others, after which law number asterisk, asterisk, asterisk comes into operation. Motion, the breath, becomes the whirlwind and sets them into rotation. Stanza 4 continued, number 5. The Oihahu, which is darkness, the boundless or the no number, Adinadana, Svavabat, the circle. Number 1, the Adisanat, the number, for he is one. Number 2, the voice of the word Svavavat, the numbers, for he is 1 and 9. Number 3, the formless square. And these three, enclosed within the circle, are the sacred 4, and the 10 are the Arupa, universe. Then come the suns, the 7 fighters, the 1, the 8th left out, and his breath, which is the light maker. A. Adisanat translates literally, is the first or primeval ancient, a name which identifies the Kabbalistic Ancient of Days and the Holy Aged, Sephira and Adam Kadmon, with Brahma, the creator, called also Sanat among his other names and titles. Svabhavat is the mystic essence, the plastic root of physical nature, numbers when manifested, the number in its unity of substance on the highest plane. The name is of Buddhist use and a synonym for the fourfold anima mundi, the Kabbalistic archetypal world, from whence proceed the creative, formative, and material worlds, and the scintillae or sparks, the various other worlds contained in the last three. The worlds are all subject to rulers or regents, rishis and pitris, with the Hindus, angels with the Jews and Christians, gods with the ancients in general. B, the circle. This means that the boundless circle, the zero, becomes a number, only when one of the other 9 figures precedes it and thus manifests its value and potency. The word, or logos, in union with voice and spirit, the expression and source of consciousness. Standing for the 9 figures and thus forming, with the cipher, the decad which contains in itself all the universe. The triad forms the tetractys, or sacred 4, within the circle, the square within the circle being the most potent of all the magical figures. C, the one rejected, is the sun of our system. The exoteric version may be found in the oldest Sanskrit scriptures. In the Rig Veda, Aditi, the boundless or infinite space, translated by Professor Max Muller, the visible infinite, visible by the naked eye, the endless expanse beyond the earth, beyond the clouds, beyond the sky, is the equivalent of mother space, coeval with darkness. She is very properly called the mother of the gods, Deva Matri, as it is from her cosmic matrix that all the heavenly bodies of our system were born, sun and planets. Thus she is described allegorically in this wise. 8 sons were born from the body of Aditi. She approached the gods with 7, but cast away the 8th, Maratanda, our son. The 7 sons, called the Aditas, are cosmically or astronomically the 7 planets. And the sun being excluded from their number shows plainly that the Hindus may have known, and in fact knew, of a 7th planet, without calling it Uranus. But esoterically and theologically, so to say, the Adityas, in their primitive most ancient meanings, are the 8, the 12 great gods of the Hindu pantheon. The 7 allow the mortals to see their dwellings, but show themselves only to the Arhats, says an old proverb. Their dwellings, standing here for the planets. The ancient commentary gives the following allegory and explains it. 8 houses were built by Mother, 8 houses for her 8 divine sons, 4 large and 4 small ones, 8 brilliant sons according to their age and merits. Balilu, Maritanda, was not satisfied, though his house was the largest. He began to work, as the huge elephants do. He breathed, drew into his stomach, the vital airs of his brothers. He sought to devour them. The larger 4 were far away, far on the margin of their kingdom. They were not robbed, affected, and laughed. Do your worst, sir, you cannot reach us, they said. But the smaller wept, they complained to the mother. She exiled Balilu to the center of her kingdom, from whence he could not move. Since then, he only watches and threatens. He pursues them, turning slowly round himself, they turning swiftly from him, and he following from afar the direction in which his brothers move on the path that encircles their houses. From that day he feeds on the sweat of the mother's body. He fills himself with her breath and refuse. Therefore she rejected him. Thus the rejected son, being our son, evidently as shown above, the sons, refer not only to our planets but to the heavenly bodies in general. Surya, himself only a reflection of the central spiritual sun, is the prototype of all these bodies that evolved after him. In the Vedas, he is called Loka Chakshash, the eye of the world, our planetary world, and he is one of the three chief deities. He is called indifferently the son of Dyaus, or of Aditi, because no distinction is made with reference to, or scope allowed for, the esoteric meaning. Thus he is depicted as drawn by 7 horses, and by 1 horse with 7 heads, the former referring to his 7 planets, the latter to their one common origin from the one cosmic element. This one element is called figuratively fire. The Vedas teach that fire verily is all the deities. The meaning of the allegory is plain, for we have both the Jizyan commentary and modern science to explain it, though the two differ in more than one particular. The occult doctrine rejects the hypothesis born in the nebular theory, that the 7 great planets have evolved from the sun's central mass, of this our visible sun, at any rate. The first condensation of cosmic matter, of course, took place about a central nucleus, its parent sun, but our sun, it is taught, merely detached itself earlier than all the others, as the rotating mass contracted, and is their elder, bigger brother, therefore not their father. The 8 Adityas, the gods, are all formed from the eternal substance, cometary matter, the mother, or the world stuff, which is both the 5th and the 6th cosmic principle, the apadi, or basis of the universal soul, just as in man, the microcosm, manas, and the apadi of buddhi. There is a whole poem on the pre-genetic battles fought by the growing planets before the final formation of cosmos, thus accounting for the seemingly disturbed position of the systems of several planets. The plane of the satellites of some, of Neptune and Uranus, for instance, of which the ancients knew nothing, it is said, being tilted over, thus giving them an appearance of retrograde motion. These planets are called the warriors, the architects, and are accepted by the Roman Church as the leaders of the heavenly hosts, thus showing the same traditions. Having evolved from cosmic space, the sun, we are taught, before the final formation of the primaries and the annulation of the planetary nebulae, drew into the depths of his mass all the cosmic vitality he could, threatening to engulf his weaker brothers before the law of attraction and repulsion was finally adjusted, after which he began feeding on the mother's refuse and sweat. In other words, on those portions of ether, the breath of the universal soul, of the existence and constitution of which science is as yet absolutely ignorant. As a theory of this kind has been propounded by Sir William Grove, who theorizes that the systems are gradually changing by atmospheric additions or subtractions, or by accretions and diminutions arising from nebular substance, and again that the sun may condense gaseous matter as it travels in space, and so heat may be produced. The archaic teaching seems scientific enough even in this age. Mr. W. Matthew Williams suggested that the diffused matter, or ether, which is the recipient of the heat radiations of the universe, is thereby drawn into the depths of the solar mass, expelling thence the previously condensed and thermally exhausted ether. It becomes compressed and gives up its heat, to be in turn itself driven out in a rarefied and cooled state, to absorb a fresh supply of heat, which he supposes to be in this way taken up by the ether, and again concentrated and redistributed by the suns of the universe. This is about as close an approximation to the occult teachings as science ever imagined, for occultism explained it by the dead breath, given back by Martanda, and his feeding on the sweat and refuse of Mother Space. What could affect Neptune, Saturn, and Jupiter but little, would have killed such comparatively small houses as Mercury, Venus, and Mars. As Uranus was not known before the end of the 18th century, the name of the fourth planet mentioned in the allegory must remain to us, so far, a mystery. The breath of all the seven is said to be Bhaskara, the light maker, because they, the planets, were all comets and suns in their origin. They evolve into manvantaric life from primeval chaos, now the noumenon of irresolvable nebulae, by aggregation and accumulation of the primary differentiations of eternal matter, according to the beautiful expression in the commentary. Thus the sons of light clothe themselves in the fabric of darkness. They are called allegorically the heavenly snails, on account of their, to us, formless intelligences inhabiting unseen their starry and planetary homes, and so to speak, carrying them as the snails do along with themselves in their revolution. The doctrine of a common origin for all the heavenly bodies and planets was, as we see, inculcated by the archaic astronomers before Kepler, Newton, Leibniz, Kant, Herschel, and Laplace. Heat, the breath, attraction, and repulsion, the three great factors of motion, are the conditions under which all the members of this primitive family are born, develop, and die. To be reborn after a night of Brahma, during which eternal matter relapses periodically into its primary, undifferentiated state. The most attenuated gases can give no idea of its nature to the modern physicist. Centers of forces at first, the invisible sparks or primordial atoms, differentiate into molecules and become suns, passing gradually into objectivity, gaseous, radiant, cosmic, the one whirlwind, or motion, finally giving the impulse to the form, and the initial motion regulated and sustained by the never-resting breaths, the Dhyan Chohans. Stanza 4 continued, number 6. Then the second seven, who are the Lipika, produced by the three, the rejected sun is one, the sun-sons are countless. The Lipika, from the word lipi, writing, means literally scribes. Mystically, these divine beings are connected with karma, the law of retribution, for they are the recorders, or analysts, who impress on the, to us, invisible tablets of the astral light, the great picture gallery of eternity, a faithful record of every act and every thought of man, of all that was, is, or ever will be in the phenomenal universe. As said in Isis Unveiled, this divine and unseen canvas is the book of life. It is the Lipika who project into objectivity, the passive universal mind, the ideal plan of the universe, upon which the builder reconstructs the cosmos after every pralaya. It is they who stand parallel to the seven angels of the presence, whom the Christians recognized in the seven planetary spirits, or the spirits of the stars, and thus it is they who are the direct eminences of the eternal ideation, or as Plato calls it, the divine thought. The eternal record is no fantastic dream, for we meet with the same records in the world of gross matter, as Dr. Draper says. A shadow never falls upon a wall without leaving thereupon a permanent trace which might be made visible by resorting to proper processes. The portraits of our friends or landscape views may be hidden on the sensitive surface from the eye, but they are ready to make their appearance as soon as proper developers are resorted to. A spectre is concealed on a silver or a glassy surface until by our necromancy we make it come forth into the visible world. Upon the walls, our most private apartments, where we think the eye of intrusion is altogether shut out, and our retirement can never be profaned, there exists on the vestiges of our acts silhouettes of whatever we have done. Doctors Jevons and Budbaj believe that every thought displaces the particles of the brain and, setting them in motion, scatters them throughout the universe. They also think that each particle of the existing matter must be a register of all that has happened. Thus, the ancient doctrine has begun to acquire rights of citizenship in the speculations of the scientific world. The 40 assessors who stand in the region of Amenti as the accusers of the soul before Osiris belong to the same class of deities as the Lepika, and might stand as parallels were not the Egyptian gods so little understood in their esoteric meaning. The Hindu Chitragupta, who reads out the account of every soul's life from his register, called Agra Sadhani, the assessors who read theirs from the heart of the defunct, which becomes an open book before their Yama, Minos, Osiris, or Karma, are all so many copies of and variants from the Lepika and their astral records. Nevertheless, the Lepika are not deities connected with death, but with life eternal. Connected as the Lepika are with the destiny of every man and the birth of every child, whose life is already traced in the astral light, not fatalistically, but only because the future, like the past, is ever alive in the present, they may also be said to exercise an influence on the science of horoscopy. We must admit the truth of the latter whether we will or not, for as observed by one of the modern professors of astrology, now that photography has revealed to us the chemical influence of the sidereal system, by fixing on the sensitized plate of the apparatus milliards of stars and planets that it hath thereto baffled the efforts of the most powerful telescopes to discover, it becomes easier to understand how our solar system can, at the birth of a child, influence his brain, virgin of any impression, in a definite manner and according to the presence of the zenith of such or another zodiacal constellation. Stanza 5. Number 1. The primordial seven, the first 7 breaths of the dragon of wisdom, produce in their turn from their holy circumgyrating breaths the fiery whirlwind. This is, perhaps, the most difficult of all the stanzas to explain. Its language is comprehensible only to him who is thoroughly versed in Eastern allegory and its purposely obscure phraseology. The question will surely be asked, do the occultists believe in all these builders, Lepika, and sons of light as entities, or are they merely imagery? To this the answer is given as plainly. After due allowance for the imagery of personified powers, we must admit the existence of these entities, if we would not reject the existence of spiritual humanity within physical mankind. For the hosts of these sons of light, the mind-born sons of the first manifested ray of the unknown all, are the very root of spiritual man. Unless we want to believe the unphilosophical dogma of a specially created soul for every human birth, a fresh supply of these pouring in daily since Adam, we have to admit the occult teachings. This will be explained in its place. Let us see now what may be the meaning of this occult stanza. The doctrine teaches that, in order to become a divine, fully conscious God, I, even the highest, the spiritual, primeval intelligences, must pass through the human stage. And when we say human, this does not apply merely to our terrestrial humanity, but to the morals that inhabit any world, i.e. to those intelligences that have reached the appropriate equilibrium between matter and spirit, as we have now, ever since the middle point of the 4th root race of the 4th round was passed. Each entity must have won for itself the right of becoming divine through self-experience. Hegel, the great German thinker, must have known or sensed intuitionally this truth, when he said that the unconscious evolved the universe only in the hope of attaining clear self-consciousness. In other words, of becoming man. For this is also the secret meaning of the oft-reoccurring Puranic phrase of Brahma being constantly moved by the desire to create. This explains also the hidden Kabbalistic meaning of the saying, The breath becomes a stone, the stone a plant, the plant an animal, the animal a man, the man a spirit, and the spirit a god. The mind-born sons, the rishis, the builders, etc., were all men of whatever forms and shapes in other worlds and in preceding manvantaras. The subject being so very mystical, it is most difficult to explain it in all its details and bearings, for the whole mystery of evolutionary creation is contained therein. A sentence or two in the shloka vividly recalls to mind similar sentences in the Kabbalah and the phraseology of the king psalmist. Both, when speaking of God, show him making the wind his messenger and his ministers a flaming fire. But in the esoteric doctrine it is used figuratively. The fiery whirlwind is the incandescent cosmic dust which only follows magnetically, as the iron filings follow the magnet, the directing thought of the creative forces. Yet this cosmic dust is something more. For every atom in the universe, it has the potentiality of self-consciousness in it, and is, like the monads of Leibniz, a universe in itself, and for itself. It is an atom and an angel. In this connection, it should be noted that one of the luminaries of the modern evolutionist school, Mr. A.R. Wallace, when discussing the inadequacy of natural selection as the sole factor in the development of physical man, practically concedes the whole point here discussed. He holds that the evolution of man was directed and furthered by superior intelligences, whose agency is a necessary factor in the scheme of nature. But once the operation of these intelligences is admitted in one place, it is only a logical deduction to extend it still further. No hard and fast line can be drawn. Stanza 5 continued. Number 2. They make of him the messenger of their will. The Dizu becomes Fohat, the swift son of the divine sons, whose sons are the Lipika, runs circular errands. Fohat is the steed, and the thought is the rider. He passes like lightning through the fiery clouds, takes 3 and 5 and 7 strides through the 7 regions above and the 7 below. He lifts his voice and calls the innumerable sparks, and joins them together. A. This shows the primordial 7, using for their vehicle Vahana, or the manifested subject which becomes the symbol of the power directing it, Fohat, called in consequence the messenger of their will, the fiery whirlwind. B. Zu becomes Fohat, the expression itself shows it. Zu is the real one, magical knowledge or occult wisdom, which, dealing with eternal truths and primal causes, becomes almost omnipotence when applied in the right direction. Its antithesis is Zumi, that which deals with illusions and false appearances only, as in our exoteric modern sciences. In this case, Jizu is the expression of the collective wisdom of the Dhyani Buddhas. As the reader is supposed to not be acquainted with the Dhyani Buddhas, it is well to be said that once that, according to the Orientalists, there are 5 Dhyanis who are the celestial Buddhas, of whom the human Buddhas are the manifestations in the world of form and matter. Esoterically, however, the Dhyana Buddhas are 7, of whom 5 only have hitherto manifested, and 2 are to come in the 6th and 7 root races. They are, so to speak, the eternal prototypes of the Buddhas who appear on this earth, each of whom has his particular divine prototype. So, for instance, Amitabha is the Dhyana Buddha of Gautama Shakyamuni, manifesting through him whenever his great soul incarnates on earth as he did in Zonkapa. As the synthesis of the 7 Dhyani Buddhas, Avaloki Teshvara was the first Buddha, the Logos, and Amitabha is the inner god of Gautama, who in China is called Amida, Buddha. They are, as Professor Rhys Davids correctly states, the glorious counterparts in the mystic world, free from the debasing conditions of this material life. Of every earthly, mortal Buddha, The liberated Manushi Buddhas appointed to govern the earth in this round. They are the Buddhas of contemplation, and are all anupadaka, parentless, i.e. self-born of the divine essence. The exoteric teaching, which says that every Dhyani Buddha has the faculty of creating from himself an equally celestial son, a Dhyani Bodhisattva, who after the decease of the Manushi Buddha has to carry out the work of the latter, rests on the fact that, owing to the highest initiation performed by one overshadowed by the spirit of Buddha, who is credited by the Orientalists with having created the 5 Dhyani Buddhas, a candidate becomes virtually a bodhisattva created such by the high initiator. C. Fohat, being one of the most, if not the most important character in esoteric cosmogony, should be minutely described. As in the oldest Grecian cosmogony, which differed widely from the latter mythology, Eros is the third person in the primeval trinity, Chaos, Gaia, Eros, answering to the Kabbalistic trinity Ein Sof, the boundless all. For chaos is space, to open wide, to be void. Shekinah and the Ancient of Days are the Holy Ghost, so Fohat is one thing in the yet unmanifested universe, and another in the phenomenal and cosmic world. In the latter, he is that occult, electric, vital power which, under the will of the creative Logos, unites and brings together all forms, giving them the first impulse, which in time becomes law. But in the unmanifested universe, Fohat is no more this than Eros is the later, brilliant winged Cupid or love. Fohat is not to do with Cosmos yet, since Cosmos is not born, and the gods still sleep in the bosom of Father-Mother. He is the abstract philosophical idea. He produces nothing yet by himself. He is simply that potential creative power, in virtue of whose action the noumenon of all future phenomenon divides, so to speak, but will reunite in a mystic, supersensuous act and emit the creative ray. When the divine sun breaks forth, then Fohat becomes the propelling force, the active power which causes the one to become 2 and 3 on the cosmic plane of manifestation. The triple one differentiates into the many, and then Fohat is transformed into that force which brings together the elemental atoms and makes them aggregate and combine. We find an echo of this primeval teaching in early Greek mythology. Erebus and Nux are born out of chaos and, under the action of Eros, give birth in their turn to Ether and Hemera, the light of the superior and the light of the inferior or terrestrial regions. Darkness generates light. Compare in the Puranas Brahma's will or desire to create, and in the Phoenician cosmogony of Sanchuniathon the doctrine that desire is the principle of creation. Fohat is closely related to the one life, from the unknown one, the infinite totality, the manifested one or the periodical Manvantaric deity emanates. And this is the universal mind which, separated from its fountain source, is the demiurge or the creative logos of the Western Kabbalists, and the four-faced Brahma of the Hindu religion. In its totality, viewed in the esoteric doctrine from this standpoint of manifested divine thought, it represents the hosts of the higher creative Dhyan Chohans. Simultaneously with the evolution of the universal mind, the concealed wisdom of Adi Buddha, the one supreme and eternal, manifests itself as Avalokiteshvara, or manifested Ishvara, which is the Osiris of the Egyptians, the Ahura Mazda of the Zoroastrians, the heavenly man of the Hermetic philosophers, the Logos of the Platonists, and the Atman of the Vedantins. By the action of the manifested wisdom, or Mahat, represented by these innumerable centers of spiritual energy in the cosmos, the reflection of the universal mind, which is cosmic ideation, and the intellectual force accompanying such ideation, becomes objectively the Fohat of the Buddhist esoteric philosopher. Fohat, running along the 7 principles of Akasha, acts upon manifested substance, or the one element, as declared above, and by differentiating it into various centers of energy, sets in motion the law of cosmic evolution, which, in obedience to the ideation of the universal mind, brings into existence all the various states of being in the manifested solar system. The solar system brought into existence by these agencies consists of 7 principles. Like everything else with these centers, such is the teaching of the trans-Himalayan esotericism. Every philosophy, however, has its own way of dividing these principles. Fohat, then, is the personified electric vital power, the transcendental binding unity of all cosmic energies, on the unseen as on the manifested planes, the action of which resembles, on an immense scale, that of a living force created by will, in those phenomena where the seemingly subjective acts on the seemingly objective and propels it into action. Fohat is not only the living symbol and container of that force, but is looked upon by the occultists as an entity. The forces it acts upon being cosmic, human, and terrestrial, and exercising their influence on all these planes respectively. On the earthly plane, its influence is felt in the magnetic and active force generating by the strong desire of the magnetizer. On the cosmic, it is present in the constructive power that, in the formation of things, from the planetary system down to the glowworm and simple daisy, carries out the plan in the mind of nature or in the divine thought, with regard to the development and growth of a particular thing. It is, metaphysically, the objectivized thought of the gods, the Word made flesh, on a lower scale, and the messenger of cosmic and human ideation, the active force in universal life. In its secondary aspect, Fohat is the solar energy, the electric vital fluid, and the preserving fourth principle, the animal soul of nature, so to say, or electricity. In 1882, the president of the Theosophical Society, Colonel Alcott, was taken to task for asserting in one of his lectures that electricity is matter. Such, nevertheless, is the teaching of the occult doctrine. Force, energy may be better names for it, so long as European science knows so little about its true nature, yet matter it is as much as ether is matter, since it is as atomic, though indeed several removes from ether. It seems ridiculous to argue that because a thing is imponderable to science, therefore it cannot be called matter. Electricity is immaterial in the sense that its molecules are not subject to perception and experiment, yet it may be, and occultism says it is, atomic. Therefore it is matter. But even supposing it were unscientific to speak of it in such terms, once electricity is called in science a source of energy, energy simply and a force, where is that force or that energy which can be thought of without thinking of matter? Maxwell, a mathematician and one of the greatest authorities upon electricity and its phenomena, said years ago that electricity was matter, not motion merely. If we accept the hypothesis that the elementary substances are composed of atoms, we cannot avoid concluding that electricity also, positive as well as negative, is divided into definite elementary portions which behave like atoms of electricity. We will go further than this and assert that electricity is not only substance, but that it is an emanation from an entity, which is neither God nor devil, but one of the numberless entities that rule and guide our world, according to the eternal law of karma. To return to Fohat, it is connected with Vishnu and Surya and the early character of the former god, for Vishnu is not a high god in the Rig Veda. The name Vishnu is from the root vish, to pervade, and Fohat is called the pervader, and the manufacturer because he shapes the atoms from crude material. In the sacred texts of the Rig Veda, Vishnu is also a manifestation of the solar energy and is described as striding through the 7 regions of the universe in 3 steps, the Vedic god having little in common with the Vishnu of later times. Therefore, the two are identical in this particular feature, and one is the copy of the other. The 3 and 7 strides refer to the 7 spheres inhabited by man in the esoteric doctrine, as well as to the 7 regions of the earth. Notwithstanding the frequent objections made by would-be Orientalists, the 7 worlds or spheres of our planetary chain are distinctly referred to in the exoteric Hindu scriptures. But how strangely all these numbers are connected with like numbers in other cosmogonies and with their symbols can be seen from the comparisons and parallelisms made by the students of old religions. The 3 strides of Vishnu, through the 7 regions of the universe of the Rig Veda, have been variously explained by commentators as meaning fire, lightning, and the sun, cosmically, and as having been taken in the earth, the atmosphere, and the sky. More philosophically, and in the astronomical sense very correctly, they are explained by Ornavaba as being the various positions of the sun, rising, noon, and setting. Esoteric philosophy alone explains it clearly, though the Zohar has laid it down very philosophically and comprehensively. It is plainly demonstrated therein that in the beginning the Elohim, Alhim, were called Akkad, one, or the deity, one in many. A very simple idea in a pantheistic conception, pantheistic in its philosophical sense, of course. Then came the change. Jehovah is Elohim, thus unifying the multiplicity and taking the first step towards monotheism. Now to the query, how is Jehovah Elohim? The answer is by 3 steps from below. The meaning is plain. The steps are symbols and emblematic, mutually and correlatively, of spirit, soul, and body, man, of the circle transformed into spirit, the soul of the world and its body, or earth. Stepping out of the circle of infinity that no man comprehendeth, Ein Sof, the Kabbalistic synonym for Para-Brahman, for the Zerawana Akern of the Mazdians, or for any other unknowable, becomes one. The Akkad, the Eka, the Ahu, then he, or it, is transformed by evolution into the one in many. The Jnana Buddhas, or the Elohim, or again the Amshaspans, his 3rd step being taken into the generation of the flesh, or man. And from man, or Jehovah, male-female, the inner divine entity becomes, on the metaphysical plane, once more the Elohim. The numbers 3, 5, and 7 are prominent in speculative masonry, as shown in Isis Unveiled. A mason writes, "There are the 3, 5, and 7 steps to show a circular walk. The 3 faces of 3, 3, 5, 3, and 7, 3, etc., etc. Sometimes it comes in this form. 7, 5, 3 over 2 equals 376.5, and 7, 6, 3, 5 over 2 equals 3817.5, and the ratio of 20613 over 6561 feet for cubic measures gives the Great Pyramid measures. 3, 5, and 7 are mystical numbers, and the last and the first are as greatly honored by Masons as by Parsis, the triangle being a symbol of deity everywhere. As a matter of course, doctors of divinity, Castle, for instance, show the Zohar explaining and supporting the Christian Trinity. It is the latter, however, that has had its origin from the triangle and the archaic occultism and symbology of the heathen. The 3 strides relate metaphysically to the descents of spirit into matter, of the Logos falling as a ray into the spirit, then into the soul, and finally into the human physical form of man in which it becomes life. The Kabbalistic idea is identical with the esotericism of the archaic period. This esotericism is the common property of all and belongs neither to the Aryan 5th race nor to any of its numerous subraces. It cannot be claimed by the Turanians, so-called, the Egyptians, Chinese, Chaldeans, or by any of the 7 divisions of the 5th root race, but really belongs to the 3rd and 4th root races, whose descendants we find in the seed of the 5th, the earliest Aryans. The circle was with every nation the symbol of the unknown, boundless space, the abstract garb of an ever-present abstraction, the incognizable deity. It represents limitless time and eternity. The zero ana, a kern, is also the boundless circle of unknown time, from which circle issues the radiant light, the universal sun, or Ormazd. And the latter is identical with Chrono in his Aeolian form, that of a circle. For the circle is Sar and Saros, or cycle. It was the Babylonian god whose circular horizon was the visible symbol of the invisible, while the sun was the one circle from which proceeded the cosmic orbs, of which he was considered the leader. Zero ana is the chakra, or circle, of Vishnu, the mysterious emblem which is, according to the definition of a mystic, a curve of such a nature that is to any, the least possible, part thereof. If the curve be protracted either way, it will proceed and finally re-enter upon itself and form one in the same curve, or that which we call the circle. No better definition could thus be given of the natural symbol and the evident nature of deity, which having its circumference everywhere, the boundless, has therefore its central point also everywhere. In other words, is in every point of the universe. The invisible deity is thus also the Dhyan Chohans, or the Rishis, the primitive 7 and the 9 without and 10, including their synthetical unit from which it steps into man. Returning to commentary 4 of stanza 4, the reader now will understand why, while the Trans-Himalayan chakra has inscribed within it triangle, square, star, triangle first line, square second line, and a pentacle with a point in the center, either thus star or some other variation, the Kabbalistic circle of the Elohim reveals when the letters of the word Alhim or Elohim are read numerically, the famous numerals 13514, or anagrammatically 31415, the astronomical pi, or the hidden meaning of the Jnana Buddhas, or the Gebers, the Gibberim, the Kabiri, and the Elohim, all signifying great men, titans, heavenly men, and on earth, giants. The 7 was a sacred number with every nation, but none applied it to more physiologically materialistic uses than the Hebrews. With them, 7 was preeminently the generative number, and 9 the male causative one, forming, as shown by the Kabbalists, the Otz, 90, 70, or the tree of the Garden of Eden, the double hermaphrodite rod of the 4th race. This was the symbol of the Holy of Holies, the 3 and the 4 of sexual separation. Nearly every one of the 22 Hebrew letters are merely phallic symbols. Of the 2 letters, as shown above, one, the ayin, is the negative female letter, symbolically an eye, the other a male letter, za, a fishhook or dart, whereas with the Hindus and Aryans, generally, the significance was manifold and related almost entirely to purely metaphysical and astronomical truths. Their rishis and gods, their demons and heroes have historical and ethical meanings. Yet we are told by a Kabbalist who, in a work was not yet published, contrasts the Kabbalah and Zohar with Aryan esotericism, that the Hebrew, clear, short, terse, and exact, modes far and beyond measure surpass the toddling word talk of the Hindus, just as by parallelisms the psalmist says, "My mouth speaks with my tongue, I know not thy numbers." The Hindu glyph shows by its insufficiency in the large admixture of adventitious sides the same borrowed plumage that the Greeks, the lying Greeks, had and that Masonry has, which in the rough monosyllabic and apparent poverty of the Hebrew shows the latter to have come down from a far more remote antiquity than any of these, and to have been the source or nearer the old original source than any of them. This is entirely erroneous. Our learned brother and correspondent judges the Hindu religious systems apparently by their Shastras and Puranas, probably the latter, and in their modern translation, moreover, which disfigure them out of all recognition. It is to their philosophical systems that we have to turn, to their esoteric teaching, if we would make a point of comparison. No doubt the symbology of the Pentateuch, or even of the New Testament, comes from the same source. But surely the Pyramid of Cheops, whose measurements are all found by Professor Piazzi Smith, repeated in Solomon's alleged and mythical temple, is not of a later date than the Mosaic books? Hence, if there is any such great identity as he claimed, it must be due to servile copying of the part of the Jews, not on that of the Egyptians. The glyphs of the Jews, and even their language, the Hebrew, are not original. They are borrowed from the Egyptians, and from whom Moses got his wisdom. From the Coptic, the probable kinsman, if not parent, of the old Phoenician, and from the Hyksos, their alleged ancestors, as Josephus shows. Aye, but who are the Hyksos shepherds? And who the Egyptians? History shows nothing of the question, and speculates and theorizes out of the depths of the respective consciousness of our historians. Chamism, or Old Coptic, is from Western Asia, and contains some germ of the Semitic, thus bearing witness to the primitive cognate unity of the Aryan and Semitic races. Says Bunsen, who places the great events in Egypt 9,000 years BC. The fact is that in archaic esotericism and Aryan thought we find a grand philosophy, whereas in the Hebrew records we find only the most surprising ingenuity in inventing apotheosis for phallic worship and sexual theogony. That the Aryans never made their religion rest solely on physiological symbols, as the old Hebrews have done, may be seen in the exoteric Hindu scriptures. That these accounts also are blinds is shown by their contradicting each other, a different explanation being found in almost every Purana and epic poem. Read esoterically, however, they will all yield the same meaning. Thus, one account enumerates 7 worlds, exclusive of the netherworlds, also 7 in number. These 14 upper and nether worlds have nothing to do with the classification of the septenary chain and belong to the purely ethereal invisible worlds. These will be noticed elsewhere. Suffice it for the present to show that they are purposely referred to as though they belonged to the chain. Another enumeration calls the 7 worlds earth, sky, heaven, middle region, place of birth, mansion of the blessed, and abode of truth, placing the sons of Brahma in the 6th division and stating the 5th, or Yanaloka, to be that where animals destroyed in the general conflagration are born again. Some real esoteric teaching is given in the subsequent chapters on symbolism. He who is prepared for it will understand the hidden meaning. Stanza 5, continued. Number 3. He is their guiding spirit and leader. When he commences work, he separates the sparks of the lower kingdom, that float and thrill with the joy in their radiant dwellings, and forms therewith the germs of wheels. He places them in the 6 directions of space, and one in the middle, the central wheel. Wheels are already explained as the centers of force, around which primordial cosmic matter expands and, passing through all the 6 stages of consolidation, becomes spheroidal and ends by being transformed into globes or spheres. It is one of the fundamental dogmas of esoteric cosmogony that during the kalpas, or aeons of life, motion, which, during the periods of rest, pulsates and thrills through every slumbering atom, assumes an ever-growing tendency from the first awakening of cosmos to a new day to circular movement. The deity becomes a whirlwind. It may be asked, as the writer has not failed to ask, who is there to ascertain the difference in that motion, since all nature is reduced to its primal essence and there can be no one, not even one of the Gyan Chohans who are all in nirvana, to see it? The answer to this is everything in nature has to be judged by analogy. Though the highest deities, archangels, or Dhyan Buddhas, are unable to penetrate the mysteries which lie too far beyond our planetary system and the visible cosmos, yet there were great seers and prophets in olden times who were enabled to perceive the mysteries of breath and motion retrospectively when the systems of worlds were at rest and plunged in their periodic sleep. The wheels are also called roti, the moving wheels of the celestial orbs participating in the world's creation. When the meaning refers to the animating principle of the stars and planets, for in the Kabbalah they are represented by the Ophanim, the angels of the spheres and the stars, of which they are the informing souls. This law of vortical movement in primordial matter is one of the oldest conceptions of Greek philosophy, whose first historical sages were nearly all initiates of the mysteries. The Greeks had it from the Egyptians, and the latter from the Chaldeans, who had been the pupils of Brahmins in the esoteric school. Leucippus and Democritus of Abdera, the pupil of the Magi, taught that this gyratory movement of the atoms and spheres existed from eternity. Hicetas, Heraclides, Asphantus, Pythagoras, and all his pupils taught the rotation of the earth. The Aryabhata of India, Aristarchus, Seleucus, and Archimedes calculated its revolution as scientifically as the astronomers do now, while the theory of elemental vortices was known to Anaxagoras and maintained by him 500 years BC, or nearly 2,000 before it was taken up by Galileo, Descartes, Swedenborg, and finally, with slight modifications, by Sir W. Thomson. All such knowledge, if justice be only done, is an echo of the archaic doctrine, an attempt to explain which is now being made. How men of the last few centuries have come to the same ideas and conclusions that were taught as axiomatic truths in the secrecy of the Advaita dozens of millenniums ago is a question that is treated separately. Some were led to it by the natural progress and physical science and by independent observation. Others, such as Copernicus, Swedenborg, and a few more, their great learning notwithstanding, owed their knowledge far more to intuitive than to acquired ideas, developed in the usual way by a course of study. That Swedenborg, who could not possibly have known anything of the esoteric ideas of Buddhism, independently came near the occult teachings in his general conceptions, is shown by his essay on the vortical theory. In Clissold's translation of it, quoted by Professor Winchell, we find the following resume. The first cause is the infinite or unlimited. This gives existence to the first finite or limited, the logos in its manifestation and the universe. That which produces a limit is analogous to motion. See stanza 1, supra. The limit produced is a point, the essence of which is motion, but being without parts, this essence is not actual motion, but only a conatus to it. In our doctrine, it is not a conatus, but a change from eternal vibration in the unmanifested to vortical motion in the phenomenal or manifested world. From this first proceed extension, space, figure, and succession or time. As in geometry, a point generates a line a surface, and a surface a solid, so here the conatus of the point tends towards lines, surfaces, and solids. In other words, the universe is contained in ovo in the first natural point. The motion toward which the conatus tends is circular, since the circle is the most perfect of all figures. The most perfect figure of the motion above described must be the perpetually circular. That is to say, it must proceed from the center to the periphery and from the periphery to the center. This is occultism pure and simple. By the 6 directions of space is here meant the double triangle, the junction and blending together of pure spirit and matter, the arupa and the rupa, of which the triangles are a symbol. This double triangle is a sign of Vishnu. It is Solomon's seal and the Sri Antara of the Brahmins. Stanza 5 continued. Number 4. Fohat traces spiral lines to unite the 6th to the 7th, the crown. An army of the sons of light stands at each angle, the Lipika of the middle wheel. They say this is good. The first divine world is ready, the first, the second. Then the divine Arupa reflects itself in Chaya Loka, the first garment of Anupadaka. This tracing of spiral lines refers to the evolution of man's as well as of nature's principles, an evolution which takes place gradually, as does everything else in nature. The sixth principle in man, Buddhai, the divine soul, though a mere breath in our conceptions, is still something material when compared with divine spirit, Atma, of which it is the carrier or vehicle. Fohat, in his capacity of divine love, Eros, the electric power of affinity and sympathy is shown allegorically, trying to bring to the pure spirit the ray inseparable from the one absolute, into union with the soul, the two constituting in man the mohad, and in nature the first link between the ever unconditioned and the manifested. The first is now the second world of the Lipikas, has reference to the same. The army at each angle is the host of the angelic beings, Gyan Chohans, appointed to guide and watch over each respective region, from the beginning to the end of the Manvantara. They are the mystic watchers of the Christian Kabbalists and alchemists, and relate symbolically as well as cosmogenically to the numerical system of the universe. The numbers with which these celestial beings are connected are extremely difficult to explain, as each number refers to several groups of distinct ideas, according to the particular group of angels which it is intended to represent. Herein lies the notice in the study of symbology, with which so many scholars, unable to untie it, have preferred dealing as Alexander dealt with the Gordian knot, hence erroneous conceptions and teachings as a direct result. The first is the second, because the first cannot really be numbered or regarded as such, for the first is the realm of noumena in its primary manifestation, the threshold to the world of truth, or sat, through which the direct energy that radiates from the one reality, the nameless deity, reaches us. Here again the untranslatable term sat, Venus, is likely to lead to an erroneous conception, since that which is manifested cannot be sat, but is something phenomenal, not everlasting, nor, in truth, even sempiternal. It is coeval and coexistent with the one life, secondless, but as a manifestation it is still a Maya like the rest. This world of truth, in the words of the commentary, can be described only as a bright star dropped from the heart of eternity, the beacon of hope on whose 7 rays hang the 7 worlds of being. Truly so, since these are the 7 lights whose reflections are the human immortal monads, the Atma, or the irradiating spirit of every creature of the human family. First this septenary light, then the divine world, the countless lights lit at the primeval light, the buddhis, or formless divine souls, of the last Arupa, formless, world, the sum total in the mysterious language of the old stanza. In the Catechism, the master is made to ask the pupil, "Lift thy head, O Lanu, dost thou see one, or countless lights above thee, burning in the dark midnight sky? I sense one flame, O Guru Deva, I see countless undetached sparks shining in it. Thou sayest well, and now look around and into thyself. That light which burns inside thee, dost thou feel it different in any wise from the light that shines in thy brother men? It is in no way different, though the prisoner is held in bondage by karma, and though its outer garments delude thy ignorant into saying, thy soul and my soul." The radical unity of the ultimate essence of each constituent part of the compounds in nature, from star to mineral atom, from the highest Gyan Chohan to the smallest infusorium, in the fullest acceptation of the term, and whether applied to the spiritual, intellectual, or physical worlds, this unity is the one fundamental law in occult science. The deity is boundless and infinite expansion, says an occult axiom, hence the name of Brahma, as previously remarked. There is a deep philosophy underlying the earliest worship in the world, the worship of the sun and of fire. Of all the elements known to physical science, fire is that which has ever eluded definite analysis. It is confidently asserted that air is a mixture containing the gases oxygen and nitrogen. We view the universe and the earth as matter composed of definite chemical molecules. We speak of the primitive 10 earths, endowing each with a Greek or Latin name. We say that water is, chemically, a compound of oxygen and hydrogen. But what is fire? It is the effect of combustion, we are gravely answered. It is the heat and light and motion, and a correlation of physical and chemical forces in general. And this scientific definition is philosophically supplemented by a theological one in Webster's dictionary, which explains fire as the instrument of punishment, or the punishment of the impenitent in another state. The state, by the by, being supposed to be spiritual, but alas, the presence of fire would seem to be a convincing proof of its material nature. Yet, speaking of the illusion of regarding phenomena as simple because they are familiar, Professor Bain says, "Very familiar facts seem to stand in no need of explanation themselves and to be the means of explaining whatever can be assimilated to them. Thus, the boiling and evaporation of a liquid is supposed to be a very simple phenomena, requiring satisfactory explanation of rarer phenomena. That water should dry up is, to the uninstructed mind, a thing wholly intelligible, whereas to the man acquainted with physical science, the liquid state is anomalous and inexplicable. The lighting of a fire by a flame is a great scientific difficulty, yet few people think so. What says the esoteric teaching with regard to fire? Fire is the most perfect and unadulterated reflection in heaven as on earth of the one flame. It is life and death, the origin and the end of every material thing. It is divine substance. Thus, not only the fire worshipper, the Parsi, but even the wandering savage tribes of America, which proclaim themselves born of fire, show more science in their creeds and truth in their superstitions than all the speculations of modern physics and learning. The Christian who says God is a living fire and speaks of the Pentecostal tongues of fire and of the burning bush of Moses is as much a fire worshipper as any other heathen. Among the mystics and Kabbalists, the Rosicrucians were those who defined fire in the most correct way. Procure a sixpenny lamp, keep it only supplied with oil, and you will be able to light at its flame the lamps, candles, and fires of the whole globe without diminishing that flame. If the deity, the radical one, is an eternal and infinite substance never consumed, thy Lord, thy God is a consuming fire, then it does not seem reasonable that the occult teaching should be held as unphilosophical when it says, "Thus were formed the Arupa and Rupa worlds. From one light, 7 lights, from each of the 7, 7 times 7, etc., etc." Stanza 5, continued. Number 5. Fohat takes 5 strides and builds a winged wheel at each corner of the square for the 4 holy ones and their armies. A. The strides, as already explained in the last commentary, refer to both the cosmic and the human principles, the latter of which consist in the exoteric division of 3, spirit, soul, and body, and in the esoteric calculation of 7 principles, 3 rays of the essence and 4 aspects. Those who have studied Mr. Sinnett's esoteric Buddhism will easily grasp the nomenclature. There are 2 esoteric schools beyond the Himalayas, or rather one school divided into 2 sections, one for the inner Lanus, the other for the outer or semi-lay Chelas. The first teaching a septenary, the other a 6-fold division of the human principles. From a cosmic point of view, Fohat taking 5 strides refers here to the 5 upper planes of consciousness and being, the 6th and the 7th, counting downwards, being the astral and the terrestrial, or the 2 lower planes. B. 4 winged wheels at each corner, for the 4 holy ones and their armies, hosts. There are the 4 Maharajas, or great kings of the Dhyan Chohans, the devas, who preside each over one of the four cardinal points. There are the regents, or angels, who rule over the cosmical forces of Enki, south, east, and west forces having each a distinct occult property. These beings are also connected with karma, as the latter needs physical and material agents to carry out its decrees, such as the four kinds of winds, for instance, professedly admitted by science to have their respective evil and beneficent influences upon the health of mankind and every living thing. There is occult philosophy in the Roman Catholic doctrine which traces the various public calamities, such as epidemics of disease and wars and so on, to the invisible messengers from north and west. The glory of God comes from the way of the east, says Ezekiel, while Jeremiah, Isaiah, and the psalmist assure the readers that all the evil under the sun comes from the north and the west, which, when applied to the Jewish nation, sounds like an undeniable prophecy. And this accounts also for St. Ambrose, declaring that it is precisely for this reason that we curse the north wind, and that during the ceremony of baptism we begin by turning towards the west, sidereal, to renounce the better him who inhabits it, after we turn to the east. Belief in the four Maharajas, the regents of the four cardinal points, was universal and is now that of Christians, who call them, after St. Augustine, angelic virtues and spirits, when enumerated by themselves, and devils when named by pagans. But where is the difference between the pagans and the Christians in this case, says the scholarly Vossius. Though St. Augustine has said that every visible thing in this world had an angelic virtue as an overseer near it, it is not individuals but entire species of things that must be understood, each such species having indeed its particular angel to watch it. He is at one in this with all the philosophers. For us these angels are spirits separated from the objects, whereas for the pagan philosophers they were gods. Considering the ritual for the spirits of the stars established by the Roman Catholic Church, these look suspiciously like gods, but they were no more honored or worshipped by the ancient, nor are they by the modern pagan rabble than they are now at Rome by the highly cultured Catholic Christians. Following Plato, Aristotle explained that the term aroxia was understood only as meaning the incorporeal principles placed at each of the four great divisions of our cosmical world to supervise them. Thus, no more than Christians do pagans adore and worship the elements and the imaginary cardinal points, but the gods that respectively rule over them. For the Church, there are two kinds of sidereal beings, angels and devils. For the Kabbalist and occultist, there is but one class. And neither occultist nor Kabbalist makes any difference between the rectors of light and the rectors tenebrarum, or cosmocrateres, whom the Roman Church imagines and discovers in the rectors of light as soon as any one of them is called by another name other than the one she addresses him by. It is not the rector or Maharaja who punishes or rewards with or without God's permission or order, but man himself, his deeds or karma attracting individually and collectively, as in the case of whole nations sometimes, every kind of evil and calamity. We produce causes, and these awaken the corresponding powers in the sidereal world, which are magnetically and irresistibly attracted to, and react upon, those who produce such causes, whether such persons are practically the evildoers or simply thinkers who brood mischief. For thought is matter, we are taught by modern science, and every particle of the existing matter must be a register of all that has happened, as Messrs. Jevons and Babbage in their Principles of Science tell the profane. Modern science is every day drawn more into the maelstrom of occultism, unconsciously no doubt, still very sensibly. Thought is matter, not, of course, however, in the sense of the German materialist Moleskot, who assures us that thought is the movement of matter, a statement of almost unparalleled absurdity. Mental states and bodily states are utterly contrasted as such. But that does not affect the position that every thought, in addition to its physical accompaniment, brain change, exhibits an objective, though to us supersensuously objective, aspect on the astral plane. The two main theories of science as to the relations between mind and matter are monism and materialism. These two cover the whole ground of negative psychology with the exception of the quasi-occult views of the German pantheistic schools. The view of our present-day scientific thinkers as to the relations between mind and matter may be reduced to the following two hypotheses. These show that both views equally exclude the possibility of an independent soul, distinct from the physical brain through which it functions. They are 1. Materialism, the theory which regards mental phenomena as the product of molecular change in the brain, i.e., as the outcome of a transformation of motion into feeling. The cruder school once went so far as to identify mind with a peculiar mode of motion, but this view is now happily regarded as absurd by most of the men of science themselves. 2. Monism, or the single substance doctrine, is the more subtle form of negative psychology, which one of its advocates, Professor Bain, ably terms guarded materialism. This doctrine, which commands a very wide ascent, continuing among its upholders such men as Lewes, Spencer, Ferrier, and others, while positing thought and mental phenomena, generally as radically contrasted with matter, regard them as the two sides or aspects of one and the same substance in some of its conditions. Thought as thought, they say, is utterly contrasted with material phenomena, but it must be also regarded as only the subjective side of nervous motion, whatever our learned men may mean by this. To return to the commentary on the four Maharajas, however, in the Egyptian temples, according to Clemens Alexandrinus, an immense curtain separated the tabernacle from the place for the congregation. The Jews had the same. In both, the curtain was drawn over 5 pillars, the pentacle, symbolizing our 5 senses and the 5 root races esoterically, while the 4 colors of the curtain represented the 4 cardinal points and the 4 terrestrial elements. The whole was an allegorical symbol. It is through the 4 high rulers over the 4 points and elements that our 5 senses may become cognizant of the hidden truths of nature, and not at all, as Clemens would have it, that it is the elements per se that furnish the pagans with divine knowledge or the knowledge of God. While the Egyptian emblem was spiritual, that of the Jews was purely materialistic, and indeed honored only the blind elements and the imaginary points. For what was the meaning of the square tabernacle raised by Moses in the wilderness, if it had not the same cosmical significance? Thou shalt make an hanging of blue, purple, and scarlet, 5 pillars of shittim wood for the hanging, 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof, boards of fine wood for the 4 sides, north, south, west, and east, of the tabernacle, with cherubims of cunning work. The tabernacle and the square courtyard, cherubim and all, were precisely the same as those in the Egyptian temples. The square form of the tabernacle meant just the same thing as it still means to this day in the exoteric worship of the Chinese and Tibetans. The 4 cardinal points signifying that which the 4 sides of the pyramids, obelisks, and other such square erections mean. Josephus takes care to explain the whole thing. He declares that the tabernacle pillars were the same as those raised at Tyre to the 4 elements, which were placed on pedestals whose 4 angles faced the 4 cardinal points, adding that the angles of the pedestals had the 4 figures of the zodiac, on them which represented the same orientation. The idea may be traced in the Zoroastrian caves, in the rock-cut temples of India, and in all the sacred square buildings of antiquity that had survived to this day. This is shown definitely by Layard, who finds the 4 cardinal points and the 4 primitive elements in the religion of every country, under the shape of square obelisks, the 4 sides of the pyramids, etc., etc. Of these elements and their points, the 4 Maharajas were the regents and directors. If the student would know more of them, he has but to compare the vision of Ezekiel with what is known of Chinese Buddhism, even in its exoteric teachings, and examine the outward shape of these great kings of the Devas. In the opinion of Reverend Joseph Edkins, they preside each over one of the 4 continents into which the Hindus divide the world. Each leads an army of spiritual beings to protect mankind and Buddhism. With the exception of favoritism towards Buddhism, the 4 celestial beings are precisely this. The Hindus, however, happen to divide the world into 7 continents, exoterically as well as esoterically, and their 4 cosmic devas are 8, presiding over the 8 points of the compass and not over the continents. The 4 are the protectors of mankind and also the agents of karma on earth, whereas the Lipika are concerned with humanity's hereafter. At the same time, there are the 4 living creatures who have the likeness of a man, of Ezekiel's vision called by the translators of the Bible cherubim, seraphim, etc., by the occultists winged globes, fiery wheels, and in the Hindu pantheon by a number of different names. All these Gandharvas, the sweet songsters, the Asuras, Kinnaras, and Nagas are the allegorical descriptions of the 4 Maharajas. The seraphim are the fiery serpents of heaven, which we find in a passage describing Mount Meru as the exalted mass of glory, the venerable haunt of gods and heavenly choristers, not to be reached by sinful men. Because guarded by serpents, they are called the Avengers and the Winged Wheels. Their mission and character being explained, let us see what the Christian Bible interpreters say of the cherubim. The word signifies in Hebrew fullness of knowledge. These angels are so called from their exquisite knowledge, and we therefore used for the punishment of men who affected divine knowledge. Interpreted by Crundon in his Concordance from Genesis 3:24. Very well, and vague as the information is, it shows that the cherub placed at the gate of the Garden of Eden after the fall suggested to the venerable interpreters the idea of punishment connected with forbidden science or divine knowledge, one that generally leads to another fall, that of the gods or God in man's estimation. But as the good old Crudden knew not of karma, he may be forgiven. Yet the allegory is suggestive. From Minu, the abode of gods, to Eden, the distance is very small, and from the Hindu serpents to the Ophite cherubim, the 3rd out of the 7 of which was the dragon, the separation is still smaller, for both watch the entrance to the realm of secret knowledge. Ezekiel, moreover, plainly describes the 4 cosmic angels. I looked, and behold a whirlwind, a cloud, and a fire enfolding it. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures. They had the likeness of a man, and every one had 4 faces and 4 wings, the face of a man, and the face of a lion, the face of an ox, and the face of an eagle. Now as I beheld the living creatures, behold one wheel upon the earth, with his 4 faces, as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. For the spirit of the living creature was in the wheel. There are 3 chief groups of builders, and as many of the planetary spirits and the Lipika, each group being again divided into 7 subgroups. It is impossible, even in such a large work as this, to enter into a minute examination of even the 3 principal groups, as it would demand an extra volume. The builders are the representatives of the first mind-born entities, therefore of the primeval Rishi Prayapati, Also of the 7 great gods of Egypt, of which Osiris is the chief, of the 7 Amshaspans, of the Zoroastrians with Ormazd at their head, of the 7 spirits of the face, of the 7 Sephiroth separated from the first triad, etc., etc. They build, or rather rebuild, every system after the night. The second group of builders is the architect of our planetary chain exclusively, and the third, the progenitor of our humanity, the macrocosmic prototype of the microcosm. The planetary spirits are the informing spirits of the stars in general, and of the planets especially. They rule the destinies of men who are all born under one or other of their constellations. The second and third groups pertaining to other systems have the same functions, and all rule various departments in nature. In the Hindu exoteric pantheon, they are the guardian deities who preside over the 8 points of the compass, the 4 cardinal and the 4 intermediate points, and are called Lokapalas. Supporters or guardians of the world in our visible cosmos, of which Indra, east, Yama, south, Varuna, west, and Kuvera, north, are the chief. Their elephants and spouses pertaining, of course, to fancy and afterthought, though all of them have an occult significance. The Lipika, a description of whom is given in Commentary 6 of Stanza 4, are the spirits of the universe, whereas the builders are only our own planetary deities. The former belong to the most occult portion of Cosmogenesis, which cannot be given here. Whether the adepts, even the highest, know this angelic order in the completeness of its triple degrees, or only the lower one connected with the records of our world, is something which the writer is unprepared to say, and she would rather incline to the latter supposition. Of its highest grade, one thing only is taught. The Lipika are connected with karma, being its direct recorders. The symbol for sacred and secret knowledge in antiquity was universally a tree, by which a scripture or record was also meant. Hence the word Lipika, the writers or scribes, the dragons, symbols of wisdom, who guard the trees of knowledge, the golden apple tree of Hesperides, the luxuriant trees and vegetation of Mount Meru, guarded by serpents. Juno's giving Jupiter, on her marriage, a tree with golden fruit, is another form of Eve offering Adam the apple from the tree of knowledge. Stanza 5 continued. Number 6. Lipika circumscribe the triangle, the first one, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle within the egg. It is the ring called Pass Not for those who descend and ascend, who during the Kalpa are progressing towards the great day, be with us. Thus were formed the Arupa and the Rupa, from 1 light, 7 lights, from each of the 7 times 7 lights. The wheels watch the ring. The stanza proceeds with a minute classification of the orders of angelic hierarchy. From the group of 4 and 7 emanates the mind-born groups of 10, of 12, of 21, etc. All these divided again into subgroups of heptads, enneads, dodecads, and so on, until the mind is lost in the endless enumeration of celestial hosts and beings, each having its distinct task in the ruling of the visible cosmos during its existence. A. The esoteric meaning of the first sentence of the shloka is that those who have been called lipikas, the recorders of the cosmic ledger, make an impassable barrier between the personal ego and the impersonal self, the noumenon and parent source of the former. Hence the allegory. They circumscribe the manifested world of matter within the ring, pass not. This world is the objective symbol of the one divided into the many, on the planes of illusion, of Adi, the first, or the Ika, the one, and this one is the collective aggregate, or totality, of the principal creators or architects of this visible universe. In Hebrew occultism, their name is both Akaf, feminine, one, and Akkad, one, again, but masculine. The monotheists have taken and are still taking advantage of the profound esotericism of the Kabbalah to apply the name by which the one supreme essence is known to its manifestation, the Sephiroth Elohim, and call it Jehovah. But this is quite arbitrary and against all reason and logic, as the term Elohim is a plural noun identical with the plural word chim, often compounded with it. The sentence in the Sefer Yetzirah and elsewhere, Akath, Ruach, Elohim, Chim, denotes the Elohim as androgynous at best, the feminine element almost predominating, as it would read, one is she the spirit of the Elohim of life. As said, Akath or Ikath is feminine and Akkad or Ikad masculine, both meaning one. Moreover, in occult metaphysics, there are, properly speaking, two ones. The one on the unreachable plane of absoluteness and infinity, and one which no speculation is possible, and the second one on the plane of emanations. The former can neither emanate nor be divided, as it is eternal, absolute, and immutable, but the second being, so to speak, the reflection of the first one, for it is the Logos or Ishvara in the universe of illusion, can do so. It emanates from itself as the upper Sephirothal triad emanates the lower seven Sephiroth, the seven rays of Gyan Chohans. In other words, the homogeneous becomes the heterogeneous. The protyle differentiates into the elements. But these, unless they return into their primal element, can never cross beyond the Leia, or 0 point. This metaphysical tenet can hardly be better described than in T. Suba's Rose Bhagavad Gita lectures. Mula Prakriti, the veil of Parabrahman, acts as the one energy through the Logos, or Ishvara. Now Parabrahman is the one essence from which starts into the existence a center of energy, which I shall for the present call the Logos. It is called the Verbum by the Christians, and it is the divine Christos who is eternal in the bosom of his Father. It is called Avalokiteshvara by the Buddhists. In almost every doctrine they have formulated the existence of a center of spiritual energy which is unborn and eternal, and which exists in the bosom of Parabrahman at the time of Pralaya, and starts as a center of conscious energy at the time of cosmic activity. For as the lecturer premised by saying, Parabrahman is not this or that, it is not even consciousness, as it cannot be related to matter or anything conditioned. It is not ego, nor is it non-ego, nor even Atma, but verily the one source of all manifestations and modes of existence. Thus, in the allegory, the Lipika separate the world, or plane, of pure spirit from that of matter. Those who descend and ascend, the incarnating monads and men striving towards purification and ascending, but still not having quite reached the goal, may cross the circle of pass not, only on the day be with us, that day when man, freeing himself from the trammels of ignorance and recognizing fully the non-separateness of the ego within his personality, erroneously regarded as his own from the universal ego, anima supramundi, merges thereby into the one essence, to become not only one with us, the manifested universal lives which are one life, but that very life itself. Astronomically, the ring pass not that the Lipika trace around the triangle, the first one, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle, to circumscribe these figures is thus again shown to contain the symbols of 31415, or the coefficient constantly used in mathematical tables, the value square pi. The geometrical figures standing here for the numerical figures. According to the general philosophical teachings, this ring is beyond the region of what are called nebulae in astronomy. But this is as erroneous a conception as that of the topography and descriptions given in Puranic and other exoteric scriptures about the 1008 worlds of the Devaloka worlds and firmaments. There are worlds, of course, in the esoteric as well as in the profane scientific teachings, at such incalculable distances that the light of the nearest of them, though it has only just reached our modern Chaldees, may have left its luminary long before the day on which the words "Let there be light" were pronounced. But these are not worlds on the devolokic plane, but in our cosmos. The chemist goes to the Leia, or 0 point, of the plane of matter in which he deals, and then stops short. The physicist or the astronomer counts billions of miles beyond the nebulae, and then he also stops short. The semi-initiated occultist, who will represent this Leia point to himself as existing on some plane which, if not physical, is still conceivable to the human intellect. But the full initiate knows that the ring pass not is neither a locality nor can it be measured by distance, but that it exists in the absoluteness of infinity. In this infinity of the full initiate, there is neither height, breadth, nor thickness, but all is fathomless profundity, reaching down from the physical to the para-metaphysical. In using the word down, essential depth, nowhere and everywhere, is meant not depth of physical matter. If one carefully searches through the exoteric and grossly anthropomorphic allegories of popular religions, even in these the doctrine embodied in the circle of pass not, guarded by the Lipika, may be dimly perceived. Thus one finds it even in the teachings of the Vedantin sect of the Vishishdaveta, the most tenaciously anthropomorphic in all India. For we read of the released soul that, after reaching moksha, a state of bliss meaning release from bandha, or bondage, bliss is enjoyed by it in a place called Paramapada, which place is not material, but made of Sudasvara, the essence of which the body is Ishvara, the Lord is formed. There, muktas or Yavatmas, monads, have attained moksha, are never again subject to the qualities of either matter or karma. But if they choose, for the sake of doing good to the world, they may incarnate on earth. The way to Paramapanda, or the immaterial worlds from this world, is called Devayana. When a person has attained moksha and the body dies, the jiva, soul, goes with sukshma, shararat, from the heart of the body to the brahmarandra in the crown of the head, traversing shashumna, a nerve connecting the heart with the brahmarandra. The jiva breaks through the brahmarandra and goes to the region of the sun, Suri Mandala, through the solar rays. Then it goes through a dark spot in the sun to the Paramapada. The jiva is directed on its way by the supreme wisdom acquired by yoga. The jiva thus proceeds to Paramapada by the aid of the Athivahikas, bearers in transit, known by the names of Archi-ahas, Aditya, Praryapati, etc. The Archas, etc., here mentioned are certain pure souls, etc., etc. No spirits except the recorders, Lipika, have ever crossed the forbidden line of this ring, nor will any do so until the day of the next pralaya, for it is the boundary that separates the finite, however infinite in man's sight, from the truly infinite. The spirits referred to, therefore, as those who ascend and descend are the hosts of what are loosely called celestial beings. But they are, in fact, nothing of the kind. They are entities of higher worlds in the hierarchy of being, so immeasurably high that to us they must appear as gods and collectively God. But so must we, mortal men, appear to the ant, which reasons on the scale of its special capacities. The ant may also, for all we know, see the avenging finger of a personal god in the hand of the urchin who, under the impulse of mischief, destroys in one moment its anthill, the labor of many weeks, long years in the chronology of insects. The ant, feeling it acutely, may also, like man, attribute the undeserved calamity to a combination of providence and sin, and see it in the result of the sin of its first parent. Who knows and who can affirm or deny? The refusal to admit in the whole solar system of any other reasonable and intellectual beings than ourselves on a human plane is the greatest conceit of our age. All that science has a right to affirm is that there are no invisible intelligences living under the same conditions as we do. It cannot deny point blank the possibility of there being worlds within worlds under conditions totally different to those that constitute the nature of our world. Nor can it deny that there may be a certain limited communication between some of these worlds and our own. The greatest philosopher of European birth, Immanuel Kant, assures us that such a communication is in no way improbable. I confess I am much disposed to assert the existence of immaterial natures in the world, and to place my own soul in the class of these beings. It will hereafter, I know not where or when, yet be proved that the human soul stands even in this life in indissoluble connection with all immaterial natures in the spirit world, that it reciprocally acts upon these and receives impressions from them. To the highest of these worlds, we are taught, belong the 7 orders of the purely divine spirits. To the 6 lower ones belong hierarchies that can occasionally be seen and heard by men, and that do communicate with their progeny of the earth, a progeny which is indissolubly linked with them, each principle in man having its direct source in the nature of these great beings, who furnish us respectively with the invisible elements in us. Physical science is welcome to speculate upon the physiological mechanism of living beings and to continue her fruitless efforts in trying to resolve our feelings, our sensations, mental and spiritual, into functions of their organic vehicles. Nevertheless, all that will ever be accomplished in this direction has already been done, and science can go no farther. She has gone before a dead wall, on the face of which she traces, as she imagines, great physiological and psychic discoveries, every one of which will be shown later on to be no better than cobwebs spun by her scientific fancies and illusions. The tissues of our objective framework alone are subservient to the analysis and researches of physiological science. The 6 higher principles in them will evade forever the hand that is guided by an animus, which purposely ignores and rejects the occult sciences. All that modern physiological research in connection with physiological problems has, and owing to the nature of things could have shown, is that every thought, sensation, and emotion is attended with a remarshalling of the molecules of certain nerves. The inference drawn by scientists of the type of Blichner, Vogt, and others, that thought is molecular motion, necessitates the fact our subjective consciousness being made with complete abstraction. The great day be with us, then, is an expression, the only merit of which lies in its literal translation. Its significance is not so easily revealed to a public unacquainted with the mystic tenets of occultism, or rather of esoteric wisdom or Buddhism. It is an expression peculiar to the latter, and as hazy for the profane as that of the Egyptians, who called the same the day come to us, which is identical with the former, though the word be, in this sense, might be still better replaced with either of the 2 terms remain or rest with us, as it refers to that long period of rest which is called parinirvana. Le jour de vient à nous. C'est le jour Osiris le dit au soleil. Viens. J'ai le vu rencontrant le soleil dans la mente. The sun here stands for the Logos, or Christos, or Horus, as the central essence synthetically, and as a diffused essence of radiated entities, different in substance but not in essence. As expressed by the Bhagavad Gita lecturer, it must not be supposed that the Logos is but a single center of energy which is manifested by Para-Brahman. There are innumerable others. Their number is almost infinite in the bosom of Para-Brahman. Hence the expressions, the day of come to us, and the day of be with us, etc. Just as the square is the symbol of the four sacred forces or powers, tetractus, so the circle shows the boundary within the infinity that no man, even in spirit or diva or yan kohan, can cross. The spirits of those who descend and ascend during the course of cyclic evolution shall cross the iron-bound world, only on the day of their approach to the threshold of paranirvana. If they reach it, they will rest in the bosom of Parabrahman, or the unknown darkness, which shall then become for all of them light, during the whole period of Mahapralaya, the Great Night, namely 311,040,000,000,000 years of absorption in Brahman. The day of be with us in this period of rest, or paranirvana. It corresponds to the day of the last judgment of the Christians, which has been sorely materialized in their religion. As in the exoteric interpretation of the Egyptian rites, the soul of every defunct person, from the Hierophant down to the sacred bull Apis, became an Osiris, was Osirified. The Secret Doctrine, however, teaching that the real Osirification was the lot of every monad only after 3,000 cycles of existences. So in the present case. The monad, born of the nature and the very essence of the seven, its highest principle becoming immediately enshrined in the seventh cosmic element, has to perform its septenary gyration throughout the cycle of being and forms, from the highest to the lowest, and then again from man to God. At the threshold of paranirvana, it reassumes its primeval essence and becomes the absolute once more. Stanza 6. Number 1. By the power of the Mother of Mercy and Knowledge, Kuan Yin, the triple of Quan Shai Yin, residing in Kuan Yin Tian, Fohat, the breath of their progeny, the son of the suns, having called forth from the lower abyss the elusive form of Xian Chan and the seven elements. This stanza is translated from the Chinese text, and the names given as the equivalents of the original terms are preserved. The real esoteric nomenclature cannot be given, as it would only confuse the reader. The Brahminical doctrine has no equivalents for these. Vok seems, in many an respect, to approach the Chinese Kuan Yin, but there is no regular worship of Vok under this name in India, as there is of Kuan Yin in China. No exoteric religious system has ever adopted a female creator, and thus, from the first dawn of popular religions, woman has been regarded and treated as inferior to man. It is only in China and Egypt that Kuan Yin and Isis are placed on par with the male gods. Esotericism ignores both sexes. Its highest deity is as sexless as it is formless, neither father nor mother. And its first manifested beings, celestial and terrestrial alike, become only gradually androgynous to finally separate into distinct sexes. The Mother of Mercy and Knowledge, is called the triple of Quan Shai Yin, because in her correlations, metaphysical and cosmical, she is the mother, the wife and daughter of the Logos, just as in the later theological translations she became the Father, Son, and female Holy Ghost, the Shakti or energy, the essence of the three. Thus, in the esotericism of the Vedantins, Deva Prakriti, the light manifested through Ishvara, the Logos, is at one and the same time the mother and also the daughter of the Logos, or verbum of Parabrahman. While in that of the trans-Himalayan teachings, it is, in the hierarchy of their allegorical and metaphysical theogony, the mother, or abstract ideal matter, Mula Prakriti, the root of nature. From the metaphysical standpoint, a correlation of Adibuddha, manifested in the Logos, Avalokiteshvara, and from the purely occult and cosmical, Fohat, the son of the sun, the androgynous energy resulting from this light of the Logos, which manifests in the plane of the objective universe as the hidden as much as the revealed electricity, which is life. Says T sub a rho, evolution is commenced by the intellectual energy of the Logos, not merely on account of the potentialities locked up in Mula Prakriti. This light of the Logos is the link between objective matter and the subjective thought of Ishvara, or Logos. It is called in several Buddhist books Fohat. It is the one instrument with which the Logos works. B. Kuan Yin Tian means the melodious heaven of sound, the abode of Kuan Yin, or the divine voice. This voice is the synonym of the verbum, or word, speech, as the expression of thought. Thus may be traced the connection with and even the origin of the Hebrew Bath Koi, the daughter of the divine voice, or verbum, or the male and female Logos, the heavenly man, or Adam Kadmon, who is at the same time Sephira. The latter was surely anticipated by the Hindu Vak, the goddess of speech, or of the word. For Vak, the daughter and the female portion is, as stated, of Brahma, one generated by the gods, is in company with Kuan Yin, with Isis, also the daughter, wife, and sister of Osiris, and other goddesses, the female Logos, so to speak, the goddess of the active forces in nature, the word, voice or sound, and speech. If Kuan Yin is the melodious voice, so is Vak, the melodious cow who milked forth sustenance and water, the female principle, who yields us nourishment and sustenance as Mother Nature. She is associated in the work of creation with Prajapati. She is male and female ad libitum, as Eve is with Adam, and she is a form of Aditi, the principle higher than ether, of Akasha, the synthesis of all the forces in nature. Thus Vak and Kuan Yin are both the magic potency of occult sound in nature and ether, which voice calls forth Xian Qian, the elusive form of the universe out of chaos and the seven elements. Thus in Manu, Brahma, the Logos also, is shown dividing his body into two parts, male and female, and creating in the latter, who is Vak, Viraj, who is himself, or Brahma again. A learned Vedantin occultist speaks of this goddess as follows, explaining the reason why Ishvara, or Brahma, is called verbum or the Logos, why in fact it is called Sabda Brahman. The explanation I'm going to give to you will appear thoroughly mystical, but if mystical, it has a tremendous significance when properly understood. Our old writers said that Vak is of four kinds. See Rig Veda and the Upanishads. Vakari, Vak, is what we utter. Every kind of Vakari Vak exists in its Madhyama, further in its Pashyanti, and ultimately in its Para form. The reason why this pranava is called Vak is this, that the four principles of the great cosmos correspond to these four forms of Vak. Now the whole manifested solar system exists in its Shukshma form in the light or energy of the Logos, because its energy is caught up and transferred to cosmic matter. The whole cosmos in its objective form is Vakari Vak. The light of the Logos is the Madhyama form, and the Logos itself is Pashyanti form, the Para Brahman, the Para aspect of that Vak. It is by the light of this explanation that we must try to understand certain statements made by various philosophers to the effect that the manifested cosmos is the verbum manifested as cosmos. Stanza 6, continued. Number 2. The swift and radiant one produces the seven laya, centers, against which none will prevail to the great day, be with us, and seats the universe on these eternal foundations, surrounding Shen Chen with the elementary germs. A. The 7 Laya centers are the 7 0 points, using the term zero in the same sense that chemists do. It indicates, in esotericism, a point at which the reckoning of differentiation begins. From these centers, beyond which esoteric philosophy allows us to perceive the dim metaphysical outlines of the 7 suns of life and light, the 7 logi of the Hermetic and all other philosophers, begins the differentiation of the elements which enter into the constitution of our solar system. It has often been asked what is the exact definition of Fohat and his powers and functions, for he seems to exercise those of a personal god as understood in the popular religions. The answer has just been given in the commentary on stanza 5, as well said in the Bhagavad Gita lectures. The whole cosmos must necessarily exist in the one source of energy from which this light, Fohat, emanates. Whether we count the principles in the cosmos and man as 7 or only as 4, the forces of and in physical nature are 7, and it is stated by the same authority that prana, or the capacity of perception, exists in 7 different aspects corresponding to the 7 conditions of matter. For just as a human being is composed of 7 principles, differentiated matter in the solar system exists in 7 different conditions. So does Fohat. Fohat has several meanings, as already shown. He is called the builder of the builders, the force he personifies having formed our septenary chain. He is 1 in 7, and on the cosmic plane is behind all such manifestations as light, heat, sound, adhesion, etc., etc., and is the spirit of electricity which is the life of the universe. As an abstraction, we will call it the one life. As an objective and evident reality, we speak of a septenary scale of manifestation, which begins at the upper rung with the one unknowable causality, and ends as omnipresent mind and life, immanent in every atom of matter. Thus, while science speaks of its evolution through brute matter, blind force, and senseless motion, the occultists point to intelligent law and sentient life, and add that Fohat is the guiding spirit of all this. Yet he is no personal god at all, but the emanation of those other powers behind him, whom the Christians call the messengers of their God, in reality of the Elohim, or rather one of the 7 creators called Elohim, and we the messenger of the primordial sons of life and light. B. The elementary germs with which he fills Xian Chan, the universe, from Tian Xin, the heaven of mind, or that which is absolute, are the atoms of science and the monads of Leibniz. Stanza 6, continued, number 3. Of the 7, first 1 manifested, 6 concealed. 2 manifested, 5 concealed. 3 manifested, 4 concealed. 4 produced, 3 hidden. 4 and 1 xian, revealed, 2 and 1/2 concealed. 6 to be manifested, 1 laid aside. Lastly, 7 small wheels revolving, 1 giving birth to the other. A. Although these stanzas refer to the whole universe after a mahapralaya, universal dissolution, yet this sentence, as any student of occultism may see, refers also by analogy to the evolution and final formation of the primitive, though compound, 7 elements on our earth. Of these, 4 elements are now fully manifested, while the 5th, ether, is only partially so, as we are hardly in the second half of the 4th round, and consequently the 5th element will manifest fully only in the 5th round. The worlds, including our own as germs, were of course primarily evolved from the one element in its second stage, father-mother. The differentiated world's soul, not what is termed the oversoul by Emerson, whether we call it with modern science cosmic dust and fire mist, or with occultism akasha, jivatma, divine astral light, or the soul of the world. But this first stage of evolution was in due course in time followed by the next. No world and no heavenly body could be constructed on the objective plane had not the elements been already sufficiently differentiated from their primeval ilus, resting in Laya. The latter term is a synonym of nirvana. It is, in fact, the nirvanic dissociation of all substances, merged after a life cycle into the latency of their primal conditions. It is the luminous but bodiless shadow of the matter that was, the realm of negativeness, wherein lie latent during their period of rest the active forces of the universe. Now, speaking of elements, it is made the standing reproach of the ancients that they supposed their elements simple and undecomposable. The shades of our prehistoric ancestors might return the compliment to modern physicists, now that new discoveries in chemistry have led Mr. W. Crookes, FRS, to admit that science is yet 1,000 leagues from a knowledge of the compound nature of the simplest molecule. From him we learn that such a thing as a really simple molecule entirely homogeneous is terra incognita in chemistry. Where are we to draw the line, he asks. Is there no way out of this perplexity? Must we either make the elementary examination so stiff that only 60 or 70 candidates can pass? Or must we open the examination doors so wide that the number of admissions is limited only by the number of applicants? And then the learned chemist gives striking instances. He says, take the case of yttrium. It has its definite atomic weight. It behaved in every respect as a simple body, an element to which we might indeed add, but from which we cannot take away. Yet this yttrium, this supposed homogeneous whole, on being submitted to a certain method of fractionation, is received into portions not absolutely identical among themselves and exhibiting a gradation of properties. Or take the case of didymium. Here was a body betraying all the recognized characters of an element. It had been separated with much difficulty from other bodies, which approximated closely to it in their properties, and during this crucial process it had undergone very severe treatment and very close scrutiny. But then came another chemist who, treating this assumed homogeneous body by a peculiar process of fractionation, resolved it into two bodies, phraseodymium and neodymium, between which certain distinctions are perceptible. Further, we even now have no certainty that neodymium and phraseodymium are simple bodies. On the contrary, they likewise exhibit symptoms of splitting up. Now, if one supposed element on proper treatment is thus found to compromise dissimilar molecules, we are surely warranted in asking whether similar results might not be obtained in other elements, perhaps in all elements if treated in the right way. We may ask where the process of sorting out is to stop, a process which of course presupposes variations between the individual molecules of each species. And in these successive separations we naturally find bodies approaching more and more closely to each other. Once more, this reproach against the ancients is an unwarrantable statement. Their initiated philosophers, at any rate, can hardly come under such an imputation, since it is that they who had invented allegories and religious myths from the beginning. Had they been ignorant of the heterogeneity of the elements, they would have had no personifications of fire, air, water, earth, and ether. Their cosmic gods and goddesses would never have been blessed with such posterity, with so many sons and daughters, elements born from and within each respective element. Alchemy and occult phenomena would have been a delusion and a snare, even in theory, had the ancients been ignorant of the potentialities and correlative functions and attributes of every element that enters into the composition of air, water, earth, and even fire, the latter a terra incognita to this day to modern science, which is obliged to call it motion, evolution of light and heat, state of ignition, defining it by its outward aspects, in short, in ignorance of its nature. But what modern science seems to fail to perceive is that, differentiated as may have been those simple chemical atoms, which archaic philosophy called the creators of their respective parents, fathers, brothers, husbands of their mothers, and these mothers the daughters of their own sons, like Aditi and Daksha, for example, differentiated as these elements were in the beginning, still they were not the compound bodies known to science, as they are now. Neither water, air, nor earth, a synonym for solids generally, existed in their present form, representing the only three states of matter recognized by science. For all these, and even fire, are productions already recombined by the atmospheres of completely formed globes, so that in the first periods of the Earth's formation, they were something quite generous. Now that the conditions and laws ruling our solar system are fully developed, and that the atmosphere of our Earth, as of every other globe, has become, so to say, a crucible of its own, occult science teaches that there is a perpetual exchange taking place in space of molecules, or rather of atoms, correlating and thus changing their combining equivalents on every planet. Some men of science, and these among the greatest physicists and chemists, begin to suspect this fact, which has been known for ages to the occultists. The spectroscope shows only the probable similarity, on external evidence, of terrestrial and sidereal substance. It is unable to go any further, or to show whether or not atoms gravitate towards one another in the same way, and under the same conditions, as they are supposed to do on our own planet physically and chemically. The scale of temperature, from the highest degree to the lowest that can be conceived of, may be imagined to be one and the same in and for the whole universe. Nevertheless, its properties, other than those of dissociation and reassociation, differ on every planet, and thus atoms enter into new forms of existence, undreamed of and incognizable to physical science. As already expressed in 5 Years of Theosophy, the essence of cometary matter, for instance, is totally different from any of the chemical or physical characteristics with which the greatest chemists and physicists of the earth are acquainted. And even that matter, during rapid passage through our atmosphere, undergoes a certain change in its nature. Thus, not only the elements of our planet, but even those of all its sisters in the solar system, differ in their combinations as widely from each other as from the cosmic elements beyond our solar limits. This is again corroborated by the same man of science in the lecture referred to above, who quotes Clerk Maxwell saying that the elements are not absolutely homogeneous. He writes, "It is difficult to conceive of selection and elimination of intermediate varieties, for where can these eliminated molecules have gone to, if we have reason to believe the hydrogen, etc., of the fixed stars is composed of molecules identical in all respects with our own? In the first place, we may call in question this absolute molecular identity, since we have hitherto had no means for coming to a conclusion save the means furnished by the spectroscope, while it is admitted that, for accurately comparing and discriminating the spectra of two bodies, they should be examined under identical states of temperature, pressure, and all other physical conditions. We have certainly seen in the spectrum of the sun rays, which we have not been able to identify. Therefore, the elements of our planet cannot be taken as a standard for comparison with the elements in other worlds. In fact, each world has its Fohat, which is omnipresent in its own sphere of action. But there are as many Fohats as there are worlds, each varying in power and degree of manifestation. The individual Fohats make one universal collective Fohat, the aspect entity of the one absolute non-entity, which is absolute beingness. Sat, millions and billions of worlds are produced at every Manvantara, it is said. Therefore, there must be many Fohats whom we consider as conscious and intelligent forces. This, no doubt, to the disgust of scientific minds. Nevertheless, the occultists, who have had good reasons for it, consider all the forces of nature as veritable, though supersensuous states of matter, and as possible objects of perception to beings endowed with the requisite senses. Enshrined in its pristine virgin state within the bosom of the eternal mother, every atom born beyond the threshold of her realm is doomed to incessant differentiation. The mother sleeps, yet is ever breathing, and every breath sends out into the plane of manifestation her protean products, which, carried on by the wave of a flux, are scattered by Fohat, and driven toward or beyond this or another planetary atmosphere. Once caught by the latter, the atom is lost, its pristine purity is gone forever, unless fate disassociates it by leading it to a current of a flux, an occult term meaning quite a different process from that which the ordinary word applies. When it may be carried once more to the borderland where it had previously perished, and taking its flight, not into space above, but into space within, be brought under a state of differential equilibrium and happily reabsorbed. Were a truly learned occultist alchemist to write the life and adventures of an atom, he would secure thereby the supreme scorn of the modern chemist, though perchance also his subsequent gratitude. Indeed, if such an imaginary chemist happened to be intuitional, and would for a moment step out of the habitual grove of strictly exact science as the alchemists of old did, he might be repaid for his audacity. However it may be, the breath of the father-mother issues cold and radiant and gets hot and corrupt, to cool once more and be purified in the eternal bosom of inner space, says the commentary. Man absorbed cold, pure air on the mountain top and throws it out impure, hot, and transformed. Thus, the higher atmosphere of every globe, being its mouth and the lower its lungs, the man of our planet breathes only the refuse of mother. Therefore, he is doomed to die thereon. He who would allotropize sluggish oxygen into ozone to a measure of alchemical activity, reducing it to its pure essence, for which there are means, would discover thereby a substitute for an elixir of life, and prepare it for practical use. B. The process referred to as the small wheels, one giving birth to the other, takes place in the sixth region from above and on the plane of the most material world of all in the manifested cosmos, our terrestrial plane. These 7 wheels are our planetary chain. By wheels, the various spheres and centers of forces are generally meant, but in this case they refer to our septenary ring. Stanza 6, continued, number 4. He builds them in the likeness of older wheels, placing them on the imperishable center. How does Fohat build them? He collects the fiery dust. He makes balls of fire, runs through them, and round them, infusing life thereinto, and sets them into motion. Some one way, some the other way. They are cold, he makes them hot. They are dry, he makes them moist. They shine, he fans and cools them. Thus acts Fohat from one twilight to the other during 7 eternities. A. The worlds are built in the likeness of older wheels, i.e. of those that had existed in preceding Manvantars and went into Pralaya, for the law, for the birth, growth, and decay of everything in cosmos, from the sun to the glowworm in the grass, is one. There is an everlasting work of perfection with every new appearance, but the substance, matter, and forces are all one and the same, and this law acts on every planet through minor and varying laws. The imperishable Laya centers have great importance, and their meaning must be fully understood, if we would have a clear conception of the archaic cosmogony, whose theories have now passed into occultism. At present, one thing may be stated. The worlds are built neither upon, nor over, nor in the Laya centers, the 0 point being a condition, not a mathematical point. B. Bear in mind that Fohat, the constructive force of cosmic electricity, is said metaphorically to have sprung like Rudra from the head of Brahma, from the brains of the father in the bosom of the mother, and then to have metamorphosed into himself a male and a female, i.e., polarized himself into positive and negative electricity. He has 7 sons who are his brothers. Fohat is forced to be born time after time whenever any 2 of his sons' brothers indulge in too close contact, whether an embrace or a fight. To avoid this, he unites and binds together those of unlike nature and separates those of similar temperaments. This, as anyone can see, relates, of course, to electricity generated by friction and to the law of attraction between 2 objects of unlike and repulsion between those of like polarity. The 7 son brothers, however, represent and personify the 7 forms of cosmic magnetism, called in practical occultism the 7 radicals, whose cooperative and active progeny are, among other energies, electricity, magnetism, sound, light, heat, cohesion, etc. Occult science defines all these as supersensuous effects in their hidden behavior, and as objective phenomena in the world of sense, the former requiring abnormal faculties to perceive them, the latter cognizable by our ordinary physical senses. They all pertain to, and are the emanations of, still more supersensuous spiritual qualities, not personated, but belonging to real and conscious causes. To attempt a description of such entities would be worse than useless. The reader must bear in mind that, according to our teaching, which regards this phenomenal universe as a great illusion, the nearer a body is to the unknown substance, the more it approaches reality, as being the farther removed from this world of Maya. Therefore, though the molecular constitution of these bodies is not deducible from their manifestations on this plane of consciousness, they nevertheless, from the standpoint of the adept occultist, possess a distinctive objective if not material structure, in the relatively noumenal as opposed to the phenomenal universe. Men of science may term them force or forces generated by matter, or modes of its motion if they will. Occultism sees in these effects elementals, forces, and in the direct causes producing them, intelligent divine workmen. The intimate connection of these elementals, guided by the unerring hand of the rulers with the elements of pure matter, their correlation we might call it, results in our terrestrial phenomenon such as light, heat, magnetism, etc., etc. Of course, we shall never agree with the American substantialists, who call every force and energy, whether light, heat, electricity, or cohesion, an entity, for this would be equivalent to calling the noise produced by the rolling of the wheels of a vehicle an entity, thus confusing and identifying that noise with the driver outside and the guiding master intelligence within the vehicle. But we do certainly give that name to the drivers and to these guiding intelligences, the ruling Jian Chohans, as has been shown. The elementals, the nature forces, are the acting, though invisible, or rather imperceptible, secondary causes and in themselves the effects of primary causes behind the veil of all terrestrial phenomena. Electricity, light, heat, etc., have been aptly termed the ghosts or shadows of matter in motion, i.e., supersensuous states of matter whose effects only we are able to cognize. To expand, then, the simile given above, the sensation of light is like the sound of the rolling wheels, a purely phenomenal effect, having no existence outside the observer. The proximate exciting cause of the sensation is comparable to the driver, a supersensuous state of matter in motion, a nature, force, or elemental. But behind this, just as the owner of the carriage directs the driver from within, stands the higher and noumenal cause, the intelligence from whose essence radiate these states of mother, generating the countless milliards of elementals or psychic nature spirits, just as every drop of water generates its physical infinitesimal effusoria. It is Fohat who guides the transfer of the principles from one planet to the other, from one star to another child star. When a planet dies, its informing principles are transferred to a Laya or sleeping center, with potential but latent energy in it, which is thus awakened into life and begins to form itself into a new sidereal body. It is most remarkable that, while honestly confessing their entire ignorance of the true nature of even terrestrial matter, primordial substance being regarded more as a dream than as a sober reality, the physicists should, nevertheless, set themselves up as judges of that matter, and claim to know what it is able and not able to do, in various combinations. Scientists know this matter hardly skin deep, and yet they will dogmatize. It is a mode of motion, and nothing else. But the force that is inherent in a living person's breath when blowing a speck of dust from the table is also undeniably a mode of motion. It is as undeniably not a quality of the matter or the particles of the speck, and it emanates from the living and thinking entity that breathed, whether the impulse originated consciously or unconsciously. Indeed, to endow matter, something of which nothing is so far known, with an inherent quality called force of the nature of which still less is known, is to create a far more serious difficulty than which lies in the acceptation of the intervention of our nature spirits in every natural phenomena. The occultists, who, if they would express themselves correctly, do not say that matter, but only the substance or essence of matter, i.e. mula prakriti, the root of all, is indestructible and eternal, assert that the so-called forces of nature, electricity, magnetism, light, heat, etc., etc., far from being modes of motion of material particles, are ines, i.e., in their ultimate constitution, the differentiated aspects of that universal motion which is discussed and explained in the first pages of this volume. When Fohat is said to produce 7 Laya centers, it means that, for formative or creative purposes, the great law, theists may call it God, stays or rather modifies its perpetual motion on 7 invisible points within the area of the manifested universe. The great breath digs through space 7 holes into Laya to cause them to circumgyrate during Manvantara, says the Occult Catechism. We have said that Laya is what science may call the 0 point or line, the realm of absolute negativeness, or the one real absolute force, the noumenon of the 7th state of that which we ignorantly call and recognize as force, or again the noumenon of undifferentiated cosmic substance, which in itself is unreachable and unknowable object for finite perception, the root and basis of all states of objectivity and also subjectivity, the neutral axis, not one of the many aspects but its center. It may serve to elucidate the meaning if we try to imagine a neutral center, the dream of those who would discover perpetual motion. A neutral center is in one aspect the limiting point at any given set of senses. Thus, imagine 2 consecutive planes of matter, each of these corresponding to an appropriate set of perceptive organs. We are forced to admit that between these 2 planes of matter an incessant circulation takes place. And if we follow the atoms and molecules of, say, the lower in their transformation upwards, they will come to a point where they pass altogether beyond the range of the faculties we are using on the lower plane. In fact, for us, the matter of the lower plane there vanishes from our perception, or rather it passes on to the higher plane, and the state of matter corresponding to such a point of transition must certainly possess special and not readily discoverable properties. 7 such neutral centers then are produced by Fohat, who, when, as Milton has it, fair foundations are laid whereon to build, quickens matter into activity and evolution. The primordial atom, Anu, cannot be multiplied either in its pregenetic state or its primogeneity. Therefore it is called the sum total, of course, figuratively, as that sum total is boundless. That which is the abyss of nothingness to the physicist, who knows only the world of visible causes and effects, is the boundless space of the divine plenum to the occultist. Among many other objections to the doctrine of an endless evolution and involution, or reabsorption of the cosmos, a process which, according to the Brahmanical and esoteric doctrine, is without beginning or end, the occultist is told that it cannot be, since, by all the admissions of modern scientific philosophy, it is necessity of nature to run down. If the tendency of nature to run down is to be considered so forcible an objection to occult cosmogony, how, we may ask, do your positivists and freethinkers and scientists account for the phalanx of active stellar systems around us? They had eternity to run down in, why then is it not the cosmos a huge inert mass? Even the moon is only hypothetically believed to be a dead planet, run down, and astronomy does not seem to be acquainted with many such dead planets. The query is unanswerable. But apart from this, it must be noted that the idea of the amount of transformable energy in our little system coming to an end is based purely on the fallacious conception of a white-hot incandescent sun, perpetually radiating away its heat without compensation into space. To this we reply that nature runs down and disappears from the objective plane only to re-emerge after a time of rest out of the subjective and to reascend once more. Our cosmos and nature will run down only to reappear on a more perfect plane after every pralaya. The matter of the Eastern philosophers is not the matter and nature of the Western metaphysicians. For what is matter, and above all, what is our scientific philosophy, but that which was so justly and so politely defined by Kant as the science of the limits to our knowledge? To what have the many attempts made by science to bind, connect, and define all the phenomenon of organic life by mere physical and chemical manifestations brought it? To speculation generally, mere soap bubbles, they have burst one after the other before men of science were permitted to discover real facts. All this would have been avoided, and the progress of knowledge would have proceeded with gigantic strides, had only science and its philosophy abstained from accepting hypotheses merely on the one-sided knowledge of their matter. The behavior of Uranus and Neptune, whose satellites, 4 and 1 in number respectively, revolved, it was thought, in their orbits from east to west, whereas all the other satellites rotate from west to east, is a very good instance as showing how unreliable all a priori speculations, even when based on the strictest mathematical analysis. The famous hypothesis of the formation of our solar system out of nebulous rings put forward by Kant and Laplace was chiefly based on the assumed fact that all the planets revolved in the same direction. Laplace, relying on his mathematically demonstrated fact in his own time, and calculating on the theory of probabilities, offered to be 3 milliards to 1 that the next planet discovered would have in its system the same peculiarity of motion eastward. The immutable laws of scientific mathematics got worsted by further experiments and observations. The idea of Laplace's mistake prevails generally to this day, but some astronomers have finally succeeded in demonstrating that the error has been in accepting Laplace's assertion for a mistake, and steps to correct the bévue without attracting general attention are now being taken. Many such unpleasant surprises are in store for hypotheses of even a purely physical character. What further disillusions, then, may there not be in questions concerning a transcendental occult nature? At any rate, occultism teaches that the so-called reverse rotation is a fact. If no physical intellect is capable of counting the grains of sand covering a few miles of seashore, or of fathoming the ultimate nature and essence of these grains, when palpable and visible on the palm of the naturalist, how can any materialist limit the laws which govern the changes in the conditions and beings of the atoms in primordial chaos, or know anything certain about the capabilities and potency of the atoms and molecules before and after their formation into worlds. These changeless and eternal molecules, far more numberless in space than the grains on the ocean shore, may differ in their constitution along the lines of their planes of existence, as the soul substance differs from its vehicle, the body. Each atom has 7 planes of being or existence, we are taught, and each plane is governed by specific laws of evolution and absorption. Ignorant of any, even approximate, chronological data from which to start in attempting to decide the age of our planet or the origin of the solar system, astronomers, geologists, and physicists, with each new hypothesis, are drifting farther and farther away from the shores of fact into the fathomless depths of speculative ontology. The law of analogy and the plan of the structure between the trans-solar systems and the solar planets does not necessarily bear upon the finite conditions to which every visible body is subject. In this our plane of being. In occult science, this law of analogy is the first and most important key to cosmic physics, but it has to be studied in its minutest details and turned 7 times before one comes to understand it. Occult philosophy is the only science that can teach it. How then can anyone hang the truth or the untruth of the occultist's proposition, the cosmos is eternal in its unconditioned collectivity, and finite only in its conditioned manifestations, on this one-sided physical enunciation that it is a necessity of nature to run down? A digression. With this shloka ends that portion of the stanzas relating to the cosmogony of the universe after the last Mahapralaya, or universal dissolution, which, when it comes, sweeps out of space every differentiating thing, gods as well as atoms, like so many dry leaves. From this verse onwards, the stanzas are only concerned with our solar system in general, with the planetary chains therein inferentially, and with the history of our globe, the fourth and its chain especially. All the verses which follow in this volume refer only to the evolution of and on our earth. With regard to the latter, a strange tenet, strange from the modern scientific standpoint only, of course, is held which ought to be made known. But before entirely new and somewhat startling theories are presented to the reader, they must be prefaced by a few words of explanation. This is absolutely necessary, as these theories clash not only with modern science, but, on certain points, contradict earlier statements made by other theosophists, who claim to base their explanations and renderings of these teachings on the same authority as we do. This may give rise to the idea that there is a decided contradiction between the expounders of the same doctrine, whereas the difference, in reality, arises from the incompleteness of the information given to earlier writers, who thus drew some erroneous conclusions and indulged in premature speculations, in their endeavor to present a complete system to the public. Thus, the reader, who is already a student of theosophy, must not be surprised to find in these pages the rectification of certain statements made in various theosophical works, and also the explanation of certain points which have remained obscure, because they were necessarily left incomplete. Many are the questions upon which even the author of Esoteric Buddhism, the best and most accurate of all such works, has not touched. On the other hand, even he has introduced several mistaken notions which must now be presented in their true mystic light, as far as the present writer is capable of so doing. Let us then make a short break between the shlokas just explained and those which follow, for the cosmic periods which separate them are of immense duration. This will afford us ample time to take a bird's-eye view of some points pertaining to this secret doctrine, which have been presented to the public under a more or less uncertain and sometimes mistaken light. A few early misconceptions concerning planets, rounds, and man. Among the 11 stanzas omitted, there is one which gives a full description of the formation of the planetary chains one after another, after the first cosmic and atomic differentiation had commenced in the primitive acosmism. It is idle to speak of laws arising when deity prepares to create, for laws, or rather law, are eternal and uncreated, and again deity is law and vice versa. Moreover, the one eternal law unfolds everything in the to-be manifested nature on a sevenfold principle. Among the rest, the countless circular chains of worlds, composed of 7 globes, graduated on the 4 lower planes of the world of formation, the 3 others belonging to the archetypal universe. Out of these 7, only one, the lowest and the most material of these globes, is within our plane or means of perception, the 6 others lying outside it and being therefore invisible to the terrestrial eye. Every such chain of worlds is the progeny and creation of another, lower and dead chain, its reincarnation, so to say. To make it clearer, we are told that each of the planets, of which 7 only were called sacred, as being ruled by the highest regents or gods, and not at all because the ancients knew nothing of the others, whether known or unknown, is a septenary, as also is the chain to which the earth belongs. For instance, all such planets as Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, etc., or our earth are as visible to us as our globe, probably is to the inhabitants, if any, of the other planets because they are all on the same plane, while the superior fellow globes of these planets are on other planes quite outside that of our terrestrial senses. As their relative positions are given further on, and also in the diagram appended to the comments on Shloka 6 of Stanza 6, a few words of explanation is all that is needed at present. These invisible companions correspond curiously to that which we call the principles in man. The 7 are on the 3 material planes, and 1 spiritual plane, answering to the 3 apadis, material bases, and 1 spiritual vehicle, vahana, of our 7 principles in the human division. If, for the sake of a clearer mental conception, we imagine the human principles to be arranged as in the following scheme, we shall obtain the annexed diagram of correspondences. As we are proceeding here from the universals to particulars, instead of using the inductive or Aristotelian method, the numbers are reversed. Spirit is enumerated the first instead of 7th, as is usually done, but in truth ought not to be done. The principles, as usually named after the manner of esoteric Buddhism and other works, are 1. Atma, 2. Buddhai, spiritual soul, 3. Manas, human soul, 4. Kamarupa, vehicle of desires and passions, 5. Prana, 6. Linga Sharia, and 7. Stula Sharia. The dark horizontal lines of the lower planes are the apadis in the case of the human principles, and the planes in the case of the planetary chain. Of course, as regards the human principles, the diagram does not place them quite in order, yet it shows the correspondence and analogy to which attention is now drawn. As the reader will see, it is the case of descent into matter, the adjustment, in both the mystic and the physical sense, of the two, and their interblending for the great coming, struggle for life, that awaits both entities. Entity may be thought a strange term to use in the case of a globe, but the ancient philosophers who saw in the earth a huge animal were wiser in their generation than our modern geologists are in theirs. And Pliny, who called the earth our kind nurse and mother, the only element which is not inimical to man, spoke more truly than Watts, who fancied that he saw in her the footstool of God. For earth is the only footstool of a man in his ascension to higher regions, the vestibule, to glorious mansions, through which a moving crowd forever press. But this only shows how admirably occult philosophy fits everything in nature. and how much more logical are its tenets than the lifeless, hypothetical speculations of physical science. Having learned this much, the mystic will be better prepared to understand the occult teaching, though every formal student of modern science may, and probably will, regard it as preposterous nonsense. The student of occultism, however, holds that the theory at present under discussion is far more philosophical and probable than any other. It is more logical, at any rate, than the theory recently advanced which made of the moon the projection of a portion of our Earth, extruded when the latter was a globe in fusion, a molten plastic mass. Says Mr. Samuel Lang, the author of Modern Science and Modern Thought, the astronomical conclusions are theories based on data so uncertain that while in some cases they give results incredibly short, like that of 15 millions of years for the whole past process of formation of the solar system, in others they give results almost incredibly long, as in that which supposes the moon to have been thrown off when the Earth was rotating in 3 hours, while the utmost actual retardation obtained from observation would require 600 millions of years to make it rotate in 23 hours instead of 24. And if physicists persist in such speculations, why should the chronology of the Hindus be laughed at as exaggerated? It is said, moreover, that the planetary chains having their days and their nights, i.e., periods of activity or life, and of inertia or death, behave in heaven as do men on earth. They generate their likes, grow old, and become personally extinct, their spiritual principles only living in their progeny as a survival of themselves. Without attempting the very difficult task of giving out the whole process in all its cosmic details, enough may be said to give an approximate idea of it. When a planetary chain is in its last round, its globe A, before finally dying out, sends all its energy and principles into a neutral center of latent force, a Laya center, and thereby informs a new nucleus of undifferentiated substance or matter, calls it into place activities, or gives it life. Suppose such a process to have taken place in the lunar planetary chain. Suppose again, for argument's sake, though Mr. Darwin's theory quoted below has lately been upset, even if the fact has not yet been ascertained by mathematical calculation, that the moon is far older than the Earth. Imagine the 6 fellow globes of the moon, aeons before the first globe of our 7 was evolved, just in the same position in relation to each other as the fellow globes of our chain now occupy in regard to our Earth. And now it will be easy to imagine further globe A of the lunar chain and forming globe A of the terrestrial chain, and dying. Next, globe B of the former sending its energy into globe B of the new chain, then globe C of the lunar creating its progeny, sphere C of the terrene chain, then the moon, our satellite, pouring forth into lowest globe of our planetary chain, globe D, our Earth, all its life, energy, and powers, and having transferred them to a new center, becoming virtually a dead planet, in which, since the birth of our globe, rotation has almost ceased. The moon is a satellite of our Earth, undeniably, but this does not invalidate the theory that she has given to the Earth all but her corpse. For Darwin's theory to hold good, besides the hypothesis just upset, other still more incongruous speculations had to be invented. The moon, it is said, has cooled nearly 6 times as rapidly as the Earth. The moon, if the Earth is 14 million years old since its incrustation, is only 11 2/3 millions of years old since that stage, etc. And if our moon is but a splash from our Earth, why can no similar inference be established for the moons of other planets? The astronomers do not know. Why should Venus and Mercury have no satellites? And by what, when they exist, were they formed? The astronomers do not know because we say science has only one key, the key of matter, to open the mysteries of nature, while occult philosophy has 7 keys and explains that which science fails to see. Mercury and Venus have no satellites, but they had parents just as Earth had. Both are far older than the Earth, and before the latter reaches her 7th round, her mother moon will have dissolved into thin air, as the moons of the other planets have, or have not, as the case may be. Since there are planets which have several moons, a mystery again which no Oedipus of astronomy has solved. The moon is now the cold residual quantity, the shadow dragged after the new body, into which her living powers and principles are transfused. She now is doomed for long ages to ever be pursuing the earth, to be attracted by and to attract her progeny. Constantly vampirized by her child, she revenges herself on it by soaking it through and through with the nefarious, invisible, and poisoned influence which emanates from the occult side of her nature. For she is a dead, yet a living body. The particles of her decaying course are full of active and destructive life, although the body which they had formed is soulless and lifeless. Therefore its emanations are at the same time beneficent and maleficent, a circumstance finding its parallel on earth. In the fact that the grass and plants are nowhere more juicy and thriving than on graves, while at the same time it is the graveyard or corpse emanations which kill. And like all ghouls or vampires, the moon is the friend of the sorcerers and the foe of the unwary. From the archaic aeons and the later times of the witches of Thessaly, down to some of the present tantrikas of Bengal, her nature and properties have been known to every occultist, but have remained a closed book for physicists. Such is the moon from the astronomical, geological, and physical standpoints. As to her metaphysical and psychic nature, it must remain an occult secret in this work, as it was in the volume entitled Esoteric Buddhism, notwithstanding the rather sanguine statement made therein, that there is not much mystery left now in the riddle of the 8th sphere. These are topics, indeed, on which the adepts are very reserved in their communications to uninitiated pupils. And since they have, moreover, never sanctioned or permitted any published speculations upon them, the less said the better. Yet, without treading upon the forbidden ground of the 8th sphere, it may be useful to state some additional facts with regard to the ex-monads of the lunar chain, the lunar ancestors, as they play a leading part in the coming Anthropogenesis. This brings us directly to the septenary constitution of man, and as some discussion has arisen of late about the best classification to be adopted for the division of the microcosmic entity, 2 systems are now appended with a view to facilitate comparison. The subjoined short article is from the pen of Mr. T. Subba Rao, a learned Vedantin scholar. He prefers the Brahmanical division of the Raja Yoga, and from a metaphysical point of view he is quite right. But as it is a question of simple choice and expediency, we hold in this work to the time-honored classification of the Trans-Himalayan, Arhat esoteric school. The following table and its explanatory text are reprinted from the Theosophists, and are also contained in 5 years of Theosophy. The septenary division in different Indian systems. We give below in a tabular form the classifications adopted by the Buddhist and Vedantic teachers of the principles of man. From the foregoing table it will be seen that the 3rd principle in the Buddhist classification is not separately mentioned in the Vedantic division, as it is merely the vehicle of prana. It will also be seen that the 4th principle is included in the 3rd kosha, sheath, as the same principle is but the vehicle of willpower, which is but an energy of the mind. It must also be noticed that the Vijnamaya kosha is considered to be distinct from Manamaya kosha, as a division is made after death between the lower part of the mind, as it were, which has a closer affinity with the 4th principle than with the 6th and its higher part, which attaches itself to the latter and which is, in fact, the basis for the higher spiritual individuality of man. We may also point out here to our readers that the classification mentioned in the last column is, for all practical purposes, connected with Raja Yoga, the best and simplest. Though there are 7 principles in man, there are but 3 distinct upadhis, bases, in each of which his Atma may work independently of the rest. These 3 upadhis can be separated by an adept without killing himself. He cannot separate the 7 principles from each other without destroying his constitution. The student will now be better prepared to see that between the 3 upadhis and the Raja Yoga and its Atma, and our 3 upadhis, Atma, and the additional 3 divisions, there is in reality but very little difference. Moreover, as every adept in cis-Himalayan or trans-Himalayan India of the Patanjali, the Arasanga, or the Mahayana schools has to become a Raja Yogi. He therefore must accept the Taraka Raja classification in principle and theory, whatever classification he resorts to for practical and occult purposes. Thus it matters very little whether one speaks of the 3 upadhis with their 3 aspects and Atma, the eternal and immortal synthesis, or calls them the 7 principles. For the benefit of those who may not have read, or if they have, may not have clearly understood in theosophical writings, the doctrine of the septenary chains of worlds in the solar cosmos, the teaching is briefly as follows. Number 1. Everything in the metaphysical, as in the physical universe, is septenary. Hence, every sidereal body, every planet, whether visible or invisible, is credited with 6 companion globes. The evolution of life proceeds on these 7 globes or bodies, from the 1st to the 7th in 7 rounds or 7 cycles. Number 2, these globes are formed by a process which the occultists call the rebirth of planetary chains, or rings. When the 7th and the last round of one of such rings has been entered upon, the highest or first globe, A, followed by all the others down to the last, instead of entering upon a certain time of rest, or obscuration, as in the previous rounds, begins to die out. The planetary dissolution, pralaya, is at hand, and its hour has struck. Each globe has to transfer its life and energy to another planet. Number 3. Our Earth, as the visible representative of its invisible superior fellow globes, its lords or principles, has to live, as have the others, through 7 rounds. During the first 3, it forms and consolidates. During the 4th, it settles and hardens. During the last 3, it gradually returns to its first ethereal form. It is spiritualized, so to say. Number 4. Its humanity develops fully only in the 4th, our present round. Up to this 4th life cycle, it is referred to as humanity, only for lack of a more appropriate term. Like the grub which becomes the chrysalis and butterfly, man, or rather that which becomes man, passes through all the forms and kingdoms during the 1st round, and through all the human shapes during the 2 following rounds. Arrived on Earth at the commencement of the 4th, in the present series of life cycles and races, man is the first form that appears thereon, being preceded only by the mineral and vegetable kingdoms, even the latter having to develop and continue its further evolution through man. This will be explained in Volume 2. During the 3 rounds to come, humanity, like the globe on which it lives, will be ever tending to reassume its primeval form, that of the Gyan Kohanic host. Man tends to become a god and then God, like every other atom in the universe. Beginning so early as with the 2nd round, evolution proceeds already on quite a different plan. It is only during the 1st round that heavenly man becomes a human being on globe A, re-becomes a mineral, a plant, an animal on globe B and C, etc. The process changes entirely from the 2nd round, but you have learned prudence, and I advise you to say nothing before the time for saying it has come. Number 5. Every life cycle on globe D, Our Earth is composed of 7 root races. They commence with the ethereal and end with the spiritual on the double line of physical and moral evolution, from the beginning of the terrestrial round to its close. One is a planetary round from globe A to globe G, the 7th, the other the globe round or the terrestrial. This is very well described in esoteric Buddhism and needs no further elucidation for the time being. Number 6, the first root race, i.e. the first men on Earth, irrespective of form, were the progeny of the celestial men, rightly called in India philosophy the lunar ancestors, or the Pitris, of which there are 7 classes or hierarchies. As all this will be sufficiently explained in the following sections and in Volume 2, no more need to be said of it here. But the 2 works already mentioned, both of which treat of subjects from the occult doctrine, need particular notice. Esoteric Buddhism is too well known in theosophical circles and even to the outside world, for it to be necessary to enter at length upon its merits here. It is an excellent book and has done still more excellent work. But this does not alter the fact that it contains some mistaken notions, and that it has led many theosophists and lay readers to form an erroneous conception of the Eastern secret doctrine. Moreover, it seems perhaps a little too materialistic. Man, which came later, was an attempt to present the archaic doctrine from a more ideal standpoint, to translate some visions in and from the astral light, to render some teachings partly gathered from a master's thoughts, but unfortunately misunderstood. This work also speaks of the evolution of the early races of men on Earth, and contains some excellent pages of a philosophical character. But so far it is only an interesting little mystical romance. It has failed in its mission because the conditions required for a correct translation of these visions were not present. Hence the reader must not wonder if our volumes contradict these earlier descriptions in several particulars. Esoteric cosmogony in general, and the evolution of the human monad especially, differ so essentially in these 2 books and in other theosophical works, written independently by beginners, that it becomes impossible to proceed with the present work without special mention of these 2 earlier volumes, for both have a number of admirers, esoteric Buddhism especially. The time has arrived for the explanation of some matters in this direction. Mistakes have now to be checked by the original teachings and corrected. If one of the said works has too pronounced a bias toward materialistic science, the other is decidedly too idealistic, and at times is fantastic. From the doctrine, rather incomprehensible to Western minds, which deals with the periodical obscurations and successive rounds of the globes, along their circular chains, were born the first perplexities and misconceptions. One of such has referred to the 5th and even 6th rounders, those who knew that a round was preceded and followed by a long pralaya, a pause of rest, which created an impassable gulf between 2 rounds, until the time came for a renewed cycle of life, could not understand the fallacy of talking about 5th and 6th rounders in our 4th round. Gautama Buddha, it was held, was a 6th rounder. Plato and some other great philosophers and minds, 5th rounders. How could it be? One master taught and affirmed that there were such 5th rounders even now on Earth. And though understood to say that mankind was yet in the 4th round, in another place he seemed to say that they were in the 5th. To this an apocalyptic answer was returned by another teacher. A few drops of rain do not make a monsoon, though they presage it. No, we are not in the 5th round, but 5th round men have been coming in for the last few thousand years. This was worse than the riddle of the Sphinx. Students of occultism subjected their brains to the wildest work of speculation. For a considerable time they tried to out-vie Oedipus and reconcile the 2 statements. And as the masters kept as silent as the stony Sphinx himself, they were accused of inconsistency, contradiction, and discrepancies. but they were simply allowing the speculations to go on in order to teach a lesson which the Western mind sorely needs. In their conceit and arrogance, and in their habit of materializing every metaphysical conception and term without allowing any margin for Eastern metaphor and allegory, the Orientalists had made a jumble of the Hindu exoteric philosophy, and the Theosophists were now doing the same with regard to esoteric teachings. To this day, it is evident that the latter have utterly failed to understand the meaning of the term fifth and sixth rounders. But it is simply this: every round brings about a new development and even an entire change in the mental, psychic, spiritual, and physical constitution of man, all these principles evolving on an ever-ascending scale. Hence it follows that those persons who, like Confucius or Plato, belonged psychically, mentally, and spiritually to the higher planes of evolution, were in our fourth round as the average man will be in the fifth round, whose mankind is destined to find itself on this scale of evolution, immensely higher than is our present humanity. Similarly, Gautama Buddha, wisdom incarnate, was still higher and greater than all the men we have mentioned who are called fifth rounders. And so Buddha and Shankaracharya are termed sixth rounders allegorically. Hence again the concealed wisdom of the remark pronounced at the time. Evasive, a few drops of rain do not make a monsoon, though they presage it. And now the truth of the following remark in esoteric Buddhism will be fully apparent. It is impossible, when the complicated facts of an entirely unfamiliar science are being presented to untrained minds for the first time, to put them forward with all their appropriate qualifications and abnormal developments. We must be content to take the broad rules first and deal with the exceptions afterwards, and especially in this case with a study in connection with which the traditional methods of teaching, generally followed, aim at impressing every fresh idea on the memory by provoking the perplexity it at last relieves. As the author of the remark was himself, as he says, an untrained mind in occultism, his own inferences and his better knowledge of modern astronomical speculations than of archaic doctrines led him quite naturally and unconsciously to himself to commit a few mistakes of detail rather than of any broad rule. One such will now be noticed. It is a trifling one. Still, it is calculated to lead many a beginner into erroneous conceptions. But as the mistaken notions of the earlier editions were corrected in the annotations of the fifth edition, so the sixth may be revised and perfected. There were several reasons for such mistakes. They were due to the necessity under which the teachers labored of giving what were considered as evasive answers, the questions being too persistently pressed to the left to be left unnoticed, while on the other hand they could only be partially answered. This position notwithstanding, the confession that half a loaf is better than no bread was but too often misunderstood, and hardly appreciated as it ought to have been. As a result thereof, gratuitous speculations were sometimes indulged in it by European lachelas. Among such were the mystery of the eighth sphere, in its relation to the moon, and the erroneous statement that two of the superior globes of the terrestrial chain were two of our well-known planets. Besides the Earth, there are only two other worlds of our chain which are visible, Mars and Mercury. This was a great mistake, but the blame for it is to be attached as much to the vagueness and incompleteness of the master's answer as to the question of the learner itself, which was equally vague and indefinite. It was asked, what planets of those known to ordinary science, besides Mercury, belong to our system of worlds? Now, if by system of worlds our terrestrial chain or string was intended in the mind of the querist, instead of the solar system of worlds, as it should have been, then of course the answer was likely to have been misunderstood. For the reply was Mars, etc., and 4 other planets of which astronomy knows nothing. Neither A, B, nor Y, Z are known, nor can they be seen through physical means, however perfected. This is plain. A. Astronomy as yet knows nothing in reality of the planets, neither the ancient ones nor those discovered in modern times. B. No companion planets from A to Z, i.e. no upper globes of any chain in the solar system, can be seen, with the exception, of course, of all the planets which come forth in number as our Earth, the Moon, etc., etc. As to Mars, Mercury, and the 4 other planets, they bear a relation to Earth of which no master or high occultist will ever speak, much less explain the nature. In this same letter, the impossibility is distinctly stated by one of the teachers to the author of Esoteric Buddhism. Try to understand that you are putting me questions pertaining to the highest initiation, that I can give you only a general view, but that I dare not, nor will I, enter into details. Copies of all the letters ever received or sent, with the exception of a few private ones, in which there was no teaching, the master says, are with the writer. As it was her duty in the beginning to answer and explain certain points not touched upon, it is more likely than that, notwithstanding the many annotations on those copies, the writer, in her ignorance of English and her fear of saying too much, may have bungled the information given. She takes the whole blame for it herself in any and every case. But it is impossible for her to allow students to remain any longer under erroneous impressions, or to believe that the fault lines lie with the esoteric system. Let it then be now distinctly stated that the theory broached is impossible, with or without the additional evidence furnished by modern astronomy. Physical science can supply corroborative, though still very uncertain, evidence, but only as regards heavenly bodies on the same plane of materiality as our objective universe. Mars and Mercury, Venus and Jupiter, like every hitherto discovered planet, or those still to be discovered, are all, per se, the representatives on our plane of such chains. As distinctly stated in one of the numerous letters of Mr. Sennett's teacher, there are other and innumerable Manvantarg chains of globes which bear intelligent beings, both in and outside our solar system. But neither Mars nor Mercury belong to our chain. They are, along with other planets, septenary units in the great host of chains of our system, and are all as visible as their upper globes are invisible. If it is still argued that certain expressions in the teacher's letters were liable to mislead, the answer comes, amen, so they were. The author of Esoteric Buddhism understood it well when he wrote that such are the traditional modes of teaching. By provoking the perplexity, they do or do not relieve as the case may be. At all events, if it is urged that this might have been explained earlier, and the true nature of the planets given out as they now are, the answer comes that it was not found expedient to do so at the time, as it would have opened the way to a series of additional questions which could never be answered on account of their esoteric nature, and thus would only become embarrassing. It had been declared from the first, and has been repeatedly asserted since, that no theosophist, not even as an accepted chela, let alone lay students, could expect to have the secret teachings explained to him thoroughly and completely before he had irretrievably pledged himself to the brotherhood and passed through at least one initiation, because no figures and numbers could be given to the public, for figures and numbers are the key to the esoteric system. Number 2. That what was revealed was merely the esoteric lining of that which is contained in almost all the exoteric scriptures of the world religions, preeminently in the Brahmanas and the Upanishads of the Vedas, and even in the Puranas. It was a small portion of what is divulged far more fully now in present volumes, and even this is very incomplete and fragmentary. When the present work was commenced, the writer, feeling sure that the speculation about Mars and Mercury was a mistake, applied to the teachers by letter for an explanation and an authoritative version. Both came in due time, and verbatim extracts from these are now given. It is quite correct that Mars is in a state of obscuration at present, and Mercury just beginning to get out of it. You might add that Venus is in her last round. If neither Mercury nor Venus have satellites, it is because of the reasons, and also because Mars has 2 satellites to which he has no right. Phobos, the supposed inner satellite, is no satellite at all. Thus, this remark of long ago by Laplace and now by Fay do not agree, you see. Read Compens Rendus, Tome XC, page 569. Phobos keeps a too short periodic time, and therefore there must exist some defect in the mother idea of the theory, as Fay justly observes. Again, both Mercury and Mars are septenary chains, as independent of the Earth's sidereal lords and superiors as you are independent of the principles of Damling, Tom Thumb, which were perhaps his 6 brothers with or without nightcaps. Gratification of curiosity is the end of knowledge for some men, was said by Bacon, who was as right in postulating this truism as those who were familiar with it before him, were right in hedging off wisdom from knowledge and tracing limits to that which is to be given out at one time. Remember, knowledge dwells in hands replete with thoughts of other men, wisdom in minds attentive to their own. You can never impress it too profoundly on the minds of those to whom you impart some of the esoteric teachings. Here are more extracts from another letter written by the same authority. This time, it is in an answer to some objections laid before the teachers. They are based upon extremely scientific and as futile reasonings about the advisability of trying to reconcile the esoteric theories with the speculations of modern science. Were written by a young theosophist as a warning against the secret doctrine, and in reference to the same subject. He had declared that if there were such companion Earths, they must be only a wee bit less material than our globe. How then was it that they could not be seen? The answer was, were psychic and spiritual teachings more fully understood, it would become next to impossible to even imagine such an incongruity. Unless less trouble is taken to reconcile the irreconcilable, that is to say, the metaphysical and spiritual sciences with physical or natural philosophy, natural being a synonym to them, men of science, of that matter which falls under the perception of their corporeal senses, no progress can be really achieved. Our globe, as taught from the first, is at the bottom of the arc of descent, where the matter of our preconceptions exhibits itself in its grossest form. Hence it only stands to reason that the globes which overshadow our earth must be on different and superior planes. In short, as globes, they are in coordination, but not in consubstantiality with our earth, and thus pertain to quite another state of consciousness. Our planet, like all those we see, is adapted to the peculiar state of its human stock, that state which enables us to see with our naked eye the sidereal bodies which are coessential with our terrene plane and substance, just as their respective inhabitants, the Jovians, Martians, and others, can perceive our little world, because our planes of consciousness, differing as they do in degree, but being the same in kind, are on the same layer of differentiated matter. What I wrote was, the minor polea concerns only our little string of globes. We called chains strings in those days of lip confusion. To such a string our Earth belongs. This ought to have shown plainly that the other planets were also strings or chains. If he, meaning the objector, would perceive even the dim silhouette of one such planet on the higher planes, he has to first throw off even the thin clouds of the astral matter that stand between him and the next plane. It thus becomes patent why we could not perceive, even with the help of the best telescopes, that which is outside our world of matter. Those alone whom we call adepts, who know how to direct their mental vision and to transfer their consciousness, both physical and psychic, to other planes of being, are able to speak with authority on such subjects. And they tell us plainly, lead the life necessary for the acquisition of such knowledge and powers, and wisdom will come to you naturally. Whenever you are able to attune your consciousness to any of the 7 chords of universal consciousness, those chords that run along the sounding board of cosmos, vibrating from one eternity to another. When you have studied thoroughly the music of the spheres, then only will you become quite free to share your knowledge with those with whom it is safe to do so. Meanwhile, be prudent. Do not give out the great truths that are the inheritance of the future races to our present generation. Do not attempt to unveil the secret of being and non-being to those unable to see the hidden meaning of Apollo's heptatford, the lyre of the radiant god, and in each of the 7 strings of which dwelleth the spirit, soul, and astral body of the cosmos, whose shell only now has fallen into the hands of modern science. Be prudent, we say, prudent and wise, and above all, take care what those who learn from you believe in, lest by deceiving themselves they deceive others. For such is the fate of every truth which with men are as yet unfamiliar. Let rather the planetary chains and other super and subcosmic mysteries remain a dreamland for those who can neither see nor yet believe that others can. It is to be regretted that few of us have followed the wise advice, and that many a priceless pearl, many a jewel of wisdom, has been cast to an enemy, unable to understand its value, who has turned round and rent us. Let us imagine, wrote the same master to his 2 lay chelas, as he called the author of Esoteric Buddhism and another gentleman, his co-student for some time. Let us imagine that our Earth is one of a group of 7 planets or man-bearing worlds. The 7 planets are the sacred planets of antiquity, and are all septenary. Now the life impulse reaches A, or rather that which is destined to become A, and which so far is but cosmic dust, a Leia center, etc. In these early letters, in which terms had to be invented and words coined, the rings very often became rounds, and the rounds life cycles, and vice versa. To a correspondent who called a round a world ring, the teacher wrote, I believe this will lead to a further confusion. A round we are agreed to call the passage of a monad from globe A to globe G or Z. The world ring is correct. Advise, Mr. Strongly to agree upon a nomenclature before going any further. Notwithstanding this agreement, many mistakes, owing to this confusion, crept into the earliest teachings. The races even were occasionally mixed up with the rounds and rings, and led to similar mistakes in man, fragments of forgotten truth. From the first, the Master had written, not being permitted to give you the whole truth or divulge the number of isolated fractions, I am unable to satisfy you. This in answer to the questions, if we are right, then the total existence prior to the man period is 637, etc., etc. To all the queries relating to figures, the reply was, try to solve the problem of 777 incarnations, though I am obliged to withhold information. Yet if you should work out the problem by yourself, it will be my duty to tell you so. But it never was so worked out, and the results were never-ceasing perplexity and mistakes. Even the teaching about the septenary constitution of the sidereal bodies and of the macrocosm, from which the septenary division of the microcosm, or man, has until now been among the most esoteric. In olden times it used to be divulged only at initiation, together with the most sacred figures of the cycles. Now, as stated in one of the theosophical journals, the revelation of the whole system of cosmogony had not been contemplated, nor even thought for one moment possible, at a time when a few scraps of information were sparingly given out. In answer to letters written by the author of Esoteric Buddhism, in which he put forward a multiplicity of questions. Among these were the questions on such problems as no master, however high and independent he might be, would have the right to answer, and thus divulge to the world the most time-honored and archaic of the mysteries of the ancient college temples. Hence, only a few of the doctrines were revealed in their broad outlines, while details were constantly withheld, and all the efforts made to elicit more information about them were systematically alluded to from the beginning. This was perfectly natural. Of the 4 vidyas, out of the 7 branches of knowledge mentioned in the Puranas, namely Vajnavidya, the performance of religious rites in order to produce certain results; Mahavidya, the great magic, knowledge, now degenerated into Tantrika worship; Guhya-vidya, the science of mantras and their true rhythm or chanting, of mystical incantations, etc., Atma-vidya, or the true spiritual and divine wisdom. It is only the last which can throw final and absolute light upon the teachings of the 3 first named. Without the help of Atma-vidya, the other 3 remain no better than surface sciences, geometrical magnitudes having length and breadth but no thickness. They are like the soul, limbs, and a mind of a sleeping man, capable of mechanical motions, of chaotic dreams, and even sleepwalking, of producing visible effects, but stimulating only by instinctual, not intellectual causes, least of all by fully conscious spiritual impulses. A good deal can be given out and explained from the 3 first-named sciences, but unless the key to their teachings is furnished by Atma-vidya, they will remain forever like the fragments of a mangled textbook, like the adumbrations of great truths, dimly perceived by the most spiritual, but distorted out of all proportion by those who would nail every shadow to the wall. Then again, another great perplexity was created in the minds of students by the incomplete exposition of the doctrine of the evolution of the monads. To be fully realized, both this process and that of the birth of the globes must be examined far more from their metaphysical aspect than from one might call a statistical standpoint, involving figures and numbers which are rarely permitted to be widely used. Unfortunately, there are few who are inclined to handle these doctrines only metaphysically. Even in the best of the Western writers upon our doctrine declares in his work, when speaking of the evolution of the monads, that on pure metaphysics of that sort we are not now engaged. And in such case, as the teacher remarks in a letter to him, why this preaching of our doctrines, all this uphill work and swimming in adversum flumen? Why should the West learn from the East that which can never meet the requirements of the special tastes of the aesthetics? And he draws his correspondent's attention to the formidable difficulties encountered by us, the adepts, in every attempt we make to explain our metaphysics to the Western world. And well he may, for outside of metaphysics, no occult philosophy, no esotericism is possible. It is like trying to explain the aspirations and affections, love and hatred, the most private and sacred workings in the soul and mind of a living man, by an anatomical description of the thorax and brain of his dead body. Let us now examine 2 tenets mentioned above but hardly alluded to in esoteric Buddhism, and supplement them as far as lies in our power. Additional facts and explanations concerning the globes and the monads. 2 statements made in the above work must be noticed in the author's opinions quoted. The first is as follows: the spiritual monads do not fully complete their mineral existence on globe A, then complete it on globe B, and so on. They pass several times round the whole circle as minerals, and then again several times round as vegetables, and several times as animals. We purposely refrain for the present from going into figures, etc., etc. That was a wise course to adopt in view of the great secrecy maintained with regard to figures and numbers. This reticence is now partially relinquished, but it would perhaps have been better had the real numbers concerning rounds and evolutional gyrations been either entirely divulged at the time or entirely withheld. Mr. Sinnett understood this difficulty well when saying, for reasons which are not easy for the outsider to divine, the possessors of occult knowledge are especially reluctant to give out numerical facts relating to cosmogony, though it is hard for the uninitiated to understand why they should be withheld. That there were such reasons is evident. Nevertheless, it is to this reticence that most of the confused ideas of some Eastern as well as Western pupils are due. The difficulties in the way of the acceptance of the particular tenets under consideration seemed great, just because of the absence of any data to go upon. But there it was. For as the masters have many times declared, the figures belonging to the occult calculations cannot be given outside the circle of pledged chelas, and not even these can break the rules. To make things plainer, without touching upon the mathematical aspects of the doctrine, the teaching given may be expanded and some obscure points solved. As the evolution of the globes and that of the monads are so closely interblended, we will make of the two teachings one. In reference to the monads, the reader is asked to bear in mind that Eastern philosophy rejects the Western theological dogma of a newly created soul for every baby born, a dogma as unphilosophical as it is impossible in the economy of nature. There must be a limited number of monads evolving and growing more and more perfect through their assimilation of many successive personalities in every new Manvantara. This is absolutely necessary in view of the doctrines of rebirth and karma, and of the gradual return of the human monad to its source, absolute deity. Thus, although the hosts of more or less progressed monads are almost incalculable, they are still finite, as is everything in this universe of differentiation and finiteness. As shown in the double diagram of the human principles and the ascending globes of the world chains, there is an eternal concatenation of causes and effects, and a perfect analogy which runs through and links together all the lines of evolution. One begets the other, globes as personalities, but let us begin at the beginning. The general outline of the process by which the successive planetary chains are formed has just been given. To prevent future misconceptions, some further details may be offered which will also throw some light on the history of humanity on our own chain, the progeny of that of the moon. In the accompanying diagram, Figure 1 represents the lunar chain of 7 globes at the outset of its 7th or last round, while Figure 2 represents the Earth chain which will be, but is not yet in existence. The 7 globes of each chain are distinguished in their cyclic order by letters A to G, the globes of the Earth chain being further marked by a cross, the symbol of the Earth. Now it must be remembered that the monads cycling around the septenary chain are divided into 7 classes or hierarchies, according to the respective stages of evolution, consciousness, and merit. Let us follow then the order of their appearance on Globe A in the first round. The time spaces between the appearances of these hierarchies on any one globe are so adjusted that when Class 7, the last, appears on Globe A, Class 1, the first, has just passed on to Globe B, and so on, step by step, all around the chain. Again, in the 7th round of the lunar chain, when Class 7, the last, quits Globe A, that globe, instead of falling asleep as it had done in previous rounds, begins to die, to go into its planetary pralaya. And in dying, it transfers successively, as just said, its principles or life elements and energy, etc., one after the other, to a new Laya center, which commences the formation of Globe A of the Earth chain. A similar process takes place for each of the globes of the lunar chain, one after the other, each forming a fresh globe of the Earth chain. Our moon was the 4th globe of the series and was on the same plane of perception as our Earth. But Globe A of the lunar chain is not fully dead till the first monads of the first class have passed from Globe G or Z, the last of the lunar chain, into the nirvana which awaits them between the two chains. And similarly, for all the other globes as stated, each giving birth to the corresponding globe of the Earth chain. Further, when Globe A of the new chain is ready, the first class or hierarchy of monads from the lunar chain incarnate upon it in its lowest kingdom, and so on successively. The result of this is that it is only the first class of monads which attains the human state of development during the first round, since the second class on each globe, arriving later, has not time to reach that stage. Thus, the monads of Class 2 reach the incipient human stage only in the second round, and so on up to the middle of the 4th round. But at this point, and on this 4th round in which the human stage will be fully developed, the door into the human kingdom closes, and henceforward the number of human monads, i.e. monads in the human stage of development, is complete. For the monads which had not reached the human stage by this point will, owing to the evolution of humanity itself, find themselves so far behind that they will reach the human stage only at the close of the 7th and last round. They will therefore not be men on this chain, but will form the humanity of a future Manvantara, and will be rewarded by becoming men on a higher chain altogether, thus receiving their karmic compensation. To this there is but one solitary exemption, and for very good reasons, of which we shall speak further on. But this accounts for the differences in the races. It thus becomes apparent how perfect is the analogy between the process of nature in the cosmos and in the individual man. The latter lives through his life cycle and dies, his higher principles corresponding in the development of a planetary chain to the cycling monads, pass into Devachan, which corresponds to the nirvana, and states of rest intervening between two chains. The man's lower principles are disintegrated in time. They are used by nature again for the formation of new human principles. The same process also taking place in the disintegration and formation of worlds. Analogy is thus the surest guide to the comprehension of the occult teachings. This is one of the 7 mysteries of the moon, and it is now revealed. The 7 mysteries are called by the Japanese Yamabushis, the mystics of the Lao Tse sect, and the ascetics monks of Kyoto, the Dazunudu, the 7 jewels. Only the Japanese and the Chinese Buddhist ascetics and initiates are, if possible, even more reticent in giving out their knowledge than are the Hindus. But the reader must not be allowed to lose sight of the monads, and must be enlightened as to their nature, as far as permitted, without trespassing upon the highest mysteries, of which the writer does not in any way pretend to know the last or final word. The monadic host may be roughly divided into 3 great classes. Number 1, the most developed monads, the lunar gods or spirits, called in India the Pitras, whose function it is to pass in the first round through the whole triple cycle of the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms in their most ethereal, filmy, and rudimentary forms, in order to clothe themselves in and assimilate the nature of the newly formed chain. They are those who first reach the human form, if there they can be any form in the realm of the almost subjective, on Globe A in the first round. It is they, therefore, who lead and represent the human element during the 2nd and 3rd rounds, and finally evolve their shadows at the beginning of the 4th round for the 2nd class or those who come behind them. Number 2, those monads that are the first to reach the human stage during the 3.5 rounds and become men. 3. The laggards, the monads which are retarded and which will not reach, by reason of karmic impediments, the human stage at all during this cycle or round, save one exception which will be spoken of elsewhere, as already promised. We are forced to use above the misleading word men, and this is a clear proof of how little any European language is adapted to express these subtle distinctions. It stands to reason that these men did not resemble the men of today, either in form or nature. Why then, it may be asked, call them men at all? Because there is no other term in any Western language which approximately conveys the idea intended. The word men at least indicates that these beings were manus, thinking entities, however they differed in form and intellection from ourselves. But in reality they were, in respect of spirituality and intellection, rather gods than men. The same difficulty of language is met with in describing the stages through which the monad passes. Metaphysically speaking, it is of course an absurdity to talk of the development of a monad, or to say that it becomes man, but any attempt to preserve metaphysical accuracy of language in the use of such a tongue as the English would necessitate at least 3 extra volumes of this work, and would entail an amount of verbal repetition which would be wearisome to the extreme. It stands to reason that a monad cannot either progress or develop, or even be affected by the changes of state it passes through. It is not of this world or plane, and may only be compared to an indestructible star of divine light and fire, thrown down onto our earth as a plank of salvation for the personalities and with which it indwells. It is for the latter to cling to it, and thus partaking of its divine nature, obtain immortality. Left to itself, the monad will cling to no one, but like the plank be drifted away to another incarnation by the unresting current of evolution. Now, the evolution of the external form, or body, round the astral is produced by the terrestrial forces, just as in the case of the lower kingdoms. But the evolution of the internal, or real man, is purely spiritual. It is now no more a passage of the impersonal monad through many and various forms of matter, endowed at best with instinct and consciousness on quite a different plane, as in the case of external evolution, but a journey of the pilgrim soul, through various states of not only matter but of self-consciousness and self-perception, or of perception from apperception. The monad emerges from its state of spiritual and intellectual unconsciousness, and skipping the first two planes too near the absolute to permit any correlation with anything on a lower plane, it gets directly into the plane of mentality. But there is no plane in the whole universe with a broader margin or a wider field of action. It is almost endless gradations of perceptive and apperceptive qualities. Then this plane, which has in its turn an appropriate smaller plane for every form, from the mineral monad up to the time when that monad blossoms forth by evolution into the divine monad. But all the time it is still one and the same monad, offering only in its incarnations throughout its ever-succeeding cycles of partial or total obscuration of spirit, or partial or total obscuration of matter, two polar antithesis, as it ascends into the realms of mental spirituality or descends into the depths of materiality. To return to esoteric Buddhism, the second statement is with regard to the enormous period intervening between the mineral epoch on globe A and the man epoch, the term man epoch being used because of the necessity of giving a name to that fourth kingdom which follows the animal, though in truth the man on globe A during the first round is no man, but only his prototype or dimensionless image from the astral regions. The statement runs as follows. The full development on the mineral epoch of globe A prepares the way for the vegetable development, and as soon as this begins, the mineral life impulse overflows into globe B. Then, when the vegetable development on globe A is complete and the animal development begins, the vegetable life impulse overflows to globe B, and the mineral impulse passes on to globe C. Then finally comes the human life impulse on globe A. And so it goes on for 3 rounds when it slackens and finally stops at the threshold of our globe in the 4th round. Because the human period of the true physical men to be, the 7th is now reached, this is evident, for as said, there are processes of evolution which precede the mineral kingdom, and thus a wave of evolution, indeed several waves of evolution, precede the mineral wave in its progress round the spheres. And now we have to quote from another article, The Mineral Monad in 5 Years of Theosophy. There are 7 kingdoms. The first group compromises 3 degrees of elementals or nascent centers of forces, from the first stage of differentiation from Mula Prakriti, or rather Pradhana, primordial homogeneous matter, to its 3rd degree, i.e. from full unconsciousness to semi-perception. The second or higher group embraces the kingdoms from vegetable to man, the mineral kingdom thus forming the central or turning point in the degrees of the monadic essence, considered as an evolving energy. 3 stages, sub-physical on the elemental side, the mineral kingdom, 3 stages on the objective physical side, These are the first or preliminary 7 links of the evolutionary chain. Preliminary because they are preparatory, and though belonging in fact to the natural, they would be more correctly described as the subnatural evolution. This process makes a halt in its stages at the threshold of the 4th stage, when it becomes, on the plane of natural evolution, the first really manward stage, thus forming with the 3 elemental kingdoms. The 10, the Sephirothal number, it is at this point that begins a descent of spirit into matter equivalent to an ascent in physical evolution, a reascent from the deepest depths of materiality, the mineral, towards its status quo ante, with a corresponding dissipation of concrete organism, up to nirvana, the vanishing point of differentiated matter. Therefore, it becomes evident why that which is pertinently called in esoteric Buddhism wave of evolution and mineral, vegetable, animal, and man impulse stops at the door of our globe, at its 4th cycle or round. If it is at this point that the cosmic monad, Buddhai, will be wedded to and become the vehicle of the atmic ray, i.e. Buddhai will awaken to an apperception of it, Atman, and thus enter on the first step of a new septenary ladder of evolution, which will lead it eventually to the 10th, counting from the lowest upwards of the Sephirothal tree, the crown. Everything in the universe follows analogy, as above, so below. Man is the microcosm of the universe. That which takes place on the spiritual plane repeats itself on the cosmic plane. Concretion follows the lines of abstraction. Corresponding to the highest must be the lowest, the material to the spiritual. Thus, corresponding to the Sephirothal crown, or upper triad, there are the 3 elemental kingdoms which precede the mineral and which, using the language of the Kabbalists, answer in the cosmic differentiation to the worlds of form and matter, from the super-spiritual to the archetypal. Now, what is a monad, and what relation does it bear to an atom? The following reply is based upon the explanations given in answer to these questions in the above-cited article. The mineral monad, written by the author. To the second question, it is answered. None whatever to the atom or molecule, as at present existing in the scientific conception. It can neither be compared with the microcosmic organisms, once classed among polygastric infusoria, and now regarded as vegetable and classed among algae, nor is it quite the monas of the peripatetics. Physically or constitutionally, the mineral monad differs, of course, from the human monad, which is not physical, nor can its constitution be rendered by chemical symbols and elements. In short, as the spiritual monad is one, universal, boundless, and impartite, whose rays, nevertheless, from what we, in our ignorance, call the individual monads of men, so the mineral monad, being at the opposite curve of the circle, is also one, and from it proceed the countless physical atoms, which science is beginning to regard as individualized. Otherwise, how could one account for and explain mathematically the evolutionary and the spiral progress of the 4 kingdoms? The monad is the combination of the last 2 principles in man, the 6th and the 7th, and properly speaking, the term human monad applies only to the dual soul, Atma Buddhi, not to its highest spiritual vivifying principle, Atma, alone. But since the spiritual soul, if divorced from the latter, Atma, could have no existence, no being, it has thus been called. Now the monadic, or rather cosmic essence, if such a term be permitted, in the mineral, vegetable, and animal, though the same throughout the series of cycles from the lowest elemental up to the Deva kingdom, yet differs in the scale of progression. It would be very misleading to imagine a monad as separate entity, trailing its slow way in a distinct path through the lower kingdoms, and after an incalculable series of transformations, flowering into a human being. In short, that the monad of a Humboldt dates back to the monad of an atom of hornblende, instead of saying a mineral monad, The more correct phraseology in physical science, which differentiates every atom, would of course have been to call it the monad manifesting in that form of prakriti called the mineral kingdom. The atom, as represented in the ordinary scientific hypothesis, is not a particle of something, animated by a psychic something, destined after eons to blossom into a man. But it is a concrete manifestation of the universal energy, which itself has not yet become individualized, a sequential manifestation of the one universal monads. The ocean of matter does not divide its potential in constituent drops until the sweep of the life impulse reaches the evolutionary stage of man-birth. The tendency towards segregation into individual monads is gradual, and in the higher animals comes almost to the point. The Peripatetics applied the word monads to the whole cosmos, in the pantheistic sense, and the occultists, while accepting this thought for convenience sake, distinguish the progressive stages of the evolution of the concrete from the abstract, by terms of which the mineral, vegetable, animal monad, etc. are examples. The term merely means that the tidal wave of spiritual evolution is passing through that arc of its circuit. The monadic essence begins to imperceptibly differentiate towards individual consciousness in the vegetable kingdom. As the monads are uncompounded things as correctly defined by Leibniz, it is the spiritual essence which vivifies them in their degrees of differentiation, which properly constitutes the monad, not the atomic aggregation, which is the only vehicle in the substance through which thrill the lower and higher degrees of intelligence. Leibniz conceived of the monads as elementary and indestructible units, endowed with the power of giving and receiving with respect to other units, and thus of determining all spiritual and physical phenomena. It is he who invented the term apperception, which together with nerve, not perception but rather, sensation, expresses the state of the monadic consciousness through all the kingdoms up to man. Thus it may be wrong, on strictly metaphysical lines, to call Atma Buddhi a monad, since in the materialistic view it is dual and therefore compound. But as matter is spirit and vice versa, and since the universe and the deity which informs it are unthinkable apart from each other, so in the case of Atma Buddhi, the latter being the vehicle of the former, Buddhi stands in the same relation to Atma, as Adam Kadmon, the Kabbalistic Logos, does to Ein Sof, or Mula Prakriti to Para Brahman. And now a few more words on the moon. What, it may be asked, are the lunar monads just spoken of? The description of the 7 classes of Petrus will come later, but now some general explanations may be given. It must be plain to everyone that they are monads who, having ended their life cycle on the lunar chain, which is inferior to the terrestrial chain, have incarnated on the latter. But there are some further details which may be added, though they border too closely on forbidden ground to be treated of fully. The last word of the mystery is divulged only to adepts, but it may be stated that our satellite is only the gross body of his invisible principles. Seeing that there are the 7 earths, so there are 7 moons, the last alone being visible, the same for the sun, whose visible body is called a maya, a reflection, just as a man's body is. The real sun and the real moon are as invisible as the real man, says an occult maxim. And it may be remarked, en passant, that those ancients were not so foolish after all who first started the idea of 7 moons. For though this conception is now taken solely as an astronomical measure of time, in a very materialized form, yet underlying the husk there can still be recognized the traces of a profoundly philosophical idea. In reality, the moon is the satellite of the earth in one respect only, vis-a-vis that physically the moon revolves around the earth, but in every other aspect it is the earth which is the satellite of the moon, and not vice versa. Startling as this statement may seem, it is not without confirmation from scientific knowledge. It is evidenced by the tides, by the cyclic changes in many forms of disease, which coincide with the lunar phases. It can be traced in the growth of plants and is very marked in the phenomena of human conception and gestation. The importance of the moon and its influence on Earth were recognized in every ancient religion, notably the Jewish, and have been remarked by many observers of physical and psychical phenomena. But so far as science knows, the Earth's action on the moon is confined to the physical attraction which causes her to circle in her orbit. And should an objector insist that this fact alone is sufficient evidence that the moon is truly the Earth's satellite, no other planes of action, one may reply by asking whether a mother, who walks round and round her child's cradle, keeping watch over the infant, is the subordinate of her child or dependent on it. Though in one sense she is its satellite, yet she is certainly older and more fully developed than the child she watches. It is then the moon who plays the largest and most important part, as well in the formation of the earth itself as in the peopling thereof with human beings. The lunar monads, or Petrus, the ancestors of man, become in reality man himself. They are the monads who enter on the cycle of evolution on globe A, and who, passing round the chain of globes, evolve the human form, as has just been shown. At the beginning of the human stage of the fourth round on this globe, they ooze out their astral doubles from the ape-like forms which they had evolved in the third round. And it is this subtle, finer form which serves as the model round which nature builds physical man. These monads, or divine sparks, are thus the lunar ancestors, the Petrus themselves. For these lunar spirits have to become men in order that their monads may reach a higher plane of activity and self-consciousness, i.e., the plane of the Manasa Putras, those who endow the senseless shells created and informed by the Petrus with mind in the latter part of the third root race. In the same way, the monads, or egos, of the men of the seventh round of our earth, after our own globes A, B, C, D, etc., parting with their life energy, will have informed and thereby called to life other Leia centers, destined to live and act on a still higher plane of being. In the same way will the Tyrian ancestors create those who will become their superiors. It now becomes plain that there exists in nature a triple evolutionary scheme for the formation of the three periodical upadis, or rather 3 separate schemes of evolution, which in our system are inextricably interwoven and interblended at every point. These are the monadic, or spiritual, the intellectual, and the physical evolutions. These 3 are the finite aspects, or the reflections on the field of cosmic illusion, of Atma, the seventh, the one reality. Number 1, the monadic, as the name implies, is concerned with the growth and development into still higher phases of activity of the monads, in conjunction with, number 2, the intellectual, represented by the Manasa Dhyanis, the solar devas, or the Agnishvara Petrus, the givers of intelligence and consciousness to man, and, number 3, the physical, represented by the Chayas of the lunar Petrus, round which nature has concreted the present physical body. This body serves as the vehicle for the growth, to use a misleading word, and the transformations, through manas and owing to the accumulation of experiences, of the finite into the infinite, of the transient into the eternal and absolute. Each of these 3 systems has its own laws and is ruled and guided by different sets of the highest jhanis or logi. Each is represented in the constitution of man, the microcosm of the great macrocosm, and it is the union of these 3 streams in him which makes him the complex being he is now. Nature, the physical evolutionary power, could never evolve intelligence unaided. She can only create senseless forms, as will be seen in our Anthropogenesis. The lunar monads cannot progress, for they have not yet had sufficient touch with the forms created by nature to allow of their accumulating experiences through its means. It is the Manasa Dhyanis who fill up the gap, and they represent the evolutionary power of intelligence and mind, the link between spirit and matter in this round. Also, it may be borne in mind that the monads which enter upon the evolutionary cycle upon globe A in the first round are in very different stages of development. Hence, the matter becomes somewhat complicated. Let us recapitulate. The most developed, the lunar monads, reach the human germ stage in the first round, become terrestrial, though very ethereal, human beings toward the end of the third round, remaining on the globe through the obscuration period, as the seed for future mankind in the fourth round, and thus become the pioneers of humanity at the beginning of this, the present fourth round. Others reach the human stage only during later rounds, i.e. in the second, third, or first half of the fourth round. And finally, the most retarded of all, i.e. those still occupying animal forms after the middle turning point of the fourth round, will not become men at all during the Manvantara. They will reach to the verge of humanity only at the close of the seventh round, to be, in their turn, ushered into a new chain. After a pralaya by older pioneers, the progenitors of humanity, or the seed humanity, Shishta, viz., the men who will be at the head of all at the end of these rounds. The student scarcely needs any further explanation on the part played by the fourth globe and the fourth round in the scheme of evolution. From the preceding diagrams, which are applicable, mutatis mutandis, to rounds, globes, or races, it will be seen that the fourth member of a series occupies a unique position. Unlike the others, the fourth has no sister globe on the same plane as itself, and it thus forms the fulcrum of the balance represented by the whole chain. It is the sphere of final evolutionary adjustments, the world of the karmic scales, the hall of justice, where the balance is struck between determining the future course of the monad during the remainder of its incarnations in the cycle. And therefore, it is that, after this central turning point has been passed in the great cycle, i.e. after the middle point of the fourth race and the fourth round on our globe, no more monads can enter the human kingdom. The door is closed for this cycle, and the balance struck. For were it otherwise, had there been a new soul created for each of the countless milliards of human beings that have passed away, and had there been no reincarnation, it would become difficult indeed to provide room for the disembodied spirits, nor could the origin and cause of suffering ever be accounted for. It is the ignorance of the occult tenets and the enforcement of false conceptions under the guise of religious education which have created materialism and atheism as a protest against the asserted divine order of things. The only exceptions to the rule stated are the dumb races, whose monads are already within the human stage, in virtue of the fact that these animals are later than and even half descended from man, their last descendants being the anthropoid and other apes. These human presentiments are in truth only the distorted copies of the early humanity. But this will receive full attention in the next volume. As the commentary, broadly rendered, says, number 1, every form on earth and every speck, atom, in space strives in its efforts towards self-formation to follow the model placed for it in the heavenly man. It's, the atoms, involution and evolution, its external and internal growth and development, have all one and the same object, man. Man as the highest physical and ultimate form on this earth, the monad, in its absolute totality and awakened condition, as the culmination of the divine incarnations on earth. Number 2, the Jnanis, Petris, are those who have evolved their bhuta, doubles, from themselves, which rupa, form, has become the vehicle of monads, seventh and sixth principles, that had compelled their cycle of transmigration in the 3 preceding kalpas, rounds. Then they, the astral doubles, become the men of the first human race of the round. But they were not complete, and were senseless. This will be explained in the sequel. Meanwhile, man, or rather his monad, has existed on earth from the very beginning of this round. But up to our own fifth race, the external shapes which covered those divine astral doubles have changed and consolidated with every subrace, the form and physical structure of the fauna changing at the same time, as they had to be adapted to the ever-changing conditions of life on this globe during the geological periods of the formative cycle. And thus will they go down on changing every root race and every chief subrace down to the last one of the seventh in this round. Number 3. The inner, now concealed man was then, in the beginnings, the external man, the progeny of the Dhyanis, Petrus. He was the son like unto his father. Like the lotus, whose external shape assumes gradually the form of the model within itself, so did the form of man in the beginning evolve from within without. After the cycle in which man began to procreate his species after the fashion of the present animal kingdom, it became the reverse. The human fetus follows now in its transformations all the forms that the physical frame of man assumed throughout the 3 kalpas, rounds. During the tentative efforts of plastic formation around the monad by senseless, because imperfect, matter in her blind wanderings. In the present age, the physical embryo is a planet, a reptile, an animal, before it finally becomes man, evolving within himself his own ethereal counterpart in his turn. In the beginning it was that counterpart, astral man, which being senseless, got entangled in the meshes of matter. But this man belongs to the 4th round. As shown, the monad had passed through, journeyed and had been imprisoned in every transitional form throughout every kingdom of nature during the 3 preceding rounds. But the monad which becomes human is not the man. In this round, with the exception of the highest mammals after man, the anthropoids destined to die out in this our race, when the monads will be liberated and pass into the astral human forms, or the highest elementals of the 6th and 7th races, and then into the lowest human forms in the 5th round. No units of any of the kingdoms are animated any longer by monads destined to become human in their next stage, but only by the lower elementals of their respective realms. These elementals will become human monads, in their turn, only at the next great planetary Manvantara. And in fact, the last human monad incarnated before the beginning of the 5th root race. Nature never repeats herself. Therefore, the anthropoids of our day have not existed at any time since the middle of the Miocene period, when, like all crossbreeds, they began to show a tendency, more and more marked as time went on, to return to the type of their first parent, the gigantic black and yellow Lemuro-Atlantean. To search for the missing link is useless. To the scientists of the closing 6th root race, millions and millions of years hence, our modern races, or rather their fossils, will appear as those of small insignificant apes, an extinct species of the genus Homo. Such anthropoids form an exception because they were not intended by nature, but are the direct product and creation of senseless man. The Hindus attribute a divine origin to the apes and monkeys because the men of the 3rd race were gods from another plane, whom had become senseless mortals. This subject had already been touched upon in Isis Unveiled 12 years ago, as plainly as was then possible. The reader is there referred to the Brahmins if he would know the reason of the regard they have for the monkeys. He, the reader, would perhaps learn, were the Brahmin to judge him worthy of an explanation, that the Hindu sees in the ape but what Manu desired he should, the transformation of species most directly connected with that of the human family, a bastard branch engrafted on their own stock before the final perfection of the latter. He might learn further that in the eyes of the educated heathen, the spiritual or inner man is one thing, and his terrestrial physical casket another. That physical nature, that great combination of correlations of physical forces, ever creeping on towards perfection, has to avail herself of the material at hand. She models and remodels as she proceeds, and finishing her crowning work in man, presents him alone as a fit tabernacle for the overshadowing of the divine spirit. Moreover, a German scientific work is mentioned in a footnote on the same page. It says, "A Hanoverian scientist has recently published a work in which he shown with great ingenuity that Darwin was wholly mistaken in tracing man back to the ape. On the contrary, he maintains that it is the ape which has evolved from man. He shows that in the beginning mankind were, morally and physically, the types and prototypes of our present race and of our human dignity. By their beauty of form, regularity of feature, cranial development, nobility of sentiments, heroic impulses, and grandeur of ideal conceptions. This is a purely Brahmanic, Buddhistic, and Kabbalistic doctrine. His book is copiously illustrated with diagrams, tables, etc. It asserts that the gradual debasement and degradation of man, morally and physically, can be readily traced throughout ethnological transformations down to our time. And as one portion has already degenerated into apes, so the civilized man of the present day will at last, under the action of the inevitable law of necessity, be also succeeded by like descendants. If we may judge of the future by the actual present, it certainly does seem possible that so unspiritual and materialistic a race should end as simia rather than as seraphs. But though the apes descend from man, it is certainly not the fact that the human monad, which has once reached the level of humanity, ever incarnates again in the form of an animal. The cycle of metempsychosis for the human monad is closed, for we are in the fourth round and the fifth root race. The reader will have to bear in mind, at any rate, one who has made himself acquainted with esoteric Buddhism, that the stanzas which follow in this volume and the next speak of the evolution in our fourth round only. The latter in this cycle of the turning point, after which matter, having reached its lowest depths, begin to strive onward and to become spiritualized with every new race and with every fresh cycle. Therefore, the student must take care not to see contradiction where there is none, for in esoteric Buddhism rounds are spoken of in general, while here only the fourth, or our present round, is meant. Then it was the work of formation. Now it is that of reformation and evolutionary perfection. Finally, to close this digression anent various but unavoidable misconceptions, we must refer to a statement in esoteric Buddhism which has produced a very fatal impression upon the minds of many theosophists. One unfortunate sentence from the work just referred to is constantly brought forward to prove the materialism of the doctrine. The author, referring to the progress of organisms on the globe, says that the mineral kingdom will no more develop the vegetable than the earth was able to develop man from the ape, till it received an impulse. Whether this sentence renders the thought of the author literally or is simply as we believe it is, a lapsus calami, may remain an open question. It is really with surprise that we have ascertained the fact that esoteric Buddhism was so little understood by some theosophists as to have led them into the belief that it thoroughly supported Darwinian evolution, and especially the theory of the descent of man from a pithecoid ancestor. As one member writes, I suppose you realize that 3/4 of theosophists and even outsiders imagine that, as far as the evolution of man is concerned, Darwinism and theosophy kiss one another. Nothing of the kind was ever realized, nor is there any great warrant for it, so far as we know, in esoteric Buddhism. It has been repeatedly stated that evolution as taught by Manu and Kapila was the groundwork of the modern teachings, but neither occultism nor theosophy has ever supported the wild theories of the present Darwinists, least of all the descent of man from an ape. Of this, more hereafter, but one has only to turn to page 47 of the work named to find the statement that man belongs to a kingdom distinctly separate from that of the animals, With such a plain and unequivocal statement before him, it is very strange that any careful student should have been so mizzled, unless he is prepared to charge the author with a gross contradiction. Every round repeats the evolutionary work of the preceding round, on a higher scale. With the exception of some higher anthropoids, as just mentioned, the monadic inflow or inner evolution is at an end till the next manvantara. It can never be too often repeated that the full-blown human monads have to be first disposed of before the new crop of candidates appears on this globe at the beginning of the next cycle. Thus, there is a lull, and this is why, during the fourth round, man appears on Earth earlier than any animal creation, as will be described. But it is still urged that the author of esoteric Buddhism has preached Darwinism all along. Certain passages would undoubtedly seem to lend countenance to this inference. Besides which, the occultists themselves are ready to concede partial correctness to the Darwinian hypothesis. In later details, bylaws of evolution, and after the midway point of the fourth race. Of that which has taken place, physical science can really know nothing, for such matters lie entirely outside of its sphere of investigation. But what the occultists have never admitted, nor will they ever admit, is that man was an ape in this or any other round, or that he ever could be one, however much he may have been ape-like. This is vouched for by the very authority from whom the author of esoteric Buddhism got his information. Thus, to those who confront the occultists with these lines from the above-named volume, it is enough to show that we may as reasonably, and that we must, if we would talk about these matters at all, conceive a life impulse giving birth to mineral forms, as of the same sort of impulse concerned to raise a race of apes into a race of rudimentary men. To those who bring this passage forward as showing decided Darwinism, the occultist answered by pointing to the explanation of the master, Mr. Sennett's teacher, which would contradict these lines, were they written in the spirit attributed to them. A copy of this letter was sent to the writer, together with others, 2 years ago, 1886, with additional marginal remarks to quote from in the Secret Doctrine. It begins by considering the difficulty experienced by the Western student in reconciling some facts previously given with the evolution of man from the animal, i.e., from the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, and advises the student to hold to the doctrine of analogy in correspondences. Then it touches upon the mystery of the devas and even gods having to pass through states, which it was agreed to refer to as immetalization, inerbation, inzoonization, and finally incarnation, and explains this by hinting at the necessity of failures even in the ethereal races of Dhyan Chohans. Concerning this it says, these failures are too far progressed and spiritualized to be thrown back forcibly from Dhyan Chohanship into the vortex of a new primordial evolution through the lower kingdoms. After which a hint only is given about the mystery contained in the allegory of the fallen Azarus, which will be expanded and explained in Volume 2. When karma has reached them at the stage of human evolution, they will have to drink it to the last drop in the bitter cup of retribution. Then they become an active force and commingle with the elementals, the progressed entities of the pure animal kingdom, to develop little by little the full type of humanity. These Dhyan Chohans, as we see, do not pass through the three kingdoms as do the lower Petras, nor do they incarnate in man until the third root race. Thus, as the teaching stands, round 1, man in the first round and first race on globe D, our Earth, was an ethereal being, a lunar dhyani as man, non-intelligent but super-spiritual, and correspondingly on the law of analogy in the first race of the fourth round. In each of the subsequent races and subraces, he grows more and more into an encased or incarnate being, but still preponderatingly ethereal. He is sexless, and like the animal and vegetable, he develops monstrous bodies correspondential with his coarser surroundings. Round 2, He, man, is still gigantic and ethereal, but growing firmer and more condensed in body. A more physical man, yet still less intelligent than spiritual. 1. For mind is a slower and more difficult evolution than is the physical frame. Round 3. He is now a perfectly concrete and compacted body, at first the form of a giant ape, and now more intelligent or rather cunning than spiritual. For on the downward arc he has now reached a point where his primordial spirituality is eclipsed and overshadowed by nascent mentality. Number 2. In the last half of the third round, his gigantic stature decreases, and his body improves in texture, and he becomes a more rational being, though still more of an ape than a diva. All this is almost exactly repeated in the third root race of the fourth round. Round 4. Intellect has an enormous development in this round. The hitherto dumb races acquire our present human speech on this globe, on which from the fourth race language is perfected and knowledge increases. At this halfway point of the fourth round, as of the fourth or Atlantean root race, humanity passes the axial point of the minor manvantaric cycle, the world teeming with the results of intellectual activity and spiritual decrease. This is from the authentic letter. What follows are the later remarks and additional explanations traced by the same hand in the form of footnotes. Number 1. The original letter contained general teaching, a bird's eye view, and particularized nothing, to speak of physical man, while limiting the statement to the early rounds, would be drifting back to the miraculous and instantaneous coats of skin, the first nature, the first body, the first mind on the first plane of perception, on the first globe in the first round is what was meant. For karma and evolution have, centered in our make such strange extremes, from different natures marvelously mixed. Number 2, restore. He has now reached the point, by analogy and as the third root race in the fourth round, where his, the angel man's, primordial spirituality is eclipsed and overshadowed by nascent human mentality, as you have the true version on your thumbnail. These are the words of the teacher. Text, words, and sentences in brackets and explanatory footnotes. It stands to reason that there must be an enormous difference in such terms as objectivity and subjectivity, materiality and spirituality, where the same terms are applied to different planes of being and perception. All this must be taken in its relative sense, and therefore there is little to be wondered at, if left to its own speculations. An author who, however eager to learn, was yet quite inexperienced in these abstruse teachings, has now fallen into error. Nor was the difference between the rounds and the races sufficiently defined in the letters received, since nothing of the kind has been required before, as the ordinary Eastern disciple would have found out the difference in a moment. Moreover, to quote from a letter of the Master, the teachings were imparted under protest. They were, so to say, smuggled goods, and when I remained face to face with the only one correspondent, the other, Mr. has so far tossed all the cards into confusion that little remained to be said without trespassing upon law. Theosophists, whom it may concern, will understand what is meant. The outcome of all this is that nothing had ever been said in the letters to warrant the assurance that the occult doctrine has ever taught or any adept believed in, unless metaphorically, the preposterous modern theory of the descent of man from a common ancestor with the ape, an anthropoid of the actual animal kind. To this day the world is more full of ape-like men than the woods are of men-like apes. The ape is sacred in India because its origin is well known to the initiates, though concealed under a thick veil of allegory. Hanumana is the son of Pavana, Vayu, god of the wind, by Anyana, wife of a monster called Kaseri. Though his genealogy varies, the reader who bears this in mind will find in Volume 2, Passim, the whole explanation of this ingenious allegory. The men of the third race who separated were gods, by their spirituality and purity, though senseless, and as yet destitute of mind as men. These men of the third race, the ancestors of the Atlanteans, were just such ape-like, intellectually senseless giants as were those beings, who during the third round represented humanity. Morally irresponsible, it was these third-race men who, though promiscuous connection with animal species lower than themselves, created that missing link which became ages later, in the tertiary period only, the remote ancestor of the real ape, as we find it now in the pithecoid family. And if this is found clashing with the statement which shows that the animal later than man, then the reader is asked to bear in mind that the placental mammal only is meant. In those days there were animals in which zoology does not even dream in our own, and the modes of reproduction were not identical with the notions which modern physiology has upon the subject. It is not altogether convenient to touch upon such questions in public, but there is no contradiction or impossibility in this whatever. Thus, the earlier teachings, however unsatisfactory, vague and fragmentary, did not teach the evolution of man from the ape. Nor does the author of esoteric Buddhism assert it anywhere in his work in so many words. But owing to his inclination towards modern science, he uses language which might perhaps justify such an inference. The man who preceded the fourth, the Atlantean race, however much he may have looked physically like a gigantic ape, the counterfeit of man who hath not the life of a man, was still a thinking and already a speaking man. The Lemuro-Atlantean was a highly civilized race, and if one accepts tradition, which is better history than the speculative fiction which now passes under that name, he was higher than we are with all our sciences and the degraded civilization of the day. At any rate, the Lemuro-Atlantean of the closing third race was so. And now we may return to the stanzas. Number 5. At the fourth, the sons are told to create their images. 1/3 refuses to obey. The curse is pronounced. They will be born in the fourth, suffer and cause suffering. This is the first war. The full meaning of this shloka can only be fully comprehended after reading the additional detailed explanations in the Anthropogenesis and its commentaries in Volume 2. Between this shloka and shloka 4 extend long ages, and there now gleams the dawn and the sunrise of another aeon. The drama enacted on our planet is at the beginning of its fourth act. But for a clearer comprehension of the whole play, the reader will have to turn back before he can proceed onward. For this verse belongs to the general cosmogony given in the archaic volumes, whereas Volume 2 will give a detailed account of the creation, or rather formation, of the first human beings, followed by the second humanity, and then by the third, or as they are called, the first, second, and the third root races. As the solid earth began by being a ball of liquid fire, of fiery dust and its protoplasmic phantom, so did man. That which is meant by the qualification the fourth is explained as the fourth round only on the authority of the commentaries. It can equally mean fourth eternity as fourth round or even our fourth globe. For, as will repeatedly be shown, the latter is the fourth sphere and the fourth or lowest plane of material life. And it so happens that we are in the fourth round, at the middle point, which the perfect equilibrium between spirit and matter had to take place. It was, how we shall see, at this period, during the highest point of civilization and knowledge, and also of human intellectuality, of the fourth Atlantean race, that owing to the final crisis of the physiological spiritual adjustment of the races, humanity branched off into two diametrically opposite paths, the right and the left-hand paths of knowledge or vidya. In the words of the commentary, thus were the germs of the white and the black magic sown in those days. The seeds lay latent for some time, to sprout only during the early period of the fifth, our race. Says the commentary explaining the shloka. The holy youths, the gods, refuse to multiply and create species after their likeness, after their kind. They are not fit forms, rupas, for us. They have to grow. They refuse to enter the chayas, shadows or images of their inferiors. Thus had the selfish feeling prevailed from the beginning, even among the gods, and they fell under the eye of the karmic lipikas. They had to suffer for it in later births. How the punishment reached the gods will be seen in Volume 2. It is a universal tradition that before the physiological fall, propagation of one's kind, whether human or animal, took place through the will of the creators, or of their progeny. This was the fall of spirit into generation, not the fall of mortal man. It has already been stated that, to become self-conscious, spirit must pass through every cycle of being, culminating in its highest point on earth in man. Spirit, per se, is an unconscious negative abstraction. Its purity is inherent, not acquired by merit, hence, as already shown, to become the highest Jan Chohan. It is necessary for each ego to attain to full self-consciousness as a human, conscious being, which is synthesized for us in man. The Jewish Kabbalists, arguing that no spirit can belong to the divine hierarchy unless Ruach, spirit, is united to Nefesh, living soul, only repeat the Eastern esoteric teaching. A dhyani has to be an Atma Buddhi. Once the Buddhi manas breaks loose from the immortal Atma, of which it, Buddhi, is the vehicle, Atman passes into non-being, which is absolute being. This means that the purely nirvanic state is a passage of spirit back to an ideal abstraction of beingness, which has no relation to the plane on which our universe is accomplishing its cycle. B. The curse is pronounced. Does not mean in this instance that any personal being, God or superior spirit, pronounced it, but simply that the cause, which could but create bad results, had been generated, and that the effects of this karmic cause could lead the beings that counteracted the laws of nature, and thus impeded her legitimate progress only to bad incarnations, hence to suffering. C. There were many wars, all referring to struggles of adjustment, spiritual, cosmical, and astronomical, but chiefly to the mystery of the evolution of man, as he is now. The powers or pure essences that were told to create relate to a mystery explained as already said elsewhere. It is not only one of the most hidden secrets of nature, that of generation, over whose solution the embryologists have vainly put their heads together, but likewise a divine function which involves that great religious, or rather dogmatic, mystery, the so-called fall of the angels. Satan and his rebellious host, when the meaning of the allegory is explained, will thus prove to have refused to create physical man, only to become the direct saviors and creators of divine man. The symbolical teaching is more than mystical and religious, it is purely scientific, as will be seen later on. For instead of remaining a mere blind functioning medium, impelled and guided by fathomless law, the rebellious angel claimed and enforced his right of independent judgment and will, his right of free agency and responsibility, since man and angel are alike under karmic law. Explaining Kabbalistic views, the author of New Aspects of Life says of the fallen angels that, according to the symbolical teaching, spirit, from being simply a functionary agent of God, became volitional in its developed and developing action, and substituting its own will for the divine desire in its regard, so fell. Hence the kingdom and reign of spirits and spiritual action which flow from and are the product of spirit volition are outside and contrasted with, and in contradiction to, the kingdom of souls and divine action. So far, so good. But what does the author mean by saying, when man was created, he was human in constitution, with human affections, human hopes, and aspirations. From this state he fell into the brute and savage. This is diametrically opposite to our Eastern teaching and even to the Kabbalistic notion, so far as we understand it, and to the Bible itself. This looks like corporealism and substantialism coloring positive philosophy, though it is rather difficult to feel quite sure of the author's meaning. A fall, however, from the natural into the supernatural and the animal, supernatural meaning the purely spiritual in this case, implies what we suggest. The New Testament speaks of one of these wars as follows. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not. Neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. The Kabbalistic version of the same story is given in the Codex Nazaris, the scripture of the Nazarenes, the real mystic Christians of John the Baptist, and the initiates of Christos. Bahak Zivo, the father of the genii, is ordered to construct creatures, to create. But as he is ignorant of Orcus, he fails to do so and calls in Fetahil, a still pure spirit, to his aid, who fails still worse. This is a repetition of the failure of the fathers, the lords of light, who fail one after the other. We will now quote from our earlier volumes. Then steps on the stage of creation the spirit of the earth, so called, or the soul, psyche, which St. James calls devilish, the lower portion of the anima mundi, or astral light. See the close of this shloka. With the Nazarenes and the Gnostics, this spirit was feminine. Thus the spirit of the earth, perceiving that for Fetahil, the newest man, the latest, the splendor was changed, and that for splendor existed decrease and damage. She awakes Charybtanos, who was frantic and without sense and judgment, and says to him, Arise, see the splendor, light, of the newest man, Fetahil, has failed to produce or create men. The decrease of this splendor is visible. Rise up, come with thy mother, the spiritus, and free thee from limits by which thou art held, and those more ample than the whole world. After which follows the union of the frantic and blind matter, guided by the insinuations of the spirit, not the divine breath, but the astral spirit, which by its double essence is already tainted with matter. And the offer of the mother being accepted, the spiritus conceives 7 figures, and the 7 stellars, planets, which represent also the 7 capital sins, the progeny of the astral soul, separated from its divine source, spirit, and matter, the blind demon of concupiscence. Seeing this, Fetahil extends his hand towards the abyss of matter and says, Let the earth exist, just as the abode of the powers had existed. Dipping his hand in the chaos, which he condenses, he creates our planet. Then the Codex proceeds to tell how Bahak Zivo was separated from the spiritus and the genii, or angels, from the rebels. Then the greatest, Mano, who dwelled with the greatest Pharaoh, calls Kiba Zivo, known also by the name of Nebet, Iavar, Bar Ufin Ififin, the helm and vine of the food of life. He being the third life and commiserating the rebellious and foolish genii, on account of the magnitude of their ambition, says, Lord of the genii, aeons, see what the genii, the rebellious angels, do, and about what they are consulting. They say, Let us call forth the world, and let us call the powers into existence. The genii are the princes, principes, the sons of light, but thou art the messenger of life. And in order to counteract the influence of the 7 badly disposed principles and progeny of Spiritus, Kibar Zivo, or Kabar Zio, the mighty lord of splendor, produces 7 other lives, the cardinal virtues, who shine in their own form and light from on high, and thus re-establish the balance between good and evil, light and darkness. Here one finds a repetition of the early allegorical dual systems, such as the Zoroastrian, and detects a germ of the dogmatic and dualistic religions of the future. a germ which has grown into such a luxuriant tree in ecclesiastical Christianity. It is already the outline of the two supremes, God and Satan, but in the stanzas no such idea exists. Most of the Western Christian Kabbalists, preeminently Eliphas Levi, in their desire to reconcile the occult sciences with church dogmas, did their best to make of the astral light only and preeminently the pleroma of the early church fathers, the abode of the host of the fallen angels, of the archons and powers. But the astral light, though only the lower aspect of the absolute, is still dual. It is the anima mundi, and ought never to be viewed otherwise, except for Kabbalistic purposes. The difference which exists between its light and its living fire ought ever to be present in the mind of the seer and the psychic. The higher aspect of this light, without which only creatures of matter can be produced, is this living fire and its seventh principle. It is stated in Isis Unveiled in a complete description of it. The astral light, or anima mundi, is dual and bisexual. The ideal male part of it is purely divine and spiritual. It is wisdom, it is spirit, or Purusha, while the female portion, the spiritus of the Nazarenes, is tainted, in one sense, with matter, is indeed matter, and therefore is evil already. It is the life principle of every living creature, and furnishes the astral soul, the fluidic perispirit, to men, animals, fowls of the air, and everything living. Animals have only the latent germ of the highest immortal soul in them. This latter will develop only after a series of countless evolutions, the doctrine of which evolutions is contained in the Kabbalistic axiom. A stone becomes a plant, a beast, a man, a spirit, and a spirit a god. The seven principles of the Eastern initiates had not been explained when Isis Unveiled was written, but only the three Kabbalistic faces of the semi-exoteric Kabbalah. But these contain the description of the mystic natures of the first group of Nyan Chohans in the regimen Ignis, the region and rule of government of fire, divided into three classes, synthesized by the first, which makes four, or the Tetractys. If one studies the commentaries attentively, he will find the same progression in the angelic natures, viz., from the passive down to the active. The last of these beings are as near to the Amkara element, the region or plane wherein egoship, or the feeling of I amness, is beginning to be defined, as the first are near to the undifferentiated essence. The former are rupa incorporeal, the latter rupa corporeal. In Volume 2 of the same work, the philosophical systems of the Gnostics and the primitive Jewish Christians, the Nazarenes and the Ebionites are fully considered. They show the views held in those days, outside the circle of Mosaic Jews, about Jehovah. He was identified by all the Gnostics with the evil rather than with the good principle. For them, he was Ildabaoth, the son of darkness, whose mother, Sophia Achamoth, was the daughter of Sophia, the divine wisdom, the female Holy Ghost of the early Christians. Akasha, Sophia Achamoth, personifying the lower astral light, or ether. The astral light stands in the same relation to Akasha and Anima Mundi as Satan stands to the deity. They are one and the same thing seen from two aspects, the spiritual and the psychic, the super-ethereal or connecting link between matter and pure spirit, and the physical. Eldabaoth, a compound name made up of Ilda, child, and Baoth, the latter from an egg, and chaos, emptiness, void, or desolation. Or the child born in the egg of chaos, like Brahma, or Jehovah, is simply one of the Elohim, the seven creative spirits, and one of the lower Sephiroth. Ildabaoth produces from himself seven other gods, stellar spirits, or the lunar ancestors, or they are all the same. They are all in his own image, the spirits of the face and the reflections, one of the other, who became darker and more material as they successively recede from their originator. They also inhabit 7 regions disposed like a stair, for its steps mount and descend the scale of spirit and matter, with pagans and Christians, with Hindus and Chaldeans, with Greeks and with Roman Catholics, the text varying slightly in their interpretations. They all were the genii of the 7 planets, and of the 7 planetary spheres of our septenary chain, of which Earth is the lowest. This connects the stellar and the lunar spirits with the higher planetary angels. And the Septarshis, the 7 rishis of the stars, of the Hindus, as subordinate angels or messengers to these rishis, their emanations on the descending scale. Such, in the opinion of the philosophical Gnostics, were the god and the archangels now worshipped by the Christians. The fallen angels and the legend of the war in heaven are thus purely pagan in their origin and come from India via Persia and Chaldea. The only reference to them in the Christian canon is found in Revelation 7, as quoted a few pages back. Thus, Satan, once he ceases to be viewed in the superstitious, dogmatic, unphilosophical spirit of the churches, grows into the grandiose image of one who makes of a terrestrial a divine man, who gives him, throughout the long cycle of Mahakalpa, the law of the spirit of life, and makes him free from the sin of ignorance, hence of death. Stanza 6 continued. Number 6. The older wheels rotated downward and upward. The mother's spawn filled the whole. There were battles fought between the creators and the destroyers, and battles fought for space, the seed appearing and reappearing continuously. A. Here, having finished for the time being with our side issues, which, however they may break the flow of the narrative, are necessary for the elucidation of the whole scheme, we must return once more to cosmogony. The phrase older wheels refers to the worlds, our globes of our chain, as they were during the previous rounds. The present stanza, when explained esoterically, is found embodied entirely in Kabbalistic works. Therein will be found the very history of the evolution of those countless globes, which evolve after a periodical pralaya, rebuilt from old material into new forms. The previous globes disintegrate and reappear, transformed and perfected for a new phase of life. In the Kabbalah, words are compared to sparks which fly from under the hammer of the great architect, the law which rules all the smaller creators. The following comparative diagram shows the identity between the two systems, the Kabbalistic and the Eastern. The 3 upper and the 3 higher planes of consciousness revealed and explained in both schools only to the initiates. The lower represent the 4 lower planes, the lowest being our plane or the visible universe. These 7 planes correspond to the 7 states of consciousness in man. It remains with him to attune the 3 higher states in himself to the 3 higher planes in cosmos. But before he can attempt to attune, he must awaken the 3 seats to life and activity. And how many are capable of bringing themselves to even a superficial comprehension of Atma Vidya, spirit knowledge, or what is called by the Sufis, Rohani? B. The seed appearing and reappearing continuously. Here seed stands for the world germ, viewed by science as material particles in a highly attenuated condition, but in occult physics as spiritual particles, i.e. supersensuous matter existing in a state of primeval differentiation. To see and appreciate the difference, the immense gulf that separates terrestrial matter from the finer grades of supersensuous matter, every astronomer, every chemist, and physicist ought to be a psychometer. To say the least, he ought to be able to sense for himself that difference in which he now refuses to believe. Mrs. Elizabeth Denton, one of the most learned and also one of the most materialistic and skeptical women of her age, the wife of Professor Denton, the well-known American geologist and the author of The Soul of Things, was, in spite of her skepticism, one of the most wonderful psychometers. This is what she describes in one of her experiments. A particle of a meteorite was placed on her forehead, in an envelope, and the lady, not being aware of what it contained, said, "What a difference between that which we recognize as matter here and that which seems like matter there. In the one, the elements are so coarse and so angular, I wonder that we can endure it at all, much more that we can desire to continue our present relations to it. In the other, all the elements are so refined, they are so free from those great rough angularities which characterize the elements here, that I can but regard that as by so much the more than this the real existence. In theogony, every seed is an ethereal organism from which evolves later on a celestial being, a god. In the beginning, that which is called in mystic phraseology cosmic desire evolves into absolute light. Now light without any shadow would be absolute light. In other words, absolute darkness as physical science tries to prove. This shadow appears under the form of primordial matter, allegorized, if you will, in the shape of the spirit of creative fire or heat. If, rejecting the poetical form and allegory, science chooses to see this in the primordial fire mist, it is welcome to do so. Whether one way or the other, whether Fohat or the famous force of science, nameless and as difficult of definition as our Fohat himself, that something caused the universe to move with circular motion, as Plato has it, or as the occult teaching expresses it, the central sun causes Fohat to collect primordial dust in the form of balls, to impel them to move in converging lines and finally to approach each other and aggregate. Being scattered in space, without order or system, the world germs come into frequent collision until their final aggregation, after which they become wanderers, comets. Then the battles and struggles begin. The older bodies attract the younger, while others repel them. Many perish, devoured by their stronger companions. Those that escape become worlds. When carefully analyzed and reflected upon, this will be found as scientific as science can make it, even at our late period. We have been assured that there exist several modern works of speculative fancy upon such struggles for life in sidereal heaven, especially in the German language. We rejoice to hear it, for ours is an occult teaching lost in the darkness of archaic ages. We have treated of it fully in Isis Unveiled, and the idea of Darwinian-like evolution, of struggle for life and supremacy, and of the survival of the fittest among the hosts above as the host below runs throughout both volumes of our earlier work, written in 1876. But the idea is not ours. It is that of antiquity. Even the Puranic writers have ingeniously interwoven allegory with cosmic facts and human events. Any symbologist may discern their astro-cosmical allusions, even though he be unable to grasp the whole meaning. The great wars in heaven in the Puranas, the wars of the Titans in Hesiod and other classical writers, the struggles also between Osiris and Typhon in the Egyptian myth, and even those in the Scandinavian legends, all refer to the same subject. Northern mythology refers to it as the Battle of the Flames, the sons of Muspel who fought on the field of Wigred. All these relate to heaven and earth and have a double and often a triple meaning and esoteric application to things above as to things below. They severally relate to astronomical, theogonical, and human struggles, to the adjustment of orbs and the supremacy among nations and tribes. The struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest reigned supreme from the moment that Cosmos manifested into being, and could hardly escape the observant eye of the ancient sages. Hence the incessant fights of Indra, the god of the firmament, with the Asuras, degraded from high gods into cosmic demons, and with Vritra or Ahi, the battles fought between stars and constellations, between moons and planets, later on incarnated as kings and mortals. Hence also the war in heaven of Michael and his host against the dragon, Jupiter and Lucifer Venus. When a third of the stars of the rebellious host was hurled down into space and its place was found no more in heaven, as we wrote long ago, this is the basic fundamental stone of the secret cycles. It shows that the Brahmins and Tainam speculated on the creation and development of the world quite in a Darwinian way, both anticipating him and his school in the natural selection, gradual development, and transformation of species. There were old worlds that perished, conquered by the new, etc., etc. The assertion that all the worlds, stars, planets, etc., as soon as a nucleus of the primordial substance, in the Laya, undifferentiated state, is informed by the freed principles of a just deceased sidereal body, become first comets and then suns to cool down to inhabitable worlds, is a teaching as old as the rishis. Thus, the secret books, as we see, distinctly teach an astronomy that would not be rejected even by modern speculation, could the latter thoroughly understand its teachings. For archaic astronomy and the ancient physical and mathematical sciences expressed views identical with those of modern science, and many of far more momentous import. A struggle for life and a survival of the fittest in the worlds above and on our planet here below are distinctly taught. This teaching, however, although it would not be entirely rejected by science, is sure to be repudiated as an integral whole. For it avers that there are only 7 self-born primordial gods, emanated from the Trinitarian one. In other words, it means that all the worlds, or sidereal bodies, always on strict analogy, are formed one from the other after the primordial manifestation at the beginning of the great age is accomplished. The birth of the celestial bodies in space is compared to a multitude of pilgrims at the festival of the fires. 7 ascetics appear on the threshold of the temple with 7 lighted sticks of incense. At the light of these, the first row of pilgrims light their incense sticks, after which every ascetic begins whirling his stick around his head in space and furnishes the rest with fire. Thus, with the heavenly bodies, a Laya center is lighted and awakened into life by the fires of another pilgrim, after which the new center rushes into space and becomes a comet. It is only after losing its velocity and hence its fiery tail that the fiery dragon settles down into quiet and steady life, as a regular, respectable citizen of the sidereal family. Therefore, it is said, born in the unfathomable depths of space out of the homogeneous element called the world soul, every nucleus of cosmic matter suddenly launched into being begins life under the most hostile circumstances. Through a series of countless ages, it has to conquer for itself a place in the infinitudes. It circles round and round between denser and already fixed bodies, moving by jerks and pulling towards some given point or center that attracts it, and like as a ship drawn into the channel dotted with reefs and sunken rocks, trying to avoid other bodies that draw and repel it in turn. Many perish, their mass disintegrating through stronger masses, and when born within a system, chiefly within the insatiable stomachs of various suns. Those which move slower and are propelled into an elliptic course are doomed to annihilation sooner or later. Others, moving in parabolic curves, generally escape destruction, owing to their velocity. Some very critical readers will perhaps imagine that this teaching, as to the cometary stage passed through by all heavenly bodies, is in contradiction with the statements just made as to the moon being the mother of the earth. They will perhaps fancy that intuition is needed to harmonize the two. But no intuition is in truth required. What does science know of comets, their genesis, growth, and ultimate behavior? Nothing, absolutely nothing. And what is there so impossible in that a Laya center, a lump of cosmic protoplasm, homogeneous and latent, when suddenly animated or fired up, should rush from its bed in space, and whirl throughout the abysmal depths in order to strengthen its homogeneous organism by an accumulation and addition of differentiated elements? And why should not such a comet settle in life, live, and become an inhabited globe? The abodes of Fohat are many, it is said. He places his 4 fiery, electropositive suns in the 4 circles. These circles are the equator, the ecliptic, and the two parallels of declination, or the tropics, to preside over the climates of which are placed the four mystical entities. Then again, other 7 suns are commissioned to preside over the 7 hot and 7 cold lokas, the hells of the orthodox Brahmins, at the 2 ends of the egg of matter, are Earth and its poles. The 7 lokas are elsewhere called the rings and the circles. The ancients made the polar circle 7 instead of 2, as do the Europeans. For Mount Meru, which is the North Pole, is said to have 7 gold and 7 silver steps leading to it. The strange statements in one of the stanzas that the songs of Fohad and his sons were radiant as the noontide, sun and the moon combined, and that the 4 suns on the middle fourfold circle saw their father's songs and heard his solar selenic radiance, are explained in the commentary in these words: the agitation of the Fohadic forces at the 2 cold ends, north and south poles of the earth, which results in a multicolored radiance at night, has in it several of the properties of akasha, ether, color, and sound as well. Sound is the characteristic of akasha. Ether, it generates air, the property of which is touch, which, by friction, becomes productive of color and light. Perhaps the above will be regarded as archaic nonsense, but it will be better comprehended if the reader remembers the aurora borealis and australis, both of which take place at the very centers of terrestrial electric and magnetic forces. The 2 poles are said to be the storehouses, the receptacles, and liberators at the same time of cosmic and terrestrial vitality, electricity, from the surplus of which the earth, had it not been for these 2 natural safety valves, would have been rent to pieces long ago. At the same time, it is a theory that has lately become an axiom, that the phenomenon of the polar lights is accompanied by and productive of strong sounds like whistling, hissing, and cracking. See Professor Humboldt's work on the aurora borealis and his correspondence regarding this moot question. Stanza 6, continued. Number 7. Make thy calculations, O Lanu, if thou would learn the correct age of thy small wheel. Its 4th spoke is our mother. Reach the 4th fruit of the 4th path of knowledge that leads to nirvana, and thou shalt comprehend, for thou shalt see. A, the small wheel, is our chain of spheres, and the 4th spoke is our earth, the 4th in the chain. It is one of those on which the hot, positive breath of the sun has a direct effect. The 7 fundamental transformations of the globes, or heavenly spheres, or rather of their constituent particles of matter, are described as follows. Number 1, homogeneous. Number 2, aeriform and radiant gaseous. Number 3, curd-like, nebulous. Number 4, atomic, ethereal, beginning of motion, hence of differentiation. Number 5, germinal, fiery, differentiated but composed of the germs only of the elements in their earliest states, they having 7 states when completely developed on our earth. Number 6, fourfold, vapory, the future earth. And number 7, cold and depending on the sun for life and light. To calculate its age, however, as the pupil is asked to do in the stanza, is rather difficult, since we are not given the figures of the great Kalpa, and are not allowed to publish those of our small Yugas, except as the approximate duration of these. The older wheels rotated for 1 eternity and 1/2 of an eternity, it says. We know that by eternity, the 7th part of 311,040,000,000,000 years, or an age of Brahma, is meant. But what of that? We also know that, to begin with, if we take for our basis the above figures, we have first of all to eliminate from the 100 years of Brahma, or 311,040,000,000,000 years, 2 years taken up by the Sandhyas, twilights, which leaves 98, as we have to bring it to the mystical combination 14 times 7. But we have no knowledge of what time precisely the evolution and formation of our little earth began. Therefore, it is impossible to calculate its age unless the time of its birth is given. which the teachers refuse to do so far. At the close of this volume and in Volume 2, however, some chronological hints will be given. We must remember, moreover, that the law of analogy holds good for the worlds as it does for man, and that as the one deity becomes two, deva or angel, and two becomes three, or man, etc. So we are taught that the Kurds, world stuff, become wanderers, comets. These become stars, and the stars, the center of vortices, are sun and planets, to put it briefly. This cannot be so very unscientific, since Descartes also thought that the planets rotate on their axis, because they were once lucid stars, the centers of vortices. B. There are 4 grades of initiation mentioned in exoteric works, which are known respectively in Sanskrit as Shroptapana, Sakridagaman, Anagaman, and Arhan, the 4 paths to nirvana. In this, our 4th round being the same appellations. The Arhan, though he can see the past, the present, and the future, is not yet the highest initiate. For the adept himself, the initiated candidate becomes chela, pupil, to a higher initiate. 3 higher grades have to still be conquered by the Aran, who would reach the apex of the ladder of arhatship. There are those who have reached it even in this 5th race of ours, but the faculties necessary for the attainment of these higher grades will be fully developed. In the average ascetic, only at the end of this root race and in the 6th and 7th. Thus, there will always be initiates in the profane until the end of this minor manvantara, the present life cycle. The arhats of the fire mist of the 7th rung are but one remove from the root base of the hierarchy, the highest on earth and our terrestrial chain. This root base has a name which can only be translated into English by several compound words, the ever-living human banyan. This wondrous being descended from a high region, they say, in the early part of the 3rd age, before the separation of sexes in the 3rd race. This 3rd race is sometimes called collectively the sons of passive yoga, i.e. it was produced unconsciously by the 2nd race, which, as it was intellectually inactive, is supposed to have been constantly plunged in a kind of blank or abstract contemplation, as required by the conditions of the yoga state. In the first or earlier portion of the existence of this 3rd race, while it was yet in its state of purity, the sons of wisdom, who, as will be seen, incarnated in this root race, produced by Kriya Shakti, a progeny, called the sons of Ad, or the fire mist, the sons of will and yoga, etc. They were a conscious production, as a portion of the race was already animated with the divine spark of spiritual superior intelligence. This progeny was not a race. It was at first a wondrous being, called the Initiator, and after him a group of semi-divine and semi-human beings. Set apart in archaic Genesis for certain purposes, they are those in whom are said to have incarnated the highest jnanis, munis and rishis from previous manvantaras, to form the nursery for future human adepts on this earth and during the present cycle. These sons of will and yoga, born, so to speak, in an immaculate way, remained, it is explained, entirely apart from the rest of mankind. The being, just referred to, who has to remain nameless, is the tree from which, in subsequent ages, and the great historically known sages and hierophants, such as the Rishi Kapila, Hermes, Enoch, Orpheus, etc., have branched off. As objective man, he is the mysterious, to the profane the ever-invisible, yet ever-present, personage whom legends are rife in the East, especially among the occultists and the students of the sacred science. It is he who changes form, yet remains ever the same. And it is he, again, who holds spiritual sway over the initiated adepts throughout the whole world. He is, as said, the Nameless One, who has so many names and yet whose names and whose very nature are unknown. He is the Initiator, called the Great Sacrifice, For sitting at the threshold of light, he looks into it from within the circle of darkness, which he will not cross. Nor will he quit his post till the last day of this life cycle. Why does the solitary watcher remain at his self-chosen post? Why does he sit by the fountain of primeval wisdom, of which he drinks no longer? For he is not to learn which he does not know, neither on this earth nor in its heaven, because the lonely, sure-footed pilgrims on their journey back to their home are never sure, to the last moment, of not losing their way in this limitless desert of illusion and matter called earth life. Because he would fain show the way to that region of freedom and light, from which he has voluntarily exiled himself, to every prisoner who has succeeded in liberating himself from the bonds of flesh and illusion, because in short he has sacrificed himself for the sake of mankind, though but a few elect may profit by the great sacrifice. It is under the direct, silent guidance of this Mahu Guru that all the other less divine teachers and instructors of mankind became, from the first awakening of human consciousness, the guides of early humanity. It is through these sons of God that infant humanity learned its first notions of all the arts and sciences, as well as the spiritual knowledge. It is they who laid the first foundation stone of those ancient civilizations that so sorely puzzle our modern generation of students and scholars. Let those who doubt this statement explain, or any other equally reasonable grounds, the mystery of the extraordinary knowledge possessed by the ancients, who, some pretend, developed from lower and animal-like savages, the cavemen of the Paleolithic age. Let them turn, for instance, to such works as those Vitruvius Polio of the Augustan age, an architecture in which all the rules of proportion are those anciently taught at initiations. If they would acquaint themselves with this truly divine art and understand the deep esoteric significance hidden in every rule and law of proportion. No man descended from a Paleolithic cave dweller could ever evolve such a science unaided, even in millenniums of thought and intellectual evolution. It is the pupils of those incarnated rishis and the devas of the third root race who handed on their knowledge, from one generation to another, to Egypt and to Greece, with her now lost canon of proportion, just as the disciples of the initiates of the fourth, the Atlanteans, handed it over to their Cyclopes, the sons of Cycles, or of the infinite, from whom the name passed to the still later generations of Gnostic priests. It is owing to the divine perfection of these architectural proportions that the ancients could build these wonders of all the subsequent ages. Their fanes, pyramids, cave temples, cromlechs, cairns, altars, proving they had the power of machinery and a knowledge of mechanics to which modern skill is like a child's play, and which that skill refers to itself as the works of 100-handed giants. Modern architects may not have altogether neglected these rules, but they have superadded enough empirical innovations to destroy the just proportions. It is Vitruvius who gave the posterity the rules of construction to the Grecian temples erected to the immortal gods, and the 10 books of Marcus Vitruvius Polio on architecture of one, in short, who was an initiate, can only be studied esoterically. The Druidic circles, the dolmens, the temples of India, Egypt, and Greece, the towers, and the 127 towns in Europe which were found Cyclopean in origin by the French Institute, are all the work of initiated priest architects, the descendants of those first taught by the sons of God, and justly called the builders. This is what appreciative posterity says of these descendants. They used neither mortar nor cement nor steel nor iron to cut the stones with, and yet they were so artificially wrought that in many places the joints are hardly seen, though many of the stones, as in Peru, are 38 feet long, 18 feet broad, and 6 feet thick. And in the walls of the fortress of Cusco, there are stones of still greater size. Again, this well of Syene, made 5,400 years ago, when that spot was exactly under the tropic, which it is now ceased to be, was so constructed that at Moon, At that precise moment of the solar solstice, the entire disk of the sun was seen reflected on its surface, a work which the united skill of all the astronomers in Europe would not now be able to effect. Although these matters were barely hinted at in Isis Unveiled, it will be well to remind the reader of what was said there concerning a certain sacred island in Central Asia, and to refer him for further details to the section entitled The Sons of God in the Sacred Island, attached to stanza 9 of Volume 2. A few more explanations, however, though thrown out in fragmentary form, may help the student to obtain a glimpse into the present mystery. To state at least one detail concerning these mysterious sons of God in plain words, it is from them, these Brahmaputras, that the high devas, the initiated Brahmins of old, claimed descent, while the modern Brahmin would have the lower castes believe literally that they, the Brahmins, issued direct from the mouth of Brahma. Such is the esoteric teaching, and it adds moreover that, although those descended, spiritually of course, from the sons of will and yoga, become in time divided into opposite sexes, as their Kriya Shakti progenitors did themselves later on. Yet even their degenerate descendants have, down to the present day, retained a veneration and respect for the creative function, and still regarded in the light of a religious ceremony, whereas the more civilized nations consider it a mere animal function. Compare the Western views and practice in these matters with the institutions of Manu, in regard to the laws of Grihastha, or married life. The true Brahmin is thus indeed he whose 7 forefathers have drunk the juice of the moon plant, Soma, and who is a Trisaparna, for he has understood the secret of the Vedas. And to this day, such Brahmins know that during the early beginnings of this race, psychic and physical intellect being dormant and consciousness still undeveloped, its spiritual conceptions were quite unconnected with its physical surroundings. That divine man dwelt in his animal, though externally human form, that if there was instinct in him, no self-consciousness came to enlighten the darkness of the latent fifth principle. When the Lords of Wisdom, moved by the law of evolution, infused into him the spark of consciousness, the first feeling it awoke to life and activity was a sense of solidarity, of oneness with his spiritual creators. As the child's first feeling is for its mother and nurse, so the first aspirations of the awakening consciousness in primitive man were for those whose element he felt within himself, and who were yet outside, and independent of him. Devotion arose out of that feeling, and became the first and foremost motor in his nature. For it is the only one which is natural in his heart, which is innate in him, and which we find alike in the human babe and the young of the animal. This feeling of irrepressible, instinctive aspiration in primitive man is beautifully, and one may say intuitionally, described by Carlyle, who exclaims, "The great antique heart, how like a child in its simplicity, like a man in its earnest solemnity and depth. Heaven lies over him whosoever he goes or stands on the earth, making all the earth a mystic temple to him, the earth's business all a kind of worship. Glimpses of bright creatures flash in the common sunlight, angels yet hover, doing God's messages among men. Wonder, miracle, encompass the man. He lives in an element of miracle. A great law of duty, high as those two infinitudes, heaven and hell, dwarfing all else, annihilating all else. It was a reality, and it is one. The garment only of it is dead. The essence of it lives through all times and all eternity. It lives undeniably and is settled in all its ineradicable strength and power in the Asiatic Aryan heart. From the third race direct, through its first mind-born sons, the fruits of Kriya Shakti. As time rolled on, the holy caste of initiates produced, but rarely, from age to age, such perfect creatures, being apart inwardly, though the same as those who produced them outwardly. In the infancy of the third primitive race, a creature of more exalted kind, was wanting yet and therefore was designed, conscious of thought, of more capacious breast, for empire formed and fit to rule the rest. It was called into being a ready and perfect vehicle for the incarnating denizens of higher spheres, who took forthwith their abodes in these forms, born of spiritual will and the natural divine power in man. It was a child of pure spirit, mentally unalloyed with any tincture of earthly element. Its physical frame alone was of time and of life, for it drew its intelligence direct from above. It was the living tree of divine wisdom, and may therefore be likened to the mundane tree of the Norse legends, which cannot wither and die until the last battle of life shall be fought, while its roots are all the time gnawed by the dragon Nidhogg. For even so, the first and holy son of Kriya Shakti had his body gnawed by the tooth of time, but the roots of his inner being remained forever undecaying and strong, because they grew and expanded in heaven and not on earth. He was the first of the first, and he was the seed of all the others. There were other sons of Kriya Shakti produced by a second spiritual effort, but the first one has remained to this day the seed of divine knowledge, the one and the supreme among the terrestrial sons of wisdom. Of this subject we can say no more, except to add that in every age, aye, even in our own, there have been great intellects who have understood the problem correctly. But how comes our physical body to the state of perfection it is now found in? Through millions of years of evolution, of course, yet never through or from animals as taught by materialism. For, as Carlyle says, the essence of our being, the mystery in us that calls itself I, what words we have for such things, is a breath of heaven. The highest being reveals himself in man. This body, these faculties, this life of ours, it is not all as a vesture for that unnamed. The breath of heaven, or rather the breath of life, called in the Bible Nepesh, is in every animal, in every animate speck, and in every mineral atom. But none of these has, like man, the consciousness of the nature of that highest being, as none has that divine harmony in its form which man possesses. It is, as Novalis said, and no one since has said it better, as repeated by Carlyle, there is but one temple in the universe, and that is the body of man. Nothing is holier than that high form. We touch heaven when we lay our hand on a human body. This sounds like a mere flourish of rhetoric, but it is not so. If well meditated, it will turn out to be a scientific fact, the expression of the actual truth of the thing. We are the miracle of miracles, the great inscrutable mystery. Stanza 7. Number 1. Behold the beginning of sentient, formless life. First, the divine, the one from the mother spirit, then the spiritual, the 3 from the 1, the 4 from the 1, and the 5, from which the 3, the 5, and the 7. These are the threefold and the fourfold downward, the mind-born sons of the first Lord, the shining 7. It is they who are thou, I, he, O Lanu, they who watch over thee and thy mother, Bhumi. A. The hierarchy of creative powers is divided esoterically into 7, 4, and 3, within the 12 great orders, recorded in the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 7 of the manifesting scale being connected moreover with the 7 planets. All these are subdivided into numberless groups of divine, spiritual, semi-spiritual, and ethereal beings. The chief hierarchies among these are hinted at in the great quaternary, or the 4 bodies and the 3 faculties, exoterically of Brahma and the Panchasya, the 5 Brahmas, or the 5 Jnana Buddhas in the Buddha system. The highest group is composed of the divine flames, so-called, also spoken of as the fiery lions, and the lions of life, whose esotericism is securely hidden in the zodiacal sign of Leo. It is the nucleole of the superior divine world. They are the formless fiery breaths, identical in one aspect with the upper Sephirothal triad, which is placed by the Kabbalists in the archetypal world. The same hierarchy with the same numbers is found in the Japanese system, in the beginnings, as taught by both the Shinto and the Buddhist sects. In this system, Anthropogenesis precedes Cosmogenesis, as the divine merges into the human and creates midway in its descent into matter, the visible universe. The legendary personages remarks reverentially omoi, having to be understood as the stereotyped embodiment of the higher, secret doctrine and its sublime truths. To state this old system at full length would occupy too much of our space. A few words on it, however, cannot be out of place. The following is a short synopsis of this Anthropo-Cosmogenesis and shows how closely the most separated nations echoed one and the same archaic teaching. When all was as yet chaos, Kontun, three spiritual beings appeared on the stage of future creation. Number 1, Ami no Anainaka Nushi Sokami, divine monarch of the central heaven. Number 2, Takami Onosubi no Kami, exalted imperial divine offspring of heaven and earth. And 3, Kamumi Masubi no Kami, offspring of the gods, simply. These were without form or substance, our Arupa triad, as neither the celestial nor the terrestrial substance had yet differentiated, nor had the essence of things been formed. B, and the Zohar, which is now arranged and re-edited by Moses de Leon, with the help of Syrian and Chaldean Christian Gnostics in the 13th century, and corrected and revised still later by many Christian hands, is only a little less exoteric than the Bible itself. This divine vehicle no longer appears as it does in the Chaldean Book of Numbers. True enough, Ein Sof, the absolute endless no thing, uses also the form of the One, the manifested heavenly man, the first cause, as its chariot, Merkaba in Hebrew, Vahana in Sanskrit, or vehicle to descend into and manifest itself in the phenomenal world. But the Kabbalists neither make it plain how the Absolute can use anything or exercise any attribute whatever, since as the Absolute it is devoid of attributes. Nor do they explain that in reality it is the first cause, Plato's Logos, the original and eternal idea that manifests through Adam Kadmon, the second Logos, so to speak. In the Book of Numbers, it is explained that Ein, En or Ior, is the only self-existent, whereas its depth, the Bythos of the Gnostics called Propator, is only periodical. The latter is Brahma as differentiated from Brahman or Parabrahman. It is the depth, the source of light, or Propator, which is the unmanifested Logos, or the abstract idea, and not Ein Sof, whose ray uses Adam Kadmon, male and female, or the manifested Logos, the objective universe as a chariot through which to manifest. But in the Zohar we read the following incongruity: Senior occultatus est et absconditus microscopus manifestus et non manifestus. This is a fallacy, since microprosophus, or the microcosm, can only exist during its manifestations, and is destroyed during the Mahapralayas. Rosenroth's Kabbalah is no guide, but very often a puzzle. The first order are the divine. As in the Japanese system, in the Egyptian, and every old cosmogony, at this divine flame, the one are lit the three descending groups. Having their potential being in the higher group, they now become distinct and separate entities. These are called the virgins of life, the great illusion, etc., etc., and collectively the six-pointed star. The latter in almost every religion is the symbol of the Logos as the first emanation. It is the sign of Vishnu in India, the chakra or wheel, and the glyph of the tetragrammaton, he of the four letters, in the Kabbalah, or metaphorically the limbs of microprosophus, which are 10 and 6 respectively. The later Kabbalists, however, especially the Christian mystics, have played sad havoc with this magnificent symbol. Indeed, the microprosophists, who is, philosophically speaking, quite distinct from the unmanifested eternal Logos, one with the Father, has finally been brought by centuries of incessant efforts of sophistry and of paradoxes to be considered as one with Jehovah, or the one living God, whereas Jehovah is no better than Binah, a female Sephirah. This fact cannot be too frequently impressed upon the reader, for the 10 limbs of the heavenly man are the 10 Sephiroth, but the first heavenly man is the unmanifested spirit of the universe, and ought never to be degraded into microprosophos. The lesser face or countenance, the prototype of man on the terrestrial plane. The microprosophos is, as just said, the Logos manifested, and of such there are many. Of this, however, later on. The 6-pointed star refers to the 6 forces or powers of nature, the 6 planes, principles, etc., etc., all synthesized by the 7th or the central point in the star. All these, the upper and lower hierarchies included, emanate from the heavenly or celestial Virgin, the Great Mother in all religions, the Androgyne, the Sephirah, Adam Kadmon. Sephirah is the crown, Kether, and the abstract principle only, as a mathematical X, the unknown quantity. On the plane of differentiated nature, she is the female counterpart of Adam Kadmon, the first androgyne. The Kabbalah teaches that the words fiat lux referred to the formation and evolution of the Sephiroth, and not to light as opposed to darkness. Rabbi Simeon says, O companions, man as an emanation was both man and woman. Adam Kadmon, verily, and this is the sense of the words. Let there be light, and there was light, and this is the twofold man. It is the unity, primordial light is the 7th or highest principle, Deva Prakrati, the light of the unmanifested Logos. But in its differentiation it becomes Fohat, or the 7 suns. The former is symbolized by the central point in the double triangle, the latter by the hexagon itself, or the 6 limbs of microprosophos. The 7th being Malkuth, the bride of the Christian Kabbalists, or our earth. Hence the expressions, the first after the one is divine fire, the second, fire and ether, the third is composed of fire, ether, and water, the fourth of fire, ether, water, and air. The one is not concerned with man-bearing globes, but with the inner invisible spheres. The firstborn are the life, the heart, and the pulse of the universe. The second are its mind or consciousness. These elements of fire, air, water, etc. are not our compound elements, and this consciousness has no relation to our consciousness. The consciousness of the one manifested, if not absolute, is still unconditioned. Mahat, the universal mind, is the first production of the Brahma creator, but also of pradhana, undifferentiated matter. C. The second order of celestial beings, those of fire and ether, corresponding to spirit and soul, or Atma Buddhi, whose names are legion, are still formless, but more definitely substantial. They are the first differentiation in the secondary evolution or creation, a misleading word. As the name shows, they are the prototypes of the incarnating jivas or monads, and are composed of the fiery spirit of life. It is through these that passes like a pure solar beam the ray which is furnished by them with its future vehicle, the divine soul, Buddhi. These are directly concerned with the hosts of the higher world of our system. From these twofold units emanate the threefold. In the cosmogony of Japan, when out of the chaotic mass, an egg-like nucleus appears, having within itself the germ and potency of all universal as well as of all terrestrial life, it is the threefold just named which differentiate. The male ethereal principle, Yo, ascends, and the female grosser or more material principle, In, is precipitated into the universe of substance, when its separation occurs between the celestial and the terrestrial. From this, the female, the mother, was first rudimentary objective being is born. It is ethereal, without form or sex, and yet it is from it and the mother that the 7 divine spirits are born, from who will emanate the 7 creations, just as in the Codex Nazarus, from Garabdanos and the mother spiritus, the 7 evilly disposed, material spirits are born. It would be too long to give here the Japanese names, but in translation they stand in this order. Number 1, the invisible celibate, which is the creative logos of the non-creating Father, or the creative potentiality of the latter made manifest. Number 2, the spirit or God of the rayless depths, chaos, which becomes differentiated matter or the world stuff, also the mineral realm. Number 3, the spirit of the vegetable kingdom, of the abundant vegetation. Number 4, the spirit of the earth and the spirit of the sands. A being of dual nature, the former containing the potentiality of the male element, the latter that of the female element. These two were one as yet unconscious of being two. In this duality were contained A, Usunogai no Kami, the male, dark and muscular being, and B, Ikugai no Kami, the female, fair and weaker or more delicate being. Then 5 and 6, the spirits who were androgynous or dual-sexed. 7, the 7th spirit, the last emanated from the mother, appears as the first divine human form distinctly male and female. It was the 7th creation, as in the Puranas, wherein man is the 7th creation of Brahma. These Tsunami, descended into the universe by the celestial bridge, the Milky Way, and Tsunagi, perceiving far below a chaotic mass of cloud and water, thrust his jeweled spear into the depths and dry land appeared. Then the two separated to explore Onokoro, the newly created island world, Omi. Such are the Japanese exoteric fables, the ring that conceals the kernel of the same one truth of the secret doctrine. D, the 3rd order, correspond to Atma, Buddhi, Manas, spirit, soul, and intellect, and are called the triads. E, the 4th order, are substantial entities. This is the highest group among the rupas, atomic forms. It is the nursery of the human conscious spiritual souls. They are called the imperishable yivas, and constitute, through the order below their own, the first group of the first septenary host, the great mystery of human, conscious, and intellectual being. For the latter is the field wherein lies concealed, in its privation, the germ that will fall into generation. That germ will become the spiritual potency in the physical cell, that guides the development of the embryo, and that is the cause of the hereditary transmission of faculties, and all the inherent qualities in man. The Darwinian theory, however, of the transmission of acquired faculties is neither taught nor accepted in occultism. Evolution in the latter proceeds on quite other lines. The physical, according to esoteric teaching, evolved gradually from the spiritual, mental, and psychic. This inner soul of the physical cell, the spiritual plasm that dominates the germinal plasm, is the key that must open one day the gates of the terra incognita of the biologist, now called the dark mystery of embryology. It is worthy of notice that modern chemistry, while rejecting as a superstition of occultism and religion as well, the theory of substantial and invisible beings called angels, elementals, etc., without, of course, having ever looked into the philosophy of these incorporeal entities, or thought over them, should, owing to observation and discovery, have been unconsciously forced to recognize and adopt the same ratio of progression and order, and the evolution of chemical atoms, as occultism does for both its gyanis and atoms, analogy being its first law. As seen above, the very first group of the Rupa angels is quaternary, an element being added to each in descending order. So also are the atoms, in the phraseology of chemistry, monatomic, diatomic, triatomic, tetratomic, etc., progressing downwards. Let it be remembered that the fire, water, air of occultism, or the elements of primary creation so-called, are not the compound elements they are on earth, but noumenal, homogeneous elements, the spirits of the former. Then follow the septenary groups or hosts. Placed on parallel lines with the atoms in a diagram, the natures of these beings would be seen to correspond, in their downward scale of progression, to composite elements in a mathematically identical manner as to analogy. This refers, of course, only to diagrams made by occultists, for the scale of angelic beings to be placed on parallel lines with the scale of the chemical atoms of science. From the hypothetical helium down to uranium, they would of course be found to differ. For the latter have, as correspondents on the astral plane, only the 4 lowest orders, the 3 higher principles in the atom, or rather molecule or chemical element, being perceptible to the initiated Dagma's eye alone. But then, if chemistry desired to find itself on the right path, it would have to correct its tabular arrangement by that of the occultists, which it might refuse to do. In esoteric philosophy, every physical particle corresponds to and depends on its higher noumenon, the being to whose essence it belongs, and above as below, the spiritual evolves from the divine, the psychomental from the spiritual, tainted from its lower plane by the astral, the whole animate and seemingly inanimate nature evolving on parallel lines, and drawing its attributes from above as well as below. Number 7, the highest group, the Asuras, born in Brahma's first body, which turned into night, are septenary, i.e. divided like the Petrus into 7 classes, 3 of which are bodiless, Arupa, and 4 with bodies. They are in fact more truly our Petrus ancestors than the Petrus who projected the first physical man. F. The 5th order is a very mysterious one, as it is connected with the microcosmic pentagon, the 5-pointed star representing man. In India and Egypt, these Dhyanis were connected with the crocodile, and their abode is in Capricornus. But these are convertible terms in Indian astrology, for the 10th sign of the zodiac, which is called Makara, is loosely translated crocodile. The word itself is occultly interpreted in various ways, as will be shown further on. In Egypt, the defunct, whose symbol is the pentagram or the 5-pointed star, the points of which represent the limbs of a man, was shown emblematically transformed into a crocodile. Sebek, or Sevek, or seventh, as Mr. Gerald Massey says, showing it to be the type of intelligence, is a dragon, in reality not a crocodile. He is the dragon of wisdom, or manas, the human soul, mind, the intelligent principle, called in our esoteric philosophy the 5th principle. Says the defunct, ossirified in the Book of the Dead, or ritual, under the glyph of a mummiform god with a crocodile's head. I am the crocodile presiding at the fear. I am the god crocodile at the arrival of his soul among men. I am the god crocodile brought for destruction. An allusion to the destruction of divine spiritual purity when man acquires the knowledge of good and evil. Also to the fallen gods or angels of every theogony. I am the fish of the great Horus. As Makara is the crocodile, the vehicle of Varuna, I am merged in Sekhem. This last sentence gives the corroboration and repeats the doctrine of esoteric Buddhism, for it alludes directly to the 5th principle, manas, or this most spiritual part of its essence, rather, which merges into, is absorbed by, and made one with Atma Buddhi, after the death of man. For Sekhem is the residence, or loka, of the god Kem, Horus, Osiris, or father and son. Hence the Devashan of Atma Buddhi. In the Book of the Dead, the defunct is shown entering into Sekhem, with Horus thought and emerging from it as pure spirit. Thus the defunct says, I see the forms of myself as various, men transforming eternally. I know this chapter. He who knows it takes all kinds of living forms. And addressing in magic formula that which is called in Egyptian esotericism the ancestral heart, or the reincarnating principle, the permanent ego, the defunct says, O my heart, my ancestral heart, necessary for my transformations, do not separate thyself from me before the guardian of the scales. Thou art my personality within my breast, divine companion watching over my fleshes, bodies. It is in Sekhem that lies concealed the mysterious face, or the real man concealed under the false personality, the triple crocodile of Egypt, the symbol of the higher trinity, or human triad, Atma, Budai, and Manas. One of the explanations of the real hidden meaning of this Egyptian religious glyph is easy. The crocodile is the first to await and meet the devouring fires of the morning sun, and very soon came to personify the solar heat. When the sun arose, it was like the arrival on earth, and among men of the divine soul which informs the gods, hence the strange symbolism. The mummy donned the head of a crocodile to show that it was a soul arriving from the earth. In all the ancient papyri, the crocodile is called Sebek, seventh. Water also symbolizes the fifth principle esoterically, and as already stated, Mr. Gerald Massey shows that the crocodile was the seventh soul, the supreme one of seven, the seer unseen. Even exoterically, Sekhem is the residence of god Kem, and Kem is Horus avenging the death of his father Osiris, hence punishing the sins of man, when he becomes a disembodied soul. Thus the defunct Osirified became the god Kem, who gleans the field of Anru, that is, he gleans either his reward or punishment, for that field is the celestial locality, Devachan, where the defunct is given wheat, the food of divine justice. The fifth group of celestial beings is supposed to contain in itself the dual attributes of both the spiritual and physical aspects of the universe, the two poles, so to say, of Mahat, the universal intelligence and the dual nature of man, the spiritual and the physical, hence its number 5, doubled and made into 10, connecting with it Makara, the 10th sign of the zodiac. G. The 6th and 7th orders partake of the lower qualities of the quaternary. They are conscious ethereal entities as invisible as ether, which are shot out, like the boughs of a tree, from the first central group of the 4, and shoot out in their turn numberless side groups, the lower of which are the nature spirits or elementals of countless kinds and varieties. From the formless and unsubstantial, the ideal thoughts of their creators, down to atomic, though to human perception, invisible organisms. The latter are considered as the spirits of atoms, for they are the first remove backwards from the physical atom, sentient if not intelligent creatures. They are all subject to karma and have to work it out through every cycle. For as the doctrine teaches, there are no such privileged beings in the universe, whether in our own or in other systems, in the outer or the inner worlds, as the angels of the Western religion and the Judean. A Jihan Chohan has to become one. He cannot be born or appear suddenly on the plane of life as a full-blown angel. The celestial hierarchy of the present Manvantara will find itself transferred in the next cycle of life into higher superior worlds, and will make room for a new hierarchy composed of the elect ones of our mankind, being in an endless cycle with the one absolute eternity, wherein move numberless inner cycles finite and conditioned. Gods, created as such, would evince no personal merit in being gods. Such a class of beings, perfect only by virtue of the special immaculate nature inherent in them, in the face of suffering and struggling humanity, and even of the lower creation, would be the symbol of an eternal injustice quite satanic in character, an ever-present crime. It is an anomaly and impossibility in nature. Therefore, the 4 and the 3 have to incarnate as all other beings have. This 6th group, moreover, remains almost inseparable from man, who draws from it all but his highest and lowest principles, or his spirit and body, the 5 middle human principles being the very essence of those jhanis. Paracelsus calls them the Phlegae, the Christians, the guardian angels, the occultists, the ancestors, the Petrus. They are the 6-fold Dianchohans, having the 6 spiritual elements in the composition of their bodies. In fact, men minus the physical body. Alone, the divine ray, the Atman, proceeds directly from the One. When asked how this can be, how is it possible to conceive that these gods, or angels, can be at the same time their own emanations and their personal selves? Is it in the same sense as in the material world, where the Son is, in one way, the Father, being his blood, the bone of his bone, and the flesh of his flesh? To this the teachers answer, verily it is so, but one has to go deep into the mystery of being before one can fully comprehend this truth. Number 2. The one ray multiplies the smaller rays. Life precedes form, and life survives the last atom. Through the countless rays, the life ray, the one, like a thread through many beads. This shloka expresses the conception, a purely Vedantic one, as already explained elsewhere, of a life thread, sutramatma, running through successive generations. How then can this be explained? By resorting to a simile, to a familiar illustration, though necessarily imperfect, as all our available analogies must be. Before resorting to it, however, I would ask whether it seems unnatural, least of all supernatural to any one of us, when we consider the process of growth and development of a fetus into a healthy baby weighing several pounds. Evolving from what? From the segmentation of an infinitesimally small ovum and a spermatozoon? And afterwards we see the baby develop into a 6-foot man. This refers to the atomic and physical expansion from the microscopically small into something exceedingly large, from the unseen to the naked eye into the visible and objective. Science has provided for all this, and I dare say her theories, embryological, biological, and physiological, are correct enough, so far as an exact observation of the material goes. Nevertheless, the 2 chief difficulties of the science of embryology, namely, what are the forces at work in the formation of the fetus and the cause of hereditary transmission, of likeness, physical, moral, or mental, have never been properly answered, nor will they ever be solved till the day when scientists condescend to accept the occult theories. But if this physical phenomena astonishes no one, except insofar as it puzzles the embryologists, why should our intellectual and inner growth, the evolution of the human spiritual to the divine spiritual, be regarded as, or seem, more impossible than the other? The materialists and the evolutionists of the Darwinian school would be ill-advised to accept the newly worked-out theories of Professor Weissmann, the author of Beitrag zur Descendenslehre, with regard to one of the 2 mysteries of embryology, as above specified, which he seems to think he has solved. For when it is fully solved, science will have stepped into the domain of the truly occult, and passed forever out of the realm of transformation as taught by Darwin. The 2 theories are irreconcilable from the standpoint of materialism. Regarded from that of the occultists, however, the new theory solves all these mysteries. Those who are not acquainted with the discovery of Professor Weissmann, at one time a fervent Darwinist, ought to hasten to repair the deficiency. The German embryologist philosopher, stepping over the heads of Greek Hippocrates and Aristotle right back into the teachings of the old Aryans, shows one infinitesimal cell out of millions of others at work in the formation of an organism, alone and unaided, determining, by means of constant segmentation and multiplication, the correct image of a future man or animal in its physical, mental, and psychic characteristics. It is this cell which impresses on the face and form of the new individual the features of the parents, or of some distant ancestor. It is this cell, again, which transmit to him the intellectual and mental idiosyncrasies of his sires, and so on. This plasm is the immortal portion of our bodies, developing by means of a process of successive assimilations. Darwin's theory, viewing the embryological cell as the essence or extract from all other cells, is set aside. It is incapable of accounting for hereditary transmission. There are but two ways of explaining the mystery of heredity. Either the substance of the germinal cell is endowed with the faculty of crossing the whole cycle of transformations that lead to the construction of a separate organism, and then to the reproduction of identical germinal cells. Or these germinal cells do not have their genesis at all in the body of the individual, but proceed directly from the ancestral germinal cell, passed from father to son through long generations. It is the latter hypothesis that Weissman has adopted and worked upon, and it is to this cell that he traces the immortal portion of man. So far, so good, and when this almost correct theory is accepted, how will biologists explain the first appearance of this everlasting cell? Unless man grew like the immortal Topsy and was not born at all but fell from the clouds, how was that embryological cell generated in him? Complete the physical plasm, mentioned above, the germinal cell of man with all its material potentialities, with the spiritual plasm, so to say, or the fluid that contains the 5 lower principles of the 6th principled dhyani. And you have the secret, if you are spiritual enough to understand it. Now to the promised simile. When the seed of the animal man is cast into the soil of the animal woman, that seed cannot germinate unless it has been fructified by the 5 virtues, the fluid of, or the emanation from, the principles of the 6-fold heavenly man. Wherefore the microcosm is represented as a pentagon within the hexagon star, the macrocosm. The functions of jiva on this earth are of a 5-fold character. In the mineral atom, it is connected with the lowest principles of the spirits of the earth, the 6-fold dhyanis. And the vegetable particle, with their second, the prana, life, and the animal with all these plus the 3rd and the 4th, in man the germ must receive the fruitage of all 5. Otherwise he will be born no higher than an animal. Thus in man alone the jiva is complete. As to the 7th principle, it is but one of the beams of the universal sun, for each rotational creature receives the temporary loan only of that which has to return to its source. As to his physical body, it is shaped by the lowest terrestrial lives, through physical, chemical, and physiological evolution. The blessed ones have naught to do with the purgations of matter, says the Kabbalah in the Chaldean Book of Numbers. It comes to this: mankind in its first prototypal, shadowy form is the offspring of the Elohim of life, or Petrus, in its qualitative and physical aspect. It is the direct progeny of the ancestors, the lowest dhyanis, or spirits of the earth. For its moral, psychic, and spiritual nature, it is indebted to a group of divine beings, the name and characteristics of which will be given in Volume 2. Collectively, men are the handiwork of hosts of various spirits, distributively the tabernacles of those hosts, and occasionally and individually the vehicles of some of them. In our present all-material 5th race, the earthly spirit of the 4 is strong in us. But we are approaching the time when the pendulum of evolution will direct its swing decidedly upwards, bringing humanity back on a parallel line with the primitive 3rd root race in spirituality. During its childhood, mankind was wholly composed of that angelic host, who were the indwelling spirits that animated the monstrous and gigantic tabernacles of clay of the 4th race, built by and composed of countless myriads of lives, as our bodies are also now. This sentence will be explained later on the present commentary. Science, dimly perceiving the truth, may find bacteria and other infinitesimals in the human body, and see in them only occasional and abnormal visitors to which diseases are attributed. Occultism, which discerns a life in every atom and molecule, whether in a mineral or human body, in air, fire, or water, affirms that our whole body is built of such lives. The smallest bacterium under the microscope being to them in comparative size like an elephant to the tiniest infusoria. The tabernacles mentioned above have improved in texture and symmetry of form, growing and developing with the globe that bears them, but the physical improvement has taken place at the expense of the spiritual inner man and of nature. The three middle principles in earth and man became with every race more material, the soul stepping back to make room for the physical intellect, the essence of the elements becoming the material and composite elements now known. Man is not, nor could he ever be, the complete product of the Lord God, but he is the child of the Elohim, so arbitrarily changed into the singular number and masculine gender. The first Jnanis commissioned to create man in their image could only throw off their shadows as a delicate model for the nature spirits of matter to work upon. Man is, beyond any doubt, formed physically out of the dust of the earth, but his creators and fashioners were many. Nor can it be said that the Lord God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, unless that God is identified with the one life, omnipresent through invisible, and unless the same operation is attributed to God, on behalf of every living soul, which is the vital soul, Nepphels, and not the divine spirit, Ruach, which ensures to man alone a divine degree of immortality that no animal as such could ever attain in this cycle of incarnation. It is owing to the inadequate distinctions made by the Jews and now by our Western metaphysicians, who are unable to understand and hence to accept more than a triune man, spirit, soul, body, that the breath of life has been confused with the immortal spirit. This applies also directly to the Protestant theologians, who in translating a certain verse in the fourth gospel have entirely perverted its meaning. This mistranslation runs, "The wind bloweth where it listeth," instead of "the Spirit goeth where it willeth," as in the original and also in the translation of the Greek Eastern Church. The learned and very philosophical author of New Aspects of Life would impress upon his reader that the nefesh chia, living soul, according to the Hebrews, proceeded from or was produced by the infusion of the spirit of breath of life into the quickening body of man, and was to supersede and take the place of that spirit in the thus constituted self, so that the spirit passed into, was lost sight of, and disappeared in the living soul. The human body, he thinks, ought to be viewed as a matrix in which, and from which, the soul, which he seems to place higher than the spirit, is developed. Considered functionally, and from the standpoint of activity, the soul stands undeniably higher in this finite and conditioned world of Maya. The soul, he says, is ultimately produced from the animated body of man. Thus, the author identifies spirit, Atma, with the breath of life, simply. The Eastern occultists will demur to this statement, for it is based on the erroneous conception that prana and Atma, or Jivatma, are one and the same thing. The author supports the argument by showing that with the ancient Hebrews, Greeks, and even Latins, Ruach, Pneuma, and Spiritus meant wind. With the Jews undeniably, and with the Greeks and Romans very probably. The Greek word animos, wind, and the Latin animus, soul, have a suspicious relation. This is very far-fetched, but a legitimate battlefield for deciding this question is hardly to be found, since Dr. Pratt seems to be a practical, matter-of-fact metaphysician, a kind of Kabbalist positivist, whereas the Eastern metaphysicians, especially the Vedantins, are all idealists. The occultists are also of the extreme esoteric Vedantin school, and though they call the one life Para-Brahman, the great breath, and the whirlwind, they disconnect the seventh principle entirely from matter and deny that it has any relation to or connection with it. Thus, the philosophy of man's psychic, spiritual, and mental relations with his physical functions is in almost inextricable confusion. Neither the old Aryan nor the Egyptian psychology is now properly understood, nor can they be assimilated without accepting the esoteric septenary, or at any rate, the Vedantic quinquipartite division of the human inner principles. Failing which, it will be forever impossible to understand the metaphysical and purely psychic, and even physiological relations between the Jian Chohans, or angels, on the one plane, and humanity on the other. No Eastern, Aryan esoteric works are so far published, but we possess the Egyptian papyri, which speak clearly of the seven principles, or the seven souls of man. The Book of the Dead gives a complete list of the transformations that every defunct undergoes, while divesting himself, one by one, of all these principles, materialized for the sake of clearness into ethereal entities or bodies. We must, moreover, remind those who try to show that the ancient Egyptians did not teach reincarnation, that the soul, the ego or self, of the defunct is said to be living in eternity. It is immortal, coeval with, and disappearing with, the solar boat, that is, for the cycle of necessity. This soul emerges from the Tao, the realm of the cause of life, and joins the living on earth by day to return to Chiao every night. This expresses the periodical existences of the ego. The shadow, the astral form, is annihilated, devoured by the Uraeus. The mains will be annihilated. The two twins, the fourth and fifth principles, will be scattered, but the soul bird, the divine swallow, and the Uraeus of flame, Manas and Atma Buddhi, will live in the eternity, for they are their mother's husbands. Another suggestive analogy between the Aryan and Brahmanical and the Egyptian esotericism. The former call the Petris the lunar ancestors of men, and the Egyptians make of the moon god Tatismun the first human ancestor. This moon god expressed the seven nature powers that were prior to himself, and were summed up in him as his seven souls, of which he was the manifester as the eighth one, hence the eighth sphere. The seven rays of Chaldean heptakis, or Iao, on the Gnostic stones, indicate the same septenary of souls. The first form of the mystical seven was seen to be figured in heaven by the seven large stars of the Great Bear, the constellation assigned by the Egyptians to the mother of time, and of the seven elemental powers. As well known to every Hindu, the same constellation represents in India the seven rishis, and is called Riksha and Chitrashikandinas. Like alone produces like. The earth gives man his body. The gods, Dhyanis, give him his five inner principles, the psychic shadow, of which these gods are often the animating principle. Spirit, Atman, is one and indiscrete. It is not in the Tao. For what is the Tao? The frequent allusion to it in the Book of the Dead contains a mystery. Tao is the path of the night sun, the inferior hemisphere or the infernal region of the Egyptians, placed by them on the concealed side of the moon. The human being and their esotericism came out from the moon, a triple mystery, astronomical, physiological, and psychical at once. He crossed the whole cycle of existence and then returned to his birthplace, before issuing from it again. Thus, the defunct is shown arriving in the west, receiving his judgment before Osiris, resurrecting as the god Horus, and circling around the sidereal heavens, which is an allegorical assimilation to Ra, the sun. Then, having crossed the Newt, the celestial abyss, returning once more to Chao, an assimilation to Osiris, who, as the god of life and reproduction, inhabits the moon. Plutarch shows the Egyptians celebrating a festival called the Ingress of Osiris into the moon. In the ritual, life is promised after death, and the renovation of life is placed under the patronage of Osiris Lunis, because the moon was the symbol of life renewals or reincarnations, owing to its growth, waning, dying, and reappearance every month. In the Dankmo, it is said, O Osiris Lunis, that renews to thee thy renewal. And Sebek says to Seti, thou renewest thyself as the god Lunis, when a babe. It is still better explained in a Louvre papyrus, couplings and conceptions around when he, Osiris Lunis, is seen in heaven on that day. Says Osiris, O sole radiant beam of the moon, I issue from the circulating multitudes of stars. Open me to the Tau for Osiris N. I will issue by day to do what I have to do amongst the living, i.e., to produce conceptions. Osiris was God manifest in generation, because the ancients knew, far better than the moderns, the real occult influences of the lunar body upon the mysteries of conception. In the oldest systems, we find the moon always male. Thus, Soma, with the Hindus, is a kind of sidereal Don Juan, a king, and the father, albeit illegitimate, of Buddha wisdom. This relates to occult knowledge, a wisdom gathered through a thorough acquaintance with lunar mysteries, including those of sexual generation. And later, when the moon became connected with the female goddesses, with Diana, Isis, Artemis, Juno, etc., this connection was also due to a thorough knowledge of physiology and male nature, physical as much as psychic. If, instead of being taught in Sunday schools useless lessons from the Bible, the armies of the ragged and poor were taught astrology, so far at any rate as the occult properties of the moon and its hidden influences on generation are concerned, then there would be little need to fear increase of the population, or to resort to the questionable literature of the Malthusians for its arrest. For it is the moon and her conjunctions that regulate conceptions, and every astrologer in India knows it. During the previous races, and at least at the beginning of the present one, those who indulged in marital relations during certain lunar phases that made those relations sterile were regarded as sorcerers and sinners. But now even these sins of old, which arose from the abuse of occult knowledge, would appear preferable to the crimes of today, which are perpetrated because of the complete ignorance of such occult influences. But primarily the sun and moon were the only visible and, by their effects, so to say, tangible psychic and physiological deities. The Father and the Son, while space or air in general, or that expansive heaven called Nut by the Egyptians, was the concealed spirit or breath of the two. The Father and Son were interchangeable in their functions and worked together harmoniously in their effects upon terrestrial nature and humanity. Hence they were regarded as one, though two as personified entities. They were both males and both had their distinct, though collaborative work in the causative generation of humanity. So much from the astronomical and cosmic standpoints, viewed and expressed in symbolical language, which became in our last races theological and dogmatic. But behind this veil of cosmic and astrological symbols, there were the occult mysteries of anthropography and the primeval genesis of man. And in this, no knowledge of symbols or even the key to the post-Diluvian symbolical language of the Jews will or can help, save only with reference to that which has been laid down in national scriptures or for exotic uses, the sum of which, however clearly veiled, was but the smallest portion of the real primitive history of each people, and often, moreover, as in the Hebrew scriptures, related merely to the terrestrial human and not to the divine life of that nation. That psychic and spiritual element belonged to the mysteries and initiation. There were things never recorded in scrolls, but which, as in Central Asia, were engraved on rocks and in subterranean crypts. Nevertheless, there was a time when the whole world was of one lip and of one knowledge, and man knew more of his origin than he does now, and thus knew that the sun and moon, however large a part they may play in the constitution, growth, and development of the human body, were not the direct causative agents of his appearance on earth. For these agents, in truth, are the living and intellectual powers which the occultists call Dhyan Chohans. As to this, a very learned admirer of the Jewish esotericism tells us that the Kabbalah says expressly that Elohim is a general abstraction, what we call in mathematics a constant coefficient, or a general function, entering into all construction, not particular, that is, by the general ratio 1 to 31415. The astro-dianic and Elohistic figures. To this, the Eastern occultist replies, quite so. They are an abstraction to our physical senses. To our spiritual perceptions, however, and to our inner spiritual eye, the Elohim or Yanis are no more an abstraction than our soul and spirit are to us. Reject the one and you reject the other, since that which is the surviving entity in us is partly the direct emanation from, and partly those celestial entities themselves. One thing is certain, the Jews were perfectly acquainted with sorcery and various maleficent forces. But with the exception of some of their great prophets and seers like Daniel and Ezekiel, Enoch belonging to a far distant race, as a generic character, and not to any nation but to all, they knew little of, nor would they deal with, the real divine occultism, their national character being adverse to any which had no direct bearing on their own ethical, tribal, and individual benefits. Witness their own prophets and the curses thundered by them against the stiff-necked race. But even the Kabbalah plainly shows the direct relation between the Sephiroth, or Elohim, and men. Therefore, when it is proved to us that the Kabbalistic identification of Jehovah with Bina, a female Sephirah, has still another, a suboccult meaning in it, then and then only will occultists be ready to pass the palm of perfection to the Kabbalist. Until then it is asserted that, as Jehovah, in the abstract sense of a one living God, is a single number, a metaphysical figment, and a reality only when put in its proper place as an emanation and a Sephirah. We have a right to maintain that the Zohar, as witnessed by the Book of Numbers, at any rate, gave out originally before the Christian Kabbalists had disfigured it, and still gives out the same doctrine that we do. That is, it makes man emanate, not from one celestial man, but from a septenary group of celestial men, or angels, just as in Pymander the thought divine. Number 3. When the one becomes two, the threefold appears. The three are one, and it is our thread, O Lanu, the heart of the man-plant, called Saptaparna. A. When the one becomes two, the threefold appears. To wit, when the one eternal drops its reflection into the region of manifestation, that reflection, the ray, differentiates the water of space, or, in the words of the Book of the Dead, chaos seizes, through the effulgence of the ray of primordial light dissipating total darkness, by the help of the great magic power of the word of the central sun.